separate terrorist group in the Palestinian land of Gaza struck this hospital, killing more than 500. There have been competing statements from both sides. The Palestinians insist this was an Israeli strike that targeted a hospital, killing more than 500. The Israelis dispute that right now. The president, to this point, has largely steered clear of weighing in, saying that he was outraged and deeply saddened. He did say overnight that the U.S. stands unequivocally for the protection of civilian life during the conflict, and we mourn the patients, medical staff, and other innocents killed and wounded in this tragedy. But that's just one more piece of evidence of how there are enormous both political and security risks, Lester, for the president during what we expect will be a trip that lasts only a matter of hours.
Yeah, you mentioned security risks, Peter. We should note this is a very active war zone. A beautiful day here in Tel Aviv, but we're mindful that several times a day the sirens sound here. We're shuttled off to shelters, and generally we hear the impact of successful intercepts of the Iron Dome, but still a dangerous environment the president is visiting. Let's go to Josh Letterman. He's also on the ground with us here in Tel Aviv. Josh, could this visit change the direction of the war?
It certainly could, Lester. This trip is shaping up to be not only one of the most extraordinary foreign policy tests of President Biden's presidency, but also a key inflection moment in this crisis, with protests now erupting all around the Arab world. Overnight, we saw massive demonstrations from Jordan to Lebanon, where the U.S. Embassy has now said that family members of U.S. diplomats there, they can now go back to the United States. That is how concerned the U.S. is right now about the level of anger and frustration being directed from the Arab street toward Israel in the aftermath of this explosion at that hospital in the Gaza Strip. Now, overnight, Israel's military continuing to try to push back on the perception and the accusation that it was behind that explosion through an airstrike. The Israeli military saying that it had conducted an extensive post-explosion analysis and determined that not only had Israel's military not been involved in any strikes at that time, but that their radar data showed a barrage of rockets being launched around the time of that explosion from a cemetery near the hospital. Israel's military asserting that it had collected intelligence that showed that in the aftermath of that explosion at the hospital, Hamas operatives had realized what had happened here, that it had been actually an Islamic Jihad rocket that had hit that hospital, and immediately went into cleanup mode, trying to convince the world that this, in fact, had been Israel. The Israeli government saying they will continue to release more evidence to back up that version of events, as President Biden says that he has directed his national security team to also continue collecting evidence that could get to the bottom of exactly what happened here. But Hamas, Islamic Jihad, other Palestinian groups, they are not buying that Israeli version of events. They continue to say that this was an Israeli airstrike that hit that hospital, causing such significant bloodshed. And so far, Arab nations in the region seem to be siding with that Palestinian version of events, Lester. We heard from the Jordanians and the Egyptians, the two governments that first made peace with Israel and were expected to attend that summit, now canceled in Jordan today. Both of those nations are accusing Israel of being behind this strike, as are other U.S. regional allies such as Turkey. It will be an urgent mission from President Biden today to try to get everybody to take a step back, a deep breath, try to get to the bottom of what happened here, and see if they can prevent this latest incident from derailing efforts both to get civilians out of the Gaza Strip and that badly needed humanitarian aid into Gaza, Lester.
All right, Josh Letterman with that update. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead, streaming on NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com, and this morning on Today. And, of course, tonight on Nightly News, we'll have a full wrap-up of all of this. For now, I'm Lester Holt in Tel Aviv. Good day.
Along with Philip Mena, I'm Francis Rivera. As early today continues our coverage of the president arriving in Israel. Along with the other news of the day, including devastation and horror in Gaza, with hundreds of people killed in a blast at a hospital in the north of the Strip. Gaza officials say it was an Israeli airstrike, but Israel says it was a Palestinian militant rocket that misfired. Let's go live now to our Raf Sanchez, who is in Ashdod, close to Israel's border with Gaza. And Raf, what's the latest we know about this explosion?
Well, Francis, Israeli and Palestinian officials are blaming each other. The Palestinians say this was an Israeli airstrike, a direct hit on the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City. They say hundreds of people were killed. But the Israelis are saying this appears to be a Palestinian rocket fired from Gaza towards Israel, which misfired and landed in the courtyard of this hospital. Now, the Israelis over the last couple of hours have been providing what they say is evidence of their claim. They have released drone footage from above the hospital site. And one of the things they are saying this drone footage shows is that there is no obvious crater, which is what you would expect if an Israeli heavy bomb dropped from a fighter aircraft had landed on this hospital. There is no visible crater, and there is no obvious signs of damage to neighboring buildings. The Israelis have also released what they say is an intercepted conversation in Arabic between two Hamas officials in Gaza, where one official tells the other that this was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. Now, we should be really clear. NBC News has not been able to independently verify this phone conversation. We are not able to get to this hospital. The Gaza border is sealed with Israel. The border with Egypt is sealed. So we aren't able to get our own boots on the ground right now to verify this. I will say you do not normally associate a death toll on this scale with a Palestinian rocket. These rockets are deadly, they are dangerous, but they do not normally kill hundreds of people. Now, it may be there was some kind of secondary explosion that caused these deaths. Francis?
The ramifications, as we have seen, are unimaginable at this point from the video and the images coming out of there. Raf, thank you.
Let's turn now to weather. Rain moving through the Midwest, making its way to the East Coast. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking those storms for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We roll right through the middle of the work week, and we've got rain working as well through portions of the Midwest. That's where we're going to see you needing the umbrella through the day today. You'll notice as we get into tomorrow, too, we'll see the Great Lakes kind of unsettled as this storm system starts to shift a little farther to the east. So the heavy rain is a possibility, but as we get into especially the end of the week and into the weekend, we're going to see the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic get in on some of this action. Plenty of moisture to tap into, not just for Friday, but Saturday as well. We'll see some storms developing along the cold front, but we'll also see some moisture developing offshore and kind of working its way north here as we get into your Saturday. This is what your Saturday looks like, so more downpours. I know this is not the news that people want to hear for Saturdays across parts of the Northeast, but unfortunately, another washout weekend is on tap. How much rain? It looks like the highest amounts are focused more towards the northern portions of New England, where we will have that concern for some flash flooding through Saturday. So an early heads up on that. It does include places like Caribou, Portland, down through Albany, and Utica as well. So just a heads up for that. We could likely see some flooding with some already saturated grounds with those common weekend rain forecasts that we've seen over the past couple of weeks. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Mid-70s on tap for Billings today. Upper 60s for Omaha to Des Moines with plenty of sunshine. Even more sunshine expected across the southeast. A great day for folks there. Feels comfortable with 74 degrees for the afternoon high in Montgomery, 80 degrees in Orlando, and 83 in San Antonio. And that is a look at your forecast, guys. Back over to you.
All right, Angie, thank you. And we'll be right back.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The divide amidst this war is a deep one, but is there any room for everyday Israeli and Palestinians to find common ground? NBC's Tom Llamas has that story from Jerusalem.
We travel to Jerusalem, to the old city, to ask about the new war. For centuries, Muslims and Jews have lived, traded, and prayed here side by side along these ancient steps. But could they spare a few minutes today to talk to one another?
Would you be open, though, to talking to someone who's Jewish about this?
Yeah, of course.
So we're going to find somebody to talk.
No, I'm not going to talk to anybody now because, because the tensions are very high.
It's too hot right now?
Too hot, way too hot.
What do you think about the bombings in Gaza?
What's the bombing in Gaza? They're getting back what they sent us. Who doesn't feel for a man, for a family that the house was bombed?
Yeah.
Of course we feel for them, but we feel for us first.
Esther Weiss is an Israeli. She owns a jewelry shop in the Jewish quarter. Hani Imam, a Palestinian merchant who has a stand in the Muslim quarter. And though their businesses are a short walk from each other, their views of this war are a world away.
The problem is based on 75 years of occupation. You cannot control people and treat them like caged animals. You treat them like animals because that's why they became animals.
It's not true at all, because the Palestinians want to work and they stand in line to come and work in Israel. They're getting water supply, electricity, gas. They get everything from Israel. They're not in a cage.
You do not go around bombing children and women. That's unacceptable.
So with that logic, the Hamas terrorists were then absolutely wrong as well?
Well, first of all, I won't call Hamas terrorists. I'll call...
The Hamas terrorists that attacked last Saturday.
I would call them militia, whatever you call. You can call them whatever you want. But if there's civilian casualties, I totally disagree with that.
Do you think those men are terrorists?
They're not human beings. I don't know what to call them. Terror is not enough.
And yet, despite the animosity preventing these neighbors from even speaking to each other, if they did, they may actually agree on something.
What would you tell him so he understands your side of it?
He has to open his eyes and see that we are people who want peace.
Eventually there will be peace, but it's going to take some time. It takes two sides to make things work.
Tom Llamas, NBC News, Jerusalem.
Still to come, Britney Spears opening up about her past in a new memoir.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Britney Spears is making headlines after revealing intimate details about her past relationship with Justin Timberlake. An excerpt from her upcoming memoir revealed the singer terminated her pregnancy with Timberlake, stating, quote, "He said we weren't ready to have a baby in our lives. We were way too young." Her upcoming memoir, The Woman in Me, will be released on October 24th.
Sesame Street is back, and there's some new faces on the block. The 54th season of the children's show will feature guests like actress Ariana DeBose and producer and comedian Quinta Brunson. The new season debuts on November 9th on Max.
Early today, we'll be right back.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Some ex-users will have to pay to play. Here's what you need to know early today. The FDA is considering a ban on formaldehyde in hair straightening products. Studies show frequent use of those relaxers could put women at a higher risk of developing uterine cancer.
X, formerly known as Twitter, will test a new subscription model charging new users $1 a year. New Zealand and the Philippines will be the first in the trial. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just me too.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A family's prayers were answered after their daughter, who's a WNBA player, was stranded overseas when the war began in Israel. Tradisha Woodard has the story.
A surprise attack in Israel sparked terror and left hundreds of bodies lying in the streets.
I know while I was there, some of my teammates, saw some of their friends deceased on the news.
Maya Caldwell, a WNBA player with the Indiana Fever, was one of many who were there when the war started.
My apartment was only like 30 minutes away from what was going on around the Gaza Strip. Sirens were going off and everyone was telling me to get to safety.
Caldwell says she went 45 minutes away to one of her teammates' homes to get to safety and spent another 5 days looking for a way back home.
This laid a little heavy on my mind when you think about, your child being overseas in a different country, and there's nothing you can do about that situation. Now, and that takes you to your knees a whole lot quicker.
They say one flight after another canceled, along with concerns about taking the skies.
I was a little nervous about flying. Once I heard that there were rockets taking off, I was just like, do I want to look out the window or not?
They say though tensions were high, faith was stronger, reassuring them everything would work out.
Her faith is strong, my faith is strong, so I prayed. And I knew that God would bring her back. I had no doubt.
The Caldwells say while they're thankful for Maya's safe return, their hearts are still with those who are fighting and hurting.
We just got to keep in mind other Americans and other people that are still there.
There's people there that I know and care about that are going through it, and they can't leave because that's their home.
Our thanks to Tradisha Woodard for that report, and that's the key right there. Obviously, they're grateful after feeling helpless and not able to get out she was able to get out, and being mindful enough to know there's so many that want out of harm's way and just can't right now.
So we are all thinking about those still there, especially those who are suffering. There's still much more ahead this morning. Here's Dylan Dreyer with a look at what's coming up on the third hour of Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, the classrooms that are going to the dogs for good reason, plus award-winning gear for the kitchen, and in our Style File, Halloween clothes you can actually wear again. All this morning on the third hour of Today.
I like that. The recycling, the
Yeah.
repurposing, the reusing, because I have 2 entire bins in my basement of all of our past Halloween costumes that I'm hoping to recycle, wear again. No, they're just sitting there.
I have like 2 go-to costumes, and that's it. So I am a big believer in recycling come Halloween time. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you back here tomorrow morning.
President Biden is en route to Israel, set to land very soon. While we wait for the commander-in-chief to be wheels down, we have more details from Washington.
The trip comes amid another possible escalation on the battlefield. Hundreds die in a huge blast at a Gaza hospital. Hamas and Israel are blaming each other for the bloodbath. We have a live report close to the Gaza border.
And our Tom Yamas reports from Jerusalem, where he walks the streets of the old city, trying to find common ground between the Jews and the Arabs who share this holy land.
The United Auto Workers strike is starting to hurt manufacturers and repair shops who are now having trouble finding parts. This is another entirely different group of workers. Walk off the job, Detroit casino employees.
And we have the latest in pop culture and entertainment, including a very personal revelation from Britney Spears. It's Wednesday, October 18th. Early Today starts right now.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. President Biden has arrived in Israel for historic meetings in Tel Aviv. All right, we have
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
And good day from Tel Aviv, where President Biden has just sat down at an airport here and has made his way off the aircraft. He's here to show us solidarity with Israel following the terror attacks of almost 2 weeks ago now. To show that support, he'll be meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is greeting him here at the steps of the aircraft right now. But they will have a private meeting. That's the first order of business. To say that the ground has shifted beneath the president in the hours during his long flight from Washington would be an understatement. Obviously, much attention on the explosion at a hospital in Gaza. That has certainly overshadowed things here. Israel, Hamas trading blame over that explosion, which apparently has killed hundreds of people. And there you see the president and the prime minister now working their way through the crowd. Let's go to NBC's Peter Alexander, our White House correspondent right now, for more on this trip and what they hope to accomplish. Peter?
Lester, there was a hug, an embrace between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu just as soon as President Biden exited Air Force One. Wasn't just meaningful as it demonstrates the relationship between the two, but really symbolic as it represents the relationship between the United States and Israel right now. The two men, as you see, here is that embrace that took place just a short time ago. The two men are going to meet in a one-on-one fashion alongside their teams before gathering with the Israeli Prime Minister's war cabinet, a rare opportunity for the president to see close up exactly what is happening behind the scenes right now in preparation for a likely invasion of some kind by the Israelis. After that, the president, we were told by White House officials, will be visiting with some of the Israeli first responders, those who were first down on the scenes where so many Israelis were killed. The death toll now more than 1,400. The president then is expected to meet with some of the families of those still missing, unaccounted for, and those who have already lost their lives. Later, he will deliver remarks. This is going to be a quick trip for the president, but The volatility on the ground really reflects the volatility of this trip as well. The president, Lester, as we have been watching, was expected to go, had announced that he would be going to Jordan, where he would be meeting with the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, with the Egyptian President El-Sisi, as well as with the Jordanian king. But even before Air Force One was able to take off from the tarmac here in Washington, D.C., that trip was called off, I'm told, by officials with the Jordanian embassy. That was later confirmed by the White House. It was a mutual decision that all sides agreed. In the simple words of a Jordanian official with whom I spoke, they said, under the current circumstances, the summit would not achieve what it set out to. So the president certainly facing real headwinds. And those headwinds, Lester, as you communicated, come as we saw this awful strike where either an Israeli bomb or a misfired rocket by a separate terrorist group in the Palestinian land of Gaza struck this hospital, killing more than 500. There have been competing statements from both sides. The Palestinians insist this was an Israeli strike that targeted a hospital, killing more than 500. The Israelis dispute that right now. The president, to this point, has largely steered clear of weighing in, saying that he was outraged and deeply saddened. He did say overnight that the U.S. stands unequivocally for the protection of civilian life during the conflict, and we mourn the patients, medical staff, and other innocents killed and wounded in this tragedy. But that's just one more piece of evidence of how there are enormous both political and security risks, Lester, for the president during what we expect will be a trip that lasts only a matter of hours.
Yeah, you mentioned security risks, Peter. We should note this is a very active war zone. A beautiful day here in Tel Aviv, but we're mindful that several times a day the sirens sound here. We're shuttled off to shelters, and generally we hear the impact of successful intercepts of the Iron Dome, but still a dangerous environment the president is visiting. Let's go to Josh Letterman. He's also on the ground with us here in Tel Aviv. Josh, could this visit change the direction of the war?
It certainly could, Lester. This trip is shaping up to be not only one of the most extraordinary foreign policy tests of President Biden's presidency, but also a key inflection moment in this crisis, with protests now erupting all around the Arab world. Overnight, we saw massive demonstrations from Jordan to Lebanon, where the U.S. Embassy has now said that family members of U.S. diplomats there, they can now go back to the United States. That is how concerned the U.S. is right now about the level of anger and frustration being directed from the Arab street toward Israel in the aftermath of this explosion at that hospital in the Gaza Strip. Now, overnight, Israel's military continuing to try to push back on the perception and the accusation that it was behind that explosion through an airstrike. The Israeli military saying that it had conducted an extensive post-explosion analysis and determined that not only had Israel's military not been involved in any strikes at that time, but that their radar data showed a barrage of rockets being launched around the time of that explosion from a cemetery near the hospital. Israel's military asserting that it had collected intelligence that showed that in the aftermath of that explosion at the hospital, Hamas operatives had realized what had happened here, that it had been actually an Islamic Jihad rocket that had hit that hospital, and immediately went into cleanup mode, trying to convince the world that this, in fact, had been Israel. The Israeli government saying they will continue to release more evidence to back up that version of events, as President Biden says that he has directed his national security team to also continue collecting evidence that could get to the bottom of exactly what happened here. But Hamas, Islamic Jihad, other Palestinian groups, they are not buying that Israeli version of events. They continue to say that this was an Israeli airstrike that hit that hospital, causing such significant bloodshed. And so far, Arab nations in the region seem to be siding with that Palestinian version of events, Lester. We heard from the Jordanians and the Egyptians, the two governments that first made peace with Israel and were expected to attend that summit, now canceled in Jordan today. Both of those nations are accusing Israel of being behind this strike, as are other U.S. regional allies such as Turkey. It will be an urgent mission from President Biden Biden today to try to get everybody to take a step back, a deep breath, try to get to the bottom of what happened here and see if they can prevent this latest incident from derailing efforts both to get civilians out of the Gaza Strip and that badly needed humanitarian aid into Gaza, Lester.
All right, Josh Letterman with that update. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead, streaming on NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and this morning on Today, and of course tonight on Nightly News, we'll have a full wrap-up of all of this. For now, I'm Lester Holt in Tel Aviv. Good day.
Along with Philip Mena, I'm Francis Rivera. As early today continues our coverage of the president arriving in Israel, along with the other news of the day, including devastation and horror in Gaza, with hundreds of people killed in a blast at a hospital in the north of the Strip. Gaza officials say it was an Israeli airstrike, but Israel says it was a Palestinian military rocket that misfired. Let's go live now to our Raf Sanchez, who is in Ashdod, close to Israel's border with Gaza. And Raf, what's the latest we know about this explosion?
Well, Francis, Israeli and Palestinian officials are blaming each other. The Palestinians say this was an Israeli airstrike, a direct hit on the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City. They say hundreds of people were killed. But the Israelis are saying this appears to be a Palestinian rocket fired from Gaza towards Israel, which misfired and landed in the courtyard of this hospital. Now, the Israelis over the last couple of hours have been providing what they say is evidence of their claim. They have released drone footage from above the hospital site, and one of the things they are saying this drone footage shows is that there is no obvious crater, which is what you would expect if an Israeli heavy bomb dropped from a fighter aircraft had landed on this hospital. There is no visible crater, and there is no obvious signs of damage to neighboring buildings. The Israelis have also released what they say is an intercepted conversation in Arabic between two Hamas officials in Gaza, where one official tells the other that this was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. Now, we should be really clear. NBC News has not been able to independently verify this phone conversation. We are not able to get to this hospital. The Gaza border is sealed with Israel. The border with Egypt is sealed. So we aren't able to get our own boots on the ground right now to verify this. I will say you do not normally associate a death toll on this scale with a Palestinian rocket. These rockets are deadly, they are dangerous, but they do not normally kill hundreds of people. Now, it may be there was some kind of secondary explosion that caused these deaths. Francis?
The ramifications, as we have seen, are unimaginable at this point from the video and the images coming out of there. Raf, thank you.
Let's turn now to weather. Rain moving through the Midwest, making its way to the East Coast. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking those storms for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We roll right through the middle of the work week, and we've got rain working as well through portions of the Midwest. That's where we're going to see you needing the umbrella through the day today. You'll notice as we get into tomorrow, too, we'll see the Great Lakes kind of unsettled as this storm system starts to shift a little farther to the east. So the heavy rain is a possibility, but as we get into especially the end of the week and into the weekend, we're going to see the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic get in on some of this action. Plenty of moisture to tap into, not just for Friday, but Saturday as well. We'll see some storms developing along the cold front, but we'll also see some moisture developing offshore and kind of working its way north here as we get into your Saturday. This is what your Saturday looks like. So more downpours. I know this is not the news that people want to hear for Saturdays across parts of the Northeast, but unfortunately, another washout weekend is on tap. How much rain? It looks like the highest amounts are focused more towards the northern portions of New England, where we will have that concern for some flash flooding through Saturday. So an early heads up on that. It does include places like Caribou, Portland, down through Albany, and Utica as well. So just a heads up for that. We could likely see some flooding with some already saturated grounds with those common weekend rain forecasts that we've seen over the past couple of weeks. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Mid-70s on tap for Billings today. Upper 60s for Omaha to Des Moines with plenty of sunshine. Even more sunshine expected across the southeast. A great day for folks there. Feels comfortable with 74 degrees for the afternoon high in Montgomery, 80 degrees in Orlando, and 83 in San Antonio. And that is a look at your forecast, guys. Back over to you.
All right, Angie, thank you. And we'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The divide amidst this war is a deep one, but is there any room for everyday Israeli and Palestinians to find common ground? NBC's Tom Yamas has that story from Jerusalem.
We travel to Jerusalem, to the old city, to ask about the new war. For centuries, Muslims and Jews have lived, traded, and prayed here side by side along these ancient steps. But could they spare a few minutes today to talk to one another?
Would you be open, though, to talking to someone who's Jewish about this?
Yeah, of course.
So we're going to find somebody to talk.
No, I'm not going to talk to anybody now because, because the tensions are very high.
It's too hot right now?
Too hot, way too hot.
What do you think about the bombings in Gaza?
What's the bombing in Gaza? They're getting back what they sent us. Who doesn't feel for a man, for a family that the house was bombed?
Yeah.
Of course we feel for them, but we feel for us first.
Esther Weiss is an Israeli. She owns a jewelry shop in the Jewish quarter. Hani Imam, a Palestinian merchant who has a stand in the Muslim quarter. And though their businesses are a short walk from each other, their views of this war are a world away.
The problem is based on 75 years of occupation. You cannot control people and treat them like caged animals. You treat them like animals because that's why they became animals.
It's not true at all, because the Palestinians want to work and they stand in line to come and work in Israel. They're getting water supply, electricity, gas. They get everything from Israel. They're not in a cage.
You do not go around bombing children and women. That's unacceptable.
So with that logic, the Hamas terrorists were then absolutely wrong as well?
Well, first of all, I won't call Hamas terrorists. I'll call...
The Hamas terrorists that attacked last Saturday.
I would call them militia, whatever you call. You can call them whatever you want. But if there's civilian casualties, I totally disagree with that.
Do you think those men are terrorists?
They're not human beings. I don't know what to call them. Terror is not enough.
And yet, despite the animosity preventing these neighbors from even speaking to each other, if they did, they may actually agree on something.
What would you tell him so he understands your side of it?
He has to open his eyes and see that we are people who want peace.
Eventually there will be peace, but it's going to take some time. It takes two sides to make things work.
Tom Yamas, NBC News, Jerusalem.
Still to come, Britney Spears opening up about her past in a new memoir.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Britney Spears is making headlines after revealing intimate details about her past relationship with Justin Timberlake. An excerpt from her upcoming memoir revealed the singer terminated her pregnancy with Timberlake, stating, quote, "He said we weren't ready to have a baby in our lives. We were way too young." Her upcoming memoir, The Woman in Me, will be released on October 24th.
Sesame Street is back, and there's some new faces on the block. The 54th season of the children's show will feature guests like actress Ariana DeBose and producer and comedian Quinta Brunson. The new season debuts on November 9th on Max.
Early today, we'll be right back.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Some ex-users will have to pay to play. Here's what you need to know early today. The FDA is considering a ban on formaldehyde in hair straightening products. Studies show frequent use of those relaxers could put women at a higher risk of developing uterine cancer.
X, formerly known as Twitter, will test a new subscription model charging new users $1 a year. New Zealand and the Philippines will be the first in the trial. We'll be right back.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A family's prayers were answered after their daughter, who's a WNBA player, was stranded overseas when the war began in Israel. Tradisha Woodard has the story.
A surprise attack in Israel sparked terror and left hundreds of bodies lying in the streets.
I know while I was there, some of my teammates, saw some of their friends deceased on the news.
Maya Caldwell, a WNBA player with the Indiana Fever, was one of many who were there when the war started.
My apartment was only like 30 minutes away from what was going on around the Gaza Strip. Sirens were going off and everyone was telling me to get to safety.
Caldwell says she went 45 minutes away to one of her teammates' homes to get to safety and spent another 5 days looking for a way back home.
This laid a little heavy on my mind when you think about, your child being overseas in a different country, and there's nothing you can do about that situation. Now, and that takes you to your knees a whole lot quicker.
They say one flight after another canceled, along with concerns about taking the skies.
I was a little nervous about flying. Once I heard that there were rockets taking off, I was just like, do I want to look out the window or not?
They say though tensions were high, faith was stronger, reassuring them everything would work out.
Her faith is strong, my faith is strong, so I prayed. And I knew that God would bring her back. I had no doubt.
The Caldwells say while they're thankful for Maya's safe return, their hearts are still with those who are fighting and hurting.
We just got to keep in mind other Americans and other people that are still there.
There's people there that I know and care about that are going through it, and they can't leave because that's their home.
Our thanks to Tradisha Woodard for that report, and that's the key right there. Obviously, they're grateful after feeling helpless and not able to get out. She was able to get out, and being mindful enough to know there's so many that want out of harm's way and just can't right now.
So we are all thinking about those still there, especially those who are suffering. There's still much more ahead this morning. Here's Dylan Dreyer with a look at what's coming up on the third hour of Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, the classrooms that are going to the dogs for good reason. Plus, award-winning gear for the kitchen. And in our Style File, Halloween clothes you can actually wear again. All this morning on the third hour of Today.
I like that. The recycling, the repurposing, the reusing, because I have 2 entire bins in my basement of all of our past Halloween costumes that I'm hoping to recycle, wear again. No, they're just sitting there.
I have like 2 go-to costumes, and that's it. So I am a big believer in recycling come Halloween time. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you back here tomorrow morning.
Breaking right now on Morning News Now, President Biden in Israel, touching down early this morning, holding meetings with Israeli leaders as a show of support and pushing for a humanitarian corridor to open to desperate civilians in Gaza.
The fact is that Israel, as they respond to these attacks, seems to me that they have to continue to ensure that you have what you need to defend yourselves. And we have to also bear in mind that Hamas does not represent all the Palestinian people, and has brought them only suffering.
But the visit comes just one day after hundreds of people were killed in a catastrophic explosion at a hospital in Gaza. Images of the aftermath of the blast inflaming already high tensions in the region, with Hamas militants and the Israeli military blaming each other. In a statement, President Biden said he was, quote, outraged and deeply saddened by the explosion and directed his national security team to figure out what exactly happened. Meanwhile, a senior Hamas official tells NBC News that the group is willing to release some hostages held captive on the condition that Israel stops bombing Gaza.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
We have full team coverage of the latest out of the Middle East. We begin with the president's high-stakes visit. Joining us, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba to kick us off this hour. Monica, let's start with you. It's been just a few hours since President Biden touched down in Tel Aviv. He's already met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So tell us about the president's day so far and what's to come as he sees the devastation firsthand.
Well, this trip, Joe and Savannah, was all about showing solidarity with Israel and literally embracing the country after this tragedy. And we saw the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu physically hug once he arrived on that tarmac. And just now, in some remarks, the president continued to say that he wanted to show this message that the United States will continue to stand with Israel today, tomorrow, and always. But there is such a volatile backdrop to all of this and what the president is landing in. The fact that as he was heading to the airport to head to Tel Aviv, the Jordan portion of the trip was canceled because of the aftermath and the information that we're still working on to learn more about with that hospital explosion in Gaza, something that President Biden has expressed his deepest condolences to, given that loss of life that appears there. But now there are these major questions about who may have been responsible. The president, though, wanting to put the focus on why he made this trip now and why he feels, again, that the U.S. needs to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. Listen.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I wanted the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands. The fact is that Israel, as they respond to these attacks, It seems to me that have to continue to ensure that you have what you need to defend yourselves. And we're going to make sure that occurs. And we have to also bear in mind that Hamas does not represent all the Palestinian people.
And the president is also meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and his war cabinet to talk about what happens from here. And then later on in the day, we understand he will be meeting with some family members who lost loved ones in the terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7th. And he may also be meeting with some first responders as well while they're in Tel Aviv. Joe.
Monica, stay with us. Let me bring Raf in now. So the other big story this morning, of course, this finger pointing from both sides regarding that Gaza hospital explosion that has killed hundreds. We've also now seen protests erupt across the Middle East in response to that, including in Jordan. That is where President Biden was supposed to go for a summit with other leaders in the region before that part of the trip was canceled. What is the latest about this blast, and what type of evidence do we have about who is responsible?
Well, Savannah, it's been more than 12 hours now since that explosion, but the fog of war still hangs very heavily over the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City. Here's what we know. In the last couple of hours, the Israeli military has released evidence of what it says is proof that this was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket which misfired. They're pointing to two things. One, drone footage over the hospital, which they say shows that there is no crater outside the hospital. You would expect if this was an Israeli airstrike with a heavy ordnance that there would be some kind of crater. Two, they have released what they are saying is an intercepted conversation between two Hamas officials where these officials seem to acknowledge that this was a misfired Palestinian rocket that caused the explosion. We should be really clear. NBC News is not able to verify either of these Israeli claims. We are not able to get to the hospital ourselves. The Israel-Gaza border is sealed. The Egypt-Gaza border is sealed, so we are not able to verify this ourselves. The Palestinians are adamant that this was an Israeli airstrike. They are saying that hundreds of people were killed. It is worth saying Hamas and Islamic Jihad do not acknowledge that their rockets do fall in Gaza, which does happen. But it is also worth saying that this is a much, much larger death toll than what we would normally associate with Palestinian rockets, which are deadly, which are dangerous, but they do not normally kill hundreds of people.
Guys, so Monica, another question is the president expected to submit a $100 billion supplemental funding request to Congress in the coming days that would help Israel. That's according to two people familiar with the matter. What should we expect to be included in that funding, and how likely is it to get through, especially with a speakerless House?
Yeah, it's not, is the short answer to that. There's a paralysis on Capitol Hill right now in the House of Representatives that without it, they won't be able to advance much more than what they can do, which is essentially draft this supplemental request where the Biden administration is preparing to ask for something in the ballpark of $100 billion to address several things, including emergency aid for Israel, including continued funding for the war in Ukraine, now, of course, stretching on into its second year, and then also addressing some other domestic priorities, things like U.S. border security. And the question here now becomes, is there enough bipartisan support for something like this? We know that there have been differing views on several pieces of it. There's also a push to include some money for Taiwan. So that is why it is such a large number. But I am also told by somebody involved in this that it's not finalized yet because the contours could change, and that could also be shifted because of the president's time on the ground in Israel, depending on what more they are asking for. But we should expect to see at least what this supplemental request looks like sometime at the end of this week when the president does return from his travels. And then there's an expectation on Capitol Hill that they could move on that in the coming weeks. Remember, we're now up against that deadline for a potential government shutdown, which is tied to all of these spending priorities. Joe and Savannah.
Monica and Raf, thank you both. Appreciate it.
We are now joined by Dan Arbel. He's a senior fellow at the Center for Middle East Policy at the Brookings Institute in Washington. Dan, thank you very much for joining us this morning. So President Biden met earlier, as we've mentioned, as we've showed these pictures, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu soon after landing in Tel Aviv. Obviously, with the backdrop of so much happening and outrage also unfolding this morning. Explain to us the importance of his trip there and what you think his message should be while on the ground in these meetings.
Yeah, it's a historic visit of a president in Israel during time of war. It's the first time that this is happening. So in terms of showing solidarity with Israeli people and the Israeli government, this is something unprecedented. And so Israelis are just ecstatic and enthusiastic about it and are very much appreciating this. Obviously, it gives Israel, sends the message that the U.S. stands by Israel, is not tying Israel's hands with whatever Israel wants to do. At the same time, providing every military item that Israel will need for this offensive that it's planning to do right after probably the president leaves, sort of a continuation of the operation, but on the ground this time.
So diplomatically speaking, how does this Gaza hospital blast impact President Biden's trip?
Well, it's a diplomatic blunder, of course, because he got on the plane, as your correspondent has mentioned, and this happened while he was there, while he was on Air Force One, leading to the cancellation of a very important summit for Biden that was scheduled in Amman, Jordan, with the King of Jordan, with Egyptian President Sisi, and with the Palestinian Authority's president. So the fact that there is no follow-up to his Israel visit complicates things for the Biden and his administration, as they're trying to show, first of all, that while they stand with Israel, they are looking for a resolution of this conflict, and they do support a humanitarian effort to create a humanitarian corridor and to help many distressed and Palestinians that are innocent Palestinians that are suffering as a result of this conflict.
Dan, as we know, the Jordan portion of the president's trip that was going to include meeting with Palestinian leadership was canceled following this explosion. How important will it be at some point for President Biden to meet also with Palestinian leaders?
It will be extremely important. Look, Anthony Blinken, when he was there last week, met with Mahmoud Abbas, the leader of the Palestinian Authority president, and it will be important for Biden to do so. Palestinians need reassuring. And Biden's message was very clear. Hamas does not represent all Palestinians. And there are many Palestinians there who are out there who want peace, who want coexistence, who do not support this terrorist nature of Hamas. And therefore, I think Biden needs to address them. I believe that he will do so when the time is right. Obviously, after the explosion in the hospital, it created complications. So it's pushing it down the road, but it will happen eventually, I believe.
All right, Dan Arbel, thank you very much for joining us this morning and giving us your expertise.
More now on that deadly hospital explosion in Gaza. Health officials there say several hundred people were killed, hundreds more were injured. Officials in Gaza and Israel, as we've been reporting, are blaming each other for the blast. Gaza journalist Akram al-Sadri is at a different hospital in Gaza and has this report.
Palestinians at large are outraged by the latest incident of targeting the Baptist hospital in the Gaza Strip. The number of people killed, the magnitude, the nature of the place that was targeted, including the fact that this is a place of a spiritual, religious value and also of a service value, because it provides service to a large number of Palestinians, and also it was a shelter for thousands of Palestinian IDPs, refugees who are seeking safety in that place. That shook the consciences of the Palestinians, that made them feel that insecurity is prevailing and that there is no safe haven. They were sure that there was no safe haven in Gaza for the past few days, but this is another evidence that there is no safe haven in the Gaza Strip. Israel from one side and Hamas and the Palestinian faction from the other side were exchanging accusations about that. There's no formal statement made by the Palestinian resistance on that particular issue, but the matter of fact that a rocket, according to the expert, a rocket that hit and killed 900 people cannot be a Palestinian rocket. This is the argument that we hear and from the Palestinian side. The magnitude, the explosive, the impact, the number of people killed are all indicating that, according to the expert, that Israeli occupation is the one party responsible for that situation. The community, the medical community in Gaza, the people in Gaza, people are also feeling a deepening feel of insecurity now, accompanied by the anger resulting from that incident, and also fear from whatever is coming. They see that as one more step towards pushing Palestinians more toward the south, towards Egypt, for the forced displacement program that they see in place. The medical community has already been struggling now with the loss of one hospital that became out of the service, which is the Baptist Hospital. There is an increased burden on the existing hospitals that were announced to be falling apart, that were announced to be collapsing under the heavy burden resulting from the influx of injured people, and also they don't have places to save the bodies. In the Baptist Hospital, there was a conference that was organized by doctors and by paramedics, and around them and in front of them there were hundreds of bodies of people who were killed, and they do not know where to store them. So catastrophic situation that is getting even more catastrophic, and people of Gaza are overwhelmed and saddened.
All right, Akram al-Sadri, thank you so much and continue to stay safe. Let's bring in NBC News military analyst, Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. Thank you for joining us. So we do want to talk more about the hospital blast in Gaza, which killed hundreds. Israel has denied responsibility, blamed Palestinian militants, but Israel doesn't have anyone actually on the ground in Gaza to investigate this. So my question is, how is something like this investigated? Will the U.S. know definitively who's responsible?
Well, what you have to do is something called a crater analysis. And in that crater analysis, you're looking to determine how wide the crater is, how deep it is, which way the projectile came from, and you hope to find residue from that particular bomb. In this case here, the Israelis do not have anyone on the ground, so they have to rely on the video feed in order to determine the things that I just talked about. That's going to take some time. They have come out with some video feed. That video feed is blurry. And so we'll see what comes through their investigation through the video feed. After they conduct that investigation, of course, they'll have to brief their military leaders and their political leaders. And I expect a statement will come out here in short order here on the findings of that investigation.
So knowing that northern Gaza, as we're seeing with this, is not completely void of Palestinian civilians or many people who are unable to leave hospitals, who need that military treatment or are even sheltering in those places, and seeing just how devastating military activity can still be in that area even after that evacuation order, how much does that complicate a potential ground invasion? I mean, both from a tactical perspective, but also as we see the reaction and the outrage to something like this spread?
Yes, so there's two pieces to your question. First of all, whenever you fight an urban battle, unfortunately, these combatants will be impacted by this. And so sadly, we're dealing with a situation here where we have the people involved in this conflict. And that's when you have people involved, you're going to have casualties. And so you're seeing the aftermath of what is to come when a ground war starts. It's just going to spiral out of control if we don't get the people migrated down south in this conflict.
All right. Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Let's bring in Hagar Shamali. She is the host of Oh My World on YouTube and the former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Hagar, as always, it's great to have you with us. So if we could just, of course, start on this big news this morning, your assessment of this massive explosion at the Gaza hospital that killed hundreds of people, as well as what's sort of coming out in terms of the finger pointing and what is being claimed as evidence for who has done this. What do you make of this?
You know, when this originally happened, my first thought was that it's hard to lie about something like this, actually, because ultimately this information is knowable. It's provable. It's not something that one person can lie about and then hide the evidence. And, you know, it's hard. When you're dealing with situations of war, mistakes often happen. You've seen it in Ukraine as well, by the way. So it's not implausible that a rocket was fired by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That is a terrorist organization. I wouldn't believe a lot of what they say, by the way. But that one was fired by them and then fell mistakenly. We've seen that happen in many other wars. And the thing is, I think if anything, if this highlights anything, it's that it's the catastrophe that is war. It's how ugly it is, how the tragedy of it is that the majority of people who die are innocent civilians. But the fact is that when I saw it, My view was that I didn't see why Israel would lie about it, because it's knowable information that the U.S. will do its own independent assessment of. And when I saw President Biden come out and say that it appears to have been the case, that it wasn't Israel, I'm inclined to believe him.
Hagar, we're also reporting this morning a senior Hamas official telling NBC News the group is willing to release some hostages held captive on the condition Israel stops bombing Gaza. How realistic is that? In your mind, where do things stand with the hostages right now? How could that situation possibly come to an end?
Well, it's not surprising that they're gonna try and offer that exchange, because that's why they take hostages in general, right? These are their bargaining chips, and for that reason, by the way, they're going to try and keep them alive. But it's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult because they're basically telling Israel, okay, you stop bombing us, and we'll give you folks in exchange, hostages in exchange. But by the way, we're going to keep lobbing rockets at you. And while the Iron Dome is quite successful at intercepting rockets, it has an 85 to 90% success rate. Some rockets are going through, and so it puts Israel as well in a difficult position. Now, we also knew that it would be that hostages complicate things. I don't expect Israel to stop its strikes in exchange for hostages. At the same time, I don't know how successful a ground assault will be in retrieving hostages. It is a very, very dangerous game. I would view negotiations as a more likely outcome.
Hagar, we've also now seen U.S. authorities issue a do not travel alert to Lebanon amid ongoing cross-border tensions with Israel there. We've seen towns along that northern Israeli border evacuated as this unfolds. How concerned are you about this conflict spreading to Lebanon or getting other countries in the region involved?
Yes, I'm actually very surprised. It's actually only about 5 days ago that I told my own family in Lebanon that they should get out. And that the reason that they should get out, by the way, is not because I thought that war would hit where they are, but because things in Lebanon can turn upside down in 24 hours. It did when the last war between Israel and Lebanon happened in 2006. It was 24 hours before all mayhem broke out. And then the problem is the airports close, everything shuts down, and then people can't get out. And then the U.S. government has to, they have to coordinate massive evacuations because there are so many U.S. citizens there. So I've told my own family already. Numerous airline companies have canceled flights, and so I would agree with that. Not because I think war would spread, but I expect clashes, additional clashes in the south, and then for things to shut down.
All right, Hagar Shmali, thank you as always for joining us.
Coming up, new legal trouble for Alec Baldwin.
Why the actor could soon be charged again in connection to that fatal movie set shooting.
But first, another setback for Republicans after Congressman Jim Jordan failed to secure enough support to become Speaker of the House. So what happens now? We're going to dig in next.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Back now with the latest on the fight for the House speakership.
That's right. Later this morning, the House of Representatives will hold another vote after Congressman Jim Jordan failed to get the 217 votes he needed to secure the role yesterday.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. So, Julie, Jim Jordan failed to get the 217 votes needed yesterday to secure the speakership. I feel like this is turning into a reality show. So, another vote scheduled today, but there really is no sign he has the votes, right?
Yeah, no, if anything, overnight it might have gotten worse for Jim Jordan. And you're right, this is literally like Groundhog Day over and over again. This time last week, remember, we were talking about a completely different candidate for speaker. Right. Yesterday, Jim Jordan lost about 20 votes on that first ballot. They were going to take another vote later in the day, but Jim Jordan wanted to buy himself some more time to try to pressure some of those holdouts to come around and support him today. The problem is, though, while he might have been able to pick off 1 or 2 more votes, he could have lost more, as some of those moderates even who voted for Jordan yesterday decided, wait a minute, maybe I'll vote against him now that it doesn't look like he has the votes to get the gavel anyway.
Julie, what are the objections that some Republicans have over voting for Representative Jordan? What are you hearing?
Well, there's a couple of them, and they're mostly stemming from those moderate those vulnerable Republicans, especially those in districts that were won by President Biden in 2020. They say Jim Jordan, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the person who's pursuing the impeachment inquiry against President Biden, who's investigating his son Hunter, who sort of cemented his career in Congress as a flamethrower, who tried to get in the side of leadership for more than a decade. Now they see him as somebody who's jockeying for power. But there are a couple of factors here, right? On one hand, he's too conservative, too far right. On the other, he was leading an all-out pressure campaign, including from some members of the hard-right media, to try and get some of these moderate members to vote for him. Here's one of those moderates, Carlos Jimenez of Florida. Take a listen to what he said.
I'm not supporting Jim Jordan. I'm supporting Kevin McCarthy. I think Kevin McCarthy was the choice of the conference. 96% of us voted to maintain him as speaker. So, you know, for me, I don't know why we're settling. We should go back to what we had.
So you heard from him. He wants McCarthy to get the speakership. Of course, McCarthy himself has said many times it's going to be Jim Jordan. But Jimenez has also said that he doesn't like the tactics Jordan has used to try and get some of that pressure going on moderates. He said that a real leader has followers and doesn't pressure followers to follow suit, essentially.
Julie, let's talk about the impact this is having on Congress's ability to get things done. At the top of the hour, we talked about the fact President Biden plans to ask for about $100 billion in aid for Israel, but that can't happen. Nothing can really happen without a speaker, right?
No, absolutely nothing. I mean, they can't even hold a moment of silence on the floor, let alone pass a package the size of this one. And this is really important. It doesn't only include aid for Israel. It also includes aid for Ukraine, aid for Taiwan, and some funding for the border, which certainly Republicans as well as Democrats really want to see go through. The thing is, that request is expected to come by the end of this week when President Biden gets back from Tel Aviv. By the end of this week is only a couple of days away. We're already on Wednesday. It doesn't look likely that there will be a Speaker of the House. There are some alternative options that some Republicans are thinking about now, because it doesn't look like it'll be Jordan. And then if not Jordan, who?
All right, Julie Sirkin. We'll be talking more about this.
So much to keep talking about.
For how long? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, you better keep your umbrellas handy for the rest of the week, because rain is expected for a lot of the country.
Yeah, that's because it's going to be a weekend, and therefore weekend equals rain. Angie Lassman is here with the forecast. Angie.
Listen, I don't make the rules, guys. I'm just telling you what I know. And what I know is actually today across parts of the Northeast and most of the East, really, it's going to be a nice day. But you're right. The umbrellas are going to be needed for that area here as we head into tomorrow and, unfortunately, the weekend. Today, though, across parts of the Midwest and the Great Lakes, you're going to want to have the umbrella for sure. We'll see some sunshine elsewhere across the country, but This is the storm system that we're going to watch to impact the Great Lakes, the Midwest over the short term, and then eventually the Northeast over the long term. Here's what we're dealing with right now. Some of these rain showers working through portions of the upper Midwest and working their way a little closer to the Great Lakes. That's where we'll find this system as we get into tomorrow. So preparing for your Thursday across places like Michigan and Detroit, Cincinnati, Chicago, you're all going to have to deal with some of these showers working through ahead and along this front. This will even stretch as far south as the Tennessee Valley. So we're going to see some rain across that region here in the short term. We move into Friday, rounding out the work week, and there's the rain working its way into portions of the Northeast, New England, stretching down to the Mid-Atlantic. We'll see most of that rain kind of spreading its way east as the system works its way east as well. Now, when we're looking ahead to the weekend, unfortunately, guys, it does look like the I-95 weekend jinx continues. We're coining that term because it just feels, you know, unfair at some times when we look at the forecast each weekend in places like New York. 8 of the last 10 weekends have been rainy. 8 of the last 10 weekends in Boston and Philadelphia, too. Not quite as many in Washington, D.C., but still, we're going to have another one to add to the tally. We've got that storm system that will work up the I-95 corridor and leave us with some cloudy and even rainy conditions. I say cloudy because at points you'll get some dry spots, but it's not going to be nice by any means. That goes for Sunday, too. We'll see some showers lingering, especially in northern New England. And behind that, even if it's not raining, it's going to be quite windy. So that'll be something that we'll have to watch for Sunday. When we're talking about the highest rainfall totals, it looks like northern New England will have maybe 3/4 of an inch. About another 1/2 inch is expected for New York. As we get through the weekend, Philadelphia will pick up about 1/4 of an inch. But guys, I'm sorry.
We don't blame you.
You are going to hate me for saying this, but I have somehow missed all of those weekends.
Oh.
So I'm kind of like, get out of here. Rain. I'll stay in and watch a movie. I don't know. I guess
send it all
travel.
to her.
Yeah.
All
just all over Savannah's house.
Exactly. All right.
Thanks, Angie.
New footage released by the Pentagon shows a series of what the Pentagon is calling risky encounters with Chinese aircraft over the last 2 years.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has the latest on that and other world headlines. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning. We begin with declassified video out of the Pentagon that shows 180 intercepts of U.S. warplanes by Chinese aircraft in the Indo-Pacific region in the last 2 years alone. That's more than the total for the previous decade. The Pentagon says it's a trend that is, quote, coercive and risky. The images and videos were released ahead of a Pentagon report on China's military power. Foxconn, the electronics giant based in Taiwan that probably made your iPhone, is teaming up with NVIDIA to build AI factories. What's an AI factory? Well, it's kind of like a data center that manufactures intelligence. So stuff like self-driving cars can be even smarter. Now, Foxconn says that it wants to do with chips and software what it did with hardware like computers and smartphones. And finally, The Matrix is getting reimagined in a very big way as a live show, a dance show at that, in Manchester, England. For the uninitiated, The Matrix was a movie released in 1999 starring Keanu Reeves as a hacker who was told that AI had conquered humanity. Some of the action scenes that the movie became famous for have inspired the dance scenes in the live show. So red pill or blue pill, you choose. It's on stage until early November.
So just a bunch of people doing
Yeah, it seems very difficult to perform live anything similar to the movie. Interesting.
Thanks, Janice. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, over 1,000 people have been arrested in the aftermath of the January 6th Capitol insurrection.
And this morning, we are getting new insight into how the FBI and intelligence agencies were able to track them all down. Our own Ryan Riley breaks it down for us next.
coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. The Pennsylvania woman who was seen smashing a window with an axe during the January 6th insurrection was sentenced to federal prison yesterday. Court documents show 43-year-old Rachel Powell, seen here, was given nearly 5 years in prison for her involvement in the attack on the Capitol. According to court documents, prosecutors said Powell was, quote, an active and enthusiastic participant. Powell says that she is deeply ashamed of her actions.
Our colleague Ryan Riley outlined how the FBI and other intelligence agencies gathered evidence with the help of online tipsters. They're called sedition hunters. And that's the title of his book, his new book, which is out right now. We have Ryan joining us for more on the book and really these ongoing trials against January 6th rioters. Ryan, talk to us about Rachel Powell for a moment. That pink hat picture, how did it lead really to the creation of this book? And what have you learned about her and some of the other rioters?
Yeah, that's really what sort of kicked it all off for me. I sort of made a Twitter joke afterwards because there's video of her on a bullhorn, and she was nicknamed Bullhorn Lady. And she sort of looks like she's leading sort of a tour of the Capitol in some ways as this window is smashed out on January 6th. She's on that bullhorn telling them sort of to coordinate together. And it was almost like she was a chaperone for an 8th grade field trip saying, we should probably coordinate together if we're going to take this building. It was sort of that unmistakable tone as a parent that I know when you're sort of frustrated with your kids. So I sort of made a joke that, you know, this was going to lead to both criminal charges and a PTA resignation. As it turned out, Rachel Powell is a mother of 8 and a grandmother of 6, and she was arrested right afterwards. I got a tip very early on from this mysterious account saying that she had been ID'd, basically that they were trying to get this information to the FBI, etc. And very soon I sort of got into this world of sedition hunters as they started playing a really huge role in this investigation and have really aided in hundreds of these charges that have now been brought over more than 1,100 people.
Yeah, and you actually said in your book, quote, I've covered the Justice Department for more than a decade, and I'd talked with FBI informants before, but none of them hold a candle to the impact the sedition hunters have had. Such a statement. I mean, tell us more about what you learned about them, about how they work while investigating for your book. It sounds just kind of like a new type of detective.
Exactly. And, you know, I think one of the main themes here is that the Hollywood image that we have of the FBI isn't the reality of the FBI. When you see sort of these shows and, you know, computer enhance and zoom in and organizing all of this digital information just isn't really how the FBI works. They're really actually kind of really behind on technology. In fact, up until a couple of years ago, their emails were formatted as ic.fbi.gov, and that didn't stand for something cool like intelligence community. It actually stood for Internet Cafe from the days of AOL and dial-up.
Wow.
And a lot of these sleuths have actually had to have FBI agents come to their homes to pick up USB drives because the FBI won't use any of these sort of file sharing websites that are so common today. There's one of the informants right before January 6th was actually told that he could burn something to a DVD, you know, like this was still the Bush administration or something. So I think they're really just sort of shattering this conception of what the FBI does, and I think a lot of the sleuths have been surprised by how far behind they were to what they were doing online and sort of organizing in these online forums and very quickly bringing together a lot of this information.
So all that kind of begs the question, how prepared was the FBI for the attack on the Capitol? And what are some of the problems within the Bureau that need to be addressed or have been addressed since this happened?
You know, political bias is definitely a component of this. Obviously, it's a conservative-leaning organization, despite what we've heard over the past, say, 6 years or so coming from Donald Trump. But, you know, overall, I think the technological things are one of the main obstacles for the FBI. You know, the salary scale just isn't the same as you can compete with in the private sector. So if you're coming out and you're a really big computer whiz, you know, unless you really just have a really hard dedication to wanting to work for the FBI, you're leaving money on the table by joining the organization. Not only that, they have really strict, say, marijuana protocols, right? Like that's something that is pretty common today, but you cannot smoke marijuana when you're at the FBI, even though they've relaxed the rules a little bit because that was such an impediment. Now you only have to give it up for a year before you actually sign up to join. But that's an obstacle for example. I think a lot of these things, they're just really behind the ball on a lot of this.
Quickly, Ryan, before we let you go, just give us an update on the outstanding cases against people who were part of the insurrection. How close are we to seeing an end to prosecutions?
So the way to think of this is on a 5-year timeline. So we're already halfway through this investigation. The statute of limitations expires in early 2026. We're never going to get to charging all of the people who were inside the Capitol that day or even attacked police officers, because that is over 3,000 people and only 1,100 have been charged today. But these cases are continuing to trickle in. The sleuths say the FBI really needs to turn it up because they've even identified more than 100 people who are on the FBI's most wanted list for Capitol rioters today who've still not yet been arrested.
Ryan Riley, thank you so much. Congratulations on your book. A fascinating topic. Also, obviously, he's very funny, so it must be great. Sedition hunters, Ryan Riley, congrats. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, Alec Baldwin could be charged again in connection to that fatal shooting on the set of the movie Rust back in 2021.
Yeah, two sources familiar with the matter told NBC News that New Mexico prosecutors intend to recharge Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter. One of the sources says a grand jury will hear Baldwin's case next month. It comes 5 months after special prosecutors dismissed the same charge, citing new facts in the case. Baldwin has maintained his innocence throughout since the shooting occurred.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, how are prosecutors able to bring back the same charges faced 5 months ago? What has changed?
You guys know my feeling on this
We do.
case.
Right.
And I've already prepared my closing argument. You guys want to hear it? Here's how it's going to go, because this is going to be a not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you know who thinks Alec Baldwin is not guilty? The prosecution. Here's why. They got a report 5 months ago that this firearm may have been modified, so it could have gone off without pulling the trigger. And did they dismiss it? Did they say, that's a lousy report? No, they dismissed the charges because they believed he was not guilty. But the prosecution wasn't finished. They decided, well, what if we send it to another expert? What if we get it examined by somebody else who will tell us what we want to hear, which is that Alec Baldwin is somehow responsible? Well, they did that. Now they got the report they wanted. But guess what? Too bad, so sad. That original report is already out there. And I can show you.
Doubt, right?
Well, then let's start with that. And then you have two more little points. They're charging, and the armor is going to trial very soon. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, they're charging her with involuntary manslaughter, not as a co-conspirator, but they're saying she's responsible. So what's her percentage fault? Let's subtract that from Alec Baldwin. Then you had the assistant director, David Halls. He pleaded guilty to unsafe handling of a firearm. So he's responsible. How much percentage do you assign to that? Subtract it from Alec Baldwin. What's left for Alec Baldwin? But, you don't even need to do that percentage analysis because the government, the state, doesn't even believe he's guilty.
I have whiplash from this. It's so confusing every time we see that there's new news here. What are you going to be watching for when this is brought to a grand jury?
Well, look, here's the thing. Grand juries, a lot of evidence can come in. It's the prosecution show. The mere fact that they may get an indictment at the grand jury doesn't tell me a whole lot. It's just a probable cause hearing. It doesn't tell me very much about whether or not he's actually guilty. So don't be surprised if they can indict him again. They did it before. They obviously can do it again. But look for this case to falter, as it already has several times before.
So according to two sources familiar with the matter, there had been recent discussions of a plea deal to a petty misdemeanor that was rescinded over the weekend. Reaction to that? Thoughts on that?
Look, if Baldwin's my client and it's a misdemeanor or a traffic ticket, maybe I'd consider pleading him. But otherwise, go to trial. This is one you can win. And it's easy for the lawyer to say that because I don't have to live it like the client. Clients, it's tough to live through a trial, so I understand pleading guilty to some lesser charge. But this is a case the defense can win.
All right. Wow. Danny Savalos, as always, we appreciate your analysis.
This one, I can't be neutral on.
The charges have changed. Danny's opinion is not.
I like hearing this, though, because I think for most people at home, they're like, what? It seems like it should. So it makes me feel like we're in sync.
Good.
And you're smart. So
well,
that's good. Danny, thanks.
Thank you. Still ahead this morning, new insight into the unseen impact of wildfires.
Our Dr. Akshay Sail explains why, despite the flames being gone, their impact on your health could linger on. Stay with us.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Some financial headlines now, starting off with a gloomy forecast for the future of United Airlines profits.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs is with us this morning with that and other news. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. United Airlines actually reported strong profits for its third quarter. People traveled in droves this summer, but United's setting record for service to Europe and Asia as more Americans fly overseas, but the company is now warning of weaker results the rest of the year due to rising jet fuel prices and the suspension of flights to Israel. Fuel prices have risen about a third since July, tracking the increase in oil prices. Microsoft and Amazon have been bitter business rivals, but I guess they're becoming frenemies. The tech giants are close to announcing a mega deal. Business Insider reports Amazon is committing more than $1 billion to license Microsoft 365 cloud software for 1 million of its corporate and frontline workers. Amazon will upgrade from traditional Microsoft Office software to the Cloud Productivity Suite Amazon had previously been reluctant to use. Microsoft's cloud products overall, given the rivalry between AWS and Azure as they compete for corporate cloud business. Apple, meantime, has unveiled a new and cheaper pencil. The latest model costs $79, and it pairs and charges with a USB-C cable. You can get your hands on one in November. It's compatible with every iPad that has a USB-C port. Apple says new features include pixel-perfect accuracy and tilt sensitivity. However, you can't double tap to change drawing tools, and Apple is not including free engraving on this version. I didn't know that you could get a pencil engraved, but I guess some people like that.
I'm sure they do. It's know whose pencil it is.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
Well, now it's time for our weekly medical checkup. We have new insight into just some of the effects following those wildfires we saw earlier this year.
Plus, if you're the type of person to grab a few extra Z's after your alarm goes off in the morning, we have some good news for you. Perhaps it could be a good thing.
Oh, my husband is the worst news. I'm like, you're ruining your night. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sal joins us now for more on these medical headlines. Good morning. Always great to have you with us. So let's start on what we just mentioned about wildfires. We remember bad season, and there's this new report out of Colorado that finds that smoke can linger in your home way after the fire has actually been extinguished. How does that impact you?
Really interesting, guys. So what they did was these researchers took a fake house and they blew smoke into it. And what they found was, or what they were looking for was to see, was that smoke lingering? And it turns out it can. Parts of that smoke can actually linger in things like your blinds, your couch, just sort of household things that linger around, forming these reservoirs, things that can sort of keep emitting those harmful effects of smoke, which could potentially affect people with asthma, lung disease. But the good news is there is something you can do about it, because the researchers not only did that, they said, how can we get rid of that? And it's things you should be doing anyway, right? It's vacuuming, it's cleaning those things. So doctor's orders, guys, really centering around keeping your house clean. You want to be vacuuming, using all-purpose cleaner, getting rid of those smoke reservoirs, because not only are you getting rid of dust and everything else, you could potentially be helping your lung health as well.
All right, let's talk about snoozing. It can actually be beneficial, it turns out, to some people to hit that snooze alarm a few times. So who usually does this, and how might it help?
So who usually does this, Joe? Surprise, surprise, it's young people. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I went to work.
That makes me young, yay.
You guys have an early start time. I have an early start time. I haven't woken up without a snooze button in years. It's just, sometimes I even set my alarm earlier so I can snooze and wake up. But the good news is, Joe, with this study that came out, it found that, they put people in the lab, and they found that people who do that snooze button, who use it, they tested their memory and sort of attention problems afterwards. There wasn't really any difference. If anything, the people who snoozed actually did better immediately upon waking up. But about 40 minutes after, the difference sort of leveled off. So the doctor's orders here, guys, don't be afraid to hit that snooze button 1 time, 2 times. You just want to keep it within that 30-minute window. So try it out, but it may not of course, be best for everyone.
Yeah, how about an hour and a half of it, though? That's
yeah.
right? It's too much. Yeah. I'm just happy I'm up and out before it even starts every morning. All right, a new poll from C.S. Mott Children's Hospital in Michigan. It warns that some parents might be unintentionally restricting their child's independence. How's something like that happening? What are some tips for parents, and what does that do to a kid?
So it centers around this term that, admittedly, I'd never heard of. It's called helicopter parenting. Have you guys heard of this? Yeah. So it's essentially, it's exactly what it sounds like for those who don't know. It's your parent sort of hovers around you like a helicopter would and kind of takes control of many aspects of your life. And so, you know, the reason this is concerning, just because independence is a really big part of that child development. About 1 in 4 parents are actually criticizing parents for not supervising a child, so criticizing them for essentially not being a helicopter parent. But the reason, guys, this is so concerning is that if you are a child of a helicopter parent, you could have lower test scores, you could have more likely to use substances that you may not, should not be using. So the doctor's orders here, guys, really let your child speak up, turn off that helicopter, let them fly, encourage solo time, a good starting point, let them order their own food at restaurants.
That's a
great
good starting
tip.
point right there. I mean, I'm pre-helicopter parent, so to me it's sort of fascinating to see, because we just played in the street all night and no one cared.
Right.
You know what I'm
Wow,
saying?
yeah.
I mean, it was just a completely different thing.
Oh, yeah.
And now
It's so not.
it's play dates, and it's just
Nothing for me.
incredibly different. Look, I turned out fine, so I didn't get hit by a car. It's all good.
Dr. Chase Heil, thank you very much.
Thank
Always
you.
good to have you with us. Coming up on The Record, pop star Britney Spears opens up about her life in the limelight.
What she is saying about her relationship with Justin Timberlake, the bombshell ahead of her upcoming memoir.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're back now with a major revelation from pop icon Britney Spears.
In an excerpt from her new book called The Woman in Me, provided to People magazine, Spears said she had an abortion as a teenager after a pregnancy with Justin Timberlake. For more on this, let's bring in Callan Rosenblatt. She's NBC News' youth and internet culture reporter. Great to have you with us. Good morning, Callan. So this abortion bombshell is really what everybody is talking about so far in what we've seen from the book. What exactly does she say happened, and how does she feel about it now?
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. So Britney Spears talks about being deeply in love with Justin Timberlake at the time. And although they weren't really ready for this, she said she'd always anticipated starting a family with him and that they were going to share their futures together. So when he said that he wasn't ready to be a father, she said it was a really difficult decision for her. She said she has since agonized over this decision and that it's been a really big challenge for her. And fans are really empathizing with what she says in this book about being really conflicted about having this abortion after falling pregnant in her either early teens or her late teens or her early 20s.
And has Justin Timberlake responded at all to the book or to this claim?
People magazine had reached out to Justin Timberlake, but no reps have responded yet for him.
All right, so the Free Britney movement, of course, was a huge part of her being released from her conservatorship. How are they reacting to this revelation?
Yeah, so fans online are really heartbroken for Britney. They say, you know, Justin Timberlake has in the past been under scrutiny for some of his treatment around Britney Spears or how some of that relationship shook out. So now fans are really reassessing some of the music from that time. They're saying they're really heartbroken over the song Cry Me a River. They feel like that might have been in poor taste. They're reassessing Britney Spears' old songs, the song Everything, and wondering if that possibly was about this really hard decision. Some are saying that they felt, you know, the couple was very young at the time and that maybe this was for the best. But many people are expressing their heartbreak for Britney Spears having this decision to make and living with it afterwards.
And I know also it sounds like Britney reached out to some fans through social media, responded to them, and said that she struggled to write this book. Tell us what we know that she's told some fans.
Yeah, so earlier in the summer, Britney Spears posted and said that she needed a lot of therapy to be able to write this book. And in a recent post, she even said that writing this book for her was almost like going back through a yearbook. Some memories were really happy and beautiful, and some were really painful. So this was delving back into deep wounds to be able to tell her story in her own words.
And remind us, Callan, the book, when's it coming out?
October 24th.
October 24th. So we're going to finally hear about it next week. Do we have any idea, like, are we going to hear some more things dropping? I feel like she's probably not doing any interviews or anything that we've heard about. So it's just going to be excerpts and things like that? Or what's sort of the theory of what we'll see in the next few days?
As far as I can tell, it looks like we'll be hearing from Britney through her social media. I haven't seen any, I haven't seen any promises that there's going to be interviews about the book, but I am deeply looking forward to seeing her tell her story in her own words when I get my hands on the copy of this book.
Absolutely. Obviously, this was quite a bombshell in its first excerpt only, so we'll see if maybe there are more in there. Callan, thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Top of the hour, let's get to the very latest in the Middle East this morning. America's campaign of solidarity with Israel is ramping up. President Biden beginning an incredibly high-stakes trip overseas in Tel Aviv, meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the midst of a brutal conflict. The visit is a key show of support and comes in the wake of tragedy striking a hospital in Gaza City yesterday, with hundreds of people now dead from a violent explosion. Israeli and Gazan officials blaming each other for the devastation. Hamas has also blamed Israel. And as protests over the blast erupt across the region, a possible olive branch from Hamas this morning now saying it would release some hostages if Israel stops bombing Gaza. We have team coverage across the globe of President Biden's visit and the latest on the ground. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with President Biden's dramatic show of support for Israel. The president arrived earlier this morning in Tel Aviv, where he was greeted by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. His trip comes as Arab leaders cancel their meetings with him and as Hezbollah calls for a day of what they are calling unprecedented anger. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt kicks off our coverage.
President Biden visiting an active war zone on a risky mission to restart diplomacy. It hasn't been easy. Events quickly overtaking him, including the cancellation by Arab leaders of an important summit. Also today, Hezbollah calling for a day of unprecedented anger directed toward Israel and President Biden's visit. President Joe Biden making a fraught wartime visit to a region on the brink. Biden meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, showing support and solidarity with the country.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I wanted the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
After the massacre by Hamas that killed at least 1,400 Israelis and 31 Americans, Biden had planned to meet with key Arab leaders, including the Palestinian Authority president, in an effort to open humanitarian supply lines into Gaza. That summit now scrapped after a blast leveled a working hospital in southern Gaza Tuesday, leaving hundreds dead and hundreds more wounded.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday.
Each side blaming the other. The hospital explosion fueling protests raging around the Middle East. This morning, President Biden seeming to accept Israel's version of events.
It appears as though it was done by the other team.
The president still focused on the hostages being held by Hamas.
They've taken scores of people hostage, including children. You said, imagine what those children hiding from Hamas were thinking.
We spoke with the families of those being held, including the mother of Mia Shem, shown here in a video released by Hamas. We're not sure when the video was taken.
So when I saw her, I saw my baby alive. So at first I started to scream, and then I started to scream from happiness.
And with the parents of American hostage, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland.
We know he got on the truck himself without an arm, and that's it. Now, I don't know how to tie a tourniquet. I don't know how long it takes you to bleed out when you have a wound like that. It wasn't severed, it was blown off. He might have died in that truck. He may have never made it to Gaza.
All this, of course, against the backdrop of tanks amassed along the border here, the implication being that a major military offensive on the ground is still on the table. Let's send it back to you now.
Lester Holt, thank you very much.
We're joined now by Richard Haass, President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations. He's also the author of the Bill of Obligations, The 10 Habits of Good Citizens. Richard, always good to have you with us and tap into your expertise. So what do you make so far of President Biden's trip? What's standing out to you?
Well, what's changed already is the trip is one-dimensional in the sense that he's only going to Israel. He no longer has the meeting with the Arab leaders, so it makes it more difficult for him to appear balanced. And then in his initial comments, he's been very supportive of Israel, and that's tricky right now. Before this hospital attack, I think it would have been easier to do it that way, be publicly supportive of Israel, and then privately urge the Israelis to be moderate in whatever they did in Gaza. Now it's very hard just to be supportive of Israel. The region, the world is going to look for signals that he's prepared to be, quote unquote, somewhat even-handed, unquote. And it's just made a difficult trip that much more difficult.
Yeah, especially as in addition, of course, to just what happened at the hospital, we're now seeing these protests erupt throughout the Middle East, right? So tell us, I mean, how could the president, especially with that lack of those meetings with other leadership, including what was planned Palestinian leadership, kind of balance that, support the needs of Israelis, be there for an ally, but then also be sensitive to Palestinians who are stuck in Gaza, as well as, of course, after we see these horrific images from the hospital?
Well, I think the focus is going to be to try to shape the Israeli response. Behind that is a desire to avoid seeing this conflict widen. The last thing the United States wants to see is Hezbollah start launching all sorts of rockets against Israel. We don't want to see the war widen to a U.S.-Iranian mini conflict amidst this. So I think, again, the principal focus of the president will probably be twofold. One is, as you suggest, on the hostages, to see whether you could get some out either as part of exchange or possibly you could have some of the hostages released and Israel would articulate either some pause or some limits on what it would do vis-a-vis Hamas. But Israel is going to prosecute the war against Hamas, and I think the focus of the president is going to be to go to the Israelis. You can target Hamas, but you've got to do it in a way that minimizes the impact on Gaza. And I think that'll be a big part of the conversation.
Yeah, so after this trip, then what does the president do in the region? What are some of the things he can try and do to reach those goals?
Look, I think this is going to go on for some time. The Israeli prime minister keeps talking about a long war. So what I just articulated doesn't change. You obviously want to get hostages out, however long it takes. You want to see Israel target and focus as exclusively and as finely as they can on Hamas to minimize civilian casualties. You want to signal Iran that it will be held accountable for anything Hezbollah does, and that's meant to limit exactly what Hezbollah might do. You can get on the telephone. You can send other officials to pick up a dialogue with Arab leaders. I think you urge the Israelis to get as much intelligence out as they can, demonstrating that it was not Israel. If that hit the hospital. So again, right now we're at the phase of this, I would call it, you're trying to put out the fire. Later, if you succeed, you can think about more ambitious goals. But right now, you're trying to limit this.
All right. Richard Haasch, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Staying with the situation in the Middle East, our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports from the occupied West Bank on the aftermath of that deadly Gaza hospital blast that killed hundreds and the impact across the region.
We are in the Palestinian-run city of Ramallah on the West Bank. There were demonstrations here last night. More protests and potential clashes are expected to come later today after what Palestinian medical officials now say were 500 people killed in that explosion at a hospital in the Gaza Strip. Israel says those numbers are exaggerated and denies responsibility.
Rage is erupting across the Arab world. Thousands of protesters converged on the U.S. Embassy in Beirut.
We're here to let the Arab people wake up.
In Turkey, demonstrators rushed the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. They're all reacting to what Palestinians call a massacre, that explosion at the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City.
I heard an almighty shriek, followed by a large explosion. Part of the ceiling of the operating room fell.
Bodies can be seen laying on the ground. Children among the victims. Hamas says it was an Israeli airstrike. Israel emphatically denies that. The military saying the deadly explosion was caused by a Palestinian rocket that misfired, launched not by Hamas, but another Palestinian militant group in Gaza called Islamic Jihad, which says the accusation is false. Israel shared footage it claims to show the rocket heading toward Israel, then changing direction and crashing into Gaza.
We confirmed that there was no IDF fire by land, sea or air that hit the hospital.
The Israeli military says communication it intercepted prove Hamas knows Israel isn't responsible and is using the blast to stoke anger. If that's true or not seems to make little difference. This could be a tipping point, spreading the war across the Middle East. In Gaza, Hamas continues to hold hundreds of hostages, including Americans and other foreign nationals. We spoke to a senior Hamas official who says the group is willing to free civilians.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify this? You say you're willing to release all of the civilians, including the Israeli nationals, if there is a stopping?
Including the Israeli civilians and all the foreigners.
And what are you asking for in order to do that? Do you want the airstrikes to stop? Is that the condition?
Stop the aggression.
So that our viewers might hear that and say that this offer doesn't mean anything. That if you're not willing to carry it out, then it doesn't mean anything.
How? Well, if you stop the aggression, it can be implemented over the next hour.
Hamas is also holding Israeli soldiers. The group tells me in order to free them, it is asking for the release of all Palestinians held in Israeli jails.
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities and the host of Daniel Davis Deep Dive on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us, as always. So first, your assessment of that devastating Gaza hospital blast we saw yesterday, and how anyone, but of course the U.S., our leadership, go about determining who is responsible.
Well, I think that's crucial that we do find out in some way authoritatively, if at all possible, because there's conflicting reports. There's also conflicting evidence because, like, the Palestinian rockets that they use are generally not powerful enough to cause such an explosion like that, of that magnitude, whereas the Israeli ones are. But then we have this alleged, video showing that, so that it didn't come from Israel. So who knows? But as Richard Engel said, as far as the Arab public goes, it doesn't matter, because no one will believe the Israeli side, and they all are believing that it was actually launched by Israel against the Palestinian people. And I also agree with Richard that this could be an inflection point. And I think this is really, really crucial, because it already caused problems diplomatically with both Egypt and with Jordan. And if this spreads into Hezbollah, if they get so angry that they take action, then it could open up a second front on the Israeli war before they even launch into Gaza, making this extremely difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask further, just how could it impact the fighting going forward, keeping in mind, I guess we don't know definitively which side is responsible, but could it change anyone's tactics or strategy at this point?
Well, what it has immediately done is that it has severed any possibility that Biden's personal visit here to maybe get Egypt to open their borders so that they could allow the foreigners out, or some of the Palestinian people to get to safety. They now, Sisi categorically rejected any possibility of that. And, help that Jordan could have had, which is one of our biggest allies in the region and friends with Israel, is also shutting off any discussions about any help right now, as they've called for 3 days of mourning and a day of rage. So what is going to depend upon it, or what's going to happen now, is the real question, because if it makes the Arab side much more angry, then it's going to cause more people to come to the aid of the Palestinian side.
So it's looking like, at least from what we've heard, that the U.S. will provide more military aid to Israel. So 2 questions here. What level of coordination do you think is currently taking place between the U.S. and Israel when it comes to their military? But then also, is there any chance that something like the hospital blast and the devastation and the carnage we saw there, no matter who is responsible, would that cause the U.S. to pull back at all?
It very well could. I think that's actually an important point to bring up, because you've even seen along most of the Western media that they're giving so much coverage to this. And in a sense, it doesn't matter who did it, because it matters that the Palestinian people are in the middle and getting killed by no matter who did it, whether it was Hamas, whether it was the Israeli side. They're the ones that are suffering in this, and this just gross level of human suffering. The hospitals 4 of them apparently are now out of fuel, so they can't even operate as hospitals. The food, according to some sources, is going to run out in 4 days, in water. And so the suffering could go even higher. And Americans and the Western people typically don't, support something that's going to harm innocent civilians.
Lieutenant Colonel Davis, we always appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thousands of Israeli troops, both active duty and reservists from around the world, are joining the fight against Hamas. And for one family, that sense of service runs deep. 5 brothers are all combat soldiers for Israel, and they're preparing to hit the front lines of war together. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has their story.
Everywhere across Israel, signs of an army heading to war. Some are active duty combat troops, others reservists putting their lives on hold.
I called up my commanders and I knew right away I have to tell my wife that I have to go.
We met Naftali on the Gaza border. Born in New York, he's lived in Israel since he was a baby. In peacetime, he's the father of 3 young girls and a doctor in Jerusalem.
I work with Arab doctors, with Jewish doctors, saving lives every day. Yeah.
But now he's back in uniform, and in his family, he's not the only one.
The first brother and the second brother and the third until the 5th brother, we are all combat soldiers.
A literal band of brothers, all 5 preparing for war. For security reasons, the family asked we show only Naftali's face.
I can't even describe what my mom is feeling right now.
We drove into the desert towards the Israeli-Egyptian border, where we found Naftali's youngest brother, Shui.
I was actually born on Naftali's
bar mitzvah, so I actually ruined his party.
Wow.
We're best friends.
He forgave you?
He forgave me, yeah.
At 21, he's the only one of the 5 brothers still in mandatory service.
It's important to be here right now.
I feel it's like the most important thing I ever did in my life.
2 other brothers, Bensi and Haim, are in the north, where Israel is exchanging fire with the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah.
We're a fast unit, combat unit, and usually the first ones to be in reserves.
The final brother, Yohanan, raced home from the U.S.
This whole thing caught me at 2 a.m. in New York whenever it all started. I didn't sleep all night.
Back to his duties as a tank platoon commander. Naftali's unit was securing Kfar Aza, one of the first communities overrun by Hamas terrorists. More than 50 civilians were killed here, including children.
And the horrific attacks that happen here cannot be answered with silence or in a weak response. This has to be a fierce response, fighting the evil that you've seen here today.
The siblings giving each other strength from afar.
I see my brothers standing in the north, the south, everywhere. And I say, sure, you're not alone. Look, your brothers are with you.
Sons of Israel and brothers in arms. Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Kfar Aza.
We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including continuing coverage of the deadly hospital explosion in Gaza that has so far killed hundreds. We're going to hear from Israel's defense forces a little later in the show.
But first, we'll take you to Washington in that high-stakes race for House Speaker. What comes next after a failed vote for the gavel? Those stories and much more coming up after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back now with the latest on the fight for the House speakership. Later this morning, House Republicans will once again try to elect a new speaker. Yesterday, ultra-conservative Congressman Jim Jordan flew well short of the 2017 votes needed to claim the gavel. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now with the very latest on this. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Guess what? It's still a mess on Capitol Hill, but the House is set to reconvene at 11 this morning for a second round of voting. But after hours of private negotiations Tuesday and with frustrations growing among lawmakers, we may not be any closer to seeing a speaker elected today. This morning, hard-right Ohio Republican Jim Jordan vowing to keep fighting for the speaker's gavel.
We got to have a speaker, and it can't be some deal with the Democrats. We're going to keep working.
Tuesday's failed vote was the first of any kind on the House floor since the ouster of former Speaker Kevin McCarthy 15 days ago. Backed by former President Trump and 199 of his GOP colleagues, Jordan still came up 17 votes short of the outright majority he needs to claim the speakership. 20 Republicans from across the geographic and ideological expanse of the GOP opposing him, from Colorado's Ken Buck.
I am concerned that Congressman Jordan has not agreed to say that Donald Trump lost the election and Joe Biden won the election.
To Florida's Carlos Jimenez.
I think Kevin McCarthy was the choice of the conference. 96% of us voted to maintain him as Speaker.
And as Jordan and his allies scrambled overnight to lock down additional GOP votes, House Democrats say they're open to working with Republicans to select a speaker on a bipartisan basis, as long as that speaker is not Jim Jordan.
Paging my traditional Republican colleagues, it's time to get off the sidelines, break away from the extremists, get in the arena so we can find a bipartisan path forward.
Now, there are several anti-Jordan Republicans who've also complained about hardball tactics used by Jordan and his allies. Nebraska Republican Don Bacon, who opposed Jordan, sharing with NBC News some threatening texts that he says were sent to his wife anonymously, pressuring him to support Jordan. One of them even saying that her husband would never again hold elected office. Jordan's distanced himself from any of these tactics, but this pressure campaign against more moderate members is clearly backfiring. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much.
Some unseasonably mild temperatures could be hitting your area this week.
That means Angie Lastman is back to tell us about that with your Morning News Now weather. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, you're exactly right. We've got some really warm temperatures, especially across parts of the Southwest. That's where we're going to find some heat alerts today. You'll see temperatures feeling very summer-like. That is going to be mainly focused for the Southwest, but even mild conditions are going to remain for the middle of the country. We've got 90s on tap for folks in Texas today. Notice mid-70s as you move into portions of the Central Plains. And then, yes, we've got the rain that we are watching to impact folks in the Midwest and then eventually move to the Northeast here over the coming days. But in the meantime, nice day expected across most of the East. We'll see some more mild conditions across parts of the Southeast and plenty of sunshine in that area for the day today. Now, as we go ahead into tomorrow, it's a different story for some folks as we start to become a little unsettled. That stretches from the Midwest all the way down into portions of the Tennessee Valley. We'll have rain that we're going to track along this front that'll slowly but surely work its way east. That means by the time we get into Friday, we're talking about unsettled weather taking shape for folks in the Northeast, stretching down to the mid-Atlantic. We'll see some moisture kind of developing and moving up the coast and leaving us with some really soggy conditions for folks as we get into even Saturday and Sunday in that region. When it's all said and done, I think through Saturday, we'll pick up another inch or maybe 2 inches of rain in those portions of northern New England. But either way, 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch is possible for the widespread area. But this is the spot that we're going to watch for potential with flash flooding. Notice we've got places like Portland, Caribou, Burlington, all included in that, stretching into New York as well. And that is just an early heads up for Saturday. Now, looking ahead to the weekend elsewhere, we're going to see the breezy conditions behind that system on Friday for folks in the plains. But we will see some partly cloudy skies. And notice it's still going to be like summer here as we wrap up the work week across parts of the Southwest. 90s out there, 80s out there. That goes for Texas, too. Low 90s with a whole lot of sunshine as you finish out your work week. And And we could see some record highs lasting for that same region as we get into Saturday. Of course, we'll see more of those downpours across the Northeast for Saturday, as I mentioned, but the chilly temperatures will take shape for the Midwest, and then we'll finally see some of those showers and windy conditions start to wrap up as we get into the later parts of our
Then
Sunday.
next weekend they'll be back, right?
And then it'll be great as we can go back to work and stay in the office all day.
It's nice every day of the work week, and then the weekend comes around.
Oh my
I don't know
gosh.
what's going on, guys?
Angie Lassman, thank you. No problem. Well, the Elon Musk-owned social platform X is dishing out some new charges overseas.
NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has more on that and other world news. Janice, good morning.
Good morning. X, what we used to call Twitter, is charging new users in New Zealand and the Philippines $1 a year to use all the key features on the platform, like tweeting and retweeting and replies. It's part of a new trial by X to reduce spam and bot activity. Now, new accounts will also need to verify a phone number to prove they are real people who actually exist. The climate activist Greta Thunberg was arrested in London after joining hundreds of protesters near a five-star hotel to denounce a meeting of fossil fuel executives with government ministers. Video footage shows Thunberg being bundled into the back of a police van. The 20-year-old Swedish activist called the conference, quote, a destructive search for profits. And finally, let's all raise a glass to the world's best bar. The top 50 list for 2023 was unveiled by industry critics, and it's rather diverse. Manhattan's Double Chicken Please came in at number 2. There were also winners in Miami and New Orleans, but the world's best bar, the best on the planet, is a small, intimate cocktail bar called Sips. It's in Barcelona, and it opened during the pandemic. So cheers to Sips for being the best bar in the world.
Double Chicken Please. I just Googled it. It's on the Lower East Side. Have you been?
No, I haven't.
Please.
Not too far from me, though. Yeah, gotta check it out.
All right.
Let's go.
Thanks, Janice. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, coming up, more tough legal news for actor Alec Baldwin.
As prosecutors in New Mexico look to recharge him with involuntary manslaughter in connection to that film set shooting back in 2021. But do those prosecutors have a case? We're going to take a closer look next.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
All right, we're back with the new legal bombshell in the Rust movie shooting.
New Mexico prosecutors say they intend to recharge Alec Baldwin in the fatal shooting just 5 months after dropping charges against him. Baldwin has maintained his innocence since the shooting occurred. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas broke this for us, and she joins us now on this. Hi, Chloe. Good to see you.
Good morning. Well, this is a fascinating story. Special prosecutors now telling NBC News that they do plan to recharge Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter in the fatal 2021 movie set shooting of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins, citing new evidence that they believe makes him culpable for her death.
Nearly 2 years after Alec Baldwin fatally shot cinematographer Halyna Hutchins on the Rust movie set, a stunning new plot twist in the case. New Mexico prosecutors want to recharge the actor and producer with involuntary manslaughter. This after dismissing the same charge against Baldwin in April. The special prosecutor telling NBC News, based on our lengthy and detailed investigation, it is appropriate for a grand jury to make a decision on whether the case should proceed. Two sources familiar with the investigation say that prosecutors had recently discussed with Baldwin pleading to a lesser charge, but that offer was rescinded over the weekend. One source tells us that the case, which will be brought before a grand jury in mid-November, came together after prosecutors found new evidence that they believe connects Baldwin to recklessness around safety standards on the set. The film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, was previously charged with involuntary manslaughter earlier this year. Her trial is set to start in February. In a statement, attorneys for Baldwin say that they will answer any charges in court and that it is unfortunate that a terrible tragedy has been turned into this misguided prosecution. It was during a Rust set rehearsal in 2021 that Baldwin's prop gun fired a live round of ammunition, killing Hutchins and injuring the director. In interviews, Baldwin has maintained that the gun had malfunctioned.
Well, I didn't pull the trigger. I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
But in August, this gun analysis report commissioned by prosecutors found that the gun was functioning properly, contradicting Baldwin's claim that he did not pull the trigger. Hutchins' husband, Matthew, telling Hoda last year that he believes Baldwin's actions led to Halyna's death.
The idea that the person holding the gun, causing it to discharge, is not responsible is absurd to me.
Matthew Hutchins settled a wrongful death civil suit against Baldwin and the film's producers last year, and we've reached out to him for comment, but have yet to hear back. Also, production on the Rust movie resumed earlier this year, and it wrapped in May. Now, no word yet if its release date will now be delayed in light of this going before.
When was it supposed to be released? Do we even know?
So that was never released.
Okay.
It was never announced when that film was going to come out. But it was significant that Alec Baldwin went back, finished it, and some of the profits go to her husband, Matthew Hutchins, and that's part of settling that civil suit. And he serves as an executive producer on that film. And like I said, we've reached out to Matthew Hutchins for comment, and we haven't heard back just yet on what he thinks of this latest development.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to see you. Well, the suspect in the disappearance of Natalie Holloway is set to appear in an Alabama courtroom today for an anticipated plea deal. It's been nearly 2 decades since Holloway disappeared while on a high school graduation trip to Aruba. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from outside the courthouse in Birmingham with more on what we can expect here. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. To think this family may finally have some closure. Now, Joran Vandersloot has never been charged in the death of Natalie Holloway. However, the Holloway family attorney says that he is expected today, Savannah, to accept a plea deal related to wire fraud and extortion charges, assuming he tells federal authorities how Natalie Holloway died and the manner in which her body was disposed of. Those are details the FBI reportedly has corroborated.
After nearly 2 decades of agony and unanswered questions for the family of Natalie Holloway, Joran Vandersloot is reportedly set to accept a plea deal this morning that would finally reveal critical information about how Natalie died.
Is there a surreal quality to all of this now, given how long it's gone on for?
Absolutely. It's been almost 2 decades in the making, and the family has been through so much, and to finally get some kind of semblance of justice.
Vandersloot has been investigated for years in connection to Holloway's disappearance after she vanished on a trip to Aruba in 2005 and was never seen again.
Thank you for your continued support.
Holloway's mother, Beth, and her family attended Vandersloot's arraignment in June after the Dutch national's extradition to the U.S. from Peru, where he was serving a 28-year prison sentence for murdering a college student. Vandersloot is facing extortion and wire fraud charges for allegedly trying to obtain $250,000 from Beth Holloway for information about her daughter's whereabouts. He pleaded not guilty then, but according to the Holloway family's representative, that's about to change, which shocked even their camp.
We anticipated this being a long trial, grueling trial, and I'm glad that the family did not have to go through that process.
So this was unexpected.
It was unexpected.
No government officials have confirmed the plea deal, but according to Holloway family attorney John Q. Kelly, the deal is based on one very big prerequisite.
It was conditioned upon Mr. Vandersloot revealing details of how Natalie died and how her body was disposed of.
Beth Holloway hasn't spoken much publicly about the latest proceedings, though in June did say in a statement, "I am hopeful that some small semblance of justice may finally be realized, even though no act of justice will heal the pain that we've endured." And back in 2015, she told Hoda and Kathy Lee,
I do think that it's still possible that we could find where her remains are.
now, finally, there may be details that provide some form of closure to a heartbroken family.
And there is another important element to mention here, which is that in a court filing last night, guys, the judge said she is considering victim impact statements before sentencing, but that would only apply to Beth Holloway and immediate family members. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you very much.
Coming up, hundreds of people are dead in the Mideast this morning.
Yeah, that's following a tragic explosion at a Gaza City hospital. Gazan officials are blaming Israel. Israeli officials blaming Gaza. We've got the Israeli Defense Force up next.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with more on that deadly hospital explosion in Gaza. Health officials there say several hundred people were killed and hundreds more were injured. Officials in Gaza and officials in Israel are blaming each other for the blast. NBC News has not been able to verify either side's claims. Major Doron Spielman joins us now. He's a spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Major. So the Palestinian Health Ministry is calling this a targeted explosion, with Hamas and the Palestinian Health Ministry blaming Israeli forces for the blast. So we've seen some information from a colleague of yours, but if you could just definitively say, were Israeli defense forces involved in any way in the explosion at the hospital?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to respond to this clearly. I want to make a very clear statement. The answer is no. Israeli forces were not at all involved in any targeted strikes, and any aerial strikes, any ground strikes or sea strikes at the time that this blast occurred. What we do know, as this was captured live on, of all TV stations, Al Jazeera, is that Islamic Jihad fired a barrage of rockets at 6:59 p.m. yesterday towards Israel. Around 7 p.m. or 7:01 p.m., there began to be announcements by Hamas that a hospital had been hit, clearly blaming Israel. We know and have provided proof, as you mentioned, that no question this was not Israel, and absolutely this was a misfire of a rocket by Islamic Jihad aiming to kill Israeli civilians that in the end ended up on one of their own hospitals and killed innocent Gazan civilians.
There is some debate over whether a Hamas weapon, knowing what they have, could cause this much damage. What do you say to that?
I say that, again, the evidence clearly, we have video showing that it was their weapon that fell in the area. We have them admitting it. We released the recording between two Hamas operatives speaking back to each other a minute after the blast, explaining one to the other that this was an Islamic Jihad misfired rocket fired from the cemetery behind the hospital, landing in the hospital and pinpointing the exact area of the blast. Regarding the payload, we assume that because the rocket was intended to reach Israel and it fell short, the fuselage was full of fuel, which combined with the warhead created the explosion. We very clearly do not need to explain any further than providing all the evidence. The people who need to explain are Hamas and Islamic Jihad, both of whom behave like ISIS, both of whom do not care about civilians. And this is one more example, I think it's very important to put this out there, where this is a calculated campaign to deceive the world. There is no way within minutes of a blast that someone can understand what happens. And unfortunately, many media outlets in the world cited Hamas, a terrorist organization, as a reliable source.
Can you get to the site, actually on the ground, to get samples from this crater to be able to provide more evidence that it was not Israel?
So at this point in time, as you know, Israel has not entered the Gaza Strip, with the exception of a few searches a few days ago to try and recover remains that were pinpointing to the hostages. Eventually, it's clear that the story will come out. We have satellite footage that we've released that shows that the actual hospital itself, another lie, was not hit whatsoever. The rocket that fell short landed in the parking lot of the hospital, which calls into question all of Hamas's claims, such that 500 civilians were killed. Again, I mourn the loss of any civilian, but most likely, and they haven't allowed anyone into the area, most likely what we're going to find is that this is a true false claim by Hamas. There probably were a few people killed there. They exaggerated the numbers. They blamed Israel incorrectly. And we hope that the world is not going to allow itself to be outsmarted once again by Hamas's tactics to deceive them.
Putting aside the conversation of who is responsible, Major, does seeing an event like this that happened within that area where civilians were asked to evacuate, factor into any plans here for you in terms of potentially a ground invasion that we could see, and just how many civilians are still in this area in several hospitals throughout the north of Gaza?
Well, I think there's no question that from the very beginning, this is factored in. The fact that there are civilians living in Gaza has factored into our operational plans. It's been 5 days now that we've been encouraging Gazan civilians. We've communicated with them on every single platform possible, dropping leaflets, on all the platforms. All the Gazan civilians know that Israel has asked them to move out of the way of the war zone. And we've done that because we don't want to see further loss of civilian lives. Unfortunately, and this is not surprising, Hamas, which behaves like ISIS, they hide under tunnels underneath the ground, but they tell their families don't leave the building above, because they know that if the IDF, while searching for Hamas by mistake, kills a civilian, Hamas will then turn to the world, say that this is a humanity crisis, and pressure the world to pressure Israel to stop. What happens then is Hamas goes back underground, rebuilds itself, and carries out another massacre. This has to stop somewhere. So yes, we're very sensitive to civilians being there, but once again, the finger points to Hamas, who are using their own civilians like puppets. They don't care about their civilians. They're simply a prop in their deception that they are laying against Israel.
But then there are some civilians, right, like we're seeing at this hospital, where we were hearing from doctors, we're hearing from medical officials, even those outside of Gaza or the Palestinian Health Ministry, saying these people can't move because of the medical treatment they're receiving.
Look, there is a crisis on both sides of the border, both on the Israeli side, where we've been lifting up populations and moving them, and also in Gaza. Now, many of these civilians have had 5 days to move. It's around 8 miles. It's not easy, but we're doing everything we can to get them out of the way. The problem is the real humanitarian crisis in Gaza is actually Hamas. It is greater than all these problems. It's greater than the water. It's greater than the electricity. It's greater than anything. If we do not remove Hamas, we will continue to see the cycle of a humanitarian crisis repeating itself time and time again. And the victims aren't only in Israel, they're the Gazans themselves. Hamas has got to be eliminated for both sides and for the betterment of the world and humanity.
I also now want to ask you about hostages before I let you go, Major. So a senior Hamas official told our Richard Engel, a colleague of mine, that the group is willing to release all civilian hostages immediately if Israel stops its bombing campaign of Gaza. How does that factor into decision making? Is that something that you would consider? Just what are the lines of communications like between the IDF and Hamas at this point about hostages?
So I can't comment directly on the hostage situation. You can understand that it's incredibly sensitive at this time. Obviously, every Israeli, including myself, we all either know a hostage or know somebody who knows a hostage. It's a very small country. We're deeply affected. What I can say is if Hamas thinks that the hostages are going to save them from being destroyed, they're completely wrong. We have said, and we will stay by this, the elimination of Hamas is existential for the state of Israel. It's existential for humanity, and we will not stop until we have eliminated any ability of that terror organization that resembles Hamas, that's sitting on our border, only a few miles from our border, from existing.
Can you shed any light on what we may see in the coming days, on what a next phase looks like?
We are ready right now. I was just down south by land, by air, and by sea. We're carrying out aerial strikes right now against senior Hamas targets. We eliminated 3 of their most senior commanders yesterday. We're preparing for what the next stage will be. What it will be, I can say this. It will take a long time. This is not going to be a short campaign. This is an actual war designed to carry it out, to stop Hamas in their tracks. We're going to have to be as careful as we can about civilians while dealing with the complexity of the issue that Hamas is going to be hiding behind them at every point in time. That's what we're going to see. We may see more civilian deaths, and it pains me that we may, but we have to remember every time, check the facts. We don't repeat. We do not report on Hamas as a reliable source. Give every single moment a chance for Israel to conduct research. We will tell the truth, even if it's painful. And that is how the viewers, your viewers and others understand truly what's happening here. Again, Hamas started this. We are going to end this.
Major, just a moment ago on our screens, viewers were seeing the Rafah border crossing that's between Gaza and Egypt. That has remained closed. Foreigners have not been able to exit, and aid has also not been able to get in, even though much is waiting on the other side of that. What would it take to allow for the crossing to open and aid to get through? What do you think about that possibility?
I think that the Gazan people that have been hostages of Hamas all these years, those who've been able to leave their homes, because Hamas has held many at gunpoint and they're not allowing them to leave their homes. Those who have headed south past Wadi Azza to the new point, the idea is that that is an area that international aid will be provided. We have to understand Hamas in the past, and I saw this with my own eyes yesterday, and I showed it to your crews as well, have been taking international aid and turning it into bombs and weapons. It's a complex process to make sure that there are enough weapons and that they're not using them for faulty purposes, but I'm confident that that will go forward, and in the next few days, the next few hours, those people will receive the aid, the humanitarian aid that they need.
All right, that is good to hear. Major Dorrance Spielman, thank you very much for joining us this morning, answering and covering quite a bit here, and we will keep checking in with you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's get you to some money news now, and a new proposal from the Federal Reserve that could put some money back in the pockets of businesses. CNBC's Bertha Coombs has more on that and other financial headlines this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of small businesses really attuned to this. The Federal Reserve is planning to propose reducing the fees businesses pay when customers use debit cards to purchase items. The Fed has the power to change those so-called swipe fees. The Wall Street Journal says the Fed will vote next week on the proposal, and the public can then weigh in after that. Businesses have long asked for lower fees. They currently pay card issuers 21 cents plus a small fraction of the transaction price every time you swipe your card. The IRS, meantime, is planning a limited rollout of its new free e-filing program. The agency will invite select taxpayers in 13 states to try out direct files starting in February. If all goes well, the IRS will open it up to anyone in those states who will want to use it. Now, there are some limitations. Direct file doesn't process state tax returns, and it doesn't deal with itemized deductions. Only certain tax credits are allowed, like the earned income tax credit, the child tax credit, and credits for other dependents. You can deduct teachers' expenses and student loan interest, but that's it. Meantime, Roblox exists in a virtual universe, but the CEO of the company wants employees to work in the physical office of the firm. He's told staff in a memo that people who don't want to work in the office at least 3 days a week will need to find a job somewhere else. Remote workers have until mid-January to decide. Roblox will pay for relocation expenses for people who moved away during the pandemic. Just last year, though, the company had told employees they could choose to work in the office a few days a week or fully remote. A lot of folks are changing their minds on that. Personally, I like being in the office.
Me too.
You just get a much better feel, you know?
All the way. I agree with that. I do understand, though, some people with that flexibility, what it can do for their lives. It's definitely an ongoing conversation, an interesting one. Bertha, thank you so much.
It really is.
Right now, we want to show you some live pictures before we head to break. This is President Biden on the ground in Israel, meeting with the families of first responders. This comes after he landed overnight for us here in the U.S. and has now met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as well as his war cabinet. There is much more ahead on Morning News Now. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report. You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Finally this hour, we're revisiting a classic video, one of the very first to truly go viral. You probably know it by 3 simple words: David after dentist. First of all, David's now 22. Can you believe that? The video was recorded 15 years ago. Back then, David was 7, just had dental surgery and was feeling the effects of the drugs. His dad actually didn't post the clip online until the next year. He wanted to share it with friends and family, but the file was big, tough to email, so it was just easier to upload it to YouTube than send everyone the link. He just never imagined how many other people would watch too.
How did it go?
I didn't feel anything.
His name is David DeVore, but you probably know him as
David after dentist. How do you feel about that title?
I love it. It's been a fun adventure. It's been its own part of my life.
Starting with the part when he was 7 and still feeling pretty loopy after dental surgery.
I feel funny. Why is this happening to me?
A moment immortalized by his dad, David Sr.
You know, you remember those times you always said, if I only had a camera? Well, I actually had a camera that day, so I just got really lucky. That was it.
In the 2-minute clip, David Jr. is earnestly philosophical one moment.
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is real life.
Bluntly flustered the next.
Stay in your seat.
The anesthesia, of course, did wear off, but the video's legend would only grow.
But when you watch it, what's your favorite part?
I think the end, when I just like, ugh.
Within days of posting it on YouTube back in 2009, the clip racked up a few million views.
At that point, they were like, okay, I've heard of this thing called going viral. I think that's what we're doing. So.
And what did you think?
I was just in shock.
There was some backlash from those who thought Dad was exploiting his son, but for the most part, folks loved it.
Is this real life?
The video was part of a Super Bowl ad for Vizio. Homer Simpson even referenced it on The Simpsons.
Which of you is the YouTube of the kid high on dentist gas? You.
And of course, they appeared on Today.
My friends thought it was funny at first, but then later they stopped talking about it.
You could have been embarrassed by it and wish it had never happened, or you could have your attitude. Why do you think you have your attitude?
I could only comprehend so much at that age. I was just kind of going with the flow, and I was like, oh, I get to go to New York. It's like, great, this is fun. People, like, I recognize people weren't making fun of me.
They've made a number of licensing deals, not to mention the YouTube ad revenue, which was helpful during the 2009 recession.
Had been selling real estate, and that went away overnight, so it literally, you know, saved us.
Today, the video has racked up more than 140 million views.
Does that just blow your mind?
It does. Yeah, it's crazy.
David is now a senior at the University of Florida, studying computer science, not dentistry. When he was accepted here, the school's president reenacted David's viral moment.
It's just funny that you didn't bring it up.
As for his classmates, at first, many didn't know David's identity.
Dude, what? I would have never known. He's very humble about it, and he's never gone out of his way to tell me.
And I didn't know that fact, and then someone told me later on, and I was like, no way. But I was in the midst of fame.
Is this real it be forever?
Turns out this moment did live forever. That's okay. It's still a welcome part.
Is this real life?
Of David's real life.
So you might be wondering about David after graduation. Well, he'll get his diploma soon and plans to work in the computer science field. As for the video, kind of like a small business, something that does need to be managed, and Dad has been gradually turning over those responsibilities to the younger David. They're licensing it all the time, so.
I can't believe how old he is.
I know. Does that make you feel old?
Yes, it does.
David after dentist
and
is
what
22.
a good idea to go check in on him. I just love that. Oh, so funny.
It was great to meet him and his dad. All right,
That
that's
video
going to do
just
it.
captivated us. So funny.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Breaking right now on Morning News Now, President Biden in Israel, touching down early this morning, holding meetings with Israeli leaders as a show of support and pushing for a humanitarian corridor to open to desperate civilians in Gaza.
The fact is that Israel, as they respond to these attacks, seems to me that they have to continue to ensure that you have what you need to defend yourselves. And we have to also bear in mind that Hamas does not represent all the Palestinian people and has brought them only suffering.
But the visit comes just one day after hundreds of people were killed in a catastrophic explosion at a hospital in Gaza. Images of the aftermath of the blast inflaming already high tensions in the region, with Hamas militants and the Israeli military blaming each other. In a statement, President Biden said he was, quote, outraged and deeply saddened by the explosion and directed his national security team to figure out what exactly happened. Meanwhile, a senior Hamas official tells NBC News that the group is willing to release some hostages held captive on the condition that Israel stops bombing Gaza.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
We have full team coverage of the latest out of the Middle East. We begin with the president's high-stakes visit. Joining us, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba to kick us off this hour. Monica, let's start with you. It's been just a few hours since President Biden touched down in Tel Aviv. He's already met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So tell us about the president's day so far and what's to come as he sees the devastation firsthand.
Well, this trip, Joe and Savannah, was all about showing solidarity with Israel and literally embracing the country after this tragedy. And we saw the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu physically hug once he arrived on that tarmac. And just now, in some remarks, the president continued to say that he wanted to show this message that the United States will continue to stand with Israel today, tomorrow, and always. But there is such a volatile backdrop to all of this and what the president is landing in. The fact that as he was heading to the airport to head to Tel Aviv, the Jordan portion of the trip was canceled because of the aftermath and the information that we're still working on to learn more about with that hospital explosion in Gaza, something that President Biden has expressed his deepest condolences to, given that loss of life that appears there. But now there are these major questions about who may have been responsible. The president, though, wanting to put the focus on why he made this trip now and why he feels, again, that the U.S. needs to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. Listen.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I wanted the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands. The fact is that Israel, as they respond to these attacks, it seems to me that have to continue to ensure that you have what you need to defend yourselves. And we're going to make sure that occurs. And we have to also bear in mind that Hamas does not represent all the Palestinian people.
And the president is also meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and his war cabinet to talk about what happens from here. And then later on in the day, we understand he will be meeting with some family members who lost loved ones in the terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7th. And he may also be meeting with some first responders as well while they're in Tel Aviv. Joe.
Monica, stay with us. Let me bring Raf in now. So the other big story this morning, of course, this finger pointing from both sides regarding that Gaza hospital explosion that has killed hundreds. We've also now seen protests erupt across the Middle East in response to that, including in Jordan. That is where President Biden was supposed to go for a summit with other leaders in the region before that part of the trip was canceled. What is the latest about this blast, and what type of evidence do we have about who is responsible?
Well, Savannah, it's been more than 12 hours now since that explosion, but the fog of war still hangs very heavily over the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City. Here's what we know. In the last couple of hours, the Israeli military has released evidence of what it says is proof that this was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket which misfired. They're pointing to two things. One, drone footage over the hospital, which they say shows that there is no crater outside the hospital. You would expect if this was an Israeli airstrike with a heavy ordnance that there would be some kind of crater. Two, they have released what they are saying is an intercepted conversation between two Hamas officials, where these officials seem to acknowledge that this was a misfired Palestinian rocket that caused the explosion. We should be really clear. NBC News is not able to verify either of these Israeli claims. We are not able to get to the hospital ourselves. The Israel-Gaza border is sealed. The Egypt-Gaza border is sealed, so we are not able to verify this ourselves. The Palestinians are adamant that this was an Israeli airstrike. They are saying that hundreds of people were killed. It is worth saying Hamas and Islamic Jihad do not acknowledge that their rockets do fall in Gaza, which does happen. But it is also worth saying that this is a much, much larger death toll than what we would normally associate with Palestinian rockets, which are deadly, which are dangerous, but they do not normally kill hundreds of people.
Guys. So, Monica, another question is the president expected to submit a $100 billion supplemental funding request to Congress in the coming days that would help Israel. That's according to two people familiar with the matter. What should we expect to be included in that funding, and how likely is it to get through, especially with a speakerless House?
Yeah, it's not, is the short answer to that. There's a paralysis on Capitol Hill right now in the House of Representatives that without it, they won't be able to advance much more than what they can do, which is essentially draft this supplemental request where the Biden administration is preparing to ask for something in the ballpark of $100 billion to address several things, including emergency aid for Israel, including continued funding for the war in Ukraine, now, of course, stretching on into its second year, and then also addressing some other domestic priorities, things like U.S. border security. And the question here now becomes, is there enough bipartisan support for something like this? We know that there have been differing views on several pieces of it. There's also a push to include some money for Taiwan. So that is why it is such a large number. But I am also told by somebody involved in this that it's not finalized yet because the contours could change, and that could also be shifted because of the president's time on the ground in Israel, depending on what more they are asking for. But we should expect to see at least what this supplemental request looks like sometime at the end of this week when the president does return from his travels. And then there's an expectation on Capitol Hill that they could move on that in the coming weeks. Remember, we're now up against that deadline for a potential government shutdown, which is tied to all of these spending priorities. Joe and Savannah.
Monica and Raf, thank you both. Appreciate it.
We are now joined by Dan Arbel. He's a senior fellow at the Center for Middle East Policy at the Brookings Institute in Washington. Dan, thank you very much for joining us this morning. So President Biden met earlier, as we've mentioned, as we've showed these pictures, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu soon after landing in Tel Aviv. Obviously, with the backdrop of so much happening and outrage also unfolding this morning. Explain to us the importance of his trip there and what you think his message should be while on the ground in these meetings.
Yeah, it's a historic visit of a president in Israel during time of war. It's the first time that this is happening. So in terms of showing solidarity with Israeli people and the Israeli government, this is something unprecedented. And so Israelis are just ecstatic and enthusiastic about it and are very much appreciating this. Obviously, it gives Israel, sends the message that the U.S. stands by Israel, is not tying Israel's hands with whatever Israel wants to do, at the same time providing every military item that Israel will need for this offensive that it's planning to do right after probably the president leaves, sort of a continuation of the operation, but on the ground this time.
So diplomatically speaking, how does this Gaza hospital blast impact President Biden's trip?
Well, it's a diplomatic blunder, of course, because he got on the plane, as your correspondent has mentioned, and this happened while he was there, while he was on Air Force One, leading to the cancellation of a very important summit for Biden that was scheduled in Amman, Jordan, with the King of Jordan, with Egyptian President Sisi, and with the Palestinian Authority's president. So the fact that there is no follow-up to his Israel visit complicates things for the Biden and his administration, as they're trying to show, first of all, that while they stand with Israel, they are looking for a resolution of this conflict, and they do support a humanitarian effort to create a humanitarian corridor and to help many distressed and Palestinians that are innocent Palestinians that are suffering as a result of this conflict.
Dan, as we know, the Jordan portion of the president's trip that was going to include meeting with Palestinian leadership was canceled following this explosion. How important will it be at some point for President Biden to meet also with Palestinian leaders?
It will be extremely important. Look, Anthony Blinken, when he was there last week, met with Mahmoud Abbas, the leader of the Palestinian Authority president, and it will be important for Biden to do so. Palestinians need reassuring. And Biden's message was very clear. Hamas does not represent all Palestinians. And there are many Palestinians there who are out there who want peace, who want coexistence, who do not support this terrorist nature of Hamas. And therefore, I think Biden needs to address them. I believe that he will do so when the time is right. Obviously, after the explosion in the hospital, it created complications. So it's pushing it down the road, but it will happen eventually, I believe.
All right, Dan Arbel, thank you very much for joining us this morning and giving us your expertise.
More now on that deadly hospital explosion in Gaza. Health officials there say several hundred people were killed, hundreds more were injured. Officials in Gaza and Israel, as we've been reporting, are blaming each other for the blast. Gaza journalist Akram al-Sadri is at a different hospital in Gaza and has this report.
Palestinians at large are outraged by the latest incident of targeting the Baptist hospital in the Gaza Strip. The number of people killed, the magnitude, the nature of the place that was targeted, including the fact that this is a place of a spiritual, religious value and also of a service value, because it provides service to a large number of Palestinians, and also it was a shelter for thousands of Palestinian IDPs, refugees who are seeking safety in that place. That shook the consciences of the Palestinians, that made them feel that insecurity is prevailing and that there is no safe haven. They were sure that there was no safe haven in Gaza for the past few days, but this is another evidence that there is no safe haven in the Gaza Strip. Israel from one side and Hamas and the Palestinian faction from the other side were exchanging accusations about that. There's no formal statement made by the Palestinian resistance on that particular issue, but the matter of fact that a rocket, according to the expert, a rocket that hit and killed 900 people cannot be a Palestinian rocket. This is the argument that we hear and from the Palestinian side. The magnitude, the explosive, the impact, the number of people killed are all indicating that, according to the expert, that Israeli occupation is the one party responsible for that situation. The community, the medical community in Gaza, the people in Gaza, people are also feeling a deepening feel of insecurity now, accompanied by the anger resulting from that incident and also fear from whatever is coming. They see that as one more step towards pushing Palestinians more toward the south, towards Egypt, for the forced displacement program that they see in place. The medical community has already been struggling now with the loss of one hospital that became out of the service, which is the Baptist Hospital. There is an increased burden on the existing hospitals that were announced to be falling apart, that were announced to be collapsing under the heavy burden resulting from the influx of injured people, and also they don't have places to save the bodies. In the Baptist Hospital, there was a conference that was organized by doctors and by paramedics, and around them and in front of them there were hundreds of bodies of people who were killed, and they do not know where to store them. So catastrophic situation that is getting even more catastrophic, and people of Gaza are overwhelmed and saddened.
All right, Akram Al-Sadari, thank you so much and continue to stay safe. Let's bring in NBC News military analyst, Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. Thank you for joining us. So we do want to talk more about the hospital blasts in Gaza, which killed hundreds. Israel has denied responsibility, blamed Palestinian militants, but Israel doesn't have anyone actually on the ground in Gaza to investigate this. So my question is, how is something like this investigated? Will the U.S. know definitively who's responsible?
Well, what you have to do is something called a crater analysis. And in that crater analysis, you're looking to determine how wide the crater is, how deep it is, which way the projectile came from, and you hope to find residue from that particular bomb. In this case here, the Israelis do not have anyone on the ground, so they have to rely on the video feed in order to determine the things that I just talked about. That's going to take some time. They have come out with some video feed. That video feed is blurry. And so we'll see what comes through their investigation through the video feed. After they conduct that investigation, of course, they'll have to brief their military leaders and their political leaders. And I expect a statement will come out here in short order here on the findings of that investigation.
So knowing that northern Gaza, as we're seeing with this, is not completely void of Palestinian civilians or many people who are unable to leave hospitals, who need that military treatment or are even sheltering in those places, and seeing just how devastating military activity can still be in that area even after that evacuation order, how much does that complicate a potential ground invasion? I mean, both from a tactical perspective, but also as we see the reaction and the outrage to something like this spread?
Yes, there's two pieces to your question. First of all, whenever you fight an urban battle, unfortunately, these combatants will be impacted by this. And so sadly, we're dealing with a situation here where we have the people involved in this conflict. And that's when you have people involved, you're going to have casualties. And so you're seeing the aftermath of what is to come when a ground war starts. It's just going to spiral out of control if we don't get the people migrated down south in this conflict.
All right. Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Let's bring in Hagar Shamali. She is the host of Oh My World on YouTube and the former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Hagar, as always, it's great to have you with us. So if we could just, of course, start on this big news this morning, your assessment of this massive explosion at the Gaza hospital that killed hundreds of people, as well as what's sort of coming out in terms of the finger pointing and what is being claimed as evidence for who has done this. What do you make of this?
You know, when this originally happened, my first thought was that it's hard to lie about something like this, actually, because ultimately this information is knowable. It's provable. It's not something that one person can lie about and then hide the evidence. And, you know, it's hard when you're dealing with situations of war, mistakes often happen. You've seen it in Ukraine as well, by the way. So it's not implausible that a rocket was fired by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That is a terrorist organization. I wouldn't believe a lot of what they say, by the way. But that one was fired by them and then fell mistakenly. We've seen that happen in many other wars. And the thing is, I think if anything, if this highlights anything, it's that it's the catastrophe that is war. It's how ugly it is, how the tragedy of it is that the majority of people who die are innocent civilians. But the fact is that when I saw it, my view was that I didn't see why Israel would lie about it, because it's knowable information that the U.S. will do its own independent assessment of. And when I saw President Biden come out and say that it appears to have been the case, that it wasn't Israel, I'm inclined to believe him.
Hagar, we're also reporting this morning a senior Hamas official telling NBC News the group is willing to release some hostages held captive on the condition Israel stops bombing Gaza. How realistic is that? In your mind, where do things stand with the hostages right now? How could that situation possibly come to an end?
Well, it's not surprising that they're gonna try and offer that exchange, because that's why they take hostages in general, right? These are their bargaining chips, and for that reason, by the way, they're going to try and keep them alive. But it's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult because they're basically telling Israel, okay, you stop bombing us, and we'll give you folks in exchange, hostages in exchange. But by the way, we're going to keep lobbing rockets at you. And while the Iron Dome is quite successful at intercepting rockets, it has an 85 to 90% success rate. Some rockets are going through, and so it puts Israel as well in a difficult position. Now, we also knew that it would be that hostages complicate things. I don't expect Israel to stop its strikes in exchange for hostages. At the same time, I don't know how successful a ground assault will be in retrieving hostages. It is a very, very dangerous game. I would view negotiations as a more likely outcome.
Hagar, we've also now seen U.S. authorities issue a do not travel alert to Lebanon amid ongoing cross-border tensions with Israel there. We've seen towns along that northern Israeli border evacuated as this unfolds. How concerned are you about this conflict spreading to Lebanon or getting other countries in the region involved?
Yes, I'm actually very surprised. It's actually only about 5 days ago that I told my own family in Lebanon that they should get out. And that the reason that they should get out, by the way, is not because I thought that war would hit where they are, but because things in Lebanon can turn upside down in 24 hours. It did when the last war between Israel and Lebanon happened in 2006. It was 24 hours before all mayhem broke out. And then the problem is the airports close. Everything shuts down, and then people can't get out. And then the U.S. government has to, they have to coordinate massive evacuations because there are so many U.S. citizens there. So I've told my own family already. Numerous airline companies have canceled flights, and so I would agree with that. Not because I think war would spread, but I expect clashes, additional clashes in the south, and then for things to shut down.
All right, Hagar Shmali, thank you as always for joining us.
Coming up, new legal trouble for Alec Baldwin.
Why the actor could soon be charged again in connection to that fatal movie set shooting.
But first, another setback for Republicans after Congressman Jim Jordan failed to secure enough support to become Speaker of the House. So what happens now? We're going to dig in next.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Back now with the latest on the fight for the House speakership.
That's right. Later this morning, the House of Representatives will hold another vote after Congressman Jim Jordan failed to get the 217 votes he needed to secure the role yesterday.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. So, Julie, Jim Jordan failed to get the 217 votes needed yesterday to secure the speakership. I feel like this is turning into a reality show. So, another vote scheduled today, but there really is no sign he has the votes, right?
Yeah, no, if anything, overnight it might have gotten worse for Jim Jordan. And you're right, this is literally like Groundhog Day over and over again. This time last week, remember, we were talking about a completely different candidate for speaker. Right. Yesterday, Jim Jordan lost about 20 votes on that first ballot. They were going to take another vote later in the day, but Jim Jordan wanted to buy himself some more time to try to pressure some of those holdouts to come around and support him today. The problem is, though, while he might have been able to pick off one or two more votes, he could have lost more, as some of those moderates even who voted for Jordan yesterday decided, wait a minute, maybe I'll vote against him now that it doesn't look like he has the votes to get the gavel anyway.
Julie, what are the objections that some Republicans have over voting for Representative Jordan? What are you hearing?
Well, there's a couple of them, and they're mostly stemming from those moderate members, those vulnerable Republicans, especially those in districts that were won by President Biden in 2020. They say Jim Jordan, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the person who's pursuing the impeachment inquiry against President Biden, who's investigating his son Hunter, who sort of cemented his career in Congress as a flamethrower, who tried to get in the side of leadership for more than a decade. Now they see him as somebody who's jockeying for power. But there are a couple of factors here, right? On one hand, he's too conservative, too far right. On the other, he was leading an all-out pressure campaign, including from some members of the hard-right media, to try and get some of these moderate members to vote for him. Here's one of those moderates, Carlos Jimenez of Florida. Take a listen to what he said.
I'm not supporting Jim Jordan. I'm supporting Kevin McCarthy. I think Kevin McCarthy was the choice of the conference. 96% of us voted to maintain him as speaker. So, you know, for me, I don't know why we're settling. We should go back to what we had.
So you heard from him. He wants McCarthy to get the speakership. Of course, McCarthy himself has said many times it's going to be Jim Jordan. But Jimenez has also said that he doesn't like the tactics Jordan has used to try and get some of that pressure going on moderates. He said that a real leader has followers and doesn't pressure followers to follow suit, essentially.
Julie, let's talk about the impact this is having on Congress's ability to get things done. At the top of the hour, we talked about the fact President Biden plans to ask for about $100 billion in aid for Israel, but that can't happen. Nothing can really happen without a speaker, right?
No, absolutely nothing. I mean, they can't even hold a moment of silence on the floor, let alone pass a package the size of this one. And this is really important. It doesn't only include aid for Israel. It also includes aid for Ukraine, aid for Taiwan, and some funding for the border, which certainly Republicans as well as Democrats really want to see go through. The thing is, that request is expected to come by the end of this week when President Biden gets back from Tel Aviv. By the end of this week is only a couple of days away. We're already on Wednesday. It doesn't look likely that there will be a Speaker of the House. There are some alternative options that some Republicans are thinking about now, because it doesn't look like it'll be Jordan. And then if not Jordan, who?
All right, Julie Sirkin. We'll be talking more about this.
So much to keep talking
for how long. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, you better keep your umbrellas handy for the rest of the week, because rain is expected for a lot of the country.
Yeah, that's because it's going to be a weekend, and therefore weekend equals rain. Angie Lassman is here with the forecast. Angie.
Listen, I don't make the rules, guys. I'm just telling you what I know. And what I know is actually today across parts of the Northeast and most of the East, really, it's going to be a nice day. But you're right. The umbrellas are going to be needed for that area here as we head into tomorrow and, unfortunately, the weekend. Today, though, across parts of the Midwest and the Great Lakes, you're going to want to have the umbrella for sure. We'll see some sunshine elsewhere across the country, but but this is the storm system that we're going to watch to impact the Great Lakes, the Midwest over the short term, and then eventually the Northeast over the long term. Here's what we're dealing with right now. Some of these rain showers working through portions of the upper Midwest and working their way a little closer to the Great Lakes. That's where we'll find this system as we get into tomorrow. So preparing for your Thursday across places like Michigan and Detroit, Cincinnati, Chicago, you're all going to have to deal with some of these showers working through ahead and along this front. This will even stretch as far south as the Tennessee Valley. So we're going to see some rain across that region here in the short term. We move into Friday, rounding out the work week, and there's the rain working its way into portions of the Northeast, New England, stretching down to the Mid-Atlantic. We'll see most of that rain kind of spreading its way east as the system works its way east as well. Now, when we're looking ahead to the weekend, unfortunately, guys, it does look like the I-95 weekend jinx continues. We're coining that term because it just feels, you know, unfair at some times when we look at the forecast each weekend in places like New York. 8 of the last 10 weekends have been rainy. 8 of the last 10 weekends in Boston and Philadelphia, too. Not quite as many in Washington, D.C., but still, we're going to have another one to add to the tally. We've got that storm system that will work up the I-95 corridor and leave us with some cloudy and even rainy conditions. I say cloudy because at points you'll get some dry spots, but it's not going to be nice by any means. That goes for Sunday, too. We'll see some showers lingering, especially in northern New England. And behind that, even if it's not raining, it's going to be quite windy. So that'll be something that we'll have to watch for Sunday. When we're talking about the highest rainfall totals, it looks like northern New England will have maybe 3/4 of an inch. About another 1/2 inch is expected for New York. As we get through the weekend, Philadelphia will pick up about 1/4 of an inch. But guys, I'm sorry.
We don't blame you.
You are going to hate me for saying this, but I have somehow missed all of those weekends.
Oh.
So I'm kind of like, get out of here. Rain. I'll stay in and watch a movie. I don't know. I guess
send it all
travel.
over.
Yeah.
All
just all over Savannah's house.
Exactly. All right.
Thanks, Angie.
New footage released by the Pentagon shows a series of what the Pentagon is calling risky encounters with Chinese aircraft over the last 2 years.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has the latest on that and other world headlines. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning. We begin with declassified video out of the Pentagon that shows 180 intercepts of U.S. warplanes by Chinese aircraft in the Indo-Pacific region in the last 2 years alone. That's more than the total for the previous decade. The Pentagon says it's a trend that is, quote, coercive and risky. The images and videos were released ahead of a Pentagon report on China's military power. Foxconn, the electronics giant based in Taiwan that probably made your iPhone, is teaming up with NVIDIA to build AI factories. What's an AI factory? Well, it's kind of like a data center that manufactures intelligence. So stuff like self-driving cars can be even smarter. Now, Foxconn says that it wants to do with chips and software what it did with hardware like computers and smartphones. And finally, The Matrix is getting reimagined in a very big way as a live show, a dance show at that, in Manchester, England. For the uninitiated, The Matrix was a movie released in 1999 starring Keanu Reeves as a hacker who was told that AI had conquered humanity. Some of the action scenes that the movie became famous for have inspired the dance scenes in the live show. So red pill or blue pill, you choose. It's on stage until early November.
So just a bunch of people doing
Yeah,
like,
it seems very difficult
whatever,
to perform live. Anything similar to the movie. Interesting.
Thanks, Janice. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, over 1,000 people have been arrested in the aftermath of the January 6th Capitol insurrection.
And this morning, we are getting new insight into how the FBI and intelligence agencies were able to track them all down. Our own Ryan Riley breaks it down for us next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Pennsylvania woman who was seen smashing a window with an axe during the January 6th insurrection was sentenced to federal prison yesterday. Court documents show 43-year-old Rachel Powell, seen here, was given nearly 5 years in prison for her involvement in the attack on the Capitol. According to court documents, prosecutors said Powell was, quote, an active and enthusiastic participant. Powell says that she is deeply ashamed of her actions.
Our colleague Ryan Riley outlined how the FBI and other intelligence agencies gathered evidence with the help of online tipsters. They're called sedition hunters. And that's the title of his book, his new book, which is out right now. We have Ryan joining us for more on the book and really these ongoing trials against January 6th rioters. Ryan, talk to us about Rachel Powell for a moment. That pink hat picture, how did it lead really to the creation of this book? And what have you learned about her and some of the other rioters?
Yeah, that's really what sort of kicked it all off for me. I sort of made a Twitter joke afterwards because there's video of her on a bullhorn, and she was nicknamed Bullhorn Lady. And she sort of looks like she's leading sort of a tour of the Capitol in some ways as this window is smashed out on January 6th. She's on that bullhorn telling them sort of to coordinate together. And it was almost like she was a chaperone for an 8th grade field trip saying, we should probably coordinate together if we're going to take this building. It was sort of that unmistakable tone as a parent that I know when you're sort of frustrated with your kids. So I sort of made a joke that, you know, this was going to lead to both criminal charges and a PTA resignation. As it turned out, Rachel Powell is a mother of 8 and a grandmother of 6, and she was arrested right afterwards. I got a tip very early on from this mysterious account saying that she had been ID'd, basically that they were trying to get this information to the FBI, etc. And very soon I sort of got into this world of sedition hunters as they started playing a really huge role in this investigation and have really aided in hundreds of these charges that have now been brought over more than 1,100 people.
Yeah, and you actually said in your book, quote, I've covered the Justice Department for more than a decade, and I'd talked with FBI informants before, but none of them hold a candle to the impact the sedition hunters have had. Such a statement. I mean, tell us more about what you learned about them, about how they work while investigating for your book. It sounds just kind of like a new type of detective.
Exactly. And, you know, I think one of the main themes here is that the Hollywood image that we have of the FBI isn't the reality of the FBI. When you see sort of these shows and, you know, computer enhance and zoom in and organizing all of this digital information just isn't really how the FBI works. They're really actually kind of really behind on technology. In fact, up until a couple of years ago, their emails were formatted as ic.fbi.gov, and that didn't stand for something cool like intelligence community. It actually stood for Internet Cafe from the days of AOL and dial-up.
Wow.
And a lot of these sleuths have actually had to have FBI agents come to their homes to pick up USB drives because the FBI won't use any of these sort of file sharing websites that are so common today. There's one of the informants right before January 6th was actually told that he could burn something to a DVD, you know, like this was still the Bush administration or something. So I think they're really just sort of shattering this conception of what the FBI does, and I think a lot lot of the sleuths have been surprised by how far behind they were to what they were doing online and sort of organizing in these online forums and very quickly bringing together a lot of this information.
So all that kind of begs the question, how prepared was the FBI for the attack on the Capitol? And what are some of the problems within the Bureau that need to be addressed or have been addressed since this happened?
You know, political bias is definitely a component of this. Obviously, it's a conservative-leaning organization, despite what we've heard over the past, say, 6 years or so coming from Donald Trump. But you know, overall, I think the technological things are one of the main obstacles for the FBI. You know, the salary scale just isn't the same as you can compete with in the private sector. So if you're coming out and you're a really big computer whiz, you know, unless you really just have a really hard dedication to wanting to work for the FBI, you're leaving money on the table by joining the organization. Not only that, they have, you know, really strict, say, marijuana protocols, right? Like, that's something that is pretty common today, but you cannot smoke marijuana when you're at the FBI, even though they've relaxed the rules a little bit because that was such an impediment. Now you only have to give it up for a year before you actually sign up to join. But that's an obstacle, for example. I think a lot of these things, they're just really behind the ball on a lot of this.
Quickly, Ryan, before we let you go, just give us an update on the outstanding cases against people who were part of the insurrection. How close are we to seeing an end to prosecutions?
So the way to think of this is on a 5-year timeline. So we're already halfway through this investigation. The statute of limitations expires in early 2026. We're never going to get to charging all of the people who were inside the Capitol that day or even attacked police officers, because that is over 3,000 people and only 1,100 have been charged today. But these cases are continuing to trickle in. The sleuths say the FBI really needs to turn it up because they've even identified more than 100 people who are on the FBI's most wanted list for Capitol rioters today who've still not yet been arrested.
Ryan Riley, thank you so much. Congratulations on your book. A fascinating topic. Also, obviously, he's very funny, so it must be great. Sedition hunters, Ryan Riley, congrats. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, Alec Baldwin could be charged again in connection to that fatal shooting on the set of the movie Rust back in 2021.
Yeah, two sources familiar with the matter told NBC News that New Mexico prosecutors intend to recharge Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter. One of the sources says a grand jury will hear Baldwin's case next month. It comes 5 months after special prosecutors dismissed the same charge, citing new facts in the case. Baldwin has maintained his innocence throughout since the shooting occurred.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, how are prosecutors able to bring back the same charges faced 5 months ago? What has changed?
You guys know my feeling on this case.
Right.
And I've already prepared my closing argument. You guys want to hear it? Here's how it's going to go, because this is going to be a not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you know who thinks Alec Baldwin is not guilty? The prosecution. Here's why. They got a report 5 months ago that this firearm may have been modified, so it could have gone off without pulling the trigger. And did they dismiss it? Did they say, that's a lousy report? No, they dismissed the charges because they believed he was not guilty. But the prosecution wasn't finished. They decided, well, what if we send it to another expert? What if we get it examined by somebody else who will tell us what we want to hear, which is that Alec Baldwin is somehow responsible? Well, they did that. Now they got the report they wanted. But guess what? Too bad, so sad. That original report is already out there. And I can show you.
Doubt, right? At
which
the very
is,
least,
well, then let's start with that. And then you have two more little points. They're charging, and the armor is going to trial very soon. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. They're charging her with involuntary manslaughter, not as a co-conspirator, but they're saying she's responsible. So what's her percentage fault? Let's subtract that from Alec Baldwin. Then you had the assistant director, David Halls. He pleaded guilty to unsafe handling of a firearm. So he's responsible. How much percentage do you assign to that? Subtract it from Alec Baldwin. What's left for Alec Baldwin? But, you know, you don't even need to do that percentage analysis because the government, the state, doesn't even believe he's guilty.
I have whiplash from this. It's so confusing every time we see that there's new news here. What are you going to be watching for when this is brought to a grand jury?
Well, look, here's the thing. Grand juries, a lot of evidence can come in. It's the prosecution show. The mere fact that they may get an indictment at the grand jury doesn't tell me a whole lot. It's just a probable cause hearing. It doesn't tell me very much about whether or not he's actually guilty. So don't be surprised if they can indict him again. They did it before. They obviously can do it again. But look for this case to falter, as it already has several times before.
So according to two sources familiar with the matter, there had been recent discussions of a plea deal to a petty misdemeanor that was rescinded over the weekend. Reaction to that? Thoughts on that?
Look, if Baldwin's my client and it's a misdemeanor or a traffic ticket, maybe I'd consider pleading him. But otherwise, go to trial. This is one you can win. And it's easy for the lawyer to say that because I don't have to live it like the client. Clients, it's tough to live through a trial, so I understand pleading guilty to some lesser charge. But this is a case the defense can win.
All right. Wow. Danny Savalos, as always, we appreciate your analysis.
This one, I can't be neutral on.
The charges have changed. Danny's opinion is not.
I like hearing this, though, because I think for most people at home, they're like, what? It seems like it should. So it makes me feel like we're in sync.
Good.
And you're smart. So
well.
That's good. Danny, thanks.
Thank you. Still ahead this morning, new insight into the unseen impact of wildfires.
Our Dr. Akshay Syal explains why, despite the flames being gone, their impact on your health could linger on. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Some financial headlines now, starting off with a gloomy forecast for the future of United Airlines profits.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs is with us this morning with that and other news. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. United Airlines actually reported strong profits for its third quarter. People traveled in droves this summer, but United is setting record for service to Europe and Asia as more Americans fly overseas, but the company is now warning of weaker results the rest of the year due to rising jet fuel prices and the suspension of flights to Israel. Fuel prices have risen about a third since July, tracking the increase in oil prices. Microsoft and Amazon have been bitter business rivals, but I guess they're becoming frenemies. The tech giants are close to announcing a mega deal. Business Insider reports Amazon is committing more than $1 billion to license Microsoft 365 cloud software for 1 million of its corporate and frontline workers. Amazon will upgrade from traditional Microsoft Office software to the Cloud Productivity Suite Amazon had previously been reluctant to use. Microsoft's cloud products overall, given the rivalry between AWS and Azure as they compete for corporate cloud business. Apple, meantime, has unveiled a new and cheaper pencil. The latest model costs $79, and it pairs and charges with a USB-C cable. You can get your hands on one in November. It's compatible with every iPad that has a USB-C port. Apple says new features include pixel-perfect accuracy and tilt sensitivity. However, you can't double tap to change drawing tools, and Apple is not including free engraving on this version. I didn't know that you could get a pencil engraved, but I guess some people like that.
I'm sure they do. It's whose pencil it is.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
Well, now it's time for our weekly medical checkup. We have new insight into just some of the effects following those wildfires we saw earlier this year.
Plus, if you're the type of person to grab a few extra Z's after your alarm goes off in the morning, we have some good news for you. Perhaps it could be a good thing.
Oh, my husband is the worst news. I'm like, you're ruining your night. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sahal joins us now for more on these medical headlines. Good morning. Always great to have you with us. So let's start on what we just mentioned about wildfires. We remember a bad season, and there's this new report out of Colorado that finds that smoke can linger in your home way after the fire has actually been extinguished. How does that impact you?
Really interesting, guys. So what they did was these researchers took a fake house and they blew smoke into it. And what they found was, or what they were looking for was to see, was that smoke lingering? And it turns out it can. Parts of that smoke can actually linger in things like your blinds, your couch, just sort of household things that linger around, forming these reservoirs, things that can sort of keep emitting those harmful effects of smoke, which could potentially affect people with asthma, lung disease. But the good news is there is something you can do about it, because the researchers not only did that, they said, how can we get rid of that? And it's things you should be doing anyway, right? It's vacuuming, it's cleaning those things. So doctor's orders, guys, really centering around keeping your house clean. You want to be vacuuming, using all-purpose cleaner, getting rid of those smoke reservoirs, because not only are you getting rid of dust and everything else, you could potentially be helping your lung health as well.
All right, let's talk about snoozing. It can actually be beneficial, it turns out, to some people to hit that snooze alarm a few times. So who usually does this, and how might it help?
So who usually does this, Joe? Surprise, surprise, it's young people. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I went to work.
That makes me young, yay.
You guys have an early start time. I have an early start time. I haven't woken up without a snooze button in years. It's just, sometimes I even set my alarm earlier so I can snooze and wake up. But the good news is, Joe, with this study that came out, it found that, they put people in the lab, and they found that people who do that snooze button, who use it, they tested their memory and sort of attention problems afterwards. There wasn't really any difference. If anything, the people who snoozed actually did better immediately upon waking up, but about 40 minutes after, the difference sort of leveled off. So the doctor's orders here, guys, don't be afraid to hit that snooze button 1 time, 2 times. You just want to keep it within that 30-minute window. So try it out, but it may not, of course, be best for everyone.
Yeah, how about an hour and a half of it, though? That's right? It's too much. Yeah, I'm just happy I'm up and out before it even starts every morning. All right, a new poll from C.S. Mott Children's Hospital in Michigan. It warns that some parents might be unintentionally restricting their child's independence. How's something like that happening? What are some tips for parents, and what does that do to a kid?
So it centers around this term that, admittedly, I'd never heard of. It's called helicopter parenting. Have you guys heard of this? Yeah. So it's essentially, it's exactly what it sounds like for those who don't know. It's your parent sort of hovers around you like a helicopter would and kind of takes control of many aspects of your life. And so, the reason this is concerning, just because independence is a really big part of that child development. About 1 in 4 parents are actually criticizing parents for not supervising a child, so criticizing them for essentially not being a helicopter parent. But the reason, guys, this is so concerning is that if you are a child of a helicopter parent, you could have lower test scores, you could have more likely to use substances that you may not, should not be using. So the doctor's orders here, guys, really let your child speak up, turn off that helicopter, let them fly, encourage solo time, a good starting point, let them order their own food at restaurants.
That's a
great
good starting point right there. I mean, I'm pre-helicopter parent, so to me it's sort of fascinating to see, because we just played in the street all night and no one cared.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a completely different thing.
Oh, yeah.
And now
It's so not.
it's play dates and it's just
for me.
incredibly different. Look, I turned out fine, so I didn't get hit by a car. It's all good.
Dr. Shay Style, thank you very much.
Thank
Always
you.
good to have you with us. Coming up on The Record, pop star Britney Spears opens up about her life in the limelight.
What she is saying about her relationship with Justin Timberlake, the bombshell ahead of her upcoming memoir.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers with everything.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a major revelation from pop icon Britney Spears.
In an excerpt from her new book called The Woman in Me, provided to People magazine, Spears said she had an abortion as a teenager after a pregnancy with Justin Timberlake. For more on this, let's bring in Callan Rosenblatt. She's NBC News' youth and internet culture reporter. Great to have you with us. Good morning, Callan. So this abortion bombshell is really what everybody is talking about so far in what we've seen from the book. What exactly does she say happened, and how does she feel about it now?
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. So Britney Spears talks about being deeply in love with Justin Timberlake at the time. And although they weren't really ready for this, she said she'd always anticipated starting a family with him and that they were going to share their futures together. So when he said that he wasn't ready to be a father, she said it was a really difficult decision for her. She said she has since agonized over this decision and that it's been a really big challenge for her. And fans are really empathizing with what she says in this book about being really conflicted about having this abortion after falling pregnant in her either early teens or her late teens or her early 20s.
And has Justin Timberlake responded at all to the book or to this claim?
People magazine had reached out to Justin Timberlake, but no reps have responded yet for him.
All right, so the Free Britney movement, of course, was a huge part of her being released from her conservatorship. How are they reacting to this revelation?
Yeah, so fans online are really heartbroken for Britney. They say, you know, Justin Timberlake has in the past been under scrutiny for some of his treatment around Britney Spears or how some of that relationship shook out. So now fans are really reassessing some of the music from that time. They're saying they're really heartbroken over the song Cry Me a River. They feel like that might have been in poor taste. They're reassessing Britney Spears' old songs, the song Everything, and wondering if that possibly was about this really hard decision. Some are saying that they felt, you know, the couple was very young at the time and that maybe this was for the best. But many people are expressing their heartbreak for Britney Spears having this decision to make and living with it afterwards.
And I know also it sounds like Britney reached out to some fans through social media, responded to them, and said that she struggled to write this book. Tell us what we know that she's told some fans.
Yeah, so earlier in the summer, Britney Spears posted and said that she needed a lot of therapy to be able to write this book. And in a recent post, she even said that writing this book for her was almost like going back through a yearbook. Some memories were really happy and beautiful, and some were really painful. So this was delving back into deep wounds to be able to tell her story in her own words.
And remind us, Callan, the book, when's it coming out?
October 24th.
October 24th. So we're going to finally hear about it next week. Do we have any idea, like, are we going to hear some more things dropping? I feel like she's probably not doing any interviews or anything that we've heard about. So it's just going to be excerpts and things like that? Or what's sort of the theory of what we'll see in the next few days?
As far as I can tell, it looks like we'll be hearing from Britney through her social media. I haven't seen any, I haven't seen any promises that there's going to be interviews about the book, but I am deeply looking forward to seeing her tell her story in her own words when I get my hands on the copy of this book.
Absolutely. Obviously, this was quite a bombshell in its first excerpt only, so we'll see if maybe there are more in there. Callan, thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Top of the hour, let's get to the very latest in the Middle East this morning. America's campaign of solidarity with Israel is ramping up. President Biden beginning an incredibly high-stakes trip overseas in Tel Aviv, meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the midst of a brutal conflict. The visit is a key show of support and comes in the wake of tragedy striking a hospital in Gaza City yesterday, with hundreds of people now dead from a violent explosion. Israeli and Gazan officials blaming each other for the devastation. Hamas has also blamed Israel. And as protests over the blast erupt across the region, a possible olive branch from Hamas this morning now saying it would release some hostages if Israel stops bombing Gaza. We have team coverage across the globe of President Biden's visit and the latest on the ground. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with President Biden's dramatic show of support for Israel. The president arrived earlier this morning in Tel Aviv, where he was greeted by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. His trip comes as Arab leaders cancel their meetings with him and as Hezbollah calls for a day of what they are calling unprecedented anger. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt kicks off.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, everybody. As we come on the air, the president is in Israel at this hour. He's met with the prime minister there, the war cabinet in Israel, along with families and victims and of the hostages there. And the wider Arab world this morning is reacting in outrage to the explosion at a hospital complex in Gaza. We've seen scenes this morning throughout the Middle East, including near the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon, protests unfolding across the region. As we await the president's remarks now, which are just moments away, we want to get right to NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who's in the West Bank this morning, where there also have been protests. Richard, bring us up to date.
Good morning. There are now clashes and protests in cities all across the Arab world, from Baghdad to Beirut to here in Ramallah. They are reacting to the attack on a Palestinian hospital in Gaza City, and Palestinian officials say that almost 500 people were killed in that incident. Israel denies any responsibility. It says it was a rocket attack, that a Palestinian rocket misfired, landed in a hospital where people were taking shelter and causing all that damage. But people here and in other cities don't accept that. They don't believe it. We might be beyond a point where anything that the Israelis say will have a difference on the street. Here the clashes are relatively small. We're seeing Palestinians throwing stones at Israeli troops that are just up this street. But the situation in Beirut is unfolding, where many demonstrators have converged around the U.S. Embassy. The Lebanese security forces have been brought in to try and clear them away. There have been clashes, and this is also in Morocco, in a number of countries, and it comes just as President Biden is on this tour to support Israel and to try and prevent this situation, this war between Israel and Hamas, from spilling into a wider conflict. But the visit so far has been overshadowed by that attack under disputed circumstances on a hospital in Gaza City that has inflamed tensions all across the region.
Yeah, Richard, stand by there. We await the president's remarks in Tel Aviv, and we see some of those images that have been unfolding in Beirut, Lebanon, and across the Middle East this morning, protests over the explosion at a hospital complex in Gaza City. I want to turn to Kelly Kobiella, who is in the room awaiting the president's remarks. And Kelly, we've heard the president weigh in quite specifically this morning on who was responsible for that attack. The Israeli Defense Forces say it was not an Israeli airstrike and have provided what they call evidence, including video evidence as well as surveillance footage demonstrating that it was not the IDF. And this morning, the president has said that his own Pentagon, the U.S. Defense Department, has shown him evidence that leads him to believe it was not an Israeli strike.
Officials were hoping that they would do, and they have not denied that.
Yeah, his message pretty clear here this morning, even as he was just off the plane speaking to reporters before that bilateral with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He said it looks like this was the work of the other team, referring to that hospital attack, suggesting that it was in fact the Palestinian militant group, a Palestinian militant group inside Gaza, who was responsible for that. Of course, groups inside Gaza are saying it was Israel, so conflicting reports there. But President Biden saying straight away that the U.S. believes that Israel was not responsible, saying that the U.S. has Israel's back, saying that the U.S. was working with partners across the region to prevent more tragedy for civilians. He also said that, echoed what Netanyahu said, that in fact Israel wasn't responsible, and that Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that Palestinian militants should be held responsible, should take the blame for what happened late last night in Gaza. Some 400 plus, nearly 500 killed. Those numbers, according to Palestinian health officials. We don't have a clear count. We can't really verify the number of dead in that attack, but it is obviously the key talking point. It's the one topic that everyone is talking about here as the president carries out these meetings. Of course, he was meant to go straight to Amman, Jordan after this to meet with Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, with Egyptian President al-Sisi, and with King Abdullah of Jordan. Those meetings all canceled, the White House suggesting that this was a mutual decision, that one side didn't cancel or the other. But there is a great deal of anger throughout countries in the Middle East over that explosion at the hospital. Another issue that the president is having to deal with as he's here. Savannah.
All right, Kelly, stand by there. We're about 2 minutes away from hearing from the president. I want to briefly turn to Richard, who's along the West Bank there, on this issue of the summit that was not, because of this hospital explosion at the hospital complex in Gaza, this plan to meet with the leaders of Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, as well as the King of Jordan, fell apart. And the mission of that meeting, Richard, was to try to stop this from becoming a wider conflict. In the minute or so we have before the president speaks, what are the prospects of that now?
Well, it was a disaster. There was supposed to be this peace summit with U.S. allies, Mahmoud Abbas, the moderate leader of the Palestinians, in contrast to Hamas, the leader of Egypt, the King of Jordan. But after this hospital attack, those in attendance decided, in their words, that it would not be productive to hold the summit. But Palestinians felt that they could not be there. We had Mahmoud Abbas walk out of this meeting, leave Jordan, that they could not be standing next to President Biden, who's done nothing but support Israel, give a full personal support, expressing support of the United States, is giving military support to Israel, sending weapons here. There are U.S. military advisors on the ground. These leaders felt at this time, after this incident, which, as Kelly was just describing, are under disputed circumstances, couldn't be there standing next to the president.
Richard, let's listen to the president.
With a single message. You're not alone. You are not alone. As long as the United States stands, and we will stand forever, we'll not let you ever be alone. Most importantly, I know the recent terrorist assault on the people of this nation has left a deep, deep wound. More than 1,300 innocent Israelis killed, including at least 31 American citizens by the terrorist group Hamas. hundreds of young people at a music festival. The festival was for peace, gunned down as they ran for their lives. Scores of innocents, from infants to elderly grandparents, Israelis and Americans, taken hostage. Children slaughtered, babies slaughtered, entire families massacred. Rape, beheadings, bodies burned alive. Hamas committed atrocities that recall the worst ravages of ISIS, unleashing pure, unadulterated evil upon the world. There's no rationalizing it, no excusing it, period. The brutality we saw would have cut deep anywhere in the world, but it cuts deeper here in Israel. October 7th, which was a sacred Jewish holiday, became the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It has brought to the surface painful memories and scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism and the genocide of the Jewish people. The world watched then, it knew, and the world did nothing. We will not stand by and do nothing again. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. To those who are living in limbo, waiting desperately to learn the fate of a loved one, especially to families of the hostages, you're not alone. We're working with partners throughout the region, pursuing every avenue to bring home those who are being held captive by Hamas. I can't speak publicly about all the details, but let me assure you, for me, as the American president, there's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages. To those who are grieving, a child, a parent, a spouse, a sibling, a friend, I know you feel like there's that black hole in the middle of your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it. The survivor's remorse, the anger, the questions of faith in your soul. Staring at that empty chair, sitting Shiva. The first Sabbath without them. They're the everyday things, the small things that you miss the most. The scent when you open the closet door. The morning coffee you shared together. The bend of his smile, the perfect pitch of her laugh. The giggle of your little boy, the baby. For those who have lost loved ones, this is what I know. They'll never be truly gone. There's something that's never fully lost. Your love for them and their love for you. And I promise you, you'll be walking along some days and say, what would she or he want me to do? You smile when you pass a place that reminds you of them. That's when you know. When a smile comes to your lips before a tear to your eye, that's when you know you're going to fully make it. That's what will give you the fortitude to find light in the darkest hours. When terrorists believe they could bring you down, bend your will, break your resolve. But they never did and they never will. Instead, we saw incredible stories of heroism and courage. Israelis taking care of one another. Neighbors forming watch groups to protect their kibbutz. Opening their homes to shelter survivors. Retired soldiers running into danger once again. Civilian medics flying across rescue missions. And off-duty medics at the music festival caring for the wounded before becoming a victim himself. Volunteers retrieving bodies of the dead so families could bury their loved ones in accordance with Jewish tradition. Reservists leaving behind their families, their honeymoons, their studies abroad without hesitation, and so much more. The state of Israel was born to be a safe place for the Jewish people of the world. That's why I was born. I've long said, if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. And while it may not feel that way today, Israel must again be a safe place for the Jewish people. And I promise you, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure there will be. 75 years ago, just 11 minutes after its founding, President Harry S. Truman and the United States of America became the first nation to recognize Israel. We've stood by your side ever since. We're going to stand by your side now. My administration was in close touch with your leadership from the first moments of this attack. We're going to make sure we have what you need to protect your people, to defend your nation. For decades, we've ensured Israel's qualitative military edge. And later this week, I'm going to ask the United States Congress for an unprecedented support package for Israel's defense. We're going to keep Iron Dome fully supplied so it can continue standing sentinel over Israeli skies, saving Israeli lives. We've moved U.S. military assets to the region, including positioning the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group in the Eastern Mediterranean, with the USS Eisenhower on the way to defer further aggression against Israel and to prevent this conflict from spreading. The world will know that Israel is stronger than ever. And my message to any state or any other hostile actor thinking about attacking Israel remains the same as it was a week ago. Don't. Since this terrorist attack took place, we've seen it described as Israel's 9/11. But for a nation the size of Israel, it was like 15 9/11s. The scale may be different, but I'm sure those horrors have tapped into some kind of primal feeling in Israel, just like it did and felt in the United States. Shock, pain, rage, an all-consuming rage. I understand, and many Americans understand. You can't look at what has happened here to your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents, sons, daughters, children, even babies, and not scream out for justice. Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. I'm the first U.S. president to visit Israel in time of war. I've made wartime decisions. I know the choices are never clear or easy for the leadership. There's always cost, but it requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions. It requires clarity about the objectives and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives. The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses innocent families in Gaza as human shields, putting their command centers, their weapons, their communications tunnels in residential areas. Palestinian people are suffering greatly as well. We mourn the loss of innocent Palestinian lives like the entire world. I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza. The United States unequivocally stands for the protection of civilian life during conflict, and I truly grieve for the families who were killed or wounded by this tragedy. The people of Gaza need food, water, medicine, shelter. Today, I asked the Israeli cabinet, who I met with for some time this morning, to agree to the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, based on the understanding that there will be inspections and that the aid should go to civilians, not to Hamas. Israel agreed the humanitarian assistance can begin to move from Egypt to Gaza. Let me be clear. If Hamas diverts or steals the assistance, they will have demonstrated once again that they have no concern for the welfare of the Palestinian people. And it will end. As a practical matter, it will stop the international community from being able to provide this aid. We're working in close cooperation with the government of Egypt, the United Nations, and its agencies like the World Food Program and other partners in the region to get trucks moving across the border as soon as possible. Separately, I ask Israel that the global community demand that the International Red Cross be able to visit hostages. I just demanded that the United States fully supports. Today, I'm also announcing $100 million in new U.S. funding for humanitarian assistance in both Gaza and the West Bank. This money will support more than 1 million displaced and conflict-affected Palestinians, including emergency needs in Gaza. You are a Jewish state, You are a Jewish state, but you're also a democracy. And like the United States, you don't live by the rules of terrorists. You live by the rule of law. And when conflicts flare, you live by the law of wars. What sets us apart from the terrorists is we believe in the fundamental dignity of every human life. Israeli, Palestinian, Arab, Jew, Muslim, Christian, everyone. You can't give up what makes you who you are. If you give that up, then the terrorists win, and we can never let them win. You know, Israel's a miracle, a triumph of faith and resolve and resilience over impossible pain and loss. Think about October 7th, the Jewish holiday, where you read about the death of Moses, a tragic story of a profound loss to an entire nation, a death that could have left hopelessness in the hearts of the entire nation. But though Moses died, his memory, his message, his lessons have lived on for generations of the Jewish people as well as many others. And just as the memory of your loved ones will live on as well. After reading the story of Moses' death, those who observed the holiday began reading the Torah from the very beginning. The story of creation reminds us of two things. First, that when we get knocked down, we get back up again, and we begin anew. And second, when we're faced with tragedy and loss, we must go back to the beginning and remember who we are. We are all human beings, created in the image of God with dignity, humanity, and purpose. In the darkness, to be the light unto the world is what we're about. You inspire hope and light for so many around the world. That's what the terrorists seek to destroy. That's what they seek to destroy. Because they live in darkness, but not you, not Israel. Nations of conscience like the United States and Israel are not measured solely by the example or power. We're measured by the power of our example. And that's why, as hard as it is, we must keep pursuing peace. We must keep pursuing a path so that Israel and the Palestinian people can both live safely, in security, in dignity, and in peace. For me, that means a two-state solution. We must keep working for Israel's greater integration with its neighbors. These attacks have only strengthened my commitment and determination and my will to get that done. I'm here to tell you the terrorists will not win. Freedom will win. So let me end where I began. Israel, you're not alone. The United States stands with you. I've told the story before, and I'll tell it again, of my first meeting with an Israeli prime minister 50 years ago as a young senator. I was sitting across from Golda Meir at her desk in her office. And she had a guy who later became prime minister, sitting next to me, just before the 1973 Yom Kippur War. And she flipped the maps up and down, telling me how bad things were and how terrible they were. All of a sudden, she looked at me. She said, "Would you like a photograph?" I looked at her. She got up from her desk and walked out into that hallway. I think it's marble flooring. Walked out in the hallway. We walked out, and there were a bunch of photographers standing in front of us. We were standing shoulder to shoulder. Without her looking at me, she said to me, knowing I'd hear her, "Why do you look so worried, Senator Biden?" And I said, "Worried? Like, of course I'm worried." And she looked at me, and she didn't look. She said, "Don't worry, Senator. We Israelis have a secret weapon. We have nowhere else to go." Well, today, I say to all of Israel, the United States isn't going anywhere either. We're going to stand with you. We'll walk beside you in those dark days, and we'll walk beside you in the good days to come, and they will come. As you say in Hebrew, which I'm not going to attempt to do because I'm such a terrible linguist, I'll say it in English. The people of Israel live. The people of Israel live. Israel will be safe, secure, Jewish, and democratic state today, tomorrow, and forever. And God protect all those who work for peace. God save those who are still in harm's way. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, what is your red line that will prompt U.S. military involvement in this war.
President Biden in Tel Aviv delivering remarks, impassioned remarks on the occasion of the war in Israel between Israel and Hamas. It started October 7th with a Hamas terror attack into southern Israel. And this morning, there are questions, there are protests around the Middle East over an explosion at a hospital complex that happened in Gaza. And the president stating in his remarks just moments ago that he believes his Defense Department has led him to believe that it was an errant rocket fired by a Palestinian terrorist group in Gaza and not the Israelis who are responsible for it. We just saw Richard Engel there, who is in the West Bank, where there have been protests, as well as around the Middle East. And a planned summit, the president was to head to Jordan and meet with other Arab leaders about a path forward. That summit now canceled in light of the carnage in Gaza. Accusations, finger-pointing, and rage, and an impassioned speech from the president where he said to Israel repeatedly, "You are not alone." Let us go to Richard Engel. Richard, he also talked about the situation, the humanitarian situation in Gaza. He said that he had asked Israel's war cabinet to immediately begin allowing supplies into Gaza, and also said that $100 million of emergency U.S. funding would be headed to Gaza and the West Bank. What did you hear in that speech?
Well, I think it was another impassioned, historic support, defense of the state of Israel. And that has been extraordinarily popular among Israelis. If you watch the Israeli broadcasts on television, some of the broadcasts now are just starting with clips of President Biden talking about Israel, talking about the friendship that there is between Israel and the United States. But what people in this part of in this area, the Palestinian territories here, what people in Gaza hear, what people in many Arab countries hear, is full support for Israel. And then they're watching the people of the Gaza Strip, the 2.3 million people there, cut off and under attack by Israeli airstrikes. Israel has made it very clear that it wants Hamas to be destroyed, that it wants Hamas to be removed from power, but many civilians are being killed. Israel has told the people of the Gaza Strip to move south, to leave Gaza City and head to the southern part of the Gaza Strip. And this hospital attack is a symbol, whoever was responsible for it. Israel says that it was a Palestinian rocket that misfired. People here, Palestinians, believe that the Israelis did it, despite the evidence that Israel has presented. They're using that as a symbol, because the people in the Gaza Strip, however they were killed, were sheltering in a hospital under attack by Israeli airstrikes in general in its ongoing war against Hamas after that horrendous terrorist attack Hamas carried out inside Israel when it killed and kidnapped Israelis and foreigners.
Richard, stand by there. You're in the West Bank in Ramallah. We, of course, are keeping our eye on these protests that are unfolding very near the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon. There are actually protests around the wider Middle East today in light of what's happened in Gaza. I want to go to Peter Alexander at the White House. Peter, to get your thoughts on the president's speech, which once again set this in a historical context. He not only said to Israel, "You are not alone," he also evoked the Holocaust quite specifically and quite intentionally, and said the world stood by then, the world knew and did nothing, and said that will not happen again.
Savannah, that's exactly right. The president's key takeaway from his remarks today, that you are not alone. But for the course of the last several days, he's been saying that he stands with Israel. But today, it's more powerful because he says those words, standing in Israel here. A couple other key takeaways, I think, from his remarks. His call that the International Red Cross be allowed to visit with those hostages being held by Hamas right now. By some counts, it may be as many as 200, 199 in total. The president today making official what we had learned overnight, that the death toll of Americans has now risen to 31, with 13 Americans still unaccounted for. Exactly how many of those Americans are hostages remains unclear. And I think he had another set of words in there that are telling. The president, who clearly is not going to be able to make the face-to-face conversations possible, since he won't be going to Jordan. He'll be speaking to Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian Authority president, en route home. We'll be speaking to President Sisi of Egypt en route home. But he did deliver some words of caution and restraint to Israel here, saying after 9/11 that took place in the United States, he says that we sought justice and we got justice, but we also made mistakes. I think it was a very clear effort by him to call on the Israelis to try to dial it back a minute, to give real consideration to their effort to try to limit the casualties of civilians as best possible. And finally, going forward, Savannah, you made reference to the $100 million that the U.S. said will be sent to Gaza and to the West Bank to help those Palestinians in need at this time. The president, NBC News, has been reporting, according to two people familiar with the discussions, is planning to ask Congress to greenlight $100 billion in a supplemental funding package that wouldn't just support Israel, but Ukraine, Taiwan as well, and also include border security. That'll next be on the plate of the lawmakers here in Washington to try to help this effort going forward.
And worth mentioning, as you say, the president said he would ask Congress for a, quote, unprecedented support package. You are reporting that something like $100 billion for Israel and other needs. But, of course, Congress, as we speak, is in the middle of a speaker crisis in the House, which is unfolding. And the House essentially paralyzed, Peter, until Republicans in the House elect a leader.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We expect to see another vote right now where the front runner had been the Republican firebrand Jim Jordan, but he is well shy of the votes he needs. There are real conversations taking place behind closed doors whether he can get that vote. The next vote expected to happen soon, who it will be. But without a Speaker of the House, they can't bring any of these supplemental funding packages to the floor, which, as the president himself has said, has the risk of not just handcuffing the United States, but also handcuffing America's allies, including Ukraine, and now, of course, Israel as well.
All right. I want to briefly go to Richard Engel for the final moments we have, Richard, with just what you're seeing there and what you expect to unfold now as the president is wrapping up his trip to Israel.
Well, I think this speech is only going to convince Israel that the United States has its back. This was a full-throated support of Israel, and people who watch this in the Arab world will be convinced that the United States and Israel are in partnership, and every time there is an attack on the Gaza Strip, every time there are mass casualty events, people are now going to start blaming the United States. And I think that's why we're seeing these protests in Beirut right now in front of or right near the U.S. Embassy.
Well, we will continue to watch it. We've been seeing those protests all around the region. Richard, thank you. Be safe. We'll have much more throughout the day on NBC News Now, MSNBC, and tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. He is live in Israel. Most of you now will return to more of the Today Show. I'm Savannah Guthrie in New York. This has been an NBC News special report.
We're continuing our coverage with more breaking news out of the Middle East. Protests, as you might have seen, erupting near the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon.
Yeah, this is some of this video that's been playing for you. It comes, as we just heard, of course, as you watched, from President Biden, who is currently in Israel, part of this high-stakes trip. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. He joins us on the phone. He is in Beirut in Lebanon. That is where these pictures are coming from. He is on his way to the U.S. Embassy where this is unfolding. Matt, thank you very much for being with us. So I understand you were actually at a pro-Palestine rally earlier today. Now we are seeing this sort of devolve into further chaos here. What do we know about the situation outside the embassy at this point?
Yeah, well, what we know outside the embassy, I mean, I was not outside the embassy earlier. I was in a neighborhood called Dahia, which is actually a suburb of Beirut, and it's a Hezbollah stronghold. And it was Hezbollah who called out what is often referred to here as a day of rage, and that's what we're seeing throughout the Muslim world. But from what I understand from what's going on outside the embassy, and we're racing there right now, is that we're seeing fires and we're seeing destruction, but it's probably about a kilometer away from the embassy itself. Because remember, the embassy in Beirut is not tucked into the middle of the city. It's actually quite far away from the city for safety reasons, because the U.S. presence in Beirut has been rattled before. Back in 1983, there was an attack on a Marines barracks that killed nearly 250 U.S. servicemen, and ever since then, the posture for Americans in Beirut has always been very protective. Not necessarily for Americans like me, who are free to wander around, and it's totally safe for us. And I was at the Hezbollah rally earlier today. But for U.S. diplomats, it very much is a constant state of near lockdown. So what I understand from this situation is that they're not actually at the embassy. They're pretty far away, and there's layers of protection between the protesters and these violent demonstrations and the embassy itself. It would take, according to people who I've been speaking to, it would take an army to get through the protective barriers to actually make its way to the embassy. So I don't think we're talking about a Benghazi kind of situation here, which is obviously what everybody immediately thinks of when they see a U.S. embassy under siege in the Arab world. But I think we're seeing a real expression of anger of the kind we're seeing throughout the entire Muslim and Arab world.
All right, Matt Bradley, continue to stay safe. We'll be
Please.
checking back with you throughout the day. We want to bring in now NBC's Jay Gray, who is in Israel. And the reason we're seeing this unrest grow throughout the Middle East is, of course, the blast that happened at the hospital in Gaza. Our Courtney Cubey reporting that the U.S. has an independent assessment that it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad group rocket that misfired and hit the hospital in Gaza. That's according to 2 senior U.S. officials. We heard the president basically echo that just moments ago. But Jay, talk about just what we're seeing right now in Gaza, in Israel, as this conflict intensifies.
Well, yeah, and that, of course, is what the Israeli Defense Forces have said, that it was an errant rocket from the Islamic Jihad. The appearance, though, to the outside world and to so many looking in is after several bombing runs by Israeli fighter jets that this was a bomb that struck that hospital. Hamas has said that there are 500 dead there as a result of the blast. And look, I think that both sides can continue the blame game. What we're seeing is outrage over the entire situation, and as you guys have been talking about, it's spilling out across the region. That was a primary concern, and one of the reasons the president made this trip, to try and tamp down some of that and try and prevent this from spreading. But we are now seeing protests in Istanbul, Cairo, the U.S. Embassy in Amman under a security warning right now, just across the border in Jordan, due to protests there. So this is clearly spreading, and the fear is that it could spread militarily as well, and that's something everyone is watching very closely.
Absolutely. Jay Gray, thank you very much. Continue to stay safe. We will also be seeing you on our air throughout the day. For more, let's now bring in Hagar Shamali. She's the former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Hagar, as always, thank you for being back with us. So given the title I just said, your expertise in this area, let's pick up on what Jay just said. As we watch these protests unfold throughout the region, how much of a concern is there that this grows militarily? We just have a few moments with you.
The problem with protests of these kinds, and as you can see, they're already turning violent, is that things can escalate very quickly. One of the things that we say about Lebanon in particular is that things can go into a disaster in 24 hours. And it's one of the reasons why the U.S. government has warned Americans against traveling and also told Americans there to consider leaving. I have told my own family in Lebanon that they should consider leaving because they have the means now. The problem, too, in Lebanon and other, by the way, surrounding countries is when you have situations like this, even if clashes remain contained to the south, the airport shuts down, everything shuts down, so people can get trapped quite quickly.
All right. Hagar Shamali, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise during this time. We're going to continue to follow the story throughout the day here on NBC News Now.
That is right. Stay with us. After this quick break, the story continues.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just did too.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now.
We're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with more on that deadly hospital explosion in Gaza. Health officials there say several hundred people were killed and hundreds more were injured. Officials in Gaza and officials in Israel are blaming each other for the blast. NBC News has not been able to verify either side's claims. Major Doron Spielman joins us now. He's a spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Major. So the Palestinian Health Ministry is calling this a targeted explosion, with Hamas and the Palestinian Health Ministry blaming Israeli forces for the blast. So we've seen some information from a colleague of yours, but if you could just definitively say, were Israeli defense forces involved in any way in the explosion at the hospital?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to respond to this clearly. I want to make a very clear statement. The answer is no. Israeli forces were not at all involved in any targeted strikes and any aerial strikes, any ground strikes or sea strikes at the time that this blast occurred. What we do know, as this was captured live on, of all TV stations, Al Jazeera, is that Islamic Jihad fired a barrage of rockets at 6:59 p.m. yesterday towards Israel. Around 7 p.m. or 7:01 p.m., there began to be announcements by Hamas that a hospital had been hit, clearly blaming Israel. We know and have provided proof, as you mentioned, that no question this was not Israel, and absolutely this was a misfire of a rocket by Islamic Jihad aiming to kill Israeli civilians that in the end ended up on one of their own hospitals and killed innocent Gazan civilians.
There is some debate over whether a Hamas weapon, knowing what they have, could cause this much damage. What do you say to that?
I say that, again, the evidence clearly, we have video showing that it was their weapon that fell in the area. We have them admitting it. We released the recording between two Hamas operatives speaking back to each other a minute after the blast, explaining one to the other that this was an Islamic Jihad misfired rocket fired from the cemetery behind the hospital, landing in the hospital and pinpointing the exact area of the blast. Regarding the payload, we assume that because the rocket was intended to reach Israel and it fell short, the fuselage was full of fuel, which combined with the warhead created the explosion. We very clearly do not need to explain any further than providing all the evidence. The people who need to explain are Hamas and Islamic Jihad, both of whom behave like ISIS, both of whom do not care about civilians. And this is one more example, I think it's very important to put this out there, where this is a calculated campaign to deceive the world. There is no way within minutes of a blast that someone can understand what happens. And unfortunately, many media outlets in the world cited Hamas, a terrorist organization, as a reliable source.
Can you get to the site, actually on the ground, to get samples from this crater to be able to provide more evidence that it was not Israel?
So at this point in time, as you know, Israel has not entered the Gaza Strip, with the exception of a few searches a few days ago to try and recover remains that were pinpointing to the hostages. Eventually, it's clear that the story will come out. We have satellite footage that we've released that shows that the actual hospital itself, another lie, was not hit whatsoever. The rocket that fell short landed in the parking lot of the hospital, which calls into question all of Hamas's claims, such that 500 civilians were killed. Again, I mourn the loss of any civilian, but most likely, and they haven't allowed anyone into the area, most likely what we're going to find is that this is a true false claim by Hamas. There probably were a few people killed there. They exaggerated the numbers. They blamed Israel incorrectly. And we hope that the world is not going to allow itself to be outsmarted once again by Hamas's tactics to deceive them.
Putting aside the conversation of who is responsible, Major, does seeing an event like this that happened within that area where civilians were asked to evacuate, factor into any plans here for you in terms of potentially a ground invasion that we could see, and just how many civilians are still in this area in several hospitals throughout the north of Gaza?
Well, I think there's no question that from the very beginning, this is factored in. The fact that there are civilians living in Gaza has factored into our operational plans. It's been 5 days now that we've been encouraging Gazan civilians. We've communicated with them on every single platform possible, dropping leaflets on all the platforms. All the Gazan civilians know that Israel has asked them to move out of the way of the war zone. And we've done that because we don't want to see further loss of civilian lives. Unfortunately, and this is not surprising, Hamas, which behaves like ISIS, they hide under tunnels underneath the ground, but they tell their families don't leave the building above, because they know that if the IDF, while searching for Hamas by mistake, kills a civilian, Hamas will then turn to the world, say that this is a humanity crisis, and pressure the world to pressure Israel to stop. What happens then is Hamas goes back underground, rebuilds itself, and carries out another massacre. This has to stop somewhere. So yes, we're very sensitive to civilians being there, but once again, the finger points to Hamas, who are using their own civilians like puppets. They don't care about their civilians. They're simply a prop in their deception that they are laying against Israel.
But then there are some civilians, right, like we're seeing at this hospital, where we were hearing from doctors, we're hearing from medical officials, even those outside of Gaza or the Palestinian Health Ministry, saying these people can't move because of the medical treatment they're receiving.
Look, there is a crisis on both sides of the border, both on the Israeli side, where we've been lifting up populations and moving them, and also in Gaza. Now, many of these civilians have had 5 days to move. It's around 8 miles. It's not easy, but we're doing everything we can to get them out of the way. The problem is the real humanitarian crisis in Gaza is actually Hamas. It is greater than all these problems. It's greater than the water. It's greater than the electricity. It's greater than anything. If we do not remove Hamas, we will continue to see the cycle of a humanitarian crisis repeating itself time and time again. And the victims aren't only in Israel, they're the Gazans themselves. Hamas has got to be eliminated for both sides and for the betterment of the world and humanity.
I also now want to ask you about hostages before I let you go, Major. So a senior Hamas official told our Richard Engel, a colleague of mine, that the group is willing to release all civilian hostages immediately if Israel stops its bombing campaign of Gaza. How does that factor into decision making? Is that something that you would consider? Just what are the lines of communications like between the IDF and Hamas at this point about hostages?
So I can't comment directly on the hostage situation. You can understand that it's incredibly sensitive at this time. Obviously, every Israeli, including myself, we all either know a hostage or know somebody who knows a hostage. It's a very small country. We're deeply affected. What I can say is if Hamas thinks that the hostages are going to save them from being destroyed, they're completely wrong. We have said, and we will stay by this, the elimination of Hamas is existential for the state of Israel. It's existential for humanity, and we will not stop until we have eliminated any ability of that terror organization that resembles Hamas, that's sitting on our border, only a few miles from our border, from existing.
Can you shed any light on what we may see in the coming days, on what a next phase looks like?
We are ready right now. I was just down south by land, by air, and by sea. We're carrying out aerial strikes right now against senior Hamas targets. We eliminated 3 of their most senior commanders yesterday. We're preparing for what the next stage will be. What it will be, I can say this, It will take a long time. This is not going to be a short campaign. This is an actual war designed to carry it out, to stop Hamas in their tracks. We're going to have to be as careful as we can about civilians while dealing with the complexity of the issue that Hamas is going to be hiding behind them at every point in time. That's what we're going to see. We may see more civilian deaths, and it pains me that we may, but we have to remember every time, check the facts. We don't repeat, we do not report on Hamas as a reliable source. Give every single moment a chance for Israel to conduct research. We will tell the truth, even if it's painful. And that is how the viewers, your viewers and others understand truly what's happening here. Again, Hamas started this. We are going to end this.
Major, just a moment ago on our screens, viewers were seeing the Rafah border crossing that's between Gaza and Egypt. That has remained closed. Foreigners have not been able to exit, and aid has also not been able to get in, even though much is waiting on the other side of that. What would it take to allow for the crossing to open and aid to get through? What do you think about that possibility?
I think that the Gazan people that have been hostages of Hamas all these years, those who've been able to leave their homes, because Hamas has held many at gunpoint and are not allowing them to leave their homes, those who have headed south past Wadi Aza to the new point, the idea is that that is an area that international aid will be provided. We have to understand, Hamas in the past, and I saw this with my own eyes yesterday, and I showed it to your crews as well, have been taking international aid and turning it into bombs and weapons. It's a complex process to make sure that there are weapons and that they're not using them for faulty purposes, but I'm confident that that will go forward, and in the next few days, the next few hours, those people will receive the aid, the humanitarian aid that they need.
All right, that is good to hear. Major Doron Spielman, thank you very much for joining us this morning, answering and covering quite a bit here, and we will keep checking in with you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's get you to some money news now, and a new proposal from the Federal Reserve that could put some money back in the pockets of businesses. CNBC's Bertha Coombs has more on that and other financial headlines this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of small businesses really attuned to this. The Federal Reserve is planning to propose reducing the fees businesses pay when customers use debit cards to purchase items. The Fed has the power to change those so-called swipe fees. The Wall Street Journal says the Fed will vote next week on the proposal, and the public can then weigh in after that. Businesses have long asked for lower fees. They currently pay card issuers 21 cents plus a small fraction of the transaction price every time you swipe your card. The IRS, meantime, is planning a limited rollout of its new free e-filing program. The agency will invite select taxpayers in 13 states to try out direct files starting in February. If all goes well, the IRS will open it up to anyone in those states who will want to use it. Now, there are some limitations. Direct file doesn't process state tax returns, and it doesn't deal with itemized deductions. Only certain tax credits are allowed, like the earned income tax credit, the child tax credit, and credits for other dependents. You can deduct teachers' expenses and student loan interest, but that's it. Meantime, Roblox exists in a virtual universe, but the CEO of the company wants employees to work in the physical office of the firm. He's told staff in a memo that people who don't want to work in the office at least 3 days a week will need to find a job somewhere else. Remote workers have until mid-January to decide. Roblox will pay for relocation expenses for people who moved away during the pandemic. Just last year, though, the company had told employees they could choose to work in the office a few days a week or fully remote. A lot of folks are changing their minds on that. Personally, I like being in the office.
Me too.
You just get a much better feel, you know?
All the way. I agree with that. I do understand, though, some people with that flexibility, what it can do for their lives. It's definitely an ongoing conversation, an interesting one. Bertha, thank you so much.
It really is.
Right now, we want to show you some live pictures before we head to break. This is President Biden on the ground in Israel, meeting with the families of first responders. This comes after he landed overnight for us here in the U.S. and has now met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as well as his war cabinet. There is much more ahead on Morning News Now. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Finally this hour, we're revisiting a classic video, one of the very first to truly go viral. You probably know it by three simple words: David after dentist. First of all, David's now 22. Can you believe that? The video was recorded 15 years ago. Back then, David was 7, just had dental surgery and was feeling the effects of the drugs. His dad actually didn't post the clip online until the next year. He wanted to share it with friends and family, but the file was big, tough to email, so it was just easier to upload it to YouTube than send everyone the link. He just never imagined how many other people would watch too.
How did it go?
I didn't feel anything.
His name is David DeVore, but you probably know him as
David after dentist. How do you feel about that title?
I love it. It's been a fun adventure. It's been its own part of my life.
Starting with the part when he was 7 and still feeling pretty loopy after dental surgery.
I feel funny. Why is this happening to me?
A moment immortalized by his dad, David Sr.
You know, you remember those times you always said, if I only had a camera? Well, I actually had a camera that day, so I just got really lucky. That was it.
In the 2-minute clip, David Jr. is earnestly philosophical one moment.
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is real life.
Bluntly flustered the next.
Stay in your seat.
The anesthesia, of course, did wear off, but the video's legend would only grow.
But when you watch it, what's your favorite part?
I think the end, when I just like, ugh.
Within days of posting it on YouTube back in 2009, the clip racked up a few million views.
At that point, they were like, okay, I've heard of this thing called going viral. I think that's what we're doing.
And what did you think?
I was just in shock.
There was some backlash from those who thought Dad was exploiting his son, but for the most part, folks loved it.
Is this real life?
The video was part of a Super Bowl ad for Vizio. Homer Simpson even referenced it on The Simpsons.
Which of you is the YouTube of the kid high on dentist gas? You.
And of course, they appeared on Today.
My friends thought it was funny at first, but then later they stopped talking about it.
You could have been embarrassed by it and wish it had never happened, or you could have your attitude. Why do you think you have your attitude?
I could only comprehend so much at that age. I was just kind of going with the flow, and I was like, oh, I get to go to New York. It's like, great, this is fun. People, like, I recognize people weren't making fun of me.
They've made a number of licensing deals, not to mention the YouTube ad revenue, which was helpful during the 2009 recession.
Had been selling real estate, and that went away overnight, so it literally, you know, saved us.
Today, the video has racked up more than 140 million views.
Does that just blow your mind?
It does. Yeah, it's crazy.
David is now a senior at the University of Florida studying computer science, not dentistry. When he was accepted here, the school's president reenacted David's viral moment.
It's just funny that you didn't bring it up.
As for his classmates, at first, many didn't know David's identity.
Dude, what? I would have never known. He's very humble about it, and he's never gone out of his way to tell me.
And I didn't know that fact, and then someone told me later on, and I was like, no way. But I was in the midst of fame.
Is this going to be forever?
Turns out this moment did live forever. That's okay. It's still a welcome part.
Is this real life?
Of David's real life.
So you might be wondering about David after graduation. Well, he'll get his diploma soon and plans to work in the computer science field. As for the video, kind of like a small business, something that does need to be managed, and Dad has been gradually turning over those responsibilities to the younger David. They're licensing it all the time, so.
I can't believe how old he is.
I know. Does that make you feel old?
Yes, it does.
David after dentist
and
is 22.
what a good idea to go check in on him. I just love that. Oh, so funny.
It was great to meet him and his dad. All right,
that
that's
video
going to do
just
it.
Captivated us. So funny.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
We'll be hearing from Brittany through her social media. I haven't seen any, I haven't seen any promises that there's going to be interviews about the book, but I am deeply looking forward to seeing her tell her story in her own words when I get my hands on the copy of this book.
Absolutely. Obviously, this was quite a bombshell in its first excerpt only, so we'll see if maybe there are more in there. Callan, thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Top of the hour, let's get to the very latest in the Middle East this morning. America's campaign of solidarity with Israel is ramping up. President Biden beginning an incredibly high-stakes trip overseas in Tel Aviv, meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the midst of a brutal conflict. The visit is a key show of support and comes in the wake of tragedy striking a hospital in Gaza City yesterday, with hundreds of people now dead from a violent explosion. Israeli and Gazan officials blaming each other for the devastation. Hamas has also blamed Israel. And as protests over the blast erupt across the region, a possible olive branch from Hamas this morning now saying it would release some hostages if Israel stops bombing Gaza. We have team coverage across the globe of President Biden's visit and the latest on the ground. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with President Biden's dramatic show of support for Israel. The president arrived earlier this morning in Tel Aviv, where he was greeted by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. His trip comes as Arab leaders cancel their meetings with him and as Hezbollah calls for a day of what they are calling unprecedented anger. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt kicks off our coverage.
President Biden visiting an active war zone on a risky mission to restart diplomacy. It hasn't been easy. Events quickly overtaking him, including the cancellation by Arab leaders of an important summit. Also today, Hezbollah calling for a day of unprecedented anger directed toward Israel and President Biden's visit. President Joe Biden making a fraught wartime visit to a region on the brink. Biden meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, showing support and solidarity with the country.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I wanted the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
After the massacre by Hamas that killed at least 1,400 Israelis and 31 Americans, Biden had planned to meet with key Arab leaders, including the Palestinian Authority president, in an effort to open humanitarian supply lines into Gaza. That summit now scrapped after a blast leveled a working hospital in southern Gaza Tuesday, leaving hundreds dead and hundreds more wounded.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday.
Each side blaming the other. The hospital explosion fueling protests raging around the Middle East. This morning, President Biden seeming to accept Israel's version of events.
It appears as though it was done by the other team.
The president still focused on the hostages being held by Hamas.
They've taken scores of people hostage, including children. You said, imagine what those children hiding from Hamas were thinking.
We spoke with the families of those being held, including the mother of Mia Shem, shown here in a video released by Hamas. We're not sure when the video was taken.
So when I saw her, I saw my baby alive. So at first I started to scream, and then I started to scream from happiness.
And with the parents of American hostage, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland.
We know he got on the truck himself without an arm, and that's it. Now, I don't know how to tie a tourniquet. I don't know how long it takes you to bleed out when you have a wound like that. It wasn't severed, it was blown off. He might have died in that truck. He may have never made it to Gaza.
All this, of course, against the backdrop of tanks amassed along the border here, the implication being that a major military offensive on the ground is still on the table. Let's send it back to you now.
Lester Holt, thank you very much.
We're joined now by Richard Haass, President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations. He's also the author of the Bill of Obligations, The 10 Habits of Good Citizens. Richard, always good to have you with us and tap into your expertise. So what do you make so far of President Biden's trip? What's standing out to you?
Well, what's changed already is the trip is one-dimensional in the sense that he's only going to Israel. He no longer has the meeting with the Arab leaders, so it makes it more difficult for him to appear balanced. And then in his initial comments, he's been very supportive of Israel, and that's tricky right now. Before this hospital attack, I think it would have been easier to do it that way, be publicly supportive of Israel, and then privately urge the Israelis to be moderate in whatever they did in Gaza. Now it's very hard just to be supportive of Israel. The region, the world is going to look for signals that he's prepared to be, quote unquote, somewhat even-handed, unquote. And it's just made a difficult trip that much more difficult.
Yeah, especially as in addition, of course, to just what happened at the hospital, we're now seeing these protests erupt throughout the Middle East, right? So tell us, I mean, how could the president, especially with that lack of those meetings with other leadership, including what was planned Palestinian leadership, kind of balance that, support the needs of Israelis, be there for an ally, but then also be sensitive to Palestinians who are stuck in Gaza, as well as, of course, after we see these horrific images from the hospital?
Well, I think the focus is going to be to try to shape the Israeli response. Behind that is a desire to avoid seeing this conflict widen. The last thing the United States wants to see is Hezbollah start launching all sorts of rockets against Israel. We don't want to see the war widen to a U.S.-Iranian mini conflict amidst this. So I think, again, the principal focus of the president will probably be twofold. One is, as you suggest, on the hostages, to see whether you could get some out either as part of exchange or possibly you could have some of the hostages released and Israel would articulate either some pause or some limits on what it would do vis-a-vis Hamas. But Israel is going to prosecute the war against Hamas, and I think the focus of the president is going to be to go to the Israelis. You can target Hamas, but you've got to do it in a way that minimizes the impact on Gaza. And I think that'll be a big part of the conversation.
Yeah, so after this trip, then what does the president do in the region? What are some of the things he can try and do to reach those goals?
Look, I think this is going to go on for some time. The Israeli prime minister keeps talking about a long war. So what I just articulated doesn't change. You obviously want to get hostages out, however long it it takes. You want to see Israel target and focus as exclusively and as finely as they can on Hamas to minimize civilian casualties. You want to signal Iran that it will be held accountable for anything Hezbollah does, and that's meant to limit exactly what Hezbollah might do. You can get on the telephone. You can send other officials to pick up a dialogue with Arab leaders. I think you urge the Israelis to get as much intelligence out as they can, demonstrating that it was not Israel. If that hit the hospital. So again, right now we're at the phase of this. I would call it you're trying to put out the fire. Later, if you succeed, you can think about more ambitious goals. But right now, you're trying to limit this.
All right, Richard Haasch, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Staying with the situation in the Middle East, our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports from the occupied West Bank on the aftermath of that deadly Gaza hospital blast that killed hundreds and the impact across the region.
We are in the Palestinian-run city of Ramallah on the West Bank. There were demonstrations here last night. More protests and potential clashes are expected to come later today after what Palestinian medical officials now say were 500 people killed in that explosion at a hospital in the Gaza Strip. Israel says those numbers are exaggerated and denies responsibility.
Rage is erupting across the Arab world. Thousands of protesters converged on the U.S. Embassy in Beirut.
We're here to let the Arab people wake up.
In Turkey, demonstrators rushed the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. They're all reacting to what Palestinians call a massacre, that explosion at the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City.
I heard an almighty shriek, followed by a large explosion. Part of the ceiling of the operating room fell.
Bodies can be seen laying on the ground. Children among the victims. Hamas says it was an Israeli airstrike. Israel emphatically denies that. The military saying the deadly explosion was caused by a Palestinian rocket that misfired, launched not by Hamas, but another Palestinian militant group in Gaza called Islamic Jihad, which says the accusation is false. Israel shared footage it claims to show the rocket heading toward Israel, then changing direction and crashing into Gaza.
We confirmed that there was no IDF fire by land, sea or air that hit the hospital.
The Israeli military says communication it intercepted prove Hamas knows Israel isn't responsible and is using the blast to stoke anger. If that's true or not seems to make little difference. This could be a tipping point, spreading the war across the Middle East. In Gaza, Hamas continues to hold hundreds of hostages, including Americans and other foreign nationals. We spoke to a senior Hamas official who says the group is willing to free civilians.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify this? You say you're willing to release all of the civilians, including the Israeli nationals, if there is a stopping?
Including the Israeli civilians and all the foreigners.
And what are you asking for in order to do that? Do you want the airstrikes to stop? Is that the condition?
To stop the aggression.
So that our viewers might hear that and say that this offer doesn't mean anything. That if you're not willing to carry it out, then it doesn't mean anything.
How? Well, if you stop the aggression, it can be implemented over the next hour.
Hamas is also holding Israeli soldiers. The group tells me in order to free them, it is asking for the release of all Palestinians held in Israeli jails.
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities and the host of Daniel Davis Deep Dive on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us, as always. So first, your assessment of that devastating Gaza hospital blast we saw yesterday, and how anyone, but of course the U.S., our leadership, go about determining who is responsible.
Well, I think that's crucial that we do find out in some way authoritatively, if at all possible, because there's conflicting reports. There's also conflicting evidence because, like, the Palestinian rockets that they use are generally not powerful enough to cause such an explosion like that, of that magnitude, whereas the Israeli ones are. But then we have this alleged, video showing that, so that it didn't come from Israel. So who knows? But as Richard Engel said, as far as the Arab public goes, it doesn't matter because no one will believe the Israeli side, and they all are believing that it was actually launched by Israel against the Palestinian people. And I also agree with Richard that this could be an inflection point. And I think this is really, really crucial because it already caused problems diplomatically with both Egypt and with Jordan. And if this spreads into Hezbollah, if they get so angry that they take action, then it could open up a second front on the Israeli war before they even launch into Gaza, making this extremely difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask further, just how could it impact the fighting going forward, keeping in mind, I guess we don't know definitively which side is responsible, but could it change anyone's tactics or strategy at this point?
Well, what it has immediately done is that it has severed any possibility that Biden's personal visit here to maybe get Egypt to open their borders so that they could allow the foreigners out or some of the Palestinian people to get to safety. They now, Sisi categorically rejected any possibility of that. And, help that Jordan could have had, which is one of our biggest allies in the region and friends with Israel, is also shutting off any discussions about any help right now, as they've called for 3 days of mourning and a day of rage. So what is going to depend upon it, or what's going to happen now is the real question, because if it makes the Arab side much more angry, then it's going to cause more people to come to the aid of the Palestinian side.
So it's looking like, at least from what we've heard, that the U.S. will provide more military aid to Israel. So 2 questions here. What level of coordination do you think is currently taking place between the U.S. and Israel when it comes to their military? But then also, is there any chance that something like the hospital blast and the devastation and the carnage we saw there, no matter who is responsible, would that cause the U.S. to pull back at all?
It very well could. I think that's actually an important point to bring up, because you've even seen along most of the Western media that they're giving so much coverage to this. And in a sense, it doesn't matter who did it, because it matters that the Palestinian people are in the middle and getting killed by no matter who did it, whether it was Hamas, whether it was the Israeli side. They're the ones that are suffering in this, and this just gross level of human suffering. The hospitals 4 of them apparently are now out of fuel, so they can't even operate as hospitals. The food, according to some sources, is going to run out in 4 days, in water. And so the suffering could go even higher. And Americans and the Western people typically don't, support something that's going to harm innocent civilians.
Lieutenant Colonel Davis, we always appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thousands of Israeli troops, both active duty and reservists from around the world, are joining the fight against Hamas. And for one family, that sense of service runs deep. 5 brothers are all combat soldiers for Israel, and they're preparing to hit the front lines of war together. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has their story.
Everywhere across Israel, signs of an army heading to war. Some are active duty combat troops, others reservists putting their lives on hold.
I called up my commanders and I knew right away I have to tell my wife that I have to go.
We met Naftali on the Gaza border. Born in New York, he's lived in Israel since he was a baby. In peacetime, he's the father of 3 young girls and a doctor in Jerusalem.
I work with Arab doctors, with Jewish doctors, saving lives every day.
But now he's back in uniform, and in his family, he's not the only one.
The first brother and the second brother and the third until the 5th brother, we are all combat soldiers.
A literal band of brothers, all 5 preparing for war. For security reasons, the family asked we show only Naftali's face.
I can't even describe what my mom is feeling right now.
We drove into the desert towards the Israeli-Egyptian border, where we found Naftali's youngest brother, Shui.
I was actually born on Naftali's bar mitzvah, so I actually ruined his party.
Wow.
We're best friends.
He forgave you?
He forgave me, yeah.
At 21, he's the only one of the 5 brothers still in mandatory service.
It's important to be here right now.
I feel it's like the most important thing I ever did in my life.
2 other brothers, Bensi and Haim, are in the north, where Israel is exchanging fire with the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah.
We're a fast unit, combat unit, and usually the first ones to be in reserves.
The final brother, Yohanan, raced home from the U.S.
This whole thing caught me at 2 a.m. in New York whenever it all started. I didn't sleep all night.
Back to his duties as a tank platoon commander. Naftali's unit was securing Kfar Aza, one of the first communities overrun by Hamas terrorists. More than 50 civilians were killed here, including children.
The horrific attacks that happen here cannot be answered with silence or in a weak response. This has to be a fierce response, fighting the evil that you've seen here today.
The siblings giving each other strength from afar.
I see my brothers standing in the north, the south, everywhere. And I say, sure, you're not alone. Look, your brothers are with you.
Sons of Israel and brothers in arms. Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Kfar Aza.
We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including continuing coverage of the deadly hospital explosion in Gaza that has so far killed hundreds. We're going to hear from Israel's defense forces a little later in the show.
But first, we'll take you to Washington in that high-stakes race for House Speaker. What comes next after a failed vote for the gavel? Those stories and much more coming up after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the latest on the fight for the House speakership. Later this morning, House Republicans will once again try to elect a new speaker. Yesterday, ultra-conservative Congressman Jim Jordan flew well short of the 2017 votes needed to claim the gavel. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now with the very latest on this. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Guess what? It's still a mess on Capitol Hill, but the House is set to reconvene at 11 this morning for a second round of voting. After hours of private negotiations Tuesday and with frustrations growing among lawmakers, we may not be any closer to seeing a speaker elected today.
This morning, hard-right Ohio Republican Jim Jordan vowing to keep fighting for the speaker's gavel.
We got to have a speaker, and it can't be some deal with the Democrats. We're going to keep working.
Tuesday's failed vote was the first of any kind on the House floor since the ouster of former Speaker Kevin McCarthy 15 days ago. Backed by former President Trump and 199 of his GOP colleagues, Jordan still came up 17 votes short of the outright majority he needs to claim the speakership. 20 Republicans from across the geographic and ideological expanse of the GOP opposing him, from Colorado's Ken Buck.
I am concerned that Congressman Jordan has not agreed to say that Donald Trump lost the election and Joe Biden won the election.
To Florida's Carlos Jimenez.
I think Kevin McCarthy was the choice of the conference. 96% of us voted to maintain him as Speaker.
And as Jordan and his allies scrambled overnight to lock down additional GOP votes, House Democrats say they're open to working with Republicans to select a speaker on a bipartisan basis, as long as that speaker is not Jim Jordan.
Paging my traditional Republican colleagues, it's time to get off the sidelines, break away from the extremists, get in the arena, so we can find a bipartisan path forward.
Now, there are several anti-Jordan Republicans who've also complained about hardball tactics used by Jordan and his allies. Nebraska Republican Don Bacon, who opposed Jordan, sharing with NBC News some threatening texts that he says were sent to his wife anonymously, pressuring him to support Jordan. One of them even saying that her husband would never again hold elected office. Jordan's distanced himself from any of these tactics, but this pressure campaign against more moderate members is clearly backfiring. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much.
Some unseasonably mild temperatures could be hitting your area this week.
That means Angie Lastman is back to tell us about that with your Morning News Now weather. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, you're exactly right. We've got some really warm temperatures, especially across parts of the Southwest. That's where we're going to find some heat alerts today. You'll see temperatures feeling very summer-like. That is going to be mainly focused for the Southwest, but even mild conditions are going to remain for the middle of the country. We've got 90s on tap for folks in Texas today. Notice mid-70s as you move into portions of the Central Plains. And then, yes, we've got the rain that we are watching to impact folks in the Midwest and then eventually move to the Northeast here over the coming days. But in the meantime, nice day expected across most of the East. We'll see some more mild conditions across parts of the Southeast and plenty of sunshine in that area for the day today. Now, as we go ahead into tomorrow, it's a different story for some folks as we start to become a little unsettled. That stretches from the Midwest all the way down into portions of the Tennessee Valley. We'll have rain that we're going to track along this front that'll slowly but surely work its way east. That means by the time we get into Friday, we're talking about unsettled weather taking shape for folks in the Northeast, stretching down to the mid-Atlantic. We'll see some moisture kind of developing and moving up the coast and leaving us with some really soggy conditions for folks as we get into even Saturday and Sunday in that region. When it's all said and done, I think through Saturday we'll pick up another inch or maybe 2 inches of rain in those portions of northern New England. But either way, 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch is possible for the widespread area. But this is the spot that we're going to watch for potential with flash flooding. Notice we've got places like Portland, Caribou, Burlington, all included, and that stretching into New York as well. And that is just an early heads up for Saturday. Now, looking ahead to the weekend elsewhere, we're going to see the breezy conditions behind that system on Friday for folks in the plains. But we will see some partly cloudy skies. And notice it's still going to be like summer here as we wrap up the work week across parts of the Southwest. 90s out there, 80s out there. That goes for Texas, too. Low 90s with a whole lot of sunshine as you finish out your work week. And And we could see some record highs lasting for that same region as we get into Saturday. Of course, we'll see more of those downpours across the Northeast for Saturday, as I mentioned, but the chilly temperatures will take shape for the Midwest, and then we'll finally see some of those showers and windy conditions start to wrap up as we get into the later parts of our
Then next weekend they'll be back, right?
Right, as we can go back to work and stay in the office all day.
It's nice every day of the work week, and then the weekend comes around.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, guys?
Angie Lassman, thank you. No problem. Well, the Elon Musk-owned social platform X is dishing out some new charges overseas.
NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has more on that and other world news. Janice, good morning.
Good morning. X, what we used to call Twitter, is charging new users in New Zealand and the Philippines $1 a year to use all the key features on the platform, like tweeting and retweeting and replies. It's part of a new trial by X to reduce spam and bot activity. Now, new accounts will also need to verify a phone number to prove they are real people who actually exist. The climate activist Greta Thunberg was arrested in London after joining hundreds of protesters near a five-star hotel to denounce a meeting of fossil fuel executives with government ministers. Video footage shows Thunberg being bundled into the back of a police van. The 20-year-old Swedish activist called the conference, quote, a destructive search for profits. And finally, let's all raise a glass to the world's best bar. The top 50 list for 2023 was unveiled by industry critics, and it's rather diverse. Manhattan's Double Chicken Please came in at number 2. There were also winners in Miami and New Orleans, but the world's best bar, the best on the planet, is a small, intimate cocktail bar called Sips. It's in Barcelona, and it opened during the pandemic. So cheers to Sips for being the best bar in the world.
Double Chicken Please. I just Googled it. It's on the Lower East Side. Have you been?
No, I haven't. Not too far from me, though. Yeah, gotta check it out.
All right.
Let's go.
Thanks, Janice. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, coming up, more tough legal news for actor Alec Baldwin.
As prosecutors in New Mexico look to recharge him with involuntary manslaughter in connection to that film set shooting back in 2021. But do those prosecutors have a case? We're going to take a closer look next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, we're back with the new legal bombshell in the Rust movie shooting.
New Mexico prosecutors say they intend to recharge Alec Baldwin in the fatal shooting just 5 months after dropping charges against him. Baldwin has maintained his innocence since the shooting occurred. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas broke this for us, and she joins us now on this. Hi, Chloe. Good to see you.
Good morning. Well, this is a fascinating story. Special prosecutors now telling NBC News that they do plan to recharge Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter in the fatal 2021 movie set shooting of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins, citing new evidence that they believe makes him culpable for her death.
Nearly 2 years after Alec Baldwin fatally shot cinematographer Halyna Hutchins on the Rust movie set, a stunning new plot twist in the case. New Mexico prosecutors want to recharge the actor and producer with involuntary manslaughter. This after dismissing the same charge against Baldwin in April. The special prosecutor telling NBC News, based on our lengthy and detailed investigation, it is appropriate for a grand jury to make a decision on whether the case should proceed. Two sources familiar with the investigation say that prosecutors had recently discussed with Baldwin pleading to a lesser charge, but that offer was rescinded over the weekend. One source tells us that the case, which will be brought before a grand jury in mid-November, came together after prosecutors found new evidence that they believe connects Baldwin to recklessness around safety standards on the set. The film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, was previously charged with involuntary manslaughter earlier this year. Her trial is set to start in February. In a statement, attorneys for Baldwin say that they will answer any charges in court and that it is unfortunate that a terrible tragedy has been turned into this misguided prosecution. It was during a Rust set rehearsal in 2021 that Baldwin's prop gun fired a live round of ammunition, killing Hutchins and injuring the director. In interviews, Baldwin has maintained that the gun had malfunctioned.
Well, I didn't pull the trigger. I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
But in August, this gun analysis report commissioned by prosecutors found that the gun was functioning properly, contradicting Baldwin's claim that he did not pull the trigger. Hutchins' husband, Matthew, telling Hoda last year that he believes Baldwin's actions led to Halyna's death.
The idea that the person holding the gun, causing it to discharge, is not responsible is absurd to me.
Matthew Hutchins settled a wrongful death civil suit against Baldwin and the film's producers last year, and we've reached out to him for comment, but have yet to hear back. Also, production on the Rust movie resumed earlier this year, and it wrapped in May. Now, no word yet if its release date will now be delayed in light of this going before.
When was it supposed to be released? Do we even know?
So that was never released.
Okay.
It was never announced when that film was going to come out. But it was significant that Alec Baldwin went back, finished it, and some of the profits go to her husband, Matthew Hutchins, and that's part of settling that civil suit. And he serves as an executive producer on that film. And like I said, we've reached out to Matthew Hutchins for comment, and we haven't heard back just yet on what he thinks of this latest development.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to see you. Well, the suspect in the disappearance of Natalie Holloway is set to appear in an Alabama courtroom today for an anticipated plea deal. It's been nearly 2 decades since Holloway disappeared while on a high school graduation trip to Aruba. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from outside the courthouse in Birmingham with more on what we can expect here. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. To think this family may finally have some closure. Now, Joran Vandersloot has never been charged in the death of Natalie Holloway. However, the Holloway family attorney says that he is expected today, Savannah, to accept a plea deal related to wire fraud and extortion charges, assuming he tells federal authorities how Natalie Holloway died and the manner in which her body was disposed of. Those are details the FBI reportedly has corroborated.
After nearly 2 decades of agony and unanswered questions for the family of Natalie Holloway, Joran Vandersloot is reportedly set to accept a plea deal this morning that would finally reveal critical information about how Natalie died.
Is there a surreal quality to all of this now, given how long it's gone on for?
Absolutely. It's been almost 2 decades in the making, and the family has been through so much, and to finally get some kind of semblance of justice.
Vandersloot has been investigated for years in connection to Holloway's disappearance after she vanished on a trip to Aruba in 2005 and was never seen again.
Thank you for your continued support.
Holloway's mother, Beth, and her family attended Vandersloot's arraignment in June after the Dutch national's extradition to the U.S. from Peru, where he was serving a 28-year prison sentence for murdering a college student. Vandersloot is facing extortion and wire fraud charges for allegedly trying to obtain $250,000 from Beth Holloway for information about her daughter's whereabouts. He pleaded not guilty then, but according to the Holloway family's representative, that's about to change, which shocked even their camp.
We anticipated this being a long trial, grueling trial, and I'm glad that the family did not have to go through that process.
So this was unexpected.
It was unexpected.
No government officials have confirmed the plea deal, but according to Holloway family attorney John Q. Kelly, the deal is based on one very big prerequisite.
It was conditioned upon Mr. Vandersloot revealing details of how Natalie died and how her body was disposed of.
Beth Holloway hasn't spoken much publicly about the latest proceedings, though in June did say in a statement, "I am hopeful that some small semblance of justice may finally be realized, even though no act of justice will heal the pain that we've endured." And back in 2015, she told Hoda and Kathy Lee,
I do think that it's still possible that we could find where her remains are.
now, finally, there may be details that provide some form of closure to a heartbroken family.
And there is another important element to mention here, which is that in a court filing last night, guys, the judge said she is considering victim impact statements before sentencing, but that would only apply to Beth Holloway and immediate family members. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you very much.
Coming up, hundreds of people are dead in the Mideast this morning.
Yeah, that's following a tragic explosion at a Gaza City hospital. Gazan officials are blaming Israel. Israeli officials blaming Gaza. We've got the Israeli Defense Force up next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We are back with more on that deadly hospital explosion in Gaza. Health officials there say several hundred people were killed and hundreds more were injured. Officials in Gaza and officials in Israel are blaming each other for the blast. NBC News has not been able to verify either side's claims. Major Doron Spielman joins us now. He's a spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Major. So the Palestinian Health Ministry is calling this a targeted explosion, with Hamas and the Palestinian Health Ministry blaming Israeli forces for the blast. So we've seen some information from a colleague of yours, but if you could just definitively say, were Israeli defense forces involved in any way in the explosion at the hospital?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to respond to this clearly. I want to make a very clear statement. The answer is no. Israeli forces were not at all involved in any targeted strikes, and any aerial strikes, any ground strikes or sea strikes at the time that this blast occurred. What we do know, as this was captured live on, of all TV stations, Al Jazeera, is that Islamic Jihad fired a barrage of rockets at 6:59 p.m. yesterday towards Israel. Around 7 p.m. or 7:01 p.m., there began to be announcements by Hamas that a hospital had been hit, clearly blaming Israel. We know and have provided proof, as you mentioned, that no question this was not Israel, and absolutely this was a misfire of a rocket by Islamic Jihad aiming to kill Israeli civilians that in the end ended up on one of their own hospitals and killed innocent Gazan civilians.
There is some debate over whether a Hamas weapon, knowing what they have, could cause this much damage. What do you say to that?
I say that, again, the evidence clearly, we have video showing that it was their weapon that fell in the area. We have them admitting it. We released a recording between two Hamas operatives speaking back to each other a minute after the blast, explaining one to the other that this was an Islamic Jihad misfired rocket fired from the cemetery behind the hospital, landing in the hospital and pinpointing the exact area of the blast. Regarding the payload, we assume that because the rocket was intended to reach Israel and it fell short, the fuselage was full of fuel, which combined with the warhead created the explosion. We very clearly do not need to explain any further than providing all the evidence. The people who need to explain are Hamas and Islamic Jihad, both of whom behave like ISIS, both of whom do not care about civilians. And this is one more example, I think it's very important to put this out there, where this is a calculated campaign to deceive the world. There is no way within minutes of a blast that someone can understand what happens. And unfortunately, many media outlets in the world cited Hamas, a terrorist organization, as a reliable source.
Can you get to the site, actually on the ground, to get samples from this crater to be able to provide more evidence that it was not Israel?
So at this point in time, as you know, Israel has not entered the Gaza Strip, with the exception of a few searches a few days ago to try and recover remains that were pinpointing to the hostages. Eventually, it's clear that the story will come out. We have satellite footage that we've released that shows that the actual hospital itself, another lie, was not hit whatsoever. The rocket that fell short landed in the parking lot of the hospital, which calls into question all of Hamas's claims, such that 500 civilians were killed. Again, I mourn the loss of any civilian, but most likely, and they haven't allowed anyone into the area, most likely what we're going to find is that this is a true false claim by Hamas. There probably were a few people killed there. They exaggerated the numbers. They blamed Israel incorrectly. And we hope that the world is not going to allow itself to be outsmarted once again by Hamas's tactics to deceive them.
Putting aside the conversation of who is responsible, Major, does seeing an event like this that happened within that area where civilians were asked to evacuate, factor into any plans here for you in terms of potentially a ground invasion that we could see, and just how many civilians are still in this area in several hospitals throughout the north of Gaza?
Well, I think there's no question that from the very beginning, this is factored in. The fact that there are civilians living in Gaza has factored into our operational plans. It's been 5 days now that we've been encouraging Gazan civilians. We've communicated with them on every single platform possible, dropping leaflets, on all the platforms. All the Gazan civilians know that Israel has asked them to move out of the way of the war zone. And we've done that because we don't want to see further loss of civilian lives. Unfortunately, and this is not surprising, Hamas, which behaves like ISIS, they hide under tunnels underneath the ground, but they tell their families don't leave the building above, because they know that if the IDF, while searching for Hamas by mistake, kills a civilian, Hamas will then turn to the world, say that this is a humanity crisis, and pressure the world to pressure Israel to stop. What happens then is Hamas goes back underground, rebuilds itself, and carries out another massacre. This has to stop somewhere. So yes, we're very sensitive to civilians being there, but once again, the finger points to Hamas, who are using their own civilians like puppets. They don't care about their civilians. They're simply a prop in their deception that they are laying against Israel.
But then there are some civilians, right, like we're seeing at this hospital, where we were hearing from doctors, we're hearing from medical officials, even those outside of Gaza or the Palestinian Health Ministry, saying these people can't move because of the medical treatment they're receiving.
Look, there is a crisis on both sides of the border, both on the Israeli side, where we've been lifting up populations and moving them, and also in Gaza. Now, many of these civilians have had 5 days to move. It's around 8 miles. It's not easy, but we're doing everything we can to get them out of the way. The problem is the real humanitarian crisis in Gaza is actually Hamas. It is greater than all these problems. It's greater than the water. It's greater than the electricity. It's greater than anything. If we do not remove Hamas, we will continue to see the cycle of a humanitarian crisis repeating itself time and time again. And the victims aren't only in Israel, they're the Gazans themselves. Hamas has got to be eliminated for both sides and for the betterment of the world and humanity.
I also now want to ask you about hostages before I let you go, Major. So a senior Hamas official told our Richard Engel, a colleague of mine, that the group is willing to release all civilian hostages immediately if Israel stops its bombing campaign of Gaza. How does that factor into decision making? Is that something that you would consider? Just what are the lines of communications like between the IDF and Hamas at this point about hostages?
So I can't comment directly on the hostage situation. You can understand that it's incredibly sensitive at this time. Obviously, every Israeli, including myself, we all either know a hostage or know somebody who knows a hostage. It's a very small country. We're deeply affected. What I can say is if Hamas thinks that the hostages are going to save them from being destroyed, they're completely wrong. We have said, and we will stay by this, the elimination of Hamas is existential for the state of Israel. It's existential for humanity, and we will not stop until we have eliminated any ability of that terror organization that resembles Hamas, that's sitting on our border, only a few miles from our border, from existing.
Can you shed any light on what we may see in the coming days, on what a next phase looks like?
We are ready right now. I was just down south by land, by air, and by sea. We're carrying out aerial strikes right now against senior Hamas targets. We eliminated 3 of their most senior commanders yesterday. We're preparing for what the next stage will be. What it will be, I can say this. It will take a long time. This is not going to be a short campaign. This is an actual war designed to carry it out, to stop Hamas in their tracks. We're going to have to be as careful as we can about civilians while dealing with the complexity of the issue that Hamas is going to be hiding behind them at every point in time. That's what we're going to see. We may see more civilian deaths, and it pains me that we may, but we have to remember every time, check the facts. We don't repeat. We do not report on Hamas as a reliable source. Give every single moment a chance for Israel to conduct research. We will tell the truth, even if it's painful. And that is how the viewers, your viewers and others understand truly what's happening here. Again, Hamas started this. We are going to end this.
Major, just a moment ago on our screens, viewers were seeing the Rafah border crossing that's between Gaza and Egypt. That has remained closed. Foreigners have not been able to exit, and aid has also not been able to get in, even though much is waiting on the other side of that. What would it take to allow for the crossing to open and aid to get through? What do you think about that possibility?
I think that the Gazan people that have been hostages of Hamas all these years, those who've been able to leave their homes, because Hamas has held many at gunpoint and they're not allowing them to leave their homes, those who have headed south past Wadi Aza to the new point, the idea is that that is an area that international aid will be provided. We have to understand, Hamas in the past and I saw this with my own eyes yesterday, and I showed it to your crews as well, have been taking international aid and turning it into bombs and weapons. It's a complex process to make sure that there are enough weapons and that they're not using them for faulty purposes, but I'm confident that that will go forward, and in the next few days, the next few hours, those people will receive the aid, the humanitarian aid that they need.
All right, that is good to hear. Major Dorrance Spielman, thank you very much for joining us this morning, answering and covering quite a bit here, and we will keep checking in with you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's get you to some money news now, and a new proposal from the Federal Reserve that could put some money back in the pockets of businesses. CNBC's Bertha Coombs has more on that and other financial headlines this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of small businesses really attuned to this. The Federal Reserve is planning to propose reducing the fees businesses pay when customers use debit cards to purchase items. The Fed has the power to change those so-called swipe fees. The Wall Street Journal says the Fed will vote next week on the proposal, and the public can then weigh in after that. Businesses have long asked for lower fees. They currently pay card issuers 21 cents plus a small fraction of the transaction price every time you swipe your card. The IRS, meantime, is planning a limited rollout of its new free e-filing program. The agency will invite select taxpayers in 13 states to try out direct files starting in February. If all goes well, the IRS will open it up to anyone in those states who will want to use it. Now, there are some limitations. Direct file doesn't process state tax returns, and it doesn't deal with itemized deductions. Only certain tax credits are allowed, like the earned income tax credit, the child tax credit, and credits for other dependents. You can deduct teachers' expenses and student loan interest, but that's it. Meantime, Roblox exists in a virtual universe, but the CEO of the company wants employees to work in the physical office of the firm. He's told staff in a memo that people who don't want to work in the office at least 3 days a week will need to find a job somewhere else. Remote workers have until mid-January to decide. Roblox will pay for relocation expenses for people who moved away during the pandemic. Just last year, though, the company had told employees they could choose to work in the office a few days a week or fully remote. A lot of folks are changing their minds on that. Personally, I like being in the office.
Me too.
You just get a much better feel, you know?
All the way. I agree with that. I do understand, though, some people with that flexibility, what it can do for their lives. It's definitely an ongoing conversation, an interesting one. Bertha, thank you so much.
It really is.
Right now, we want to show you some live pictures before we head to break. This is President Biden on the ground in Israel, meeting with the families of first responders. This comes after he landed overnight for us here in the U.S. and has now met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as well as his war cabinet. There is much more ahead on Morning News Now. Stay with us.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Finally this hour, we're revisiting a classic video, one of the very first to truly go viral. You probably know it by 3 simple words: David after dentist. First of all, David's now 22. Can you believe that? The video was recorded 15 years ago. Back then, David was 7, just had dental surgery and was feeling the effects of the drugs. His dad actually didn't post the clip online until the next year. He wanted to share it with friends and family, but the file was big, tough to email, so it was just easier to upload it to YouTube than send everyone the link. He just never imagined how many other people would watch too.
How did it go?
I didn't feel anything.
His name is David DeVore, but you probably know him as
David after dentist. How do you feel about that title?
I love it. It's been a fun adventure. It's been its own part of my life.
Starting with the part when he was 7 and still feeling pretty loopy after dental surgery.
I feel funny. Why is this happening to me?
A moment immortalized by his dad, David Sr.
You know, you remember those times you always said, if I only had a camera? Well, I actually had a camera that day, so I just got really lucky. That was it.
In the 2-minute clip, David Jr. is earnestly philosophical one moment.
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is real life.
Bluntly flustered the next.
Stay in your seat.
The anesthesia, of course, did wear off, but the video's legend would only grow.
But when you watch it, what's your favorite part?
I think the end, when I just ugh.
Within days of posting it on YouTube back in 2009, the clip racked up a few million views.
At that point, they were like, okay, I've heard of this thing called going viral. I think that's what we're doing.
And what did you think?
I was just in shock.
There was some backlash from those who thought Dad was exploiting his son, but for the most part, folks loved it.
Is this real life?
The video was part of a Super Bowl ad for Vizio. Homer Simpson even referenced it on The Simpsons.
Which of you is the YouTube of the kid high on dentist gas? You.
And of course, they appeared on Today.
My friends thought it was funny at first, but then later they stopped talking about it.
You could have been embarrassed by it and wish it had never happened, or you could have your attitude. Why do you think you have your attitude?
I could only comprehend so much at that age. I was just kind of going with the flow, and I was like, oh, I get to go to New York. It's like, great, this is fun. People, I recognize people weren't making fun of me.
They've made a number of licensing deals, not to mention the YouTube ad revenue, which was helpful during the 2009 recession.
Had been selling real estate, and that went away overnight, so it literally, you know, saved us.
Today, the video has racked up more than 140 million views.
Does that just blow your mind?
It does. Yeah, it's crazy.
David is now a senior at the University of Florida, studying computer science, not dentistry. When he was accepted here, the school's president reenacted David's viral moment.
It's just funny that you didn't bring it up.
As for his classmates, at first, many didn't know David's identity.
Dude, what? I would have never known. He's very humble about it, and he's never gone out of his way to tell me.
And I didn't know that fact, and then someone told me later on, and I was like, no way. But I was in the midst of fame.
Is this going to be forever?
Turns out this moment did live forever. That's okay. It's still a welcome part.
Is this real life?
Of David's real life.
So you might be wondering about David after graduation. Well, he'll get his diploma soon and plans to work in the computer science field. As for the video, kind of like a small business, something that does need to be managed, and Dad has been gradually turning over those responsibilities to the younger David. They're licensing it all the time, so.
I can't believe how old he is.
I know. Does that make you feel old?
Yes, it does.
David after dentist
and
is
what a
22.
good idea to go check in on him. I just love that. Oh, so funny.
It was great to meet him and his dad. All right,
that
that's
video
going to do
just
it.
Captivated us. So funny.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
good Wednesday. We are so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks for joining us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, October 18th, Day of Rage. Authorities are using tear gas and water cannons to break up bands of protesters near the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon. How the hospital bombing in Gaza sparked anger that is now spilling into the streets.
Short on support, Congressman Jim Jordan's speaker bid is once again being tested as House members vote on a second ballot. But is he any closer to getting the 217 votes that he needs to win the gavel? That's next.
Legal bombshell. New Mexico prosecutors say they plan to recharge Alec Baldwin in the fatal Rust movie set shooting. The new information prosecutors could present to the grand jury just 5 months after dropping his involuntary manslaughter charge.
On alert, scammers are coming up with new tricks to steal your money and your identity. What you need to know about the new term quishing and how to protect yourself from becoming its next victim.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with breaking news out of Lebanon, where protests are now erupting outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. This was the scene there just earlier today. Tensions and anger have been rising across the Middle East, a day after an explosion at a hospital in Gaza that left hundreds of people dead and many more injured. Our sister network Sky News was reporting on the ground there as protests broke out.
There's a lot of tear gas, and it's quite difficult to breathe here. It gets in your eyes as well, but you'll forgive the language there as the atmosphere extremely charged. Just move around here. Dean, follow me. Come down here. You can see people are slinging. They make slings to throw stones as well. We'll just move around the corner here, and you can see where I'm struggling now with the tear gas. But this fire here was started last night. This is the second day of protests that have happened here. We're just going to move back a bit now because the tear gas is overwhelming. It's quite difficult to talk. It's quite difficult to breathe.
Difficult and dangerous situation unfolding there. Of course, all of this comes as President Biden has been in Israel today visiting that active war zone. He just left last hour and says the goal of the visit was to reiterate to the world that the U.S. stands with Israel in its fight against Hamas militants. We have team coverage of the war and the protests. NBC's Jay Gray is standing by for us there live in Tel Aviv. But first, to NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who's live outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon. Matt, we've seen the activity there where you are pick up. I mean, give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground in Beirut.
Well, we just got here, actually. We were at a rally for Hezbollah that was in the neighborhood of Dahia, which is a Hezbollah stronghold in Beirut. And we just got here just a little while ago. You can still smell the tear gas in the air, and you can still see these canisters made in America, made in Pennsylvania. This is what the Lebanese police and the military were using. But if you look behind me, you can see they were just setting up, the military and the police were on hand here, these barriers. The embassy itself is actually probably about 1 kilometer up, and that just speaks to what the situation here has been for the American presence for quite a while. The embassy is no longer in the city of Beirut. It's up on a hill overlooking the capital because of the threats to the embassy and the embassy staff for so long. But I was at a rally, as I mentioned, for Hezbollah inside the city. And what we heard was a lot of rallying cries against Israel, a lot of concern about Gaza, people, saying that they were with Gaza, with the Gazans, and against what they called the genocide by the Israelis against the Palestinian people. But if you listen to those chants, they were mentioning America as much as they were mentioning Israel. They were mentioning Joe Biden as much as they were mentioning the name of Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister. For these protesters, there was no daylight between the position of the United States and Israel. So why did they attack the U.S. Embassy? Well, there is no diplomatic presence for Israel in Beirut. They have no diplomatic connections. But people here, those who are opposed to Israel and the United States, they see the United States and Israel as one.
Matt, we know these protests are not just breaking out in Lebanon, where you are. Tensions boiling over all across the Middle East. Put it into context for us. What could this mean for the war between Israel and Hamas and new fronts for Israel as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question, because what we're talking about here is kind of like a coalition of resistance. Or this is something that is a group of loosely held allies, Hamas, Hezbollah, like nations like Syria and Shiite groups in Yemen. They're all loosely connected, but they all have connections back to one place, Iran. This is the group of countries that are essentially allied with Iran and on some level are kind of led by Iran. And that's why a lot of folks here are worried that they're waiting for a signal from the Iranian regime, from the Ayatollahs, to tell Hezbollah, which is based here in Lebanon, to finally go to war against Israel. That would internationalize the conflict and drag in new countries and new militant groups into a situation that's already upending the Middle East.
Upending and expanding right now. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley there following that expanding devastation. Matt, thank you.
We want to go now to NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray standing by in Tel Aviv for us. So, Jay, this hospital explosion in Gaza clearly looming over President Biden's trip there to the Middle East, canceling some meetings. We want to show some of the aftermath of that attack, but we also want to warn our viewers the images from the scene are very graphic. We want to pause right here to give our viewers time to turn away if they do not want to see this video. Jay, the Palestinian Health Ministry calling it a targeted Israeli bombing, but U.S. officials now tell us it was likely a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that misfired. What is President Biden saying today about who was responsible?
No, you're absolutely right. And U.S. data, along with analyzing some surveillance and some of the pictures from the sky, led them to the likely conclusion, they say, that it was, in fact, an Islamic Jihad rocket that misfired. The president on the ground today and continuing his unwavering support for Israel made a point to share that not only with the people here, but for those listening around the world.
You know, Jay, what exactly does that look like? Because as President Biden was leaving Israel today, he announced that the U.S. does have planned to send humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. What more do we know in terms of boots on the ground, in terms of actual capacity to get that aid in?
Yeah, it's very interesting because he did say that he is going to send $100 million in aid for the people, 2 million or so that are caught in the middle of all of this in Gaza. And that was really something that he pressed on during his visit here. Let's give a listen to what the president had to say.
I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza.
Yeah, and look, again, he is saying what we have been reporting now, that they believe that it was not Israel. I have to tell you, just after the president left, there was a message put out by Israel saying that they are not going to now block any food, water, or medicine that's going in through the Rafah border crossing with Egypt. That is a big change. If Egypt agrees to this, that means that some of the food, water, and necessities that so many need there will begin to flow. They're already stacked up outside that border crossing, and so that would be the next step, and that would be a major accomplishment, something that the White House had said the president was really pushing for as he made this trip.
Yeah, really important there. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray on the ground for us. Jay, thank you.
Now we turn to Capitol Hill, where at any moment House members will kick off their second speaker vote. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan is the Republicans' pick, but he failed to win a majority of the chamber during that first round of voting on this show yesterday.
So to get the gavel, Jordan needs to flip at least 17 members who voted against him yesterday, but he's struggling to shore up support from rank-and-file Republicans who are hesitant to embolden his pretty hardline views. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. Julie, the vote has yet to begin. But how are things, at this hour sort of looking for Congressman Jordan? Because he seems to be in a weaker position today than he was yesterday. There were so many people who voted for him yesterday now say they're not going to vote for him today. Why? What's happening?
Yeah, that's exactly right. He does seem to be in a weaker position today, but nonetheless, he said he wants to go forward with these votes. You noted we expect the second ballot to begin in just a couple of minutes. He was just officially nominated on the floor by Tom Cole, who's the chair of the Appropriations Committee in the House, a fixture really among Republicans in the House, as our colleague Rebecca Kaplan had scooped. For Jordan, though, he has to flip at least 17 votes. The problem for him, as you laid out, is some of those who voted for him yesterday are now looking like they won't support him. If he was able to flip one or two overnight, he's contending with the opposite number problem on the other hand here. Here was Jordan when he arrived this morning to Capitol Hill. Watch.
To be clear, you're not dropping out. You're willing to have this go on for as long as it takes?
We're voting today at 11. I think the American people prefer that the majority party elect a Republican speaker and we get about the people's business.
But Jordan certainly has some numbers problems here, in part because he is seen as this hard-right conservative flamethrower in the House. He doesn't have a lot of trust among moderate Republicans, especially those New York Republicans, the vulnerable members who won districts that Biden did. So we're going to see in the next couple of minutes whether Jordan can pull it out, but all signs point to no on this round.
All right, we've got a camera in the chamber. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much, Julie.
It's time now to switch gears and head over to our CNBC Money Minute. The Biden administration has announced new sanctions against 10 leaders of Hamas. U.S. officials say the sanctions will target the group's financial networks across several different countries as it tries to fund attacks against Israel.
CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs joins us now. So, Bertha, break down these sanctions that have just been announced. How will they actually work?
Vicki, the sanctions are targeting groups and members with strong financial ties in Gaza and throughout the region. These include members who manage a Hamas investment portfolio, a Qatar-based financial coordinator with ties to the Iranian regime, an important Hamas commander, and a Gaza-based virtual currency exchange. Meantime, Elon Musk's X, formerly known as Twitter, I still can't just call it X, it's testing a new initiative to cut down on spam and fake accounts. The social media platform is charging new users in New Zealand and the Philippines a $1 fee through the program called Not a Bot. The program won't apply to existing users, but they figure that these bots will not want to step up for $1 to be able to get on that platform.
Yeah, I put my money on that as well.
Fewer bots, the better.
All right, CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs for us. Bertha, thank you.
Coming up, the ongoing legal battle surrounding the deadly Rust film set shooting. Why Alec Baldwin is back in the spotlight for charges that were previously dropped. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Joran Vandersloot, the primary suspect in Natalie Holloway's disappearance, pleaded guilty in an Alabama federal courtroom this morning and now faces a 20-year prison sentence.
The 36-year-old Netherlands native faces charges of extortion and wire fraud after he tried to sell information about the location of Holloway's remains to her family in exchange for $250,000. We want to go to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, who is live in Aruba, where Holloway first disappeared back in 2005. Kathy, it is good to see you. So does Vandersloot maintain his innocence in Holloway's disappearance? Why did he plead guilty today to the extortion charges? And did he reveal anything that the family was hoping for?
So, Vicky, to that question, it's unclear why he decided to plead guilty, because originally he entered a not guilty plea when it comes to the extortion case. So it certainly came as a surprise to both parties. But as you mentioned, this is something that stems back from 2010, when ultimately he asked, I should say, demanded about $250,000 from Beth Holloway, Natalie's mother, in exchange for information about Natalie's disappearance. And at the end of the day, he gave false information to law enforcement, and therefore he was federally indicted, was extradited from Peru to Alabama back in June. And at that time, he entered a not guilty plea. But obviously, there have been a lot of twists and turns with this case that we've been following for the past 18 years. And as you mentioned, he pleaded guilty to the extortion and wire fraud charges. And in court today, our producer, who was inside and was able to get some more details and some color regarding Vandersloot, he said sorry to the Holloway family. He also apologized to his family as well, and said that he is not the same person that he was back then, and he has found Jesus Christ.
He said he's not the same person, but Kathy, the judge also considered those victim impact statements. What did we hear from that? I mean, what happens to Vandersloot after that?
So there were victim impact statements that were submitted from other family members, but we did hear from Beth Holloway just moments ago in the courtroom. Obviously, she was extremely emotional. She is still very grief-stricken, and looked at Vandersloot only once in the courtroom today and called him a killer, saying that you look like hell, and hopefully that he is reminded every time that jail cell door slams, he is reminded of what he did to her daughter. So obviously an emotional day in the courtroom today, and I understand that lawyers are holding a press conference right now that the hearing has wrapped up. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more information from that.
All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park there on the ground in Aruba for us. Kathy, thank you.
Well, a new legal setback for actor Alec Baldwin to tell you about. Special prosecutors in New Mexico tell NBC News that they plan to recharge him with involuntary manslaughter for that deadly Rust movie set shooting.
Now, this all comes just 6 months after prosecutors dropped the same criminal charges against the actor. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the latest.
Nearly 2 years after Alec Baldwin fatally shot cinematographer Helena Hutchins on the Rust movie set, a stunning new plot twist in the case. New Mexico prosecutors want to recharge the actor and producer with involuntary manslaughter. This after dismissing the same charge against Baldwin in April. The special prosecutor telling NBC News, based on our lengthy and detailed investigation, it is appropriate for a grand jury to make a decision on whether the case should proceed. Two sources familiar with the investigation say that prosecutors had recently discussed with Baldwin pleading to a lesser charge, but that offer was rescinded over the weekend. One source tells us that the case, which will be brought before a grand jury in mid-November, came together after prosecutors found new evidence that they believe connects Baldwin to recklessness around safety standards on the set. The film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, was previously charged with involuntary manslaughter earlier this year. Her trial is set to start in February. In a statement, attorneys for Baldwin say that they will answer any charges in court, and that it is unfortunate that a terrible tragedy has been turned into this misguided prosecution. It was during a Rust set rehearsal in 2021 that Baldwin's prop gun fired a live round of ammunition, killing Hutchins and injuring the director. In interviews, Baldwin has maintained that the gun had malfunctioned.
Well, I didn't pull the trigger. I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
But in August, this gun analysis report commissioned by prosecutors found that the gun was functioning properly, contradicting Baldwin's claim that he did not pull the trigger. Hutchins' husband, Matthew, telling Hoda last year that he believes Baldwin's actions led to Helena's death.
The idea that the person holding
the gun causing it to discharge is not responsible is absurd to me.
Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Later this hour, how the second vote to make Congressman Jim Jordan House Speaker is shaping up right now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hamas is spending a considerable amount of money firing rockets onto Israeli soil. The terrorist organization is sourcing cash from foreign countries and even using crypto. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo takes a closer look at how the terrorist organization is funding all of its attacks.
Thousands of rockets fired at Israel. That is not cheap, all adding up for Hamas. It's designated a terrorist organization by the U.S. and EU. That means they can freeze Hamas's assets and aid can be blocked. So where does Hamas get its money? It's a patchwork of taxes on Gaza's commerce, money from Iran and other countries, and even crypto. Hamas took over the government in Gaza back in 2007, now taxing salaries, aid, imports, and other economic activity there.
And it probably adds up to somewhere between 300 something to 400, maybe $450 million a year. It has become by far Hamas's biggest source of income.
And Israel has accused Hamas of diverting funds meant for humanitarian aid to finance its military operations. U.S. officials also worried.
We share Israel's concern that Hamas may seize or destroy aid entering Gaza or otherwise preventing it from reaching the people who need it.
Another major source of funding? Iran. The U.S. Department of State says Iran gives up to $100 million a year to Hamas and other organizations it calls Palestinian terrorist groups.
Iran has been a state sponsor backing Hamas since its inception in the late 1987.
Hamas also relies on shell companies. Last year, the U.S. Treasury Department sanctioned a Hamas official and broad financial network holding assets worth more than $500 million. These companies operating internationally in Sudan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Algeria, and the United Arab Emirates. A Hamas spokesman responded to those charges last year, saying, quote, "The U.S. allegations are incorrect," citing siding with the Israeli occupation and spreading its false allegations. The group also dabbling in cryptocurrency and blockchain technology to fundraise and to move money. Israel's police saying they recently froze cryptocurrency accounts used by Hamas, adding they worked with British police to freeze a Barclays account meant to deposit donation funds.
We can see every single donor that sent funds to that campaign.
Crypto donations slowing after Hamas announced earlier this year it didn't want to risk its donors getting prosecuted. Time will tell how Hamas will finance its ongoing fight. One thing we know for sure, it's already coming at a high cost. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A family in Minnesota is mourning the loss of 5 relatives, including 2 young children, after they were killed during an alleged Israeli airstrike in Gaza. From our NBC affiliate, Care Wigdahl has their story.
My brother and his family. In Gaza, an X-ray technician treats people as he learns that his family is among the victims.
When he saw his body, his son body.
That's Fatma Abu Musa's brother in the video. She's been following the conflict from Blaine, and on Sunday learned of an Israeli airstrike.
She heard that they bombed her hometown, and then the next blurb was the neighborhood where she lived, and then the next blurb was her family's house.
Jihad Adwan says among those killed, 5 of Fatma's family members, her sister-in-law, 3 nephews, and a cousin who fled the north, believing he'd found refuge in the south.
It was devastating to see and to hear the loss of life, the suffering these children had to go through.
Yusuf and Abdurrahman were just 6 and 7. 18-year-old Humaid had just graduated high school with dreams of studying overseas.
No, she's very, very devastated for the children. She attended all their births. She held them as babies. This has been going on for too long. We've been suffering for 75 years since 1948 when Israel was established, because my family, her family were made refugees at the time. We know the horrors that were committed in the Holocaust, for example, and people said never again. And never again means never again to anyone, not only Jews, not only Christians, not only anybody, but to any human being.
That was Heidi Wigdahl from our NBC affiliate Care reporting.
You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. A man who was exonerated after spending 16 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He's now dead after being shot at a traffic stop on Monday. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation says Leonard Cure got out of his car at the direction of a deputy, but then stopped complying when he realized he was under arrest. Cure allegedly assaulted the officer after being tased, so the officer tased him again and hit him with a baton before pulling out a gun and shooting him. The GBI says Cure died after being taken to a hospital. It's still unclear what the arresting charges were.
And 8 French airports are facing security alerts today, according to the DGAC Aviation Authority. Several of them were also evacuated, including Lille Airport, which announced on social media that it was due to a bomb scare. The Palace of Versailles was also evacuated and closed today due to its 3rd security scare in 5 days. France is on its highest state of alert after a teacher was murdered on Friday in a suspected terrorist attack.
And thousands of Detroit casino workers are on strike in an effort to get higher wages and better working conditions. The striking employees include dealers, cleaning staff, food and beverage workers, valets, and more. They are represented by the Detroit Casino Council, which consists of 5 unions, including the United Auto Workers. The strike began with a walkout yesterday. It is targeting the MGM Grand Detroit, Motor City Casino, and Hollywood Casino at Greektown.
We are back now with breaking news out of the Middle East. Protests are erupting near the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon after a deadly hospital blast in Gaza. The Palestinian Health Ministry says it has killed 471 people thus far. It's still not clear who is responsible.
The explosion and its aftermath are taking center stage on President Biden's trip to the Middle East. He met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials today to discuss a plan to move forward. However, his scheduled meetings with several Arab leaders in Jordan was canceled. Biden is now headed back to the U.S. We have NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald in Amman, Jordan, but we're going to start with NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman, who is following Biden's trip to the Middle East. Josh is live in Jerusalem for us this afternoon. Josh, it is good to see you. So let's talk about what we know in terms of the cause of this blast, who's responsible, and how it's affected this very important trip by the president.
It certainly upended the entire trip and really forced the White House to rethink both what they were able to accomplish on this trip, but also, frankly, the itinerary for it after that stop in Jordan was canceled. Now, Hamas, the group Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and other Palestinian-linked groups, they are still maintaining that this was an Israeli strike on that hospital in Gaza. And in fact, many of America's regional allies in the Arab world, they are backing up that Palestinian claim, including Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, a lot of the nations in the region, they are all pointing the finger at Israel, even as President Biden made clear while he was in the country today that the U.S. currently believes that Israel's version of events is correct. In fact, we heard even more recently from President Biden from his White House National Security Council saying that based on the information the U.S. has right now, including intercepts, overhead surveillance, as well as open source intelligence, they do believe the most likely scenario is that this was a failed rocket launched by the group Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But that is not going very far right now to convince groups in the Gaza Strip, as well as Arab nations who are still pointing the finger at Israel, as these tensions have been really ratcheted up by this deadly event.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, thank you so much.
Now let's go in and bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who's live in Amman, Jordan. Megan, we're also seeing protests break out there in Jordan, where nearly half of the population is Palestinian. So how does Biden's canceled meeting with the King of Jordan and really other Arab leaders sort of factor into what we're seeing unfold today?
It's a great question, Morgan. You know, what it has done is it certainly has derailed diplomacy, at least for now. You know, there is this concern across the Arab world that what the Israelis are trying to do is to push the Palestinians into Jordan and into Egypt, something that we saw Egyptian President Sisi pushing back on today, saying that he does not want to see that happen. His concern is that those Palestinians will come into the Sinai Peninsula along with militants who would use that peninsula as a launch pad, as he said, to then attack Israel. That would then drag Egypt into a conflict. We know that here in Jordan, just within the last couple of hours, we've received some really strong statements that I want to read for you, one of which is from the foreign minister, who says he considers any attempt, the Jordanian population considers any attempt to displace Palestinians from the West Bank to be a declaration of war. We know also that the Jordanian King Abdullah, he had a conversation with the Prime Minister of Spain. I have to read for you quickly. He said, His Majesty the King stressed the need to intensify international efforts to immediately stop the war on Gaza, which has entered a dangerous stage that may drag the region and the world into disaster. So some strong words here, which is certainly painting the picture that things are escalating in the wrong direction. Morgan?
Yeah, really strong words there. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald live for us right now in Jordan. Megan, thank you. Meanwhile, back here at home, the House of Representatives is a little more than halfway through its second ballot to elect a new speaker. Congressman Jim Jordan seems to be heading for defeat, with several of his fellow Republicans already voting against it.
Remember, to win the gavel, a candidate needs 217 yes votes. Jordan got 200 during that first ballot yesterday. Many of the lawmakers who opposed him then, they are still holding out. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from his post. So, Ryan, what happens if he fails again a second time or no one gets a majority? Does it look likely they'll take up a third ballot again today or push it to tomorrow?
You know, Vicki, maybe you can come up with some sort of an idea, because the guys up here on Capitol Hill certainly don't seem to have a true path forward. I mean, it does seem pretty clear that based on the early voting here that Jim Jordan has already eclipsed the number of Republicans that he can afford to lose in the second round of balloting. But it is our sense, and we do have some reporting from my colleagues Garrett Haig and Ali Vitale, that the Republicans are going to take a break and have another one of these closed-door conference meetings where they're going to assess what the next steps are. And there is the likelihood that maybe as soon as today, that there is some sort of stopgap measure that's put on the floor in the form of empowering the current Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry for a short window of time, just giving him the ability to bring legislation to the floor so that some of this important legislation that needs to be addressed, like the government shutdown, which is now we're barreling closer toward funding for Ukraine, Israel, and other things, can be addressed. There's no guarantee, though, that even something like that would pass. So that's part of what we're going to watch here, is after this vote takes place. Really probably depends on how many more additional votes Jim Jordan loses. The Republicans will gather and see what their next options are.
If you can, Ryan, just sort of peel back the curtain for us, because the reality of it is Jordan appears weaker today than he was yesterday. And a lot of those people who were voting for him yesterday have decided they're not going to do that today. A lot of people are sort of voting their feelings at this point. And I've also read reporting saying that the things that he's doing behind the scenes to sort of curry favor and get people on his side are actually backfiring. What are those things? What are some of the conversations and attempted concessions he's trying to make?
Yeah, it's a great point, Morgan. And it's important to keep in mind here that Jim Jordan is new at this. He's not someone that has served in House leadership before. He's been the chairman of a committee, but it is much different when you're a leader in the entire conference. Part of what you have to do is check in with all these different members that come from different political backgrounds, different geographic backgrounds, have different concerns and needs. Jim Jordan has always just been a hardline conservative, and he's never been forced to really work with people from those different factions. So as a result, he's had a hard time with the whip operation, trying to convince people to vote for him. And his tactic, at least in some instances, was to be aggressive, to threaten primaries, to warn them that former President Donald Trump could come after them. And that backfired. There were a number of Republicans who told us before the vote leading up to it and then after that once they started getting bullied in the way that they described it, that there was no chance they were going to vote for Jim Jordan. Really? And you've seen those margins starting to increase today. I believe already 2 people who voted for him yesterday are not voting for him today. So the trend line is not good for Jim Jordan if he has any hope of of getting to that 217 magic number.
All right, let's talk about Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry. This is a name some lawmakers are floating. They're they're floating the idea of expanding his powers. What exactly does a Speaker Pro Tem do, and how would this buy time?
Well, it depends on which constitutional scholar you talk to, but the kind of the legal guidance that the Republicans are working off right now is that the only authority that Patrick McHenry has as Speaker Pro Tem is to call a vote for Speaker. And there has been some conversation among Republicans and Democrats to expand those powers. But we should point out, just like they're having a hard time electing a speaker, they may have a hard time even empowering him, even for a short period of time. So that's one of the things we'll have to watch later today.
Incredible reporting. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent in the thick of all of this breaking news, Ryan Nobles, thank you. We appreciate it.
We're going to turn back now to the Israel-Hamas war. It is hard to imagine if a truce or even peace is possible after so much death and destruction.
NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas spoke with some extraordinary Israelis and Palestinians to see if they can find any common ground.
We traveled to Jerusalem, to the old city, to ask about the new war. For centuries, Muslims and Jews have lived, traded, and prayed here side by side along these ancient steps. But could they spare a few minutes today to talk to one another?
Would you be open, though, to talking to someone who's Jewish about this?
Yeah, of course.
So we're going to find somebody to talk.
No, I'm not going to talk to anybody now because,
why?
Because the tensions are very high.
It's too hot right now?
Too hot, way too hot.
What do you think about the bombings in Gaza?
What's the bombing in Gaza? They're getting back what they sent us. Who doesn't feel for a man, for a family that the house was bombed?
Yeah.
Of course we feel for them, but we feel for us first.
Esther Weiss is an Israeli. She owns a jewelry shop in the Jewish quarter. Hani Imam, a Palestinian merchant who has a stand in the Muslim quarter. And though their businesses are a short walk from each other, their views of this war are a world away.
The problem is based on 75 years of occupation. You cannot control people and treat them like caged animals. You treat them like animals because that's why they became animals.
It's not true at all, because the Palestinians want to work and they stand in line to come and work in Israel. They're getting water supply, electricity, gas. They get everything from Israel. They're not in a cage.
You do not go around bombing children and women. That's unacceptable.
So with that logic, the Hamas terrorists were then absolutely wrong as well?
Well, first of all, I won't call Hamas terrorists. I'll call...
The Hamas terrorists that attacked last Saturday?
I would call them militia, whatever you call. You can call them whatever you want. But if there's civilian casualties, I totally disagree with that.
Do you think those men are terrorists?
They're not human beings. I don't know what to call them. Terror is not enough.
And yet, despite the animosity preventing these neighbors from even speaking to each other, if they did, they may actually agree on something.
What would you tell him so he understands your side of it?
He has to open his eyes and see that we are people who want peace.
Eventually there will be peace, but it's going to take some time. It takes two sides to make things work.
Tom Yamas, NBC News, Jerusalem.
All right, coming up next, the hunt for 4 inmates who escaped from a Georgia jail. More on the manhunt that's underway as we speak and how those prisoners actually managed to break out. More NBC News Daily just after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Right now, Georgia officials are urgently searching for 4 escaped inmates who broke out of jail Monday morning. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more on the manhunt.
4 inmates, including a murder suspect, on the run after escaping from a detention center about 85 miles southeast of Atlanta.
I would consider these individuals to be a little bit dangerous.
The Bibb County Sheriff says the group found their way out through a broken window and a hole cut in the fence early Monday around 3 a.m. This photo of a blue Dodge Challenger was released by the county, the suspected getaway car captured on surveillance video outside the jail. The FBI and U.S. Marshals now joining the search. The sheriff says among the escapees, 52-year-old Joey Fournier, charged with murder for the strangulation death of his former girlfriend, Cynthia Berry. 24-year-old Mark Anderson stands accused of aggravated assault, and 29-year-old Chavis Stokes was being held on possession of a firearm and drug trafficking. All 3 have pleaded not guilty to their charges. 37-year-old Jennifer Barnwell was being held for the U.S. Marshals on drug charges after being convicted by a jury.
Barnwell just was sentenced to life in prison in the federal system, so he probably has some incentive to want to get out of jail.
The sheriff revealing at the time of their escape, there were fewer than 10 people working at the jail, overseeing a population of more than 800 inmates.
That's been an issue for us, staffing, the conditions of the jail. We have a 43-year-old jail, and this happened in the oldest part of the jail.
The escape prompting a lockdown of area schools, while Bibb County jail staff could be seen making repairs to the fence where the group slipped out. They're no longer thought to be in the immediate area, but the sheriff is confident they'll be back in custody soon.
Somebody that sees this tonight knows where these 4 people are, and somebody is probably laughing at the TV set saying, oh, they'll never catch us. They'll never catch us. We will catch them.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
All right, so there is a new warning about the latest trick that scammers are now using to steal your money and even your identity. Linda Baccaro from NBC New York tells us about the rising cases of so-called quishing.
Have you ever heard of quishing? No. What is that? Have you ever heard of quishing?
No.
We went from phishing to smishing, which is text messages, to now quishing.
The executive director of the Better Business Bureau of Metro New York is seeing an increase in so-called quishing scams using QR codes.
And it will lead you to a phishing website that's going to help extract your personal information, your financial information. It also could download malware onto your device.
QR codes are convenient for parking meters and restaurants, but they're also convenient for scammers. The BBB is reporting a recent uptick in quishing and fake parking sites.
A, you haven't actually paid for the parking, so you could end up with a ticket or being towed. And B, it could actually end up leading to malware being downloaded onto the site there. And then C, you're dealing with possible future identity theft.
Cryptocurrency ads and romance scams are other popular methods for quishing.
They may offer you this incredible deal. You can double, triple your money for crypto. So one of the two things, either way they want to get you to bite. They'll give you that QR code. It will send you to their digital wallet, and your money's gone. And by the way, so is the romance.
Before you become the next victim, we've got some tips to help protect you from going to fraudulent sites.
With all these scams, there's a sense of urgency created, this false sense of urgency. They don't want you to check.
Look for tampering on signs with QR codes.
Make sure it's really theirs. Anyone can stick something on the back of a dispenser in a restaurant or on front of a door.
And check that URL when you scan the code.
Independently verify, is this the real business?
The BBB also says QR code scanner apps can also help spot fake sites.
Linda Baccaro for NBC News Daily.
Good to know there are apps out there. But man, these scammers are getting everywhere.
They are tricky, and they're like creative.
I know. All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just in time for the holiday shopping season, Amazon is introducing new cutting-edge technology to help revolutionize how you get your orders delivered. I visited one of Amazon's innovation labs to get an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at how the company is working to get your orders out faster and more sustainably than ever before. From robots to artificial intelligence, Amazon says it's revolutionizing the way consumers get their orders. It comes as e-commerce sales are predicted to grow at least 10% this holiday season, reaching $278 billion, according to Deloitte. Amazon alone estimated to deliver 13.5 million parcels each day. And it's all about innovation. I'm inside Boss 27. This is a state-of-the-art facility just outside of Boston. And with me now is Amazon's chief technologist for robotics, Ty Brady. Ty, thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
So this is the first time the public will see some of the new technology you are rolling out for the holidays. What happens in a lab like this?
We are reimagining the future of robotics so that you can do your holiday shopping even better.
Today, Amazon launches Sequoia, its brand new robotic system in Houston. The company says it's capable of stocking merchandise 75% more quickly and delivering your orders 25% faster. What was the problem you were trying to solve with Sequoia?
We want to offer a wider selection for our customers. We want to do that in a very efficient manner so that we can pass on a low cost to our customers.
Brady says Sequoia also makes it safer for employees, reducing the number of accidents and repetitive stress injuries.
So you don't have to get on a ladder, you don't have to bend down on your knees, you don't have to reach up really high.
They're able to bring these totes from the warehouse to a workstation like this, where I met up with David Guerin, who helped design and build Sequoia. A machine has gotten this item out of the warehouse, brought it over here, and now what happens?
Now the associate finds the item that's up on the screen. So we take it out.
This is a yellow phone case?
We scan it.
Okay.
We put it in a tote to be sent to another part of the building for packaging. We let the system know it's in there, and then this will cycle through and deliver us another tote to pick something else out of.
And just how do those towers move around? Meet Hercules. Today is graduation day. The finished robots form a line and drive themselves onto their own shipping pallets, where they'll head off to work at fulfillment centers around the world. Amazon is also introducing Digit. This new bipedal robot can grab and move orders in warehouse spaces not designed for humans. So I think something a lot of people are curious about is what happens between the time they click buy now and the product arrives at their doorstep. You're going to walk me through that.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I'm going to buy what is a bestseller on Amazon right now.
All right, very good.
The Instant Pot. It's going to be hot this holiday too.
Be hot, right on your phone, ready to go.
Okay, I'm going to add it to my cart.
By the time you did that,
Yeah.
I've sourced every Instant Pot inside our network to figure out what's the best way to bring that to your house.
The system found my Instant Pot at a fulfillment center in Penns Grove, New Jersey. From there, it was driven to Carteret, New Jersey, where it was boxed, labeled, and loaded onto another truck, headed for a distribution center in the Bronx. That's where the delivery van picked it up and dropped it off the next day at 6:48 p.m. to me.
Welcome to my office.
The company also has more than 10,000 Rivian electric vans across the U.S. to reduce its environmental impact. Branson Ramirez drives one.
I can do about 150 stops, maybe 250 to 300 packages.
New technology evolving to get us what we want faster and more sustainably this holiday season. It was very cool to see it all firsthand. And of course, we know Amazon's not the only one. Right. Walmart's gearing up. They've opened 3 new fulfillment centers, 36 drone delivery hubs.
I can't believe that.
Drones. They're so loud.
I think they're coming, though.
They're here, but I don't know if neighborhood associations are going to be like
on
okay
board
with that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Do you want them coming to your doorstep? I don't know.
Not necessarily. And then, of course, Target adding 100,000 workers. So everybody's getting ready. Are you doing any shopping yet?
I'm getting ready. I'm gearing up.
Okay.
You know, I've got to pause for Halloween.
Oh, that's right.
It's my moment. That's what I observe. I'm Very observant of Halloween. All right, great job, Vicki. And here's what's trending right now. Britney Spears is revealing a very personal story from her upcoming memoir, The Woman in Me. The singer shared that she had an abortion after becoming pregnant by pop icon Justin Timberlake during their relationship. The new revelations come more than 20 years after the two split. And in the book, Spears calls the abortion, quote, one of the most agonizing things I have ever experienced. A lot to unpack there. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. Much more news ahead.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just meant to.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, October 18th. Growing unrest, massive protests breaking out near the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon. They erupted after a deadly explosion at a hospital in Gaza just hours before the president of the United States touched down in Israel. What the chaos could mean for the trajectory of war.
Capitol Hill standoff, the House of Representatives voting for a second time on whether to elect Republican Congressman Jim Jordan as the new speaker. But has the GOP hardliner whipped enough votes to secure the job? We are following it live.
Stunning admission, the main suspect in the 2005 disappearance of Natalie Holloway pleading guilty today to extortion charges. The latest from the courtroom as new details emerge about what actually happened.
Georgia jailbreak, a manhunt is underway now after police say 4 men, including a murder suspect, broke out of jail. What authorities are now saying about how those inmates escaped.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with breaking news out of Lebanon. Protests are erupting there near the U.S. Embassy in Beirut just 1 day after an explosion rocked a Gaza hospital, killing hundreds of people and injuring many more. This was the scene in Lebanon just hours ago as President Biden was a little more than 100 miles away visiting Israel.
Right now, tensions are soaring across the Middle East, including in the West Bank. NBC's Richard Engel was reporting on the ground there earlier and says he saw someone get shot. We are going to show you a clip of what he witnessed. But first, we want to warn you, the video is graphic and you may find it disturbing.
Right here. Another Palestinian has been injured here. He's been taken into an ambulance. He's the second one we've seen taken away like this in just the last few minutes.
A volatile situation there. These protests come as President Biden is promising to stand in solidarity with Israel in its war against Hamas. Before leaving the war zone earlier today, Biden announced that the U.S. plans to send $100 million in humanitarian aid to Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. We want to go now to NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray in Tel Aviv, Israel. Jay, first, to break down what we know about this aid for Palestinians, what will it include and how quickly will it get there?
Yeah, and just the basics. So we're talking about food, water, medicine, but it's basics they haven't received for quite some time. And understand that there are truckloads of food, of water, of medicine that have been staging along the border crossing, the Rafah crossing with Egypt, for days from around the world, trying to get into 2 million or so people caught in the middle of this conflict in Gaza. And now it appears, after a request from President Biden and signaling that he intends to send that $100 million in aid, that border crossing may begin to open up. Israel today saying just after the president left that they would no longer stand in the way of those goods getting into the people who need them inside of Gaza. Now, the Egyptian government has said all along that they're ready to open up the border going in and allowing those provisions to go in. We'll see how the process works out. But that is a big change if it comes to fruition.
And Jay, there's been a lot of confusion over that explosion at the hospital there in Gaza. We know that U.S. officials are saying that it was likely a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that misfired. But what else are you hearing from officials there on the ground?
Yeah, looking at data, what the U.S. has said is that they do believe that it was a misfired rocket from the Islamic Jihad. They're saying it was likely the cause of that. Hamas has said, A, that there are 500 people dead, and B, that it was an Israeli fighter jet and part of the airstrikes that led to the explosion at that hospital. I think it's important to point out, NBC News, no other agency can confirm any of this because we're not allowed inside. We can't go and physically be at that site. What you're hearing on the ground is a lot of speculation and a lot of people just not certain who is at fault here, not certain who is to blame for what overnight was just a horrible, horrible tragedy.
Oh, NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray on the ground. Jay, excellent reporting, and thank you.
Thank you, Jay. We want to turn now to NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who has been reporting on the protests and chaos outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut.
Matt, we've seen the activity there where you are pick up. I mean, give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground in Beirut.
Well, we just got here, actually. We were at a rally for Hezbollah that was in the neighborhood of Dahia, which is a Hezbollah stronghold in Beirut. And we just got here just a little while ago. You can still smell the tear gas in the air, and you can still see these canisters made in America, made in Pennsylvania. This is what the Lebanese police and the military were using. But if you look behind me, you can see they were just setting up, the military and the police were on hand here, these barriers. The embassy itself is actually probably about a kilometer up, and that just speaks to what the situation here has been for the American presence for quite a while. The embassy is no longer in the city of Beirut. It's up on a hill overlooking the capital because of the threats to the embassy and the embassy staff for so long. But I was at a rally, as I mentioned, for Hezbollah inside the city And what we heard was a lot of rallying cries against Israel, a lot of concern about Gaza, people, saying that they were with Gaza, with the Gazans, and against what they called the genocide by the Israelis against the Palestinian people. But if you listen to those chants, they were mentioning America as much as they were mentioning Israel. They were mentioning Joe Biden as much as they were mentioning the name of Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister. For these protesters, there was no daylight between the position of the United States and Israel. So why did they attack the U.S. embassy? Well, there is no diplomatic presence for Israel in Beirut. They have no diplomatic connections. But people here, those who are opposed to Israel and the United States, they see the United States and Israel as one.
Matt, we know these protests are not just breaking out in Lebanon, where you are. Tensions boiling over all across the Middle East. Put it into context for us. What could this mean for the war between Israel and Hamas and new fronts for Israel as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question, because what we're talking about here is kind of like a coalition of resistance, or this is something that is a group of loosely held allies, Hamas, Hezbollah, like nations like Syria and Shiite groups in Yemen. They're all loosely connected, but they all have connections back to one place, Iran. This is the group of countries that are essentially allied with Iran and on some level are kind of led by Iran. And that's why a lot of folks here are worried that they're waiting for a signal from the Iranian regime, from the Ayatollahs, to tell Hezbollah, which is based here in Lebanon, to finally go to war against Israel. That would internationalize the conflict and drag in new countries and new militant groups into a situation that's already upending the Middle East.
Upending and expanding right now. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley there following that expanding devastation. Matt, thank you. We have some breaking news right now from the House floor. Republican firebrand Jim Jordan appears to have once again failed in his bid to become Speaker.
According to the NBC News count, 22 Republicans voted for someone other than Jordan, and the Ohio congressman could not afford to lose more than 4 members of his own party. He needed a total of 217 votes to win the gavel. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. So, Ryan, Jordan has lost support even since yesterday. So what happens now? They've signaled that they will go a third round. But when will that happen? And what are we thinking in terms of that conversation about a Speaker pro tem, Patrick McHenry, instead? There is no laughter right now.
Yeah, Vicki, I mean, we're still waiting for the gavel to come down, but you're right. It does seem abundantly clear that Jim Jordan does not have the support to be elected Speaker on this second round of voting. So the question is, do the Republicans leave the floor and have another closed-door meeting to talk about a path forward to see if there's any way that Jim Jordan can either gather support from this group of 22 lawmakers that are opposed to him right now, or do they move to a plan B and find some sort of legislation that would allow and empower Patrick McHenry, the current Speaker pro tem, to take on that responsibility on a short-term basis and actually move legislation to the floor. I think at this point, all options are on the table. And at this point, we don't even know for sure if they're going to even huddle behind closed doors. It's worth pointing out that they've been huddling behind closed doors pretty frequently over the past 2 weeks, and none of that has led to any kind of tangible progress as it relates to this Speaker vote. So right now, things are very much like they were yesterday, the day before, 2 weeks ago. The House is without a Speaker of the House, without any kind of clear indication as to when that issue might be resolved.
You know, Ryan, NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd, he made some interesting points in a column for NBCNews.com today, among them saying that dissatisfied moderates usually find themselves settling because the constitution of a moderate or a pragmatist is to sort of find whatever agreeable ground one can find. So how likely is it, Ryan, that the Republican holdouts eventually fold and vote for Jordan?
You know, if you'd asked me that question 24 hours ago, I would have said very likely. And I think that Chuck's analysis is spot on, that generally in a position like this, the moderates or those that are a little closer to the center care a heck of a lot more about the institution, about governing, about passing legislation than those on the far right do. Many on the far right believe that the institution is broken and needs to be essentially brought to the ground and built back up again. And so, you know, the concept of holding out is easier for the right-wing politicians than it is for those on the middle ground. But I think what we've seen play out here over the past 48 hours is that these moderates kind of understand that if they give in to the right wing now, there's no coming back. And if they hand the keys and the gavel over to Jim Jordan, it's going to be the conservatives that are running the show, and they'll be running the show for a long time. So I think many of them saw this as a last stand. If we do not stand up to them now, we never will get another opportunity. And you see that playing itself out. I think it's important that there are a number of them. If it were only 4 or 5, I think they probably would have caved easily. But the fact that the number is above 20 and that that number could even potentially grow is part of the reason you're seeing them hold firm.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent following us minute by minute there on the speaker floor. Ryan, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, airlines are already starting to see the impact of the Israel-Hamas war. United Airlines shares dropped 8% yesterday after the carrier warned the suspension of flights to Tel Aviv and high jet fuel costs would cause its profits to drop.
CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer joins us now. Contessa, United says it will not restart flights to Tel Aviv until conditions allow. So what effect does that have, on the carrier? And could other airlines, frankly, see similar losses due to this?
Yeah, that's a great question, Morgan. Vicky, United says the suspended flights are expected to eat into its fourth quarter profits, especially when combined with the higher price of jet fuel. The airline will likely feel a bigger impact from the halted flights because it has more flights to Israel than any other U.S.-based airlines. At United, it accounts for about 2% of capacity, so they'll probably take the biggest hit. GM is delaying production of an all-electric truck at one of its Michigan plants by at least a year. The automaker says it made the decision to better manage its capital investments and come up with strategies to make the new EVs more profitable. GM said the delay doesn't have anything to do with the ongoing United Auto Workers strike. We'll keep our eye on that and developments there, too, ladies.
All right, CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer. Contessa, thank you.
Sure.
A manhunt happening now in Georgia. What we know about the 4 escaped inmates and the latest on the search coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Texas judge sentenced Jorn Vandersloot to 20 years in prison after she says he confessed to the 2005 disappearance and death of Natalee Holloway. The 36-year-old pleaded guilty to the extortion charges in court this morning before listening to emotional statements from Natalee Holloway's family. We're going to go to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, who's live in Aruba. This is where Natalee Holloway first disappeared back in 2005. So, Kathy, the prosecution just wrapped up a press conference outside the courthouse. Some of Natalee's family members addressed reporters after this bombshell confession there in the courtroom. What did we hear from them?
Yeah, Vicki, so we heard from Beth Holloway, who has really been at the forefront of finding answers for her daughter, Natalee. And she said after 18 years, she can finally find some closure. She said Natalee would be 36 years old today, and she had a bright future ahead of her. And she believes that her daughter would be a doctor. Meanwhile, she also talked about Vandersloot. And in her eyes, he's a killer. Take a listen.
He finally confessed that he killed Natalee. He described when and how he killed her. That was all verified by a comprehensive and conclusive polygraph test. Even with this confession, though, he can't be tried here for Natalee's murder. But I'm satisfied knowing that he did it.
And Vicki, just to add a little bit more details as to what came out of the courtroom today, an exhibit that was entered into today's plea hearing that became public. And I do want to warn our viewers that some of the information I'm about to share is a bit graphic. But ultimately, Vandersloot was saying that in 2005, just about 5 miles from where we are here in Aruba, he was having a moment on the beach with Natalee, and things escalated very quickly. He made advances, and Natalee had wanted nothing to do with it. And like I said, things escalated very quickly. He kicked her in the head. She fell unconscious. He found a cinder block, bludgeoned her, and then dragged her body into the ocean, and he walked home. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Kathy Park in Aruba for us. Kathy, thank you.
Well, Vicki, right now, Georgia officials are urgently searching for 4 escaped inmates. Authorities say they broke out of jail early Monday morning, triggering a lockdown on Macon County schools. And here's NBC's Valerie Castro.
4 inmates, including a murder suspect, on the run after escaping from a detention center about 85 miles southeast of Atlanta.
I would consider these individuals to be a little bit dangerous.
The Bibb County Sheriff says the group found their way out through a broken window and a hole cut in the fence early Monday around 3 a.m. This photo of a blue Dodge Challenger was released by the county, the suspected getaway car captured on surveillance video outside the jail. The FBI and U.S. Marshals now joining the search. The sheriff says among the escapees, 52-year-old Joey Fournier, charged with murder for the strangulation death of his former girlfriend, Cynthia Berry. 24-year-old Mark Anderson stands accused of aggravated assault, and 29-year-old Chavis Stokes was being held on possession of a firearm and drug trafficking. All 3 have pleaded not guilty to their charges. 37-year-old Jennifer Barnwell was being held for the U.S. Marshals on drug charges after being convicted by a jury.
Barnwell just was sentenced to life in prison in the federal system, so he probably has some incentive to want to get out of jail.
The sheriff revealing at the time of their escape, there were fewer than 10 people working at the jail, overseeing a population of more than 800 inmates.
That's been an issue for us, staffing, the conditions of the jail. We have a 43-year-old jail, and this happened in the oldest part of the jail.
The escape prompting a lockdown of area schools, while Bibb County jail staff could be seen making repairs to the fence where the group slipped out. They're no longer thought to be in the immediate area, but the sheriff is confident they'll be back in custody soon.
Somebody that sees this tonight knows where these 4 people are, and somebody is probably laughing at the TV set saying, oh, they'll never catch us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hamas is spending a considerable amount of money firing rockets onto Israeli soil. The terrorist organization is sourcing cash from foreign countries and even using crypto. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo takes a closer look at how the terrorist organization is funding all of its attacks.
Thousands of rockets fired at Israel. That is not cheap, all adding up for Hamas. It's designated a terrorist organization by the U.S. and EU. That means they can freeze Hamas's assets and aid can be blocked. So where does Hamas get its money? It's a patchwork of taxes on Gaza's commerce, money from Iran and other countries, and even crypto. Hamas took over the government in Gaza back in 2007, now taxing salaries, aid, imports, and other economic activity there.
And it probably adds up to somewhere between 300 something to 400, maybe $450 million a year. It has become by far Hamas's biggest source of income.
And Israel has accused Hamas of diverting funds meant for humanitarian aid to finance its military operations. U.S. officials also worried.
We share Israel's concern that Hamas may seize or destroy aid entering Gaza or otherwise preventing it from reaching the people who need it.
Another major source of funding? Iran. The U.S. Department of State says Iran gives up to $100 million a year to Hamas and other organizations it calls Palestinian terrorist groups.
Iran has been a state sponsor backing Hamas since its inception in the late 1987.
Hamas also relies on shell companies. Last year, the U.S. Treasury Department sanctioned a Hamas official and broad financial network holding assets worth more than $500 million. These companies operating internationally in Sudan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Algeria, and the United Arab Emirates. A Hamas spokesman responded to those charges last year, saying, quote, the U.S. allegations are incorrect, citing with the Israeli occupation and spreading its false allegations. The group also dabbling in cryptocurrency and blockchain technology to fundraise and to move money. Israel's police saying they recently froze cryptocurrency accounts used by Hamas, adding they worked with British police to freeze a Barclays account meant to deposit donation funds.
We can see every single donor that sent funds to that campaign.
Crypto donations slowing after Hamas announced earlier this year it didn't want to risk its donors getting prosecuted. Time will tell how Hamas will finance its ongoing fight. One thing we know for sure, it's already coming at a high cost. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A family in Minnesota is mourning the loss of 5 relatives, including 2 young children, after they were killed during an alleged Israeli airstrike in Gaza. From our NBC affiliate, Care Wigdahl has their story.
My brother and his family. In Gaza, an X-ray technician treats people as he learns that his family is among the victims.
When he saw his body, his son body.
That's Fatma Abu Musa's brother in the video. She's been following the conflict from Blaine, and on Sunday learned of an Israeli airstrike.
She heard that they bombed her hometown, and then the next blurb was the neighborhood where she lived, and then the next blurb was her family's house.
Jihad Adwan says among those killed, 5 of Fatma's family members, her sister-in-law, 3 nephews, and a cousin who fled the north, believing he'd found refuge in the south.
It was devastating to see and to hear the loss of life, the suffering these children had to go through.
Yusuf and Abdurrahman were just 6 and 7. 18-year-old Humaid had just graduated high school with dreams of studying overseas.
No, she's very, very devastated for the children. She attended all their birth. She held them as babies. This has been going on for too long. We've been suffering for 75 years since 1948 when Israel was established, because my family, her family were made refugees at the time. We know the horrors that were committed in the Holocaust, for example. And people said, never again. And never again means never again to anyone, not only Jews, not only Christians, not only anybody, but to any human being.
That was Heidi Wigdahl from our NBC affiliate CARE reporting.
You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with you. It is 1:30 this Wednesday. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Former President Donald Trump's attorneys have filed a formal notice of appeal for the gag order in his federal election interference case. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan issued the order which blocks Trump from publicly disparaging those involved with the case, and that includes witnesses, prosecutors, court staff members. The former president has called that order unconstitutional.
A new study shows that fatality rates among drivers under the age of 21 have dropped dramatically from 2002 to 2021. The Governor's Highway Safety Association found a 38% drop in crashes involving young drivers and a 45% drop in the deaths of young drivers. The association attributes this to a number of different factors, including state programs that phase in privileges like driving at night or driving with other teens in the car.
And climate activist Greta Thunberg has been charged with a public order offense. This all comes after she was arrested in London along with 25 other people at a demonstration during the Energy Intelligence Forum. She was detained but released on bail until her hearing next month.
We are back now with the growing unrest in the Middle East. Protests broke out near the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon and in other Arab countries like Jordan, Iran, and Iraq. It all comes after a deadly hospital explosion in Gaza killed 471 people. That number, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry.
The U.S. conducted an independent assessment that claims a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket misfired and hit that hospital in Gaza. That's all according to information from two senior U.S. officials. Now, this is all all unfolding as President Biden visited Israel today to meet with the prime minister and Israeli war cabinet. However, Biden did not meet with any Arab leaders before heading back to the U.S. Our team is on the ground covering the developments from all angles. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is live in Tel Aviv, Israel. But we start with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who's live for us in Lebanon. Matt, first, just set the scene for us. What is it like on the ground in Beirut today?
Well, guys, we were actually in two locations. The first one was a Hezbollah rally, and the second one was what everybody's talking about today, all that action, the violence outside of the U.S. Embassy here in Beirut. We were there just after the police dispersed the crowd. We could still smell the tear gas in the air, and we could see where the police had fired the tear gas rounds and where the protesters had taken down some of the barriers that were blocking their way up the road to the embassy. Now, it was clear that the protesters never got anywhere near the embassy, but it was clear that there was quite a lot of fighting and violence. They even seemed to set fire to one of the facades of one of the commercial buildings on that road leading up to the embassy. But, you know, why the U.S. Embassy? Well, that was clear from where we were earlier in that Hezbollah rally, where we were hearing speeches, we were speaking to people. They were talking about Israel and the United States, about Benjamin Netanyahu and President Joe Biden in the same breath, with the same venom and anger. To them, to the protesters, and again, this was Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed group like Hamas. To them, there's no daylight between the United States and Israel. They see them as partners in the same misdeeds that they say have been besetting the Palestinian people for generations. They were furious about what happened at that hospital. Again, the events there are disputed, as we've been hearing all day. But for most of the people that we spoke with, there was no question that it was Israel. I even asked one man, though, what if you got just undeniable proof that this was, in fact, a Palestinian militant group and one of their errant bombs or errant rockets that ended up hurting that hospital? And he said, look, this is the catalyst for this protest, but the fact is that we're still protesting regardless. We're protesting U.S. and Israeli policies against the Palestinians in Gaza that they say, and they repeated this word time and time again, have been an act of genocide against the Palestinian people, again, for generations, not just last night, not just in the last 10 days since this all started, but for decades upon decades. And so for them, this was a cathartic release of anger that has been going on for quite a while. It's been building up time after time, and we were watching as these Hezbollah people were at the precipice of what seems like could be opening up a new front in this already terribly destructive war. Guys.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley live for us in Lebanon. Matt, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman in Tel Aviv, Israel now. So, Josh, what else do we know about who is responsible for this hospital blast, and also what it did to basically cancel all of those meetings between President Biden and the leaders there in those Arab countries? And by the way, we do want to warn our viewers, the images we're about to show will be difficult to view.
The set of facts here remain very much in dispute. As Matt mentioned, the Israelis still asserting they had nothing to do with this strike on that hospital, while the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group, Hamas, other Palestinian groups, they are standing firm behind their accusation from last night that this was an Israeli airstrike that caused all of those fatalities. Now, we've heard from President Biden during his brief time here in the war zone today, backing up the Israeli version of events. President Biden said that he had received data from the Defense Department that suggested this was not Israel. And then later, we heard from the White House National Security Council giving us a little bit more insight into how they came to that inclusion. A spokesperson for the National Security Council citing overhead imagery, intercepts, as well as open source information that helped the U.S. come to the current assessment, which they leave the door open that could potentially change as more information comes to light. But the current assessment that Israel was not responsible for that airstrike. You know, as Matt alluded to, though, the problem here is the train has left the station. The Arab world is convinced that this was an Israeli strike, and it's going to be very difficult to walk that back. So Israel, they are working to put out as much intelligence as they can. We've seen the Israeli military release an audio recording that they say shows Hamas operatives in the minutes after that strike discussing the fact that a rocket launched from a cemetery near the hospital had in fact fallen short and hit the hospital instead. But the reality is, NBC News, other news organizations, we are not being allowed to enter Gaza. It is impossible for us to independently verify exactly what happened there. And the perception here is the reality, given the fact that these protests are now erupting around the Middle East and show no signs right now of ebbing.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Lederman live for us in Israel. Josh, thank you.
And we have breaking news now out of Washington. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan fell short of winning the speakership on his second vote, this time by an even bigger margin.
Well, right now, House Republicans are taking a recess and heading into a conference meeting, according to 3 people familiar with their plans. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles still at his post there. Ryan, you've been watching all of this unfold, and according to our reporting, most House members are still in the dark, really, about what an actual path forward looks like. What are you hearing from your sources? I mean, about where things ultimately could go from here?
Well, we don't even need to reference sources, Morgan. We can just tell you what these lawmakers said as they exited the Capitol here just a few minutes ago. And we really couldn't get a straight answer out of any of these Republicans about what the next step is. We talked to some that supported Jordan, some that were opposed to Jordan, and everybody seems to have the same consensus that they don't know what comes next. There is some talk about the potential of empowering the current Speaker pro tem, Patrick McHenry, to give him the ability to move legislation to the floor. But even that doesn't have a lot of consensus. I talked to one hardline Republican, Bob Good. He was among the group that initially booted Kevin McCarthy. He told me he would not support empowering Patrick McHenry and that he is committed to seeing Jim Jordan elected as the next speaker. So there is still a lot of dissension within the ranks of the Republican Party. That meeting that you talked about hasn't even started. They haven't even officially informed members that that's happening. So maybe that doesn't even happen. At this point, we are just in a state of waiting and watching to see what could potentially come next.
You know, Ryan, Jordan said he felt confident heading into that first ballot yesterday. Has anybody been able to pin him down, talk to him about what's happening now? And look, it took Kevin McCarthy 15 rounds, so 2 rounds isn't so bad in the context of things.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit different situation, Vicky, and we saw Jim Jordan briefly exit the floor, and then he went immediately into a room to huddle with his, associates and members that are supporting him. He was asked directly if this perhaps could lead to him stepping down and not running for speaker anymore. He refused to answer that question. So that is telling, because you're right. He has been expressing confidence since he announced his run for speaker, and this was something different than that, is the best that we can analyze from that point. So I'm sure at this point he's huddling, trying to figure out what can be done. You know, he's made specific outreach to all these 20-some members who have voted against them. That outreach clearly hasn't worked yet. So there's no reason to think that there's some sort of magic bullet that could fix that at some point today.
All right. In the meantime, we'll be waiting. We'll be watching. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles on the steps there for us. Thank you, Ryan.
Meanwhile, let's go over to Chicago, where a suburb there is in a state of shock after the deadly stabbing of a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy. Wadia Al-Thayam died Saturday in his home.
Police say the family's landlord allegedly attacked the 6-year-old and his mother. She survived. Detectives say the family was targeted for being Muslim. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago. Maggie, you were at the vigil last night where more than 100 people gathered. Tell us how Wadia was remembered and celebrated.
Sure, guys. We should actually point out, and you'll see in the video there, it was more than 1,500 people who came to this vigil. They packed this suburban Chicago gym, and then there were also hundreds waiting outside. There's the crowd shot there. It was absolutely incredible. And I just want to be clear, the vast majority of this was grief. People, a somber night, but you could see there video of people being led out of the vigil. What happened here was there was a White House official, Delaware Syed, who is the deputy director for the Small Business Administration. He's the highest-ranking Muslim government official, highest-ranking Muslim official in the Biden administration. He spoke. He said, on behalf of the Biden administration, on behalf of the president, we are here to grieve with you. But a lot of people got angry about the president's support of Israel, started yelling things, and then they were asked to leave. There's one of those men there. We later saw him be escorted out. In the moments between those disruptions, again, the vast majority of the vigil was peaceful. This is what Syed was able to tell the crowd. Take a listen.
On behalf of the Biden-Harris administration, we send our deepest and heartfelt condolences to Wadia Al-Fayoum's family.
Yeah, so you see how that started to play out there. Eventually, he had to stop speaking, and they had to move on. Just to sum up the latest on this case that, again, has just absolutely shaken this area and, quite frankly, the country. Wadea Al-Fayumi, 6 years old. Police say he was stabbed 26 times inside his own home by, prosecutors say, his family's landlord, 71-year-old Joseph Zuba, who they say had been, according to his wife, been listening to conservative talk radio on a regular basis, had become enraged about the Hamas attacks in Israel and was afraid his Palestinian-American tenants, a.k.a. Wadea, and his mother, who was also seriously injured, were going to hurt him. He now faces murder and hate crime charges, and again, that entire community just in immense pain, guys.
6-year-old boy. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, thank you.
We have new information in the deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust. What charges Alec Baldwin could soon face next. We have more NBC News Daily right after this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
All right, so Alec Baldwin is facing new legal drama stemming from that deadly movie set shooting in New Mexico 2 years ago. Special prosecutors tell NBC News they plan on recharging the actor with involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah, prosecutors actually dropped those very same criminal charges against Baldwin earlier this year. Now they're citing new evidence in the case. We've got NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos with us. Thank you both for joining. So, Chloe, let me start with you. What more can you tell us about this new evidence that's come up in the last 5 months?
So exactly that. Over the last 5 months, these special prosecutors, remember, they are not the original prosecutors who originally were dismissed from handling the case, and it was very public and pretty messy. The new prosecutors that came on board, they have been looking for more evidence from what happened on that day. How did live bullets get to the set? How did that gun potentially misfire? And what they have learned is that the gun, although they thought it originally had malfunctioned, which is why they temporarily dismissed those charges 5 months ago, they have determined that the gun did not just accidentally dislodge a bullet on its own. Alec Baldwin has maintained the entire time that he never pulled the trigger in multiple interviews, but they do not believe that that is the case. And they also say that they have other evidence, too, which would potentially come out in trial.
But Danny, legally speaking, I mean, what do you make of this reversal? And frankly, I think we were all surprised by it. I mean, how common is it to see these charges dropped and then refiled?
The state can drop charges and refile them. Jeopardy hasn't attached yet, but this case is a big fat loser for the state. And let me tell you a couple reasons why. Number one, the state believes that Alec Baldwin is not guilty. At least that's what they concluded when they first got a report that indicated that the firearm could have gone off without the trigger being depressed. So they decided, not me, not anybody else, the state decided to drop those charges. And that report, that earlier report, that doesn't just poof into the ether. That's going to be in the defense's hands. And if there is a trial, that's going to be front and center. Point two is that the state is charging other people with crimes in connection with the death of the victim. The armorer is going to trial in a matter of weeks. So in my closing argument, I would say, how much responsibility does the armorer have? Because whatever that is, subtract it from Alec Baldwin. And yet someone else, the assistant director, pleaded guilty. How much responsibility does he have? Subtract that from Alec Baldwin. Do we have any reasonable doubt remaining? I mean, do you feel like you're even at 50% with Alec Baldwin? Because if you're there, you're nowhere near reasonable doubt. And that's not even from me. That's evidence the government, the state came up with, their own report. And when they got that report, they decided, well, let's go find someone else who will write us a report that we like about the firearm. Maybe they found it, and maybe now they'll charge. But their case is getting weaker by the day.
Well, Chloe, we certainly know how Danny would defend this case. Let's talk about this plea deal. There were some talks. There was something happening behind the scenes. Have we heard anything from Alec Baldwin or his legal team?
So we have spoken to sources who tell us that there was a plea deal on the table and that prosecutors rescinded that plea deal over the weekend. We do not know why it was rescinded. We know that it was a petty misdemeanor that would potentially carry no jail time, just a sentence, potentially some probation. And we know that Alec Baldwin's legal team, they were considering this, and they had 2 weeks before the deadline to get back to the special prosecutors. And then they were told over the weekend that that plea deal was no longer on the table. And then they moved to bring that manslaughter charge before a grand jury. And we are expecting to see that take place mid-November. And we could potentially see that grand jury indict him and then move it towards a trial. And then I also think what's interesting is, could we see Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the armorer, and Alec Baldwin have a joint trial? I know that's something that we've talked about, and that'll be interesting to see if that would even be allowed.
Only a few seconds left, Danny. Who has the stronger case at this point? The defense, the prosecution? I have a feeling I know
This
how
is
you're going to
one
answer.
case where I try to be neutral, and I simply cannot. The defense, before the case is even charged, has the strongest case on a not guilty. And again, that not guilty evidence is based in part on evidence from the state and the state alone so far.
All right, Danny Savalos, and NBC News entertainment reporter Chloe Molas. Chloe, thank you so much.
Thank you
Danny,
so much.
Thank you.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just in time for the holiday shopping season, Amazon is introducing new cutting-edge technology to help revolutionize how you get your orders delivered. I visited one of Amazon's innovation labs to get an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at how the company is working to get your orders out faster and more sustainably than ever before. From robots to artificial intelligence, Amazon says it's revolutionizing the way consumers get their orders. It comes as e-commerce sales are predicted to grow at least 10% this holiday season, reaching $278 billion, according to Deloitte. Amazon alone estimated to deliver 13.5 million parcels each day. And it's all about innovation. I'm inside Boss 27. This is a state-of-the-art facility just outside of Boston. And with me now is Amazon's chief technologist for robotics, Ty Brady. Ty, thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
So this is the first time the public will see some of the new technology you are rolling out for the holidays. What happens in a lab like this?
We are reimagining the future of robotics so that you can do your holiday shopping even better.
Today, Amazon launches Sequoia, its brand new robotic system in Houston. The company says it's capable of stocking merchandise 75% more quickly and delivering your orders 25% faster. What was the problem you were trying to solve with Sequoia?
We want to offer a wider selection for our customers. We want to do that in a very efficient manner so that we can pass on a low cost to our customers.
Brady says Sequoia also makes it safer for employees, reducing the number of accidents and repetitive stress injuries.
So you don't have to get on a ladder, you don't have to bend down on your knees, you don't have to reach up really high.
They're able to bring these totes from the warehouse to a workstation like this, where I met up with David Guerin, who helped design and build Sequoia. A machine has gotten this item out of the warehouse, brought it over here, and now what happens?
Now the associate finds the item that's up on the screen. So we take it out.
This is a yellow phone case?
We scan it.
Okay.
We put it in a tote to be sent to another part of the building for packaging. We let the system know it's in there, and then this will cycle through and deliver us another tote to pick something else out of.
And just how do those towers move around? Meet Hercules. Today is graduation day. The finished robots form a line and drive themselves onto their own shipping pallets, where they'll head off to work at fulfillment centers around the world. Amazon is also introducing Digit. This new bipedal robot can grab and move orders in warehouse spaces not designed for humans. So I think something a lot of people are curious about is what happens between the time they click buy now and the product arrives at their doorstep. You're going to walk me through that.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I'm going to buy what is a bestseller on Amazon right now.
All right, very good.
The Instant Pot. It's going to be hot this holiday too.
Be hot, right on your phone, ready to go.
Okay, I'm going to add it to my cart.
By the time you did that,
Yeah.
I've sourced every Instant Pot inside our network to figure out what's the best way to bring that to your house.
The system found my Instant Pot at a fulfillment center in Penns Grove, New Jersey. From there, it was driven to Carteret, New Jersey, where it was boxed, labeled, and loaded onto another truck, headed for a distribution center in the Bronx. That's where the delivery van picked it up and dropped it off the next day at 6:48 p.m. to me.
Welcome to my office.
The company also has more than 10,000 Rivian electric vans across the U.S. to reduce its environmental impact. Branson Ramirez drives one.
I can do about 150 stops, maybe 250 to 300 packages.
New technology evolving to get us what we want faster and more sustainably this holiday season. It was very cool to see it all firsthand. And of course, we know Amazon's not the only one. Right. Walmart's gearing up. They've opened 3 new fulfillment centers, 36 drone delivery hubs.
I can't believe that.
Drones. They're so loud.
I think they're coming, though.
I mean, they're here, but I don't know if neighborhood associations are going to be, like,
on
okay
board
with that. Yeah, exactly.
Do you want them coming to your doorstep? I don't know.
Not necessarily. And then, of course, Target adding 100,000 workers. So everybody's getting ready. Are you doing any shopping yet?
I'm getting ready. I'm gearing up.
Okay.
You know, I've got to pause for Halloween.
Oh, that's right.
It's my moment. That's what I observe. I'm very observant of Halloween. All right, great job, Vicki. And here's what's trending right now. Britney Spears is revealing a very personal story from her upcoming memoir, The Woman in Me. The singer shared that she had an abortion after becoming pregnant by pop icon Justin Timberlake during their relationship. The new revelations come more than 20 years after the two split. And in the book, Spears calls the abortion, quote, one of the most agonizing things I have ever experienced. A lot to unpack there. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. Much more news ahead.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, October 18th, 2023, in the war zone, President Biden wraps up his trip to Israel, pledging support for the country as tensions escalate with Hamas. And just 40 miles south in Gaza, new images today of what was left behind after that explosion at a hospital. The hospital blast drawing huge protests. What U.S. intelligence is saying about who was behind it.
Speaker fight after 2 rounds of voting. The House of Representatives is still without a leader. What we know about the behind-the-scenes efforts to get Capitol Hill back to work.
The value of life. What happens when a loved one dies due to a wrongful death? 2 states do not account for emotional loss when calculating damages for grieving families. The new legislation that could soon change that. Really looking forward to your story on that.
Thank you. It's an important one.
We begin this hour, though, with these fast-moving developments in the Israel-Hamas war.
That's right. Now, President Biden is on his way back to Washington after a high-stakes visit to Israel. The president met with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a show of solidarity. The president also met with first responders and families affected by the Hamas terror attack nearly 2 weeks ago. His visit comes in the immediate aftermath of a hospital blast in Gaza. The Palestinian Health Ministry says nearly 500 people were killed. 2 senior U.S. officials tell NBC News a misfired rocket from the group Palestinian Islamic Jihad is likely is the one that hit the hospital.
That is also what Israel's military has said. However, Palestinians and Hamas are blaming an Israeli airstrike. President Biden says he is, quote, saddened and outraged by what happened.
The United States unequivocally stands for the protection of civilian life during conflict, and I truly grieve for the families who were killed or wounded by this tragedy.
The hospital blast has sparked massive protests in the Middle East, including outside the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon today. Right now, Israel's government says it will allow food, water, and medicine for civilians to enter Gaza from Egypt. Israel had cut off basic supplies since the Hamas attacks began. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella joins us now from Tel Aviv. So, Kelly, a lot going on. Let's start with President Biden's visit. You were in the room as he delivered remarks before leaving Israel. What did he say about his meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Yeah, and you know, he was meant to be here for just 4 hours today. Instead, he was here for nearly 6 hours on the ground, meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, with the Israeli war cabinet, and with those first responders and family members of the victims and those who had been kidnapped. He was making eye contact with the family members as he delivered those remarks, keeping in mind he was speaking not just to the American public, but also to people here in Israel and to the people in the room. Family members, first responders, government officials sitting there just feet away from him. He said that you are not alone, speaking to Israel and to Israelis and to those victims' families. He said it several times. He said he understood Israel's need to defend itself and to contain Hamas. He, like so many people here, compared or echoed those comparisons of October 7th here in Israel to 9/11 in the United States. But he did issue one small word of warning. Take a listen to this.
Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes.
And the president was set to meet with leaders, other leaders in the Middle East, including the leaders of Jordan, Egypt, and the Palestinian Authority leader, the man in charge of the West Bank, Mahmoud Abbas. The White House said that he was going to be speaking to them on the phone on his way back to the U.S. Guys.
And Kelly, at the top, we mentioned that terror group called Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Can you just explain for us who they are and what else the U.S. is saying about this hospital explosion?
Yeah, so it's the second largest armed group inside Gaza. It's often aligned with Hamas. It's been named a terrorist organization by the United States, funded by Iran, and often fights alongside Hamas. It was formed back in the 80s to fight the Israeli occupation, formed in Gaza. And, you know, in terms of that strike, you know, it is also firing rockets from Gaza. The United States said the United States White House Security Council said that they came to their own independent assessment on this, on what caused that explosion. They said that they, like the Israelis, used overhead imagery, intercepts, and open source information, and came to the conclusion that the Israelis were not responsible. Of course, the Gazans and Palestinians who rule in Gaza disagree, guys.
Kelly Kobiella with the latest. Thank you. And as Kelly said, outrage in Arab countries is growing today following the deadly bombing of that hospital in Gaza City. Soon after the explosion, we saw protests in the occupied West Bank. That's an area within Israel separate from and much larger than Gaza itself. Millions of Palestinians live there. It's an area not led by Hamas.
We also saw crowds to the north of Israel in Lebanon today. Thousands protested in the streets. Large crowds gathered outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. The militant group Hezbollah, which has a long history of conflict with Israel, is calling for a, quote, day of unprecedented anger today. The U.S. State Department has now issued a do not travel warning for all of Lebanon. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who is in Beirut today. Matt, what have you seen on the ground?
Yeah, well, we just went to the tail end of that protest outside the U.S. Embassy, and we saw a lot of debris, a lot of destruction. We could still smell the tear gas in the air shortly after the police and the army had dispersed this violent protest. But I got to tell you, you know, they never made it to the actual embassy because that's just the circumstances of the embassy here in Beirut. There's been so many threats and violence against Americans in this country that the embassy is set out of the city, way up on a hill, and it would be nearly impossible for these protesters to make it through ranks trucks of Lebanese military to get there. But they did take down some of the barriers, and when we were there, the Lebanese military were trying to set those back up. And again, you could see some of the destruction. They had actually set fire to a commercial building that was next to the road leading up to the embassy. So why the U.S. Embassy? Well, for one thing, Israel doesn't have a diplomatic presence in Lebanon. They have no formal diplomatic relations with the Lebanese. But, you know, I was at a Hezbollah rally earlier, and they were talking about America and Israel in the same breath, condemning them with the same language as if they were both complicit. And that's how they termed that America and Israel are both complicit in what they say, and they use this word repeatedly, is something like genocide against the Palestinian people, particularly in Gaza. Now, this was about that hospital explosion last night. And of course, everybody at this rally thought that this was the Israelis who bombed that hospital. They did not believe the Israeli line that this was an errant bomb from a Palestinian militant group. And I even asked somebody, what if you had evidence, incontrovertible evidence, that this was a Palestinian militant group that accidentally bombed this hospital? And this man said, look, even if we had that, this protest isn't necessarily about that. This isn't about what happened last night. This is about America and Israel's behavior towards the Palestinians for generations. Guys?
Yeah, this is bigger than a moment for so many people. Matt Bradley in Lebanon, thank you so much.
Law enforcement in America is on high alert in the wake of everything happening in Israel and Hamas and Gaza. FBI Director Christopher Wray says his agency is, quote, laser focused on mitigating threats.
Right here in New York City, police are beefing up security measures as demonstrations take place nearly every day. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, we understand the NYPD actually issued a memo to its officers. What did it say?
Right. So this is all part of, I think, what is really a shift in the discussions that we've had on this program over the past several days to now a bit of a different stance. And the NYPD coming out with a statement just before we came on the air saying they're in a heightened threat environment at this point, and so they're very vigilant of any sort of threat that could happen with or without their awareness. So I think at this point, their strategy is, and what they've told us, is that they have these officers reporting to work in the uniform of the day every single day. They've canceled training until further notice, in-service training until further notice. They want their officers, their vehicles, the marked units that you see around New York City to have their lights on so people know where the officers are. And really, it's all part of a plan to have the most officers available, as visible as possible at all times.
I'm wondering if that's other cities, too, or is this unique to New York? Do we know?
Well, I think, and I just got off the phone with the former head of New York City's counterterrorism program, Chief James Waters, and he says, look, New York's always been a target. And obviously, the most spectacular terrorist attacks that have occurred in this country have been here in New York City. But across the country, and speaking with our colleagues and in various law enforcement agencies, they're acutely aware of this issue as well, and the foreign calls for violence.
And very quickly, I know Europe is also on edge right now.
100%.
So much happening over there.
Look, you've got Al-Qaeda, Hamas, other terrorist groups calling for specific attacks. So whether it's threats, the types of bomb threats we saw phoned into various airports in France today, or specific attacks against Jewish establishments in Europe, there's definitely a strong wave of anti-Semitism and a strong wave of anti-Israelism that is moving its way across that continent and very much seen online here.
All right, hoping everyone stays safe through it all. Tom Winter with the latest. Thank you.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Mortgage demand has hit a new low.
And billionaire Elon Musk is testing out a new payment plan. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, let's talk about mortgage applications dropping once again as rates rose for this sixth straight week. The demand for home loans is now at its lowest level since 1995. The average interest rate for a 30-year mortgage right now is, get this, sitting around 8%. GM is delaying production of all-electric trucks at one of its Michigan plants by at least a year. The automaker says it made the decision to better manage its capital investments and come up with strategies to make the new EVs more profitable. GM said the delay has nothing to do with the ongoing United Auto Workers strike. X is testing a $1 a year fee for new accounts to try to reduce spam on the social media platform. The test, called Not a Bot, original name, is being rolled out initially in New Zealand and the Philippines. New users who don't pay the fee won't be able to perform basic functions such as writing, liking, replying, or bookmarking posts. It starts with new users, and then it trickles on to everyone else. That's my assumption.
Oh boy, yet another change from X. Okay, Christina Partsinevelos, thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, another round. The House is once again trying to vote for a new speaker. The scramble to get lawmakers to agree on a new leader.
Plus, could the family of Natalie Holloway finally get answers about her disappearance nearly 20 years later? You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. It appears to be Groundhog Day on Capitol Hill. Why? Well, Congressman Jim Jordan has once again failed to reach the 217-vote threshold to become House Speaker. The final tally, 212 for Democrat Hakeem Jeffries to 199 for Jordan. 22 Republicans voted for someone other than Jordan, so that means he actually received fewer votes today than he did on the first ballot yesterday. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake is tracking these developments for us. Garrett, never a dull moment where you are, so what do these numbers mean? Break it down for us when it comes to Jim Jordan and his path forward.
Ziegler, with apologies because I cannot hear your question, but I can tell you that right now Republicans are trying to figure out what the path forward for them is going to look like. Jordan's second vote today moved him the wrong direction, netting -2 votes, essentially 2 Republicans who had supported him yesterday, flipping to support those who are opposed to seeing him as the next speaker. And right now the conference is even more confused than they were going into this morning, heading back to try to chart a path forward. And Jordan telling us a few minutes ago that he has no plan of dropping out and describing his situation like this.
Second vote. We've got 200 of our colleagues who are before us from 2 ballots now. This is right where Speaker McCarthy was in the process, so we're just going to keep talking to members.
Jordan's description there, not entirely accurate. He's in a worse position than Kevin McCarthy was at any point during the voting back in January, and it's hard to see how he's going to turn it around. I think the other big discussion point here about how the conference might move forward is this idea of empowering Patrick McHenry. He's the temporary speaker right now. He really has no authority other than to oversee these votes to pick a next speaker unless the whole House votes differently. Democrats are planning to meet this afternoon. That's going to be a key topic on their agenda to see if that's the kind of thing thing that they might come around to support. And we've heard from some Republicans that they're moving in that direction, but I don't think it's anyone's first choice. The question is, has the situation grown dire enough now in week 3 of having no speaker that a empowered Patrick McHenry, maybe for 30 or 60 days, is an acceptable alternative? We'll see where the rest of the day takes us, Singtai.
Okay, we'll see. Garrett Haake, thank you.
A dramatic revelation in the case of Natalee Holloway. Court filings now confirm Joran van der Sloot admitted to killing the teenager back in 2005. Holloway disappeared, of course, while on a graduation trip to Aruba. Van der Sloot has long been linked to her disappearance. In an Alabama courtroom today, van der Sloot pleaded guilty to extortion and wire fraud charges in the case. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now live from Aruba. So, Kathy, start with what was revealed in these court documents today.
So, Kate, within the last hour or so, we got a hold of an exhibit which has now been made public. And in these court documents, we were able to get more information as to how exactly Natalee Holloway died in 2005. And I do want to warn our viewers that the information that I'm about to share is extremely graphic and disturbing. So once again, according to the exhibit, van der Sloot spoke to law enforcement, and he said he was walking on the beach with Natalee Holloway back in 2005, just about 5 miles from where we are here in Aruba at Fisherman's Hut. And then things escalated very quickly. He made advances. She rejected those advances, and he became violent. Apparently, he kicked her in the head, and she fell unconscious. And then shortly after that, he saw a cinder block nearby and bludgeoned her and dragged her body into the ocean. And he just walked home, Kate.
Oh, wow. Those are gruesome details and all brand new, right, Kathy? We had not heard this story until now. I know Natalee Holloway's mom spoke after the sentencing. Did she know these details, and what did we hear from her?
She did, because it was all part of the plea hearing that he pled guilty to for, as you mentioned, for extortion and wire fraud charges. It's something that goes back to 2010 when he was asking for $250,000 from Beth Holloway, the mother, in exchange for more information about Natalee's disappearance. But as you can imagine, Kate, Natalee's mom has been at the forefront of this. She wanted answers for her daughter, and in a press conference that wrapped up not too long ago, she said she finally feels there is some justice for her daughter, finally some closure. Take a listen.
As far as I'm concerned, it's over. It's over. Joran van der Sloot is no longer the suspect in my daughter's murder. He is the killer. It's been a very long and painful journey, but we finally got the answers we've been searching for all these years. We finally, today, we got justice for Natalee.
And Kate, we also know that Beth spoke in the courtroom today. She looked at her son, Matt, and said, "We did it." Kate?
Kathy Park, thank you.
Coming up, the latest on the war in Israel and the blame game over the deadly blast at a hospital in Gaza. You're watching Daily.
Kelly. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
75 years ago, just 11 minutes after its founding, President Harry S. Truman and the United States of America became the first nation to recognize Israel. We've stood by your side ever since. We're going to stand by your side now.
President Biden is once again reinforcing America's commitment to support Israel in its war with Hamas.
The president was supposed to meet with leaders of Egypt, Jordan, and the Palestinian Authority during his trip today as well, but that part was called off after that hospital explosion in Gaza. Let's bring in NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, great to see you. Tensions are high in so many parts of the world right now. What do you make of the cancellation of those meetings with Arab leaders?
I mean, it is so unfortunate, but of course it's the result of the horrible bombing of the hospital in Gaza. And the meeting, the summit in Jordan that was supposed to be held today was a key part of the president's mission. He wanted to be both in Israel, of course, reinforcing support, but also cautioning them to limit the civilian casualties, finding out what happened in the hospital in Gaza. And you heard that he agreed, that says that U.S. intelligence has concluded that the Israelis were not responsible, as they claim, contrary to the claims from Hamas and the belief actually throughout the Arab world. But the fact that the Arab meeting was canceled, that was supposed to be the balancing act, and it was a very important mission. He wanted to be in Jordan to meet with the Arab and Palestinian leaders to get the crossing open into Egypt, which is really dependent largely on el-Sisi, the president of Egypt, but also on Israel agreeing and on what's happening with Hamas. And to get all sides agreed that the humanitarian aid has to get in not just for today, tomorrow, but for the weeks and the months that this invasion may continue. So it was all of that to try to prevent the war from extending, stop terror acts, but instead you had the horrible bombing, immediate claim of responsibility by Hamas towards Israel, saying that Israel was responsible. And there was a gap there before Israel denied it, saying that they had evidence to the contrary. By then, you were seeing protests in Jordan, protests in Beirut, very violent protests as well, an eruption in the West Bank, a declaration of a day of rage from Hezbollah in the north, and of course, the cancellation of the summit, and that eliminated the possibility of getting the aid in. Progress that they thought was being made on getting hostages out, getting other civilians out, and also looking towards the future of what a post-Hamas Gaza could look like.
Yeah, and I mean, Andrea, we've been talking a lot about Hamas and Hezbollah, but senior U.S. officials also tell NBC News it was not them when it comes to this hospital bombing, but rather a different group, or excuse me, hospital explosion, a different group that misfired a rocket that hit the hospital. Can you tell us about the other militant groups operating in the Middle East and what this all means for the diplomacy efforts right now?
But within Gaza in particular, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad is also very active. They claim that they already hold hostages. They have some of the people that may have been taken from Israel, as well as they're responsible for terror acts. So that is the claim from the U.S. and from others, that it's the Islamic Jihad. If that's true, we can't determine. We can't get in on the ground. So we're not taking a side here. But you've got everybody pointing to each other. And it could be that the Islamic Jihad was trying to wreck what were somewhat promising conversations, preliminary conversations for getting hostages out, and for trying to limit the violence.
Andrea, can I ask quickly about the State Department, because there are requests from more than 350 U.S. citizens now wanting to leave Gaza. And I know earlier today President Biden said the U.S. is giving humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in Gaza, too. Food, water, medicine. How soon can any of that happen?
Nothing can happen until that Rafah crossing is opened. That is critical, and it was promised on Saturday that it would open to Tony Blinken. It's still not open, so that was what was supposed to be accomplished in Jordan.
Yeah, and of course, all of that further complicating these diplomatic efforts, both with the hospital and now these protests.
The worse the civilian situation gets. Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, is there common ground to be found in Israel? We spoke with Israelis and Palestinians in Jerusalem, the one thing everyone was able to agree on. We'll have that later this hour.
We're also streaming free 24/7. NBC News Now is where you can find us. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Russian President Vladimir Putin met with Chinese President Xi Jinping at an international conference today in Beijing. The two held talks about the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. Speaking afterward, Putin called Xi a dear friend, while the Chinese president laid out his vision for a world order less dominated by the United States and its allies.
The Pentagon has released videos of what it calls, quote, risky and aggressive intercepts of U.S. planes by Chinese aircraft. The Pentagon says there have been 180 of these incidents over the last 2 years, more than the total amount from the previous decade. In a briefing, the head of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command called their actions dangerous, while China has defended its interceptions as means of protecting its national security.
And an update to a story we brought you just a few weeks ago. Nearly 200 more bodies were removed from a Colorado building owned by a funeral home that had advertised environmentally friendly burials. Officers got a warrant to search the building owned by the, quote, Return to Nature funeral home in early October after reports of a putrid smell. And initially they had found over 100 bodies. The new bodies found were transported to the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and an investigation is ongoing. So far, no arrests have been made.
Well, we're going to return now to our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. President Biden is on his way back to the U.S. after visiting Israel today. The president met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a show of support.
Their meeting came as protests erupted after the deadly blast at a Gaza hospital yesterday. Our Richard Engel was in the West Bank, where Palestinians filled the streets earlier today when the crew heard gunshots and an explosion. And a warning, some of what you're about to see may be disturbing.
Another Palestinian has been injured here. He's been taken into an ambulance. He's the second one we've seen taken away like this in just the last few minutes.
Richard reports now on the growing pro-Palestinian outrage across the Middle East.
We are now in the Palestinian city of Ramallah on the West Bank, and there are already some clashes here, relatively small, but these are just one of the clashes that are happening all across the Arab world right now after that explosion, that rocket attack on the hospital inside the Gaza Strip. Palestinian officials say that nearly 500 Palestinians were killed under what are now disputed circumstances. Israel says it was not responsible, that it was caused by a Palestinian rocket that misfired, a rocket fired by not Hamas but a different group called the Islamic Jihad. And Israel says it has video to prove this and also has audio intercepts proving that Hamas knows that Israel wasn't responsible. But I'll give you a sense of what is happening here. These young men are throwing stones using slingshots at Israeli troops. And if you look up behind me over here, you can see an Israeli Jeep. For now, they are just holding that position. They have, however, been firing what looks like live ammunition. We saw a young man shot earlier in the leg. He was carried off, taken into an ambulance. In other places, the protests are much larger. In Beirut, in front of the U.S. Embassy, there are many protesters there gathered expressing outrage, blaming Israel, and Lebanese security forces are trying to clear them out. There have been protests in Lebanon, other parts of Lebanon. There have been protests in Turkey, and the concern is that this outrage after an incident that caused so much death and destruction in Gaza could inflame tensions in the Middle East at just the worst time, as Israel is preparing possibly for a ground offensive inside the Gaza Strip, and the United States, with President Biden not far from here in Israel, in a very different looking place than here, trying to calm things down, support Israel, and prevent this ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas from escalating into a wider war across the Arab world.
Richard, thank you so much. The U.S. intelligence community is closely watching the developing situation in Gaza, in Israel, and that includes that deadly hospital blast in Gaza City. If you look online or on social media, you might see any number of unverified claims about who was responsible. Two senior U.S. officials tell NBC News that an independent assessment shows it was a rocket from a group called the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, as we've been talking about, which misfired and hit the hospital. But I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk to break down, help us understand what we actually know right now. And let's start with sort of the Israeli point of view, because they back the same thing that the United States is saying, that this looks like it was an errant rocket.
That's right, Kate. And we have to say what we know are what people on both sides are alleging. We can't get on the ground there. There are no American journalists who can go in. And some of this would be verifiable if he stood in front of the place and said that was the damage that was done. We have two very differing allegations on both sides. Let's start with the IDF. They had a press conference today entirely in English. They had visuals. What we're looking at here is what they say was the detonation site of the rocket they claim from Islamic Jihad. As you mentioned, that it didn't actually hit the hospital. It hit this parking lot. And what they pointed out in this image is that had it been an Israeli missile, you would have had peripheral damage to these buildings, and you don't have it. On top of that, they say that there was an actual acknowledgement by Hamas that it was an Islamic Jihad rocket, right? And they said if it had been an Israeli missile, it would have left a crater, a very large crater, 20 feet to 60 feet. They showed some examples of craters, and that here is, again, that parking lot, the crater being much smaller. They said that Hamas used this opportunity to, in their words, launch a kind of global media effort to enrage Arabs around the world, which in some respects they effectively did.
You could see in that first photo of the cars that not all of them are destroyed, which is interesting. So let's flip to the Palestinian point of view, though. What are we hearing from Hamas, from Palestinian sources?
Well, again, it's interesting. They say, look at the damage. That there was considerable damage done to this hospital, they say. And they also talk about the fact that the missile, as they call it, came in at a certain angle, and that would have been an Israeli missile, and that it detonated and was large enough to create the number of casualties, they say, in the hundreds, although that number is somewhat in dispute. Right. They also point out that there have been incidents in the past where the IDF, the Israeli military, has said something and then had to walk it back. There was a Palestinian journalist who was shot. They said that that was Palestinian militants who shot and killed her. The IDF then having to come forward later to say, actually, it was the Israeli military.
And that's an old case, right?
That's a very old case, yeah. But they cite that as an example of the IDF not being entirely reliable themselves. Again, we can't get on the ground to verify some of these claims that you would imagine you might be able to if you could see it.
I was going to say, I think that is maybe the key point here. I had friends last night asking me, who's inside Gaza? No U.S. journalists are inside Gaza.
Which means you are then beholden to each side's allegation. It is clarifying to some degree that we now have U.S. officials who say all signs point to this being a rocket from Islamic Jihad. But, you know, Kate, in some respects, the proof doesn't even really matter here. The damage has been done. You have all of these people hurt, a hospital that is at the very least hobbled, and you have the streets around the Arab world on fire, really, with some of these protests in place.
Civilians who have died.
Yeah.
Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Sinclair?
Okay, let's continue this conversation on the hospital bombing. Joining us now is former CIA Director John Brennan. He's also an NBC News senior national security and intelligence analyst. John, thank you for joining us. So President Biden, I know, was pretty quick to say that Israel was not at fault for the deadly blast at the hospital. The U.S. intelligence community is also backing that up. So what kind of intelligence are they actually looking at practically that would lead to such a swift conclusion?
Well, as Steph pointed out, you do have some visible observation now of the blast site. And the U.S. intelligence has overhead capabilities, satellite coverage, as well as drones and other types of things. And so the Israeli military explanation that this appears to have been caused by a rocket is very believable. The Palestine Islamic Jihad is the second largest terrorist group inside of Gaza, and it has a large arsenal of these rockets that it launches, and it launches them by these multiple rocket launchers, and so in short succession. So again, a lot of these rockets sometimes will not be able to hit their target, and they'll fall short. And the size of the blast there could be a result of a secondary explosion, like a fuel depot or munitions or explosives that were nearby. And that's what set off this very large fire and the tragic death of so many.
You were CIA director. From an intelligence standpoint, how significant was it that President Biden met face-to-face with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today for hours? What kind of intelligence could be shared potentially that couldn't be done over a phone call?
Well, I think the intelligence is constantly going back and forth right now between U.S. and Israeli intelligence agencies. What I think President Biden was hoping to accomplish was to show very, very public and very deep support of the Biden administration for Israel at this very difficult time. Secondly, I think President Biden has been very moved and troubled by the large loss of innocent life among civilians, and is concerned that in the coming days and weeks, we could see even a larger number of civilians who are going to be killed. And I think he's got counseling restraint. And thirdly, right now, the tensions in the region are highest than they have been in many decades. And the region is a potential powder keg. And I think what President Biden wants to do is to make sure that Bibi Netanyahu and the rest of the Israeli leadership understands that this is not the time to expand the conflict. If anything, this is a time to try to limit the reverberations of these tragic terrorist attacks, to be able to take care of the Hamas terrorists so they don't cause this damage again, but also to recover those 200 or so hostages that are right now being held in Gaza.
And John, on those hostages, Hamas expressed a willingness to release them yesterday if Israel stopped attacking Gaza. That was reporting from our own Richard Engel. How much should we take Hamas at its word, and how does the hospital blast maybe complicate those negotiation efforts?
Well, I think every day this becomes more and more complicated, and you cannot trust anything that Hamas says. At the same time, I do think that there is reason to be hopeful that maybe there are some folks inside of Hamas that see that there is benefit to keeping these hostages alive and to try to engage in some type of bargaining. And so far as we know, the Hamas has not followed through on some of these earlier comments that they were going to be executing hostages. So I think the longer they stay alive, then the more opportunity there is for some of these interlocutors, whether they be the Egyptians, the Qataris, the International Committee of the Red Cross, or others, to see whether or not there is some potential for these hostages to be released safely.
John Brennan, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for your perspective. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, up next, we're going to turn to a U.S. policy debate. Families who have lost loved ones are calling a New York wrongful death law archaic and discriminatory. We'll dig into a new piece of legislation that could change that.
First, though, let's take a look at this. Hundreds of Jewish protesters are currently hosting a sit-in our nation's capital. I don't know if these are live pictures, guys, or this is tape. Live. This is live pictures. This is in the Cannon House office building, so it's one of the buildings just not in the Capitol itself by the dome, but just aside from that, where offices are for members of Congress. Jewish Americans and allies marched there from the National Mall. They're protesting there, pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza. It's an ongoing situation. We just wanted to show you these pictures as we got them in, and we'll update you, of course, when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. What happens when a loved one dies in a wrongful death case?
It turns out states have different ways of calculating the kind of damages family members can receive. And here in New York, some families are calling for a new bill they say could change their lives.
She was someone who was very elegant, very fearless.
Bruce McIntyre says his partner Amber Rose Isaac was the light of his life. But at 26 years old, Isaac's life was cut short. McIntyre says due to medical negligence during her first pregnancy.
She had feelings that she wasn't going to make it.
She was expressing those to you?
Yeah, she was.
McIntyre says her hospital treatment got so bad, Isaac tweeted in part, "I can't wait to write a tell-all about my experience." 4 days later, she was dead.
Yeah, we used to try to take pictures all the time.
McIntyre says doctors missed repeated signs of HELLP syndrome, a life-threatening pregnancy complication. Now, the 31-year-old is a single father to their 3-year-old son, Elias. Today, he supports the Grieving Families Act, legislation in New York that would permit families in wrongful death suits to recover compensation for their emotional anguish. Nationwide, New York and Alabama are the only 2 states that do not compensate for some type of emotional loss, including grief, anguish, or loss of companionship in wrongful death cases.
We should just be receiving quality care.
Instead, in New York, wrongful death compensation is largely based on the potential future income of the person who died, something experts say can lead to, quote, problematic payout calculations.
It says, for example, that children's lives or lives of the elderly are worth much less. It also cements past structural racism, and it also tends to value men's lives much more than women's lives.
She left there to get groceries on the way home.
It's a reality Garnell Whitfield has felt firsthand. The 66-year-old's mother, Ruth, was murdered last year in the Top supermarket shooting. A white gunman killed 10 black residents in a hate crime. At 86, Ruth was the oldest victim and a lifelong work-from-home mother.
For her life not to be valued because of her chosen profession, because of her age, is outrageous. She was invaluable.
Opponents to the Grieving Families Act say updating the wrongful death calculation would drive up health insurance premiums and liability costs for malpractice.
If you drive up the cost of liability insurance, you're going to lose more physicians.
Since 2019, at least 2 states and Washington, D.C. have passed laws banning the use of race, gender, or ethnicity in wrongful death calculations. Survivors, like Bruce McIntyre, say ending this practice is not just about compensation, but accountability and equity.
We don't want to put a price tag on Amber. You know, she's not just another statistic.
And Bruce McIntyre, who you just heard from, tells us he's filed a wrongful death lawsuit with the hospital, and the litigation is ongoing. In a statement, that hospital, Montefiore Medical Center, tells NBC News they're not able to share information about the case due to pending litigation, HIPAA regulations, and patient privacy rules. As for the Grieving Families Act, New York Governor Kathy Hochul previously vetoed the bill. However, she's currently reviewing an updated version. Kate.
And what is different about this updated version that might make her sign it?
Yeah, that's the question. So she vetoed the bill back in January. Now the 2 main differences are a change to the statute of limitations, right? That's when people can file a wrongful death case. Yeah. And they're also shrinking the number of people who can qualify as close family members. So some significant chanes to the bill, and we'll see what happens in the weeks to come.
I know you're going to keep a close eye on that.
For sure. I mean, it impacts a lot of people, especially right here in New York.
Zinkley, thank you so much.
Of course.
There's much more news ahead.
Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us all day.
That's right. And let's take a look at today's daily snapshot as well. This is a chilling picture taken of a commercial area in the West Bank. That's that area where Palestinians live inside Israel. Shop owners kept their stores closed today to protest the explosion at that hospital in Gaza. Normally, this would be bustling with merchants and shoppers. Today, all closed up. More NBC News Daily right after this.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
An Indiana tennis player is putting his career on hold to fight in the Israeli army.
Guy Finkelstein, a junior at the University of Southern Indiana, says he got the call to serve his country a few days ago. Since he was living abroad at the time here in the U.S., he didn't have to return to fight, but he says he had trouble watching the war unfold from far away, especially after his own mother was almost killed by Hamas.
She was driving her bicycle, like every Saturday morning, she's going with a group. And she managed to escape and hide. I was not able to mentally stay in the United States while my country going through all this. I tried to focus on school. I had some work to do. I couldn't. I tried to focus on tennis and I couldn't. And then I say, okay, like if I can't even focus on school, I can't even focus on tennis, there is no reason for me to stay.
Finkelstein tells our NBC affiliate that just a few days ago, he was at a tennis tournament in Tennessee. You see the picture. Now he's facing the grim reality of war. He's not sure how long he'll stay in Israel, but says, quote, "We just want to stop the terror."
It's really incredible how much this war has impacted people's everyday lives. Yeah. And one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about this conflict, Israel is only the size of New Jersey and Gaza the size of Philadelphia. And even though the area is small, there's a large range of viewpoints.
NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas spoke with people living shoulder to shoulder in Jerusalem who have very different views on this war.
We traveled to Jerusalem, to the old city, to ask about the new war. For centuries, Muslims and Jews have lived, traded, and prayed here side by side along these ancient steps. But could they spare a few minutes today to talk to one another?
Would you be open, though, to talking to someone who's Jewish about this?
Yeah, of course.
So we're going to find somebody to talk.
No, I'm not going to talk to anybody now because,
why?
Because the tensions are very high.
It's too hot right now?
Too hot, way too hot.
Would you go over there to talk to them about this or no?
In the meantime, it's not clear. Situation is not clear.
What do you think about the bombings in Gaza?
What's the bombing in Gaza? They're getting back what they sent us. Who doesn't feel for a man, for a family that the house was bombed?
Yeah.
Of course we feel for them, but we feel for us first.
Esther Weiss is an Israeli. She owns a jewelry shop in the Jewish quarter. Hani Imam, a Palestinian merchant who has a stand in the Muslim quarter. And though their businesses are a short walk from each other, their views of this war are a world away.
The problem is based on 75 years of occupation. You cannot control people and treat them like caged animals, and then when they retaliate, you call them animals. You treat them like animals because that's why they became animals.
It's not true at all, because the Palestinians want to work and they stand in line to come and work in Israel. They're getting water supply, electricity, gas. They get everything from Israel. They're not in a cage.
You do not go around bombing children and women. That's unacceptable.
So with that logic, the Hamas terrorists were then absolutely wrong as well?
Well, first of all, I won't call Hamas terrorists. I'll call...
The Hamas terrorists that attacked last Saturday?
I would call them militia, whatever you call. You can call them whatever you want. But if there's civilian casualties, I totally disagree with that.
Do you think those men are terrorists?
They're not human beings. I don't know what to call them. Terror is not enough.
When people are at home, sleeping at home, children, women, and some F-16 decided that they don't want them around anymore and just bomb the hell out of them, killing all those innocent civilians, that's very painful, yes. It hurts really bad.
And yet, despite the animosity preventing these neighbors from even speaking to each other, if they did, they may actually agree on something.
What would you tell him so he understands your side of it?
He has to open his eyes and see that we are people who want peace.
Eventually there will be peace, but it's going to take some time. It takes two sides to make things work.
Tom Llamas, NBC News, Jerusalem.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Tom, thanks. I mean, it was really compelling report and to hear from people directly.
I did hear Tom saying, though, that they went in there hoping that they could get two people, and you saw it in the piece, to sit together side by side. And it's so tense right now, they couldn't find two people that would sit together.
Things are tough, but human dialogue is critical, and we're trying to do that every day right here. Well, thank you for being with us. I'm Zinklea Asamoah.
I'm Kate Snow. Thanks so much for watching. You are watching NBC News Daily.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, October 18th, 2023, you are not alone. President Biden sending a firm message to the people of Israel during his high-stakes visit today. The new aid he's now pledging to a war-torn country.
Open house. Jim Jordan fails for a second time to earn enough GOP votes to become Speaker. What the Republican Party is doing now and the real-life impact the stalemate is having on everyday Americans.
Shocking confession, dramatic, never-before-heard details about the death of Natalie Holloway from the man who now admits to killing her. The revelations from Joran van der Sloot and why they're only coming to light now.
And families fight. What happens when a loved one dies in a wrongful death case? Meet the people who are pushing for a big change in one state. Can't wait to get to that report.
Yeah,
it's going to impact a lot of people. But we're going to start with the fast-moving developments in the Israel-Hamas war.
President Biden is on his way back to Washington after a high-stakes visit to Israel. The president met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a show of solidarity. His visit comes in the aftermath of a deadly hospital blast in Gaza. The Palestinian Health Ministry says nearly 500 people were killed. Today, the White House said its current assessment shows Israel is not responsible. Two senior U.S. officials tell NBC News the explosion was likely caused by a misfired rocket from the group Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
That's also what Israel's military has said. However, Palestinians and Hamas are blaming an Israeli airstrike. President Biden says he is, quote, saddened and outraged by what happened.
The United States unequivocally stands for the protection of civilian life during conflict And I grieve. I truly grieve for the families who were killed or wounded by this tragedy.
That hospital blast has sparked massive protests in the Middle East, including outside the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon. And today, Israel's government said it will allow food, water, and medicine for civilians to enter Gaza from Egypt. Israel has cut off basic supplies since the Hamas attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea is in Tel Aviv for us and joins us now. So, Kelly, I know President Biden delivered an address about the war before leaving Israel. You were in that room. What did he say about resolving this conflict?
Yeah, the president not only speaking to the people of the United States, the people of Israel, but also the people in that room. In a couple of rows of seats were family members of the victims, of those kidnapped, and also first responders. He talked about how Israel is not alone, as you mentioned, but he also talked about the prospect for peace. He said that justice must be done. Sorry, just to interrupt, you may be hearing some of the intercepts overhead. We think they're quite a ways north of where we are right now, which is why we're still standing outside. He talked about how justice must be done, but he also said the options for peace still have to be there. They still have to be considered. He said he warned against what he said, in his words, were letting the all-consuming rage drive bad decisions, as he, like so many others, have compared what happened here on October 7th to 9/11. But again, warning that one has to always consider peace. Take a listen.
Nations of conscience like the United States and Israel are not measured solely by the example or power, and we're measured by the power of our example. That's why, as hard as it is, we must keep pursuing peace. We must keep pursuing a path so that Israel and the Palestinian people can both live safely, in security, in dignity, and in peace.
The president today also seeming to say that Israel has agreed to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, but we haven't yet gotten any specifics on when, where, or how. Guys?
Kelly, first off, if you need to go somewhere, let us know, and please take cover if you need to. I want to ask about Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Our viewers probably haven't heard of that group before, and they're the ones that the U.S. is saying are responsible for the hospital bombing. Can you tell us what it is and what the argument is?
Sure, yeah. Islamic Jihad is another armed militant group in Gaza. They're deemed a terrorist organization by the United States and others. They were formed in the 1980s in Gaza, sort of for the same reason as Hamas, to fight the Israeli occupation. Second largest armed group in Gaza behind Hamas, and often fight alongside Hamas. The U.S. says that they came to their assessment independently, not relying, in other words, on necessarily on Israel's assessment. They said that they used overhead imagery, intercepts, and open source information to come to their assessment that this explosion at the hospital almost 24 hours ago now was not Israel's doing, but was in fact an errant rocket fired by Islamic Jihad. They have been known to fire rockets. They've fired rockets in this conflict. Of course, Palestinians in Gaza and Hamas have both disputed that version of events, guys.
All right, Kelly Kobiea for us. Kelly, thank you.
An outrage in Arab countries is growing today following that deadly bombing of a hospital in Gaza City. Soon after the explosion, we saw protests in the occupied West Bank. That's an area within Israel separate from and much larger than Gaza. Millions of Palestinians live there. It's an area not led by Hamas.
We also saw crowds to the north of Israel in Lebanon today. Thousands protested in the streets. Large crowds gathered outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. The militant group Hezbollah, which has a long history of conflict with Israel, is calling for a day of unprecedented anger today. The U.S. State Department has now issued a do not travel warning to all of Lebanon. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who is in Beirut, Lebanon tonight. Matt, it's nighttime there now. I wonder if things have calmed, or what are you seeing?
Yeah, they've definitely calmed, because we were up at the embassy just a little while ago, and actually everything was more or less dispersed. The police and the military, they were out there trying to replace the barriers and the barricades and all the razor wire and everything that had been blocking the entrance to that road going up to the embassy. Because I got to tell you guys, it's not like an embassy that you might have seen in other countries. This is a barricaded embassy. It's a fortress because of the threats that U.S. diplomats face here in Beirut historically. Remember, back in the early 1980s, there was a bomb that attacked Marines, a Marines barracks that killed nearly 250 U.S. servicemen. So that's why the embassy here in Beirut, it's not tucked in the city, it's way up on a hill. So what we saw was, well, we still smelt the tear gas, even though all of the protesters looked like they had gone home. We saw what looked like a lot of the barriers had been torn down and the police were putting them back up. And we saw the little tear gas canisters all over the place. And it looked like the protesters had set fire to one of the office buildings or commercial buildings that was next to this road. So you might be wondering, why the U.S. Embassy? Well, Israel doesn't have formal diplomatic relations with Lebanon, so there is no Israeli embassy to attack. But when I was at another protest earlier today here in Beirut in Hezbollah territory, you know, they were talking about America and Israel in the same tone, in the same sentence, just equating them totally. They were talking about Benjamin Netanyahu and Joe Biden and referring to them in the same terms, because to them, there is no daylight between America and Israel. They are both abetting each other in what they consider to be the same crimes against the Palestinian people. And then it's not just about what happened last night. For them, this has always been an issue. America has been partnered with Israel in suppressing the Palestinian people for generations.
Matt Bradley with us from Lebanon. Matt, thank you. Law enforcement here in America also on high alert in the wake of the Israel-Hamas war. FBI Director Christopher Wray says his agency is, quote, laser focused on mitigating threats.
Here in New York City, police are beefing up security measures as demonstrations take place nearly every day. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, what exactly is the NYPD doing? But also, what are we hearing around the country at large?
Right. So here in New York City, all NYPD officers have to be in their uniform of the day. And that's really to have the ability to not only send a lot of officers out of deployment at any given time, but also to have them in front of various houses of worship and public places. We're seeing the exact same thing in Los Angeles, where they're focused on having a police presence at mosques, at synagogues. And yesterday, the FBI director making those statements at a meeting, an extraordinary meeting of the Five Eyes, which are the main intelligence collaborators that occurred in San Francisco. So you've got the United Kingdom, Canada, the U.S., Australia, New Zealand working together. It was called initially and planned to talk about threats from China, but they also spoke about these ongoing threats from pro-Hamas groups.
And also we have to talk about what's happening abroad. We just touched on it from Beirut, but this has sparked threats, concerns, security concerns all over, particularly Europe.
I mean, real threats from stabbings that we spoke about yesterday and other acts of violence to bomb threats to the Biarritz airport in France. That's a single runway airport. It's a beach town, but it just goes to the level of threats that are being called in, the heightened rhetoric that we see, and now pro-Hamas groups specifically calling out for acts of violence. In the past, we have seen that type of activity occur. And when those calls have been made in Europe, they've typically been acted upon as well as here in the United States. So that's what has law enforcement officials here and there so concerned.
And I know you said they're also concerned about these potential lone wolf attacks.
Yeah, that's really it. They're the hardest thing to try to find. It's somebody who is engaged in all this rhetoric online, listening to those calls that I referenced, and says, you know what, I have to do something. And how do you possibly predict when somebody's going to do that? And if they're not working with anybody else, your opportunity to really try to determine who those people are is very, very limited. So that's why, again, you're seeing that outward presence coast to coast.
Tom Winter, great to have you. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Well, it's time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Rite Aid is closing more stores across the United States.
And United is changing up its boarding process. Steve Kovac joins us now. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kate. Yeah, let's go to Rite Aid. They announced it's closing at least 154 stores through its bankruptcy process. The company could close additional stores in the future, but did not release any details on that. Rite Aid filed for bankruptcy on Sunday after years of mounting debt and slowing sales. Also, the IRS is planning a limited rollout of its new free e-filing program. The agency will invite select taxpayers in 13 states to try out the program, which is called Direct File, starting in February. If all goes well, it will be rolled out to everyone else. But there are some limitations. Direct File doesn't process state tax returns, of course, and you can't itemize deductions. Also, it can only process certain kinds of tax credits. And finally, this is a good one, guys. United Airlines is looking to speed up its boarding process in a win for those who like window seats. The airline plans to board passengers in economy class with window seats first, then the middle, and aisle seats last. The change is set to begin October 26th and would cut an estimated 2 minutes from boarding time. I'm going to lose out on that one. I'm an aisle seat guy.
What? I'm a window seat girl, Steve, and that sounds logical to me. You should start with the folks in the back. There we go.
Makes sense.
Steve Kovac, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Coming up, the around-the-clock diplomacy effort now underway to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas.
Plus, staggering revelations about the death of Natalie Holloway from the man who now admits to killing her. The chilling confession from Joran van der Sloot and how the Holloway family is responding. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Dramatic new revelations in the case of Natalie Holloway. Court filings now confirming that Joran van der Sloot admitted to killing the teenager back in 2005. Remember that Holloway disappeared while on a graduation trip to Aruba. Van der Sloot has long been linked to her disappearance. In an Alabama courtroom today, van der Sloot pleaded guilty to extortion and wire fraud charges in this case. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now live from Aruba. Kathy, we have not heard these details before, and they are jaw-dropping. Can you walk us through what came to light today?
Kate, good afternoon to you. So this information came to light because it was part of the agreement under today's plea hearing. And I do want to warn our viewers that the information that I'm about to share that is now public and has been entered ahead of today's plea hearing is extremely graphic and disturbing. So according to these court documents, van der Sloot ticked through exactly how this all unfolded. He said he was walking on the beach here in Aruba, not too far from here, about 5 miles from where we are standing right now, with Natalie at the time, and things escalated very quickly. He made advances. She rejected his advances. She kicked him, or I should say kneed him, and then as a result, he ended up kicking her in the head. She fell unconscious, and then he would take it a step further, found a cinder block nearby and bludgeoned her in the head and dragged her body into the ocean while he walked home. So very graphic and chilling details, Kate. Tough for anyone to hear, especially her family.
Yeah, and I know her mother was there, and she spoke after the sentencing today. What did we hear?
That's right. Beth Holloway has been really at the forefront of finding closure, finding justice for her daughter. And we heard from her not only in the courtroom, but outside the courthouse today after the hearing. She said after 18 years, the nightmare is finally coming to an end. And at one point, she did look at Vandersloot and called him a killer. Take a listen.
As far as I'm concerned, it's over. It's over. Joran Vandersloot is no longer the suspect in my daughter's murder. He is the killer. It's been a very long and painful journey, but we finally got the answers we've been searching for all these years. We finally, today, we got justice for Natalie.
And Kate, speaking of justice, as I mentioned, Beth Holloway was also in the courtroom today. She looked at her son, Matt, and said, "We did it." Kate?
Kathy Park for us. Kathy, thank you.
Well, Kate, it appears to be Groundhog Day on Capitol Hill. Why? Well, Congressman Jim Jordan has once again failed to reach the 217 vote threshold to become House Speaker. The final tally, 212 for Democrat Hakeem Jeffries to 199 for Jordan. 22 Republicans voted for someone other than Jordan. So that means he actually received fewer votes today than he did on the first ballot yesterday. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is tracking these developments for us. So, Ryan, just break it down for us. What do these numbers mean for Jim Jordan and his path forward?
Well, the trend line isn't good, Zenclay. To get less votes than you'd gotten in the round before isn't a good indication of where things are headed. And there are some of even Jordan's supporters that are suggesting that perhaps if there was another vote sometime down the road, that the number of no votes could increase by even more. Still, Jordan at this point does not seem ready to back down. Listen to what he told reporters just a few minutes ago.
Second vote. We got 200 of our colleagues who are before us from 2 ballots now. This is right where Speaker McCarthy was in the process, so we're just going to keep talking to members.
So, of course, you remember that when Kevin McCarthy was in a similar situation, they went a full 15 rounds before he ultimately was victorious. And McCarthy, his whole posture at that time was that he wasn't going to back down, that he was going to just keep the voting going. The difference here with Jordan is that there aren't as many things for him to trade or to bargain with many of the holdouts at this point, and they seem a little bit more entrenched than the hardliners did when McCarthy won the first time around, not, of course, when he lost the gavel. So we'll have to see how this whole situation plays itself out.
And Ryan, we have just seconds here, but I know there's an idea being floated to extend the powers of acting Speaker Patrick McHenry. Tell me more about that.
That is a proposal on the table. Right now, though, we're not even clear if that will get a vote. And there's already some Republicans who have said they're not interested in that. They only want to see a full-time speaker who wins the vote outright and takes the job on permanently. Sinclair?
We'll see if they can get to that. Ryan Nobles, thank you.
Still to come, what we're learning about U.S. aid that could soon be headed to the region in Israel after President Biden's visit. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
President Biden's trip to Israel today surely is not the first time that he's visited that country.
That's right. His relationship with Israel and its leaders goes back all the way decades, and it hasn't always been cordial. NBC's Noah Pransky has more.
There are few politicians anywhere in the world with as long of a history with Israel as Joe Biden.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
From floor speeches as a young senator to celebratory messages as president.
And I say again, you need not be a Jew to be a Zionist.
This week's trip to Israel, his 11th on record, coming almost exactly 50 years after his first in 1973. Just weeks before a coalition of Arab states would launch the surprise attack on Israel known as the Yom Kippur War. Biden would retell stories from that first trip and meeting with then Prime Minister Golda Meir.
She said one thing I didn't tell you. We Jews have a secret weapon. In our battle, we have no place else to go.
But diplomacy wasn't always smooth, like in 1982 when Israel's prime minister met with the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee as tensions mounted with Lebanon. He wound up in a near shouting match with then Senator Biden, who pressed him to end the policy of settlements in the West Bank. The New York Times called it the bitterest exchange of the meeting, while Israel's prime minister described it as a lively discussion. And one of the most pointed clashes played out publicly in 2010 during the Obama administration when then Vice President Biden visited Israel to encourage peace talks with the Palestinian Authority. But after news broke that Israel was moving forward with building 1,600 settlements in the West Bank, Biden kept Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife waiting at a dinner for an hour and a half while releasing a statement condemning the move. Biden has not shied away from criticizing the prime minister.
Netanyahu has moved in a direction that is counterproductive.
But the two leaders still signal they're close, meeting just weeks ago.
Joe, we've been friends for, I've checked it, over 40 years. We can make history.
Together.
And now, after the Hamas attacks, Biden continues his steadfast support for the country he's long pledged to protect.
We must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel.
So, Noah, can you read between the lines for us when you look at what just happened in Israel with President Biden visiting there? What did the White House hope to accomplish?
Biden's got to thread a needle here. He is trying to signal as much support for Israel as he can right now without escalating this crisis. Escalating it means probably more lives lost, a lot more death and destruction. And the last thing he wants is to see other countries, Iran, Egypt, Lebanon, of course, even China, Russia, getting pulled into this.
Noah Pransky for us. Noah, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Well, so many horrific stories have emerged from the Israel-Hamas war. One of the very first was the attack on the Supernova Music Festival, where more than 260 people were murdered. But now we're hearing about incredible stories of survival. Jackie Benson from our NBC station in Washington shares one of them.
We started hearing what we thought was fireworks that the music festival arranged. When I opened the tent, I realized chaos was in front of me.
Noah Ben-Arzi described the terror of October 7th to a gathering convened by the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. The 25-year-old Israeli, an industrial engineering student, says she, her best friend, and her best friend's sister, both U.S. citizens, were enjoying the music festival when Hamas rockets began flying overhead.
Hundreds of people were running towards me. When I looked up in the sky, I saw hundreds of rockets above me. That's when I started panicking.
She says she ended up trying to shelter in a small cement building. In panic, dozens of others quickly piled in. She found herself pushed to the back. People began falling on top of her. She says she started to suffocate.
Next thing I know, they're throwing 5 grenades inside. Body parts are flying around. And all I hear around me is people suffocating, people on top of another. And a lot of shots. from within. That's when I realized there's a huge body on top of me.
Then Arzi told the Assembly of American Jewish Leaders and U.S. government officials that she has been unable to learn the fate of her best friend and her friend's sister.
Oh, just so difficult. Jackie Benson reporting. Coming up, what we're now learning about the investigation into that hospital bombing in Gaza.
On the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Russian President Vladimir Putin met with Chinese President Xi Jinping at an international conference today in Beijing. The two held talks about the wars in Ukraine and in Israel. Speaking afterwards, Putin called Xi a dear friend, while the Chinese president laid out his vision for a world order less dominated by the United States and its allies.
The Pentagon has released videos of what it calls risky and aggressive intercepts of U.S. planes by Chinese aircraft. The Pentagon says there have been 180 of these incidents over the last 2 years, more than the total amount from the previous decade. In a briefing, the head of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command called their actions dangerous, while China has defended its interceptions as a means of protecting its national security.
And an update to a story we brought you a few weeks ago. Nearly 200 more bodies were removed from a Colorado building owned by a funeral home that had advertised environmentally friendly green burials. Officers got a warrant to search the building owned by the Return to Nature Funeral Home in early October after reports of a putrid smell. And initially they found over 100 bodies. The newly discovered bodies were transported to the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and an investigation is ongoing. No arrests so far.
Well, now let's return to our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war.
President Biden is on his way back to the U.S. after visiting Israel today. The president telling Israelis, you are not alone. We've also seen widespread protests in the Middle East over that deadly blast at a Gaza hospital. While Israel is denying responsibility for that explosion, the Israeli military does continue to bombard other parts of Gaza with airstrikes.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is near that Israel-Gaza border and joins us now. Ellison, what are you seeing on the ground where you are right now?
You know, it's been fairly quiet here the last 2 days, at least compared to how it had been
earlier in the week when we'd been in this area. There's almost throughout the night a sound of drones, military helicopters, military planes in the air here. But since Thursday, really, we haven't seen massive amounts of missiles flying from this side of Israel into Gaza, at least from this section of the border. And we also, since Friday, haven't really seen massive bombardments of artillery, again, just from this section. But what we can often see in the distance in Gaza is the glow of orange flashes when something from the Israeli side lands in that area. Obviously, President Biden's visit today, there was a lot of questions as to whether or not it would change Israel's military plans. For days now, they have talked about launching a ground assault into the northern part of Gaza. Just yesterday at a press briefing, a spokesperson for Israel's defense forces sort of pushed back on that and said everyone is talking about this next phase in the ground offensive, but it might not necessarily be that. It was a notable shift in their language because they're the ones that have been talking about a ground offensive, saying 4 days ago in an official press statement that they were preparing their troops, preparing equipment to move forward with the next phase of war with an emphasis on a ground offensive. Now, whether or not they've started to change their language a bit because they're trying to reestablish an element of surprise or they're changing their plans a bit, we don't know right now. But there was this question when President Biden came to visit in terms of military movement. Would it delay or impact what Israel was planning to do in these next phases? When I'd asked a spokesperson for Israel's defense forces whether or not it would have an impact on it, his answer, he said the short answer was, I don't know. We will see. Tonight, right now on the border, things are quiet. There are still so many questions about what happened at that hospital in Gaza City, so much frustration from people inside of Gaza. They believe Israel is lying when they say that this was something that happened because of Islamic Jihad firing a missile that then misfired and hit the hospital. They believe Israel was behind this, though Israel adamantly denies it. Sinclair, Kate.
Ellison, I do want to dig a little deeper into that hospital blast. How do things seem on the ground now? More tense?
You know, I was just talking with someone who is inside of Gaza. He's from Gaza City. He and his family have evacuated a few miles to the south. And I was asking him about some of the claims that have now come out from Israel. Remember, they have released some footage they say proves this was not their weapon that fell on this, that they did not launch an aerial bombardment targeting this hospital, and also that it wasn't something that was an accident from their side. They say they had absolutely nothing to do with this. And they also released audio recordings, which they say shows Hamas militants blaming Islamic Jihad for this. People inside of Gaza, though, Zinkley, they don't believe that. They say Israel has a history of lying about things when things go wrong. They believe that Islamic Jihad, Hamas, that they don't have the weapons capability to carry out an explosion that would look like this big. And there's a lot of tension because of that still. And NBC News has not been able to independently determine exactly what happened here. All we know is that hundreds of civilians died in that explosion. Sinclair, Kate?
Yeah, still a lot of questions. Ellison, Barbara, stay safe, please. Thank you.
All right, we're going to pick up that conversation now. The U.S. intelligence community closely watching the developing situation in Gaza and Israel. That includes that deadly hospital blast we've been talking about in Gaza City. If you look online today or on social media, you might see any number of unverified claims about who was responsible. Two senior U.S. officials, as Ellison was saying, tell NBC News that an independent assessment shows it was a rocket from a group called the Palestinian Islamic Jihad that misfired and hit the hospital. But I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss, because she's been kind of breaking down what it is we know. Let's be really transparent with our audience about what we're being
told, Kate. Not that we know what we've been told.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. And what we're trying to figure out. So let's start with what I just said. The U.S. officials are saying, look, this looks like it was an errant rocket. And that is what Israel is saying as well.
Yes, it dovetails with what the Israelis are saying right now. And they held a press conference today, a lengthy one, in English. So you know who they were thinking about when they were delivering that press conference, complete with images. And let's take a look at some of them. So they're saying that the damage isn't as bad as Hamas is saying, and the casualties aren't as high as Hamas is saying. Take a look at this shot. They say that the rocket, which they said was fired by Islamic Jihad, did not actually hit the hospital, hit this parking lot. And then they said if it had been an Israeli missile, that you would have seen damage to these buildings here. And there is not any damage to these buildings. They also talk about the crater, the size of the crater, where the missile would have impacted, would have been much bigger if it had been an Israeli missile. And they showed these two images of previous Israeli strikes, and you have basically 20 to 60 feet in diameter. And what was in that parking lot wasn't even close to that. They also allege that Hamas realized it very soon that it had been, that it was actually an Islamic Jihad rocket, but then twisted the story for its own benefit, spreading that, in their words, that narrative to the Arab world. And we've seen the result of that. Protests in the streets.
And covering all of that.
Yeah.
So now let's flip to the other side. So when you talk about what Palestinians are saying, or Hamas, what are they saying?
Yeah, so they're saying that right before the attack, there was actually a warning from the Israelis to clear out of the area, one indication that it was an Israeli missile attack. They also talk about the damage, and we can't verify it ourselves. If you're on the ground, you might be able to see this, but American journalists are not on the ground in Gaza. So what the Palestinians are saying right now is that there is a significant amount of damage that could only have been created by an Israeli missile. They talk about the angle that that missile would have taken, and that is why they're looking at as many casualties as they are. They also point out that in the past, the IDF has been wrong about incidents. There was a Palestinian journalist who was shot. They said that was done by Palestinian militants. They had to walk it back and say it was actually Israeli military.
All right, Steph Goss, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Just 11 minutes after its founding, President Harry S. Truman and the United States of America became the first nation to recognize Israel. We've stood by your side ever since. We're going to stand by your side now.
President Biden is once again reinforcing America's commitment to support Israel in its war with Hamas.
The president was supposed to meet with leaders of Egypt, Jordan, and the Palestinian Authority during his trip today as well, but that part was called off after that hospital explosion in Gaza. Let's bring in NBC News Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, great to see you. Tensions are high in so many parts of the world right now. What do you make of the cancellation of those meetings with Arab leaders?
I mean, it is so unfortunate, but of course it's the result of the horrible bombing of the hospital in Gaza. And the meeting, the summit in Jordan that was supposed to be held today was a key part of the president's mission. He wanted to be both in Israel, of course, reinforcing support, but also cautioning them to limit the civilian casualties, finding out what happened in the hospital in Gaza. And you heard that he agreed, that says that U.S. intelligence has concluded that the Israelis were not responsible, as they claim, contrary to the claims from Hamas and the belief actually throughout the Arab world. But the fact that the Arab meeting was canceled, that was supposed to be the balancing act, and it was a very important mission. He wanted to be in Jordan to meet with the Arab and Palestinian leaders to get the crossing open into Egypt, which is really dependent largely on el-Sisi, the president of Egypt, but also on Israel agreeing and on what's happening with Hamas, and to get all sides agreed that the humanitarian aid has to get in not just for today, tomorrow, but for the weeks and the months that this invasion may continue. So it was all of that to try to prevent the war from extending, stop terror acts, but instead you had the horrible bombing, immediate claim of responsibility by Hamas towards Israel, saying that Israel was responsible. And there was a gap there before Israel denied it, saying that they had evidence to the contrary. By then, you were seeing protests in Jordan, protests in Beirut, very violent protests as well, an eruption in the West Bank, a declaration of a day of rage from Hezbollah in the north, and of course, the cancellation of the summit, and that eliminated the possibility of getting the aid in. Progress that they thought was being made on getting hostages out, getting other civilians out, and also looking towards the future of what a post-Hamas Gaza could look like.
Yeah, and I mean, Andrea, we've been talking a lot about Hamas and Hezbollah, but senior U.S. officials also tell NBC News it was not them when it comes to this hospital bombing, but rather a different group, hospital explosion, a different group that misfired a rocket that hit the hospital. Can you tell us about the other militant groups operating in the Middle East and what this all means for the diplomacy efforts right now?
But within Gaza in particular, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad is also very active. They claim that they already hold hostages. They have some of the people that may have been taken from Israel, as well as they're responsible for terror acts. So that is the claim from the U.S. and from others, that it's the Islamic Jihad. If that's true, we can't determine. We can't get in on the ground. So we're not taking a side here. But you've got everybody pointing to each other. And it could be that the Islamic Jihad was trying to wreck what were somewhat promising conversations, preliminary conversations for getting hostages out, and for trying to limit the violence.
Andrea, can I ask quickly about the State Department, because there are requests from more than 350 U.S. citizens now wanting to leave Gaza. And I know earlier today President Biden said the U.S. is giving humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in Gaza, too. Food, water, medicine. How soon can any of that happen?
Nothing can happen until that Rafah crossing is opened. That is critical, and it was promised on Saturday that it would open to Tony Blinken. It's still not open, so that was what was supposed to be accomplished in Jordan.
Yeah, and of course, all of that further complicating these diplomatic efforts, both with the hospital and now these protests.
The worse the civilian situation gets. Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Up next, we turn to a U.S. policy debate. Families who have lost loved ones are calling a New York wrongful death law archaic and discriminatory. We'll dig into a new piece of legislation that could change that. More NBC News Daily after this.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. What happens when a loved one dies in a wrongful death case?
It turns out states have different ways of calculating the kind of damages family members can receive. In New York, some families are calling for a new bill they say could change their lives.
She was someone who was very elegant, very fearless.
Bruce McIntyre says his partner Amber Rose Isaac was the light of his life. But at 26 years old, Isaac's life was cut short. McIntyre says due to medical negligence during her first pregnancy.
She had feelings that she wasn't going to make it.
She was expressing those to you?
Yeah, she was.
McIntyre says her hospital treatment got so bad, Isaac tweeted in part, "I can't wait to write a tell-all about my experience." 4 days later, she was dead.
Yeah, we used to try to take pictures all the time.
McIntyre says doctors missed repeated signs of HELLP syndrome, a life-threatening pregnancy complication. Now, the 31-year-old is a single father to their 3-year-old son, Elias. Today, he supports the Grieving Families Act, legislation in New York that would permit families in wrongful death suits to recover compensation for their emotional anguish. Nationwide, New York and Alabama are the only 2 states that do not compensate for some type of emotional loss, including grief, anguish, or loss of companionship in wrongful death cases.
We should just be receiving quality care.
Instead, in New York, wrongful death compensation is largely based on the potential future income of the person who died, something experts say can lead to, quote, problematic payout calculations.
It says, for example, that children's lives or lives of the elderly are worth much less. It also cements past structural racism, and it also tends to value men's lives much more than women's lives.
She left there to get groceries on the way home.
It's a reality Garnell Whitfield has felt firsthand. The 66-year-old's mother, Ruth, was murdered last year in the Top supermarket shooting. A white gunman killed 10 black residents in a hate crime. At 86, Ruth was the oldest victim and a lifelong work-from-home mother.
For her life not to be valued because of her chosen profession, because of her age, is outrageous. She was invaluable.
Opponents to the Grieving Families Act say updating the wrongful death calculation would drive up health insurance premiums and liability costs for malpractice.
If you drive up the cost of liability insurance, you're going to lose more physicians.
Since 2019, at least 2 states and Washington, D.C. have passed laws banning the use of race, gender, or ethnicity in wrongful death calculations. Survivors, like Bruce McIntyre, say ending this practice is not just about compensation, but accountability and equity.
We don't want to put a price tag on Amber. You know, she's not just another statistic.
And Bruce McIntyre, who you just heard from, tells us he's filed a wrongful death lawsuit with the hospital, and the litigation is ongoing. In a statement, that hospital, Montefiore Medical Center, tells NBC News they're not able to share information about the case due to pending litigation, HIPAA regulations, and patient privacy rules. As for the Grieving Families Act, New York Governor Kathy Hochul previously vetoed the bill. However, she's currently reviewing an updated version, Kate.
And what does that updated version look like so she might sign it?
Yeah, so she originally vetoed it back in January for the reasons you heard, right? Concerns about increased insurance premiums. Now, the changes to the bill look like a limitation on statute of limitations, right? So that impacts when families can file for damages after a case of wrongful death. And the new bill also limits the number of people who are considered close family members. So some significant shifts there, and we'll see if it actually passes this time around.
I know you'll stay on it for us. Zinkley, that was a great piece. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
There's much more news ahead.
Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
An Indiana tennis player is putting his career on hold to fight in the Israeli army.
Guy Finkelstein, a junior at the University of Southern Indiana, says he got the call to serve his country a few days ago. Since he was living abroad at the time here in the U.S., he didn't have to return to fight, but he says he had trouble watching the war unfold from far away, especially after his own mother was almost killed by Hamas.
She was driving her bicycle, like every Saturday morning, she's going with a group. And she managed to escape and hide. I was not able to mentally stay in the United States while I'm in country going through all this. I tried to focus on school. I had some work to do. I couldn't. I tried to focus on tennis and I couldn't. And then I say, okay, like if I can't even focus on school, I can't even focus on tennis, there's no reason for me to stay.
Finkelstein tells our NBC affiliate that just a few days ago, he was at a tennis tournament in Tennessee. You see the picture now. He's facing the grim reality of war. He's not sure how long he'll stay in Israel, but says, quote, "We just want to stop the terror."
It's really incredible how much this war has impacted people's everyday lives. Yeah. And one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about this conflict, Israel is only the size of New Jersey and Gaza the size of Philadelphia. And even though the area is small, there's a large range of viewpoints.
NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas spoke with people living shoulder to shoulder in Jerusalem who have very different views on this war.
We traveled to Jerusalem, to the old city, to ask about the new war. For centuries, Muslims and Jews have lived, traded, and prayed here side by side along these ancient steps. But could they spare a few minutes today to talk to one another?
Would you be open, though, to talking to someone who's Jewish about this?
Yeah, of course.
So we're going to find somebody to talk.
No, I'm not going to talk to anybody now because,
why?
Because the tensions are very high.
It's too hot right now?
Too hot, way too hot.
Would you go over there to talk to them about this or no?
In the meantime, it's not clear. Situation is not clear.
What do you think about the bombings in Gaza?
What's the bombing in Gaza? They're getting back what they sent us. Who doesn't feel for a man, for a family that the house was bombed?
Yeah.
Of course we feel for them, but we feel for us first.
Esther Weiss is an Israeli. She owns a jewelry shop in the Jewish quarter. Hani Imam, a Palestinian merchant who has a stand in the Muslim quarter. And though their businesses are a short walk from each other, their views of this war are a world away.
The problem is based on 75 years of occupation. You cannot control people and treat them like caged animals, and then when they retaliate, you call them animals. You treat them like animals because that's why they became animals.
It's not true at all, because the Palestinians want to work and they stand in line to come and work in Israel. They're getting water supply, electricity, gas. They get everything from Israel. They're not in a cage.
You do not go around bombing children and women. That's unacceptable.
So with that logic, the Hamas terrorists were then absolutely wrong as well?
Well, first of all, I won't call Hamas terrorists. I'll call...
The Hamas terrorists that attacked last Saturday.
I would call them militia, whatever you call. You can call them whatever you want. But if there's civilian casualties, I totally disagree with that.
Do you think those men are terrorists?
They're not human beings. I don't know what to call them. Terror is not enough.
When people are at home, sleeping at home, children, women, and some F-16 decided that they don't want them around anymore and just bomb the hell out of them, killing all those innocent civilians, that's very painful, yes. It hurts really bad.
And yet, despite the animosity preventing these neighbors from even speaking to each other, if they did, they may actually agree on something.
What would you tell him so he understands your side of it?
He has to open his eyes and see that we are people who want peace.
Eventually there will be peace, but it's going to take some time. It takes two sides to make things work.
Tom Yamas, NBC News, Jerusalem.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Tom, thanks. I mean, it was really compelling report and to hear from people directly.
I did hear Tom saying, though, that they went in there hoping that they could get two people, and you saw it in the piece, to sit together side by side. And it's so tense right now. They couldn't find two people that would sit together.
Things are tough, but human dialogue is critical, and we're trying to do that every day right here. Well, thank you for being with us. I'm Zinklea Simwan.
I'm Kate Snow. Thanks so much for watching. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Simwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake reporting in Washington, where it has been another frantic day on Capitol Hill as House Republicans failed for the second straight time to elect a speaker on the House floor, leaving Republicans scrambling and Congress still without a speaker. We'll head to the Hill for the very latest in just a moment, but we begin with the deteriorating situation in the Middle East. Right now, President Biden is returning to Washington after an historic and a whirlwind trip to wartime Israel, which was roiled by flaring tensions in the region following a deadly explosion at a Gaza hospital, which ignited demonstrations across the Mideast and clashes outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. It comes as President Biden and U.S. national security officials are now publicly countering Hamas claims that Israel was responsible for the blast, which killed more than 400 people, according to the Palestinian Health Authority. According to two senior U.S. officials, the U.S. has an independent assessment that it was actually a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that misfired and hit the hospital, and that Israel was not responsible. We're getting new pictures from inside Gaza as the humanitarian crisis worsens, including video showing the moment of yesterday's horrific blast. We are also seeing images of the immediate aftermath of the explosion, with one doctor at the hospital describing the scene to NBC News as, quote, absolute carnage. The U.S.'s assessment of what caused the explosion dovetails with the Israeli military's analysis, which also blames Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But neither assessment from Israel or the United States has quelled the anger spreading across the Middle East, from neighboring Lebanon and Jordan all the way to Iraq and Iran, with protesters taking the streets and clashing outside U.S. and Israeli embassies. We're also seeing protests here at home, including both inside and outside the U.S. Capitol complex, including one group of demonstrators calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. And then there are the protests in the West Bank, where the rising tension derailed part of the president's Mideast visit, canceling a summit with Arab leaders and complicating U.S. efforts tied to hostages and humanitarian aid. President Biden did meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israeli officials, reiterating U.S. support following the deadly Hamas terrorist attack. And while in Tel Aviv, President Biden had an emotional meeting with Israeli first responders and with families impacted by the attack.
We were there in the first moments, seeing the atrocities that happened. These were women that were raped and then murdered, children, little babies that were torn around, taken away from their parents, murdered in front of their parents.
I was able to stay alive and try to rescue them. And my mom, with the great bravery and street smart, was able to stay focused. Stay focused, that she was able to help us.
President Biden also announced an additional $100 million in humanitarian assistance for Palestinians, as Israel simultaneously said it would not interfere with humanitarian supplies from Egypt into Gaza as long as that aid does not reach Hamas. Right now, it's unclear if any aid is able to reach Gaza, where more than 1 million people have been displaced with virtually nowhere to go. As Israel prepares for a potential ground invasion of Gaza, the president redoubled his support for the ailing nation, but he also cautioned Israeli leaders not to be consumed by rage and to heed the lessons America learned in its response to the 9/11 terror attacks.
You can't look at what has happened here to your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents, sons, daughters, children, even babies, and not scream out for justice. Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. I'm the first U.S. president to visit Israel in time of war. I've made wartime decisions. I know the choices are never clear or easy for the leadership. There's always cost, but it requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions. It requires clarity about the objectives and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives. The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people.
Joining me now is our team of reporters. Ellison Barber is at the Israel-Gaza border. Matt Bradley is in Beirut, Lebanon. And I'm also joined on set by NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce, Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian, and NBC News chief Washington correspondent and chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell. And Ellison, what's the latest on the hospital bombing, and what are we hearing about the casualties and just the back and forth over who is at fault?
Yeah, I mean, there's still been difficulty in establishing the exact death toll here. The Ministry of Health in Gaza, the director, they have said for 14 hours or so now that part of the problem for establishing an exact death toll is that this was so catastrophic. He said a lot of the victims, the bodies coming to them, they are dismembered body parts, they are charred, and that's made it difficult to get an exact number. One of the main hospitals in Gaza City now treating a lot of the people who were injured in that other hospital explosion, as well as collecting the bodies at their hospital. They've estimated the death toll somewhere around 250. Gaza's health ministry had previously thought, they said it could be up to 500 people dead. They've revised that a bit, now saying they think it's just a little bit over 400. But the big question and the thing we cannot answer independently or confirm for you from NBC News is who is responsible for this. Israel is adamant in saying they had nothing to do with this. They have released footage as well as audio recordings they say prove that this was the result of a rocket fired by the militant group inside of Gaza, Islamic Jihad, and that it misfired and hit the hospital. The United States, they have said they have seen that evidence, President Biden included, and they believe Israel was not responsible for what happened at this hospital. But most of the Arab world, regional leaders, as well as the groups inside of Gaza, they don't believe that at all. Islamic Jihad has said that Israel is lying here, and they claim that based on the size of the explosion, the angle that the bomb fell at, that this was not something they did, that they do not have weapons of that capability, that it had to be, in their view, a bombardment from the air, like the ones Israel has been carrying out. I spoke to a couple of people inside of Gaza tonight, civilians, and they told me they feel that there is no question in their mind that this didn't happen from a group inside of Gaza. They believe that this was something that happened because of Israeli airstrikes. But the truth is, Garrett, right now, we do not know. The world wants to know who did this because it is catastrophic, and we know there have been mass casualties. A lot of the victims here, and speaking with doctors treating them, Garrett, it is women and children, many of them who were simply sheltering inside of that hospital because they thought it was going to be the safest place for them to be at. Garrett?
Ellison, the blast obviously has had a huge political impact, too. It contributed to the derailment, basically, of the second half of the president's trip where he was supposed to meet with Arab leaders. But how was the president received during his visit to Israel today?
Amongst the Israeli leadership, Israeli population, very well received. I mean, Israel and the United States have a very long history together, a strong relationship. His visit was a welcome one. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had asked him to come to Israel in a show of solidarity days ago. So they were glad to have that. Inside of Gaza, a different story. They felt that the visit was frustrating. They did not want to see President Biden meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and people we have spoken to, they have talked to us about that, saying with this discussion of aid, their answer to all of that was that they didn't really care about it right now. They said they wanted the bombing to stop, and that's not something that is going to happen. But there is now maybe a bit of hope that at least some bit of humanitarian aid could get inside. But people who we have spoken to, Palestinians inside of Gaza, they weren't pleased to see President Biden here at all. Garrett?
All right. Ellison Barber, thank you for that reporting, and do stay safe. And Matt, turning to you in Lebanon now, what are you seeing and hearing on the streets there? And how much concern is there that this moment, this blast, could be the thing that perhaps draws Hezbollah into the war?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. Everybody wants to know whether Hezbollah is going to be weighing into the war. And it's a question that we've been asking for the better part of the past 10 days. But, you know, I was at the U.S. Embassy where we saw the tail end of what was going on there. A lot of violence. The police have just dispersed the crowd. You could still smell the tear gas in the air. That was clearly just a thrust of anger against the U.S. Why the U.S.? Well, the Israelis don't have an embassy here. They have no diplomatic relations with Lebanon. But when I went to a Hezbollah rally earlier in the day in the neighborhood of Dahia, which is a Hezbollah stronghold just outside of Beirut here, there was a lot of mention of the United States just alongside Israel. A lot of mention of Joe Biden in the same breath as they were mentioning Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister. To the folks there who were supporting Hezbollah, there is simply no daylight between Israel and the United States, between Netanyahu and Biden. So they don't see any difference. They see the United States as complicit entirely in the crimes that they see Israel as, oppressing the Palestinian people. And, I asked some of them, and of course everybody there believes that Israel was the one who bombed that hospital last night. And I asked one man, what if you did have just undisputable proof that it was an errant missile from one of the Palestinian fighting groups? And he said, look, we would still be out here. We would still be protesting. Even though the hospital was the impetus for this day of rage that Hezbollah called, this is something that is a catharsis that has been going on for generations. They're still angry at Israel. They're still angry at the United States. And last night's tragedy is almost a moot point. Whether or not that will be enough to drag Hezbollah into the war, well, there was a lot of talk about that from the speakers on the stage and the people that we spoke to. They said that Hezbollah is ready. You could hear people talking about how they're ready to be martyrs. There were small children in the crowd who were talking about death to Israel and death to the United States. Speaking of death in almost a way that comes from heritage, This is something that has been part of that Hezbollah community and part of this country for quite a long time. But this is a country that's been ravaged by war in the past, and a lot of folks here are tired of war. They had one back in 2006. It nearly brought this nation to its knees. And while the rest of the Arab world is really overflowing with anger towards the Israelis and towards the Americans, it will likely take a decision, either from Hezbollah or possibly from Iran, to put Hezbollah into this war and for it to drag the rest of the region along with it. Garrett?
All right, Matt Bradley for us in Lebanon tonight. Matt, do stay safe as well. And Dan DeLuce, I turn to you because there's a lot hanging on this U.S. intel assessment here that this was not Israel that, caused this explosion. How does the intelligence community gather this information? What kind of tools are at their disposal? How confident should we be in the decisions that are the conclusions they're coming to?
Well, the U.S. spends a lot of money on this intelligence they have. So they have satellites. They have a way of reading heat signatures from any kind of rocket or missile launch. They have, of course, intercepts and eavesdropping, which they mentioned earlier today, the White House did, which is rare. And then, of course, they have human sources on the ground that might be quite limited right now in Gaza. So I think it's interesting that they did mention they had intercepts, and they're saying now very clearly they don't think Israeli forces were responsible.
The National Security Council put out a fairly detailed statement outlining why they think they know what they think they know. That's unusual in and of itself, is it not? And should we ever expect to see any of that raw data? Is that the kind of thing they would ever put out? I mean, to Matt's point, it might not ever matter, but if that evidence exists, should it or will it ever be made public?
Really good question. I think there is some consideration of that, but we could not confirm from the administration whether they're going to declassify. We saw that in Ukraine, though. They've been very aggressive when it comes to the Russians and the invasion of Ukraine, and they have declassified intelligence really in an unprecedented way. We don't know if they're going to do that in this case.
Ken Delanian, we've seen obviously some violent protests overseas, mostly peaceful protests here domestically so far, but there is concern about potential for violence here domestically. What are you hearing on that front, kind of across the country?
A heightened threat environment is the phrase that law enforcement and intelligence officials are using, and they're basing that largely on a flood of extremist posts on social media. So it's not the old model of intelligence about a terrorism cell operating in the U.S. The big fear is lone extremists radicalized by what they're seeing online. And there's a lot of horrible, hateful stuff online, including from Al-Qaeda, related groups, from neo-Nazis, calling for attacks on Jewish groups and other targets in the United States and Europe. And we've already seen a shooting in Brussels that may have been motivated in part.
A stabbing in Illinois.
Absolutely. So it goes. So there's a lot of concern about a heightened environment of violence.
Is this the kind of thing where we're just going to operate at this very high level for as long as this war goes on? I mean, is there enough sort of specific data points that point us in any one direction, or is the expectation that this is the threat environment we're going to be dealing with?
It certainly will be a raised threat environment. It seems like the hospital bombing has exacerbated that even more, and I think we can expect that to abate a bit. But as long as this war continues, there will be a heightened threat environment.
Andrea, the president's visit today, obviously a huge moment for him on the world stage. Talk about the degree to which it was a success, the deliverables he did or did not achieve here, and how this trip will be viewed across the world for the president in Israel in wartime.
Well, certainly his main goal, his original goal, as laid out by administration officials to us before he left, was much, much broader. It was to be in Israel as well as in Jordan, meeting with the Arab and Palestinian leaders. He was trying to get the humanitarian aid in, not only in the short term, but for the long term, in what U.S. officials said was going to be weeks, if not months, of intense war and a high casualty rate. In Israel, he was trying to limit the casualties by limiting the, let's just say, their goals, making them define their goals and limiting the expanse of the war, the ground invasion. They could go in a more targeted way, trying to protect hostages, for instance, as well as trying to protect the civilians in Gaza. Because of the impact of civilian deaths in terms of public opinion, in terms of war, in terms of igniting the rest of the region, in terms of expanding the war to Hezbollah, to the West Bank, to other fronts, throughout the region. And none of that was possible because of the hospital blast. The tragedy of the hospital blast is, of course, immediately to the victims and to the people in Gaza, the survivors, the casualties. But the larger tragedy beyond the immediate, pain and the suffering and the death of the victims is to the peace, so-called peace process, to the diplomacy, to getting humanitarian aid in. They still haven't gotten that aid in. You've got 350 Americans now in Gaza asking the State Department, get us out through that Rafah crossing.
Well, can we
plus
talk about
400
that?
dependents.
Can we talk about that specifically? So you and I have been at this table 3 days in a row now, and for 3 days we've talked about the possibility of opening the Rafah crossing. $100 million in aid. What is the realistic chances of that aid getting in and getting to the people who need it?
Well, it's aid getting in and people getting out. I was talking to the head of the International Red Cross today on our program, and they have 40 tons sitting there. Now, American diplomats have still not gotten closer than 150 miles from the Rafah gate because Egypt is keeping them outside a so-called security zone. But who's going to, if it were to open, who's going to clear these people, help them with consular assistance, get them to hotels, get them to other places to live? Israel is still saying that it will cooperate, but they have also resisted in some ways by not declaring a safe zone. So those were the missions that Tony Blinken, frankly, was working on since last Thursday in Israel, and again Sunday when he came back to Israel, and Monday. And to this point, it still hasn't happened. Perhaps it would have happened if the hospital blast had not gone off. We can't say. There's no way to prove that. But so all of that could not be accomplished. What I don't know, what we can't ascertain is what happened in the war room in terms of getting Israel to scale back on its very aggressive, goals for the ground war. And the administration is reluctant to say we're tying their hands, we're limiting them, we're not going to dictate to them. But there's a big but. They are telling them the reality. And Netanyahu acknowledged that in his public comments this morning with the president, that we know we have to limit. We will always try to limit the casualties, and then their but is, but we have to do what we have to do.
Well,
and it's urban warfare. We've seen it in Mosul. Our groups have seen it in Mosul, Fallujah, elsewhere, Kabul. It is the worst kind of warfare, as our colleague Jim Stavridis says. It's just a horror for the troops involved.
And we've got an IDF spokesperson on later in the hour who we're going to talk to you about some of that war cabinet stuff. Dan, I want to come back to you for a minute because I was struck by one of the things that was in this NSC readout on this. They talk about open source intelligence. And one of the pieces of that intelligence that we know has been out there is this Al Jazeera tape of the bombing. If we show that to people, I wonder if you could walk us through what we see here and why this is the kind of thing that intelligence experts are interested in. This is this Al Jazeera video that, obviously has been pointed to. Talk us through what we're seeing here and why this is the kind of data point that would matter.
I mean, there are many data points. This would just be one of them. I think they would look at the trajectory of the projectile. They would be looking at the size of the explosion, the timing of it. But more importantly, they would also look at the crater that's left by that projectile. And there's been a lot of open source investigators outside of government who say the crater resembles a rocket, does not resemble a large kind of bomb that would come from a military aircraft. And so therefore, that has raised a lot of questions about the original account that Hamas gave. And of course, really, this is about information warfare too, right? So we were talking about declassifying. Well, at some point, it becomes too late.
Right.
A narrative takes hold, and Hamas was able to come out with a casualty figure really fast.
Andrea, I'm going to be thinking about what Matt Bradley said for a long time about the idea that it might not even matter to so many people, whether but does it matter to those governments that wouldn't meet with President Biden, to the Egyptians, to the Palestinian Authority, to the Jordanians, if U.S. intelligence is able to go to them and say, look, this is the data we have? Does it matter diplomatically in those nations and to the sort of broader war and peace
It may matter in
discussion?
terms of personal trust and relationships between Biden or Tony Blinken and their counterparts. But it doesn't matter to the street. It doesn't matter to their feeling of vulnerability because their large populations, especially in Jordan, a third of the population is Palestinian. They feel vulnerable, and they don't feel able to help with a hostage deal, make peace, normalize relations would be the farthest out, to do those things with either Israel or the United States right now, because they are afraid of violence. We have violent crowds outside our embassies in Jordan and in Beirut, Lebanon, already overnight. The West Bank is is erupting, as our colleague Richard Engel has been reporting. It hadn't been. There had been 30 or 40 incidents up until the hospital incident, and then, all of a sudden, places that had been relatively peaceful until then started erupting. So that's where you see the reactions in Europe and elsewhere, as well as in the United States. With getting back to the beginning of our conversation just now, when you were talking about what's happening online, the scaremongering and the lying and the social media from far, radical groups and Nazi groups and others in the U.S., that's the real concern.
All right, we got to leave it there. Andrea Mitchell, Dan DeLuce, Ken Delaney, and I'm so grateful for having all of your expertise on this story right now. And coming up, what's next in the Israeli military's mission to take out Hamas and what the future of Gaza and its refugees looks like? I'll speak to an Israeli military official. Plus, there is still no speaker. What yet another failure on the House floor today means for Republicans and Congress with the U.S. aid to Israel on hold. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Amid the ongoing diplomatic efforts in the Middle East, the U.S. vetoed a UN resolution today that called for a humanitarian pause to deliver aid and supplies into Gaza. After the vote, U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield urged the Security Council to let diplomacy play out, adding that President Biden is engaging at the highest levels to prevent the conflict from spreading. The ambassador also criticized the resolution for not including language about Israel's right to self-defense following the Hamas attack that killed more than 1,400 people in Israel.
Every member state should condemn Hamas's terrorism and cruelty, and every member state should call on Hamas to cease its endless barrage of rockets against Israel. This is not complicated. It's not controversial. This is the bare minimum.
I'm joined now by Major Doron Spielman, a spokesman for the Israeli Defense Force. And Major, thank you for being with us. And I want to start with those high-level diplomatic conversations. What can you tell us about the conversations that took place today between President Biden and the War Cabinet there?
Well, I can tell you, I think that what we've all seen, which is that the United States is truly the ally of Israel. We truly share a moral affinity with each other. We're both democracies. We both understand that it's our duty in the areas that we live in the world to project democracy and to be fair and even-minded. And I think the president's comments, both in the way that he very carefully weighed the disinformation that was put out by Islamic Jihad and the blame about Israel, and he understood with Pentagon officials that Israel was not responsible for the hospital blast, and his deep understanding of the pain that Israel's going through, and really the yearning for those 200 hostages who, as we're speaking right now, there's a 9-month-old baby that's lost in Gaza with terrorists. I mean, it's so unbearable that I think that it was really the moral support and the inspiration, along with some helpful information. President Biden did talk about the fact that we should not allow rage to consume us, and I don't think that's where Israel is today. I think what Israel is focused on is treating a solution to a really huge problem, which is Hamas.
Was there any ask by President Biden to either slow down or put some kind of specific parameters around any ground offensive that may take place in Gaza?
Look, I wasn't a fly in the wall of that room, as interesting as it would be. What I can tell you is, as a military officer and as somebody in the IDF, all the way down the chain of command, our goal is incredibly clear. Following last Saturday's 11 days ago attack, that if Hamas exists, Israel cannot exist. The two cannot coexist. Hamas revealed its mask, it took off its mask, it revealed its evil face, massacred our civilians. Under no circumstances are we going to allow Hamas to exist. And I think the fact that the U.S. has 2 fleets now entering the Mediterranean Sea near us is simply an acknowledgement for the United States that we are going to move forward with this, and that if any other regional actors decide to try to get involved in this, the U.S. is standing firmly by our side.
On the hostages, which have become such a huge international story, there's been some reporting that Hamas had offered to release some of those hostages, some of the civilian hostages, if the bombing stopped. Obviously, that was before this hospital blast, which I know has complicated everything. Is there any offer on that front from Hamas that the IDF would take seriously?
The hostage issue is one that's being held very, very quietly. We're not speaking about anything publicly. We have 2 generals in Israel that are dealing with this issue. What I can tell you, and what we've said from the very beginning, first of all of these hostages in Israel are like family. There's only 10 million people here. We know everybody. What I can tell you is that we said this from the beginning, Hamas, if they think the hostages are going to keep them safe and prevent us from continuing with our goal, they're incorrect. We're going to hold them accountable for what they did.
Major, forgive me for interrupting you, but we want to go now to President Biden speaking on Air Force One. I'll just pause for a second and listen to the president.
Virtually every mass shooting, every circumstance where a large number of people have been victimized and lost, I spoke with them. I learned a long time ago, which you've all learned in your lives as well.
Blinking over his shoulder.
When someone's going through something that is beyond their comprehension, that they ever thought they'd have to go through, if they see someone who they think understands or maybe been through something not the same but similar, it gives them some sense of hope. And I always get criticized sometimes by my staff because when I go to these events, I stay for 3 and 4 hours and answer all their questions. But it matters. It matters a lot. And look, I'm talking, some of you have gone through a hell of a lot more than I've gone through, and a lot more than other people have gone through, and you understand. So it's just people are looking for just something to grab, something that gives them some sense of hope. And that's, if I can do a little bit of that, then it's, you know, it's worth doing. It's done for me, so.
Do you think it was necessary for you to come here to get this deal done? Was the in-person diplomacy aspect really important here?
What do you think? I'll let you answer that.
You joked about the House. Do you have any view of Jim Jordan and his predicament?
Do I have any what?
Do you have a view of Jim Jordan's current predicament, unable to secure the speakership?
I ache for him. No. Zero. None.
Mr. President?
At the hospital, sir, people all over the region are upset about the hospital and don't necessarily believe you or the Israelis that they didn't have anything to do with it. Do you have a message to the people in the streets right now?
Well, I can understand why in this circumstance they wouldn't believe. I can understand that. But I would not, you notice I don't say things like that unless I have faith in the source from which I've gotten it. Our Defense Department says it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis, but if a different footprint, and they've intercepted some anyway. So that's why, if you notice, I didn't say it first. I wanted to make sure that I knew. And look, and I'm not suggesting that Hamas deliberately did it either. It's that old thing, gotta learn how to shoestring. You know, and it's not the first time Hamas has launched something that didn't function very well. So I don't know all the detail, but I do know the people at the Defense Department who I respect, and the intelligence community that I respect. It's highly improbable that Israel did that.
Mr. President, are the Israelis operating within the rules of war that you talked about last week being so important?
Good talking, Joe.
Thank you, sir.
Everybody.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, so that was the president speaking on Air Force One. Pretty unusual, particularly for this president, to speak to the reporters on Air Force One on camera in that manner. You saw the Secretary of State standing over his shoulder. We missed a bit of the top of that, and we'll try to come back to any news that we may have missed from the top. But you heard the president, I believe, discussing his meeting with some of those survivors and first responders that we talked about at the beginning of this broadcast, and taking a question about the hospital bombing, which has become kind of the dominant moment in this story over the last couple days. I don't know if we have Major Spielman still with us, but Major, I want to ask you about that. The president has been pretty clear what U.S. intelligence has said about that attack, that he said it again there, it was highly unlikely that this was an Israeli strike of any kind. The previous statements from the U.S., although the president didn't say it there, suggested this was a different group, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, not Hamas even, that might have been responsible for that. What more information does the IDF have about that strike? And if it was this third group, does that change the parameters of what the IDF would be going after in Gaza? Will you target that group as well?
Look, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas do share a common godfather, we'll call it, which is Iran. They're both heavily funded by Iran, directed by Iran. At times they've worked together with Iran. In this specific case, what we can see is that from the launch site, these were Palestinian Islamic Jihad rockets that were aimed towards Israel. It was Hamas who took advantage immediately of the situation. As soon as the rockets landed in the hospital, having no information, even according to phone calls we intercepted, knowing it was Palestinian Islamic Jihad, they immediately launched on a public relations terror campaign against Israel. As your previous speakers all said, your previous guest said, this launched a series of riots throughout the world. And unfortunately, one of the big issues that we have is actually with the press that ran these headlines right away with no verification, taking Hamas, a murderous terrorist regime, as a verified source, and now trying to pull that story back and put it back in the hat and relate the facts is a very difficult thing to do. But Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas are both in this together. Anybody who is threatening Israel or Israelis is a target for Israel. We are going to return safety and security to our own citizens.
Major Spielman, we appreciate you coming on, and I'll just say I'll put our coverage up against anybody's. I think we were very clear about what we knew and didn't know on this broadcast yesterday when that story was breaking. But thank you for saying so, and I appreciate you coming on to discuss this today. And sorry the President of the United States stepped on your time, but you're a military man. You understand how chain of command works. So Major Spielman, Thank you for coming on. And I want to turn now to Josh Letterman, who's our man on the ground in Tel Aviv. And Josh, I'm curious just for your reaction to the IDF spokesperson there, Major Spielman, talking about the idea that it will not just be Hamas that is a target of the IDF now, that this is going to be, a broader effort to attack these other terrorist groups in Gaza, and how this moment, this hospital bombing, might change the scope and direction of this war.
Yeah, I think that's a really important question, Garrett. You heard that Israeli military spokesman saying that it's not just Hamas, it's also other militant groups such as Palestinian Islamic Jihad that are legitimate targets for the Israeli military if they are threatening Israel. It's really interesting in those remarks that President Biden just made to the press on Air Force One, which, first of all, are extraordinary. It's almost unprecedented to have the president come back and speak on live television from Air Force One. Typically, when the president comes back to the back part of Air Force One to speak to reporters, it's off the record. It's considered off camera at a minimum. So for the president to do that in a televised way is extremely rare. But he also referred to Hamas as it being highly unlikely that it was Israelis, saying that he did not think necessarily that Hamas deliberately attacked that hospital. Now, all of the indications from both Israel and the U.S. have been that they thought it was Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is a distinct group. Whether the president there was simply speaking colloquially and sort of lumping together those two groups is unclear, or whether he was suggesting that there might have been some indication that Hamas was involved, which we have not known to be the case so far. But the military spokesman there from Israel, clearly they're making a distinction, but also making clear that in this effort against Hamas, in this likely ground incursion that we are expecting from the Israelis, that they will also see other militant groups such as Palestinian Islamic Jihad as a legitimate target, Garrett.
Yeah, and I'm glad you made the point about Air Force One. I can't think of another instance in which this president has spoken to the cameras on Air Force One during his presidency. I'm not an encyclopedic knowledge of it, but I can't think of another single incident. Josh, we have to leave it there. I thank you for your expertise, and I know you're going to stay all over the diplomatic part of this story, which is only going to get more complicated in the days ahead. Josh Letterman for us in Tel Aviv. But up next, 2 weeks now without a speaker and still no clear path forward for House Republicans after Congressman Jim Jordan failed for a second floor vote today on a second straight day. We'll have the latest reporting, plus my interview with a key Republican holdout. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Another day, another failed speaker vote in the House as Republicans are once again unable to or unwilling to fall in line behind their nominee. In this case, it's Ohio's Jim Jordan, who actually lost support on the second speaker ballot compared to yesterday's tally. He's still well short of the 217 votes he would need to get a majority. In this case, there were 22 Republicans who voted for someone other than Jordan, 2 more than yesterday's count. But nevertheless, Jordan told reporters he's not dropping out of this race. And a source tells our Hill team there are no more votes scheduled tonight as Republicans plan their next step forward. And from what we've heard, frustration is high.
The status quo right now is unacceptable to the American public, and we're hurting our country when we are performing like this. This thing was designed to work. It's a human factor that's involved, and we're going to have to be able to settle our differences and move ahead.
House business needs to be conducted. We have a looming deadline that we need to face in mid-November, and the American people expect us to go back to work. One other thing is, well, hey, why don't you just vote for Jim Jordan to be Speaker, and then you can get back to work. I want to make sure we have the right Speaker. Not a quick speaker, the right Speaker that will guide us through the rest of the 118th Congress.
And joining me now is New York Republican Congressman Nick LaLota. He voted for former New York Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin on both speaker ballots this week. And Congressman, just talk to me a little bit about what the mood was like on the floor today, the mood among your colleagues, and what you see as the path forward at this time.
Yeah, the mood has been hectic for a good couple of weeks now. 8 Republicans set afire, 210 Democrats threw gasoline on that fire, knowing that we would get to this point. Normally it takes months, if not years, to build a campaign to be the Speaker of the House. There's a lot of relationships. There's a lot of policy issues that get developed on one's path to the speakership. We're at day 14, I think it is right now. It's frustrating that we don't have a speaker, but it's certainly no surprise to the 218 folks who set us down this path to vacate the chair and leave us in this purgatory of sorts where we don't have a speaker. The mood on the floor is hectic. It's a bit chaotic. It's unfortunate. There's real business to be done in this country. It ought to be done. But like Mr. Womack and Mr. Jimenez, I share in the notion that we need the right person to be the Speaker who has the right policy priorities. That's what it's going to take to get my support.
Can you identify that person? I mean, is there anyone in America right now who can get 217 votes on the House floor?
So evidently not right now. I twice have nominated my predecessor, Lee Zeldin, a blue state Republican who knows how to win in the suburbs, who knows about issues related to crime, about the economy and other things that matter in swing districts like mine. I was proud to use his name twice. That should be a message. That should be a message that whoever is going to be the House Speaker, a Republican, needs to ensure that districts like mine are not forgotten. There are important programs in my district with relation to flood insurance, post 9/11 victims compensation, SALT. There are big policy priorities in my district that ought to be addressed. I've announced those as criteria for anybody running for Speaker, whether it's Steve Scalise, Jim Jordan, Kevin Hern, or anybody else. To earn my vote, those individuals need to have a sensitivity towards those policy priorities and to keep the government open while we pursue our commitment to America. Yes, the government is broken. Yes, the Biden administration needs to do a better job on our border. Yes, we need to cut spending in particular places, but we need to keep the government open while doing so. I will only give my vote to a candidate who properly demonstrates their ability to do so.
We saw you talking to Jim Jordan on the floor. What have those conversations been like? Do they continue now? I mean, is there an active conversation between you and perhaps these other New York Republicans and Jim Jordan about getting your votes?
Yes, Mr. Jordan called me at 10:45 last night in an attempt to win my vote. I'd become in a block of votes with Republicans also from Long Island, Anthony D'Esposito and Andrew Garbarino. And we want to make sure that any candidate for Speaker knows quite firmly that this ought to be a policy issue focused on things that can make our districts and our country better. I'm not settling for the, hey, Nick, I'm going to work on that. Your issues are important to me. I want to see folks co-sponsor bills to keep the government open. I want to see folks make public statements in support of SALT. I want to hear a speaker-designate candidate say that he would fund the 9/11 Victim Compensation Fund, that he would fund the National Flood Insurance Program. These are policy priorities important to my constituents, important to the country, and I'm going to insist on them in the next Speaker of the House.
Does Jim Jordan need to step aside at this point so that somebody else gets a chance to try to earn these votes?
You know, that's a decision that Mr. Jordan is going to make. You know, we may need a couple of week pause on this. And like I said earlier, it has taken previous individuals years to gain 217, 218 members.
Congressman, you don't have a couple of weeks. You have less than a month until government funding runs out. Does that mean you'd support this effort to empower Patrick McHenry or somebody else as a temporary speaker so you don't go into the shutdown you just said you're committed to avoiding?
Well, you beat me to it. If you let me finish my sentence,
sorry.
That's what I would have said. I think the Speaker pro tempore, though it's a Latin term, should not be confusing to anybody. That is the temporary Speaker who has every right, responsibility, and authority to act. In fact, one would say he has a duty to act in the absence of a Speaker, much like a Vice President would act in the absence or in a vacancy of the office of President. It is literally in the title, temporary Speaker, that individual has the authority to act. That position was contemplated post 9/11, where we thought about losing multiple elected officials at our highest levels of government. I don't think a vote of the House is even required to empower the individual. Patrick's a humble individual in many cases. I don't think he's eager to seek that power, but I think he absolutely is within his authority to act upon it.
Yeah, he seems eager to do just about anything but, based on my interactions with him. I also want to ask you a little bit about the tactics that have gone into this and the sort of toxic environment that seems to be taking place in the Republican conference on these votes. Your colleague Don Bacon from Nebraska has shared some pretty inflammatory text messages that he says were sent anonymously to his wife, pressuring him to vote for Jim Jordan. We've heard from other members about their staff receiving vitriol either behind the scenes or in public on social media. Has this situation gotten out of hand in terms of just being toxic among Republicans right now?
I hear you saying among Republicans, but there's plenty of toxicity to go around on both sides of the aisle in this town, and we would not be in this position but for problem solvers, Democrats, not putting country before their own politics. We could have tabled this motion to vacate 2 weeks ago. Kevin McCarthy put a clean CR on the table to fund the government, to ensure that our troops are paid, our border agents are paid, our airports are running. He put a bipartisan CR on the floor, and the next day, 8 of my most conservative colleagues sought to remove him, and 210 Democrats joined in that. And problem solvers, Democrats, should have put their country before their own politics, and they should have tabled that motion while we iron things out. There's plenty of toxicity in this town, but it should not be assigned to just one party.
I feel like there's an interesting and potentially troubling dynamic developing here where the Republicans who are most likely to work with Democrats are the ones who are most angry at Democrats for the fact that we are in this situation, for not coming to Kevin McCarthy's aid. Are you concerned that in a situation like to keep the government open, that there is now too much bad blood between folks like yourself and more moderate Democrats who would want to work together on some of these other issues, that it's going to be difficult to kind of, cover up those wounds, basically, and get the work done if and when you guys are ever able to do work again?
Yeah, I used to work with a police chief who said if it was predictable, it was preventable. And this sort of hecticness, this sort of chaos was absolutely predictable by the 8 Republicans and 210 Democrats who set us down this path. And absolutely, and you can tell by the look on my face, there's a bunch of people who are PO'd in this town because we thought we had more faith, we thought we had more credibility with folks from the other side of the aisle. That turned out not to be the case. It's going to take some time to repair that within the Problem Solvers Caucus. We probably need to call the herd a little bit. There are too many folks in that organization who feign that they are able to reach across the aisle. But when push comes to shove, they were too eager to indulge in the politics, the political upside of throwing out a Republican speaker who he raised the debt ceiling and he kept the government funded, did the right thing. When push came to shove, he ensured that there was continuity of our government, funding of our government, and they joined in throwing him out. That's unfortunate.
Well, it did then turn around and blame them for getting into that place. But Congressman Nick LaLota, we're out of time. I appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective with us. And something tells me we could be having a similar conversation tomorrow. So thanks for coming on.
Thanks so much.
We showed you some of the surprise remarks that President Biden made to reporters moments ago. This was apparently now while refueling in Germany, we learned, on his way back to Washington. In his remarks, he told reporters that he had negotiated an agreement with Egypt to allow 20 trucks worth of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And as President Biden travels back from Israel, he's now got his own political crisis waiting at home. There are new poll numbers today from CNBC that reveal that President Biden's overall approval has fallen to 37% this month. It's the second lowest approval rating of his entire presidency. And somehow President Biden's numbers on foreign policy are actually even lower than that. Only 31% of voters say they approve of the job that he's doing in that area. I'm joined now by our panel to talk through all of this. NPR political reporter Deepa Shivaram is here, host of Simone on MSNBC, and former senior advisor to Vice President Kamala Harris is Simone Sanders Townsend. And Garrett Ventry, founder of GRV Strategies and a former senior communications advisor to the Senate Judiciary Committee. So, Deepa, I'll start with you. I mean, what do those poll numbers tell us about the U.S. response to the war, the president's response to it, and the degree to which people are paying attention to his response at all?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what Biden sees as a strength of his, it's his foreign policy experience, right? We've known that from his years in the Senate, his years as vice president, now as president. The White House definitely considers that a strong point for him. So for the fact that those numbers are looking worse on that end for him is pretty interesting to me, and something to watch as this crisis continues to unfold. I think as people are starting to pay attention more and more to what's going on in Israel, in Gaza, we have to look at the generational divides in the polling, because we know that younger voters are perceiving this issue far differently than older voters. Democrats and Republicans are of course split, and also by racial lines. You know, the approval ratings for President Biden are looking a little different as well.
Simone, how worrying should this be to the White House? I mean, we've been through so many rounds of talking about how their economic messaging has struggled. This, in theory, is sort of firmer ground for the president. He likes to work on foreign affairs issues. He's very comfortable in this arena and still struggling there. How concerned should they be?
I don't think one poll should, throw the White House in disarray, but I do think they need to pay attention to what Deepa just described as the generational divides as it relates to the issue of the Middle East, specifically Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. And these generational divides are real, and it is a real landmine, if you will, that Democrats have to navigate within their party. And look, Joe Biden, and I mean, you saw the president today speaking very comfortably with knowledge, deep knowledge and experience about, he's always talking about how long he's known Prime Minister Netanyahu. Obviously, he's a former chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And so he is very proud of his foreign policy prowess and the relationships that he has built. But there is a generation of Democrats that do not know the foreign policy landscape that Joe Biden knows. There's a generation of young Democrats that feel quite differently given what they've seen and they themselves have experienced. And I am not suggesting that the White House needs to, or that the president even is going to just change it up how he's operating and doing business, but I think it has to be taken into account. And I don't know if the speech that he gave today spoke to the entirety of the big tent that is the Democratic Party electorate.
Well, his numbers on Israel are a little bit better, specifically to your point. They're 42% approval on that issue, higher than, his issues on foreign affairs and some of his other issues. Garrett, how much this is built into the system here right now where you've got total polarization? Like, would any president be seeing dramatically different numbers on these issues, or is this sort of like baked in with the frustration that Americans feel about the political system in general right now?
There's definitely a general frustration from Americans about our political system. It's more divided than it's ever been. Even if you look at polling, the ability to get independents, those numbers are shrinking as well here. But I do think both with his handling of foreign policy and domestic policy, when you're talking about a 30% approval rating there, that's a bipartisan rejection. If you look at the polling head-to-head with President Trump, too, President Trump's up 4 in that poll, and independents are breaking President Trump's way. That's obviously a big warning sign for the Biden administration going into 2024. And if you step back here, you have to look at the 3 crises that Joe Biden has dealt with internationally. He's dealt with Afghanistan being toppled by the Taliban, Russia invading Ukraine, and now Israel being, this terrorist attack from Hamas here. And so there's been some weakness on the world stage here that I think voters have a concern of, and so that's something they're going to have to address going into 2024.
Garrett, I also think along those lines, you look at the domestic numbers. There are a lot of people that look at the money that has been going to Ukraine and say, well, why do we have millions of dollars for Ukraine and we don't have money domestically? Now, I often have to tell people it's different pots of money and the federal government works different ways.
Well, that may be why this
they don't
supplemental
understand
package is all going to be bundled together when it comes down the pike. Deepa, what were the stakes for the president on this? I mean, obviously, like you won't plan a trip like this around poll numbers, but obviously, the president never has a bigger microphone than when they're traveling on the world stage and have an opportunity to present themselves as the face of America.
Right, and this was, you know, the point of him going to this trip. Obviously, it's a war zone. It's his second time traveling to a war zone this year. It is a lot of attention on a trip like this. Of course, the Jordan aspect of the trip was canceled, but you did see Biden spend a significant amount of time on the ground in Israel today, about 7 hours total, meeting with Netanyahu and the Israeli war cabinet. But I think the thing we have to pay attention to is this increasingly concerning humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. There were hundreds of protesters at the Capitol earlier today. There were protesters outside the White House yesterday. I think that's something that's only going to happen more, that the White House will have to address. We saw his remarks there speaking to reporters on Air Force One, which is pretty unusual for the president to come back to the press cabin to speak about this 20 trucks of humanitarian aid coming into Gaza. But we still haven't heard about how people in Gaza, civilians, Palestinians, would be able to get out if they choose to. They cannot leave. There are 500 Americans in Gaza right now who are stuck. And I think as the days go on, this is going to be something that the president and the White House is going to have to answer for.
Garrett, the flip side of this whole coin is, you know, President Trump kind of got his hand slapped for his comments about Hezbollah. It was not a great moment for him. I think you would agree. And some moderate Republicans, some foreign policy hawks have praised the way that Joe Biden has handled the Israel crisis in general. Is there an opening for Joe Biden to peel away some of Donald Trump's support on these issues because of the aggressive way in which he's approached this issue?
I think President Biden certainly will try. Again, he's got deep foreign policy knowledge. Again, chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee as vice president here. I think if you take a step back, though, President Trump, when he was president here, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, obviously trying to do the Abraham Accords, those type of things, he was a very pro-Israel president here. And he decimated a lot of terrorist organizations. When you look at ISIS, ISIS became a non-factor under President Trump. So I think President Trump, when people look at his record versus Joe Biden's record in the White House, I think that he has a stronger record on those issues.
This is a pivot here to the sort of domestic part of this, because, Simone, if you're the president right now, you have an opportunity to look even bigger in this environment where the House Republicans cannot get their act together. How do Democrats, how does the White House take advantage of this moment where the president is off looking presidential and House Republicans look like the gang that can't shoot straight?
Well, look, I think you saw the president on Air Force One basically say he has no comments about Jim Jordan and lots of laughter. I think that, and I've talked to a number of House Democrats, I've texted with them since they were in that very short caucus meeting, and what I heard is that they have two goals. One, to keep Jim Jordan from getting the gavel, which they feel that they've been successful at thus far. And their second goal is to reopen the government. When I asked, how are you all planning to do that? Are you willing to work with Republicans? They unequivocally, all of them that I spoke with, a number of folks in leadership said yes, yet they have not been approached by Republicans yet. They do not think that that willingness to work in a bipartisan fashion is something that Republicans within the House caucus are willing to take up just yet.
Garrett, does Jim Jordan have many rounds of this left in him? And what does his failure thus far say about Donald Trump's endorsement? I mean, the House Republican Conference is supposed to be like Donald Trump's base of his base. They're not doing it. He's not doing it for him with Jim Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember some of these moderate members, maybe President Trump's endorsement doesn't play out as strongly with them. They're in Biden district, obviously. So, I think it locks down the, 85% of the caucus that is very pro-Trump. Then you have obviously more nuances there. I would say, what he's going to have to do here is two things. Number one, he has to stop the bleeding next round. He absolutely does. He's got to try and win back those 4 deflectors. Now, he added 2 new votes, but you've got to win back those deflectors. If you look at McCarthy's path, McCarthy lost votes on the 3rd round, too. So he's got to show some movement in the positive direction here. He's got to sit down with members like Lolota, who you were interviewing, these moderate members, ease their concern on funding of the government, ease their concern on going into 2024, what he's going to be able to do, whether fundraising or going on offense in those districts. I do think Jim Jordan, I've spoken to his team, he's going to take the next couple hours here, I think, to try and get those folks on board, have those tough one-on-one meetings. I do ultimately think he's going to get very close to 218, though.
Deepa, I got to give you a very quick last word here.
I was going to say they're working against the clock. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, this is not a matter of months that we have here. It's a matter of weeks until the government is shutting down again, which we know is going to impact so many people's lives. I've talked with folks who were prepared to be furloughed a couple weeks ago and who are now looking at the calendar, looking at November and thinking, okay, well, I'm probably not going to be working in November again. So this is something that's happening in the background as House Republicans are trying to sort this out. There are people around the country who are really watching this and becoming very concerned.
Congress putting themselves on yet another short deadline, and who knows who will be running the show. All right, Deepa Shivaram, Garrett Ventry, Simone Sanders, thank you all. I wish we had more time. We had like 80 minutes of news in a 60-minute show today. And thank you for being with us and for watching this hour. Kristen will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson.
coming on the air with those new questions over a hospital explosion in Gaza that is launching protests across the Middle East. Many in the Arab world blaming Israel, even as Israel denies responsibility. And President Biden is reiterating minutes ago on Air Force One heading back to Washington that his top defense officials say it is very unlikely Israel's at fault. The region, a tinderbox tonight, and the diplomatic scramble is getting more urgent every minute. We are live with the latest from overseas. And we're live here at home where we are also seeing protests. U.S. officials describing what they call a heightened threat environment. We've got more on that response coming up. Plus, Russia and China's leaders refusing to condemn Hamas's role in this war. So what does that mean for the Middle East picture? Then here in Washington, the fight to get a speaker voted into the House seems to be going backwards. The Plan B and Plan C and maybe Plan D options that members are now looking at as we go live one-on-one with one Republican changing their vote later on in our show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight, seething anger in parts of the Arab world, now boiling over with global protests after that deadly hospital explosion in Gaza and finger-pointing over who's responsible for it. You see here what it looked like in the West Bank and Yemen earlier today. Huge crowds of people marching, holding Palestinian flags, chanting. In Jordan, police starting to push back against protesters. There's people demonstrating out in Egypt. And in Lebanon, hundreds coming together outside the U.S. embassy there, some waving Palestinian flags with tear gas at one point thrown at protesters. I want to warn you here, the video we're about to show you is violent. The flashpoint for all of this, who is responsible for that hospital strike on day 12 of this Israel-Hamas war, a war sparked by that terror attack against Israel 12 days ago? You are looking now at some new graphic footage from near the hospital of the aftermath. Palestinian officials blaming Israel for the explosion there. The Israelis deny targeting the building, instead saying a rocket launched by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group misfired and hit the hospital. And U.S. leaders for now seem to agree it is not Israel's fault, based on what the White House National Security Council says is an analysis of images, of intercepts, some other information. And President Biden, on his way home from Israel as we speak, making clear where he stands.
I would not, and notice I don't say things like that unless I have faith in the source from which I've gotten it.
That's the president, of course, on Air Force One just minutes ago, referencing comments from earlier in the day that it was, in his words, the other team, meaning not the Israelis, responsible for that hospital strike. Now you're seeing the door cracking open to get aid into Gaza, with Israel saying they're going to let food and water and medicine cross the border in from Egypt after what they call a demand from President Biden to give basic humanitarian help to the thousands who need it. One man trapped in central Gaza with 16 of his family members, sending our team a video diary in the seconds after he saw the closest strike yet to his location.
We were out in the street when some bombing happened at the market. We were walking towards where we're sheltering, and we can see some dense smoke, and we can actually feel the dust. So this blow was quite close. I'm going to sign off now because I think, I'd rather sign off now.
Across the region tonight, at least 3,400 people are believed to be dead in Gaza, 1,400 in Israel. Matt Bradley is on the ground live for us in Beirut, Lebanon, with the latest on the protests there. But I want to start with Josh Letterman in Tel Aviv. And Josh, there has been a shift internationally in many ways around the tone of the war and the tenor of the conversation here.
That's right, Hallie, and that shift has mostly been in the Arab world. For the first week or so after that Hamas terror attack less than 2 weeks ago, you largely had Arab nations, even the ones who do not have peace with Israel, do not recognize Israel, either kind of vaguely condemning violence against civilians, saying very little at all, or saying that they didn't think Israel should use what happened in that Hamas attack as a pretext for collective punishment against the Palestinians. But you didn't really hear a lot of Arab nations calling for mass attacks against Israel. Now, in the wake of this explosion at that hospital that killed well over 400 people, according to Palestinian health officials, you have a whole lot of nations in the region that are calling for violence against Israel, for violence in some cases against U.S. assets in the region. And what is particularly worrying for the United States is that that includes several nations nations that are considered to be the adults in the room in the Middle East, if you will. Countries that are close U.S. allies, like Jordan, like Egypt, countries that, frankly, are heavily reliant on U.S. aid and yet feel emboldened to be able to call for significant responses to Israel, to quickly jump to accepting the Palestinian version of events, even as Israel says that despite what Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad say, that Israel did not commit that explosion, was not an airstrike that blew up that hospital. And so the concern right now is that for those nations that have already come out and blamed Israel for this, it's going to be very hard to put that genie back in the bottle, even if more and more evidence comes out that Israel can point to suggest that it was not behind that explosion, Hallie.
Talk about, beyond the geopolitical implications here, the impact on the ground, right? Broadly speaking, as we get ready to enter potentially week 2 of this war, what it means for people in Gaza who are, in many ways, starting to get desperate.
Well, the bad news is that some of the delicate negotiations that were happening behind the scenes on getting civilians out, on getting humanitarian aid, involving Hamas and officials in the Gaza Strip, those have been clearly set back by the events of the last 36 hours or so. But the good news is that President Biden, while he was here, apparently was able to strike some deal with the Israelis in which they have said, look, we are not going to let any humanitarian aid into Gaza from Israel until all of the Israeli abductees that are in the Gaza Strip are freed. But we are going to let aid flow in over the border from Egypt. The Israelis saying that followed what they called a demand from President Biden. And President Biden, in his comments to reporters just a few minutes ago on Air Force One, said that he has now struck a deal with Egyptian President Sisi to allow up to 20 trucks carrying humanitarian aid to enter the Gaza Strip from Egypt. So we are clearly awaiting more details about what exactly that's going to look like. But it does appear that during President Biden's visit here to the war zone in Israel, as well as the phone call he was able to have with President Sisi in the hours after, that there has been some movement, even if it's just 20 trucks, towards getting humanitarian aid. But of course, when you think about more than 2 million people crammed into the Gaza Strip, 20 trucks is far less than what they need right now.
Josh, we are just getting word into us as we are in this conversation here, and I'm sorry to tell you information that you don't already know yet, but that President Biden now, we can report, is going to be delivering a primetime speech tomorrow night to discuss what the White House says is the U.S. response to Hamas's terrorist attacks against Israel and Russia's, again, I'm quoting from the White House here, Russia's ongoing brutal war against Ukraine. That is going to be a primetime speech from the Oval Office by President Biden tomorrow evening. He has been very clear in showing support to Israel. Obviously, taking this trip to an active war zone just in the last 12, 18 hours or so. He is now on his way back to the United States. He is on Air Force One. He is talking about what's happening here. This has been a moment for him where he has really tried to frame the U.S. response as one standing with Israel. Josh.
That's right. And what's so interesting about that, Hallie, is not only the fact that the president is going to have this primetime opportunity to reflect to the nation what he heard from Israeli officials on the ground here. He's also going to clearly want to talk about his interactions or lack thereof with the countries in the Arab world after that summit was summarily canceled in Jordan following this Gaza hospital strike. But the fact that he's also going to talk about Russia's aggression in Ukraine, because one of the big concerns for both U.S. officials and, frankly, the Ukrainians is that over the last week and a half, that issue has really fallen off the map. It has been overtaken in the attention of the public by this crisis here in Israel. So the president clearly wanting to use that speech to make sure that we do not take our eye off the ball of that ongoing war that Russia is waging in Ukraine, Hallie.
Josh Letterman, thank you so much. Live first there in Tel Aviv with a lot of news developing as we speak. I want to bring in now Matt Bradley, who is live for us in Lebanon. Matt, we've talked about those protests at the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. There is also a Hezbollah rally in another suburb here. Give us a sense of what it's like on the ground.
Yeah, well, I went to the site of those protests at the U.S. Embassy, and it looked very violent. I was just there at the tail end. You could still kind of smell the tear gas just a little while after the police had dispersed the crowds. And clearly, the protesters had taken down some of the guardrails, some of the big barriers that were blocking the road leading up to the embassy. But I got to tell you, Hallie, the U.S. Embassy is set back way far from the main road. And actually, there's phalanx after phalanx of all of these, police officers, and then actually Lebanese military regulars with long weapons, mounted machine guns. There was no way the protesters were going to make it all the way to the embassy, and they didn't. And that was something that when I spoke with the embassy officials, they were kind of like, yeah, well, we saw this in the distance. This is a very protected embassy, given the threats that they faced in the past couple of years. But when I was at a Hezbollah rally earlier, we saw a little bit of what Josh Letterman was just telling you about, how, people there were speaking, first of all, they were talking about Israel and they were talking about the United States in the same breath, condemning them in the same terms, in the same tone. They didn't see any daylight between the United States and Israel. They didn't see any daylight between Netanyahu and Joe Biden, and they condemned them in the same tone because to them, they are the same. And I actually spoke with some protesters about, what do you think about this evidence that maybe it was an errant Palestinian weapon that landed in that hospital last night, the same hospital explosion that spurred these protests all across the Arab world today. One man told me that even if there was definitive evidence that said that this was the Palestinians who did this, there would still be protests. Here's what he told me.
Israelis with their killing machine are killing and slaughtering children and women indiscriminately. Yes, we are Muslims, we are as human beings. Yes, we have to send this message of support and solidarity with them.
So yeah, this was about last night and the hospital explosion, but it really wasn't. It was about generations of what the Palestinians say are acts of genocide committed not just by Israel, but also by the United States. Hallie?
Matt, we've also talked repeatedly about the potential for a possible second front to open up in this war. We know that Israel and Hamas are fighting near Gaza in the south, and I think we can show a map. You see where that is there, where Gaza is. Look further north. We've highlighted Lebanon there in red, concerned that with Hezbollah launching missiles from along the southern border of Lebanon, northern border of Israel, that potential could escalate.
Yeah. Yesterday there were about 5 people killed along that border, and there were others who were killed along that border as well, who weren't just Hezbollah. We're seeing that violence ramping up. That was a Hezbollah rally I was at earlier today, and I asked that question to a bunch of people: is Hezbollah ready to go into war? I got a lot of bravado, a lot of "we're ready to be martyrs." You can believe that. There's a lot of anger in this country, but whether the whole rest of the country outside of Hezbollah, the Christians, the Druze, the Sunni Muslims, are ready to go into another war with Israel that could bring this country to its knees, just like it did nearly 20 years ago, that's another question, and that's a question that might be up to Iran. Yeah. Hallie?
Matt Briley, live for us there in Lebanon. Thank you so much. I want to bring in Megan Fitzgerald, who is live for us in Amman, Jordan. And Megan, talk to us about the sentiment on the ground there.
Well, Holly, I can tell you that there's certainly this sense of unity, this collective fatigue, certainly here in Jordan and across the Arab world. Fatigue, and so when I spoke with protesters today, they said they're tired. They're tired of watching what's happening inside Gaza, where innocent people are being killed every single day. Men, women, children, saying that nobody is safe in Gaza anywhere, from their neighborhoods, in many cases have just been obliterated, to hospitals, as we saw yesterday. But what happened yesterday was really a breaking point for a lot of people, and that is why you are seeing that anger and frustration spilling into the streets all across the Middle East, from Lebanon to Egypt, as you mentioned, where protests aren't even illegal. They're not even allowed there, to places like Tunisia, where you see hundreds of people taking to the street. And here, certainly in Jordan, where, keep in mind, half of the population are Palestinian. So it's deeply personal here as well. In fact, I want to read for you this alert that the U.S. Embassy here in Lebanon, or here in Jordan, put out. They said U.S. citizens should expect to see a heavy police presence around the embassy and potential disruptions to traffic. The temperature is certainly rising, Hallie, and it doesn't seem like it's cooling anytime soon.
Give us a diplomatic gut check here after the president's canceled summit in Jordan, of course, with leaders from the region here. We know that he is on his way back, as we said, on Air Force One. He is set to land in Washington later on tonight after announcing now this primetime speech tomorrow night on the war between Israel and Hamas, and then, of course, that Russian invasion of Ukraine as well. I would imagine, right, as the president is making the case to the country in this very visible way about why the U.S. should be supporting Israel, should be supporting Ukraine, that the geopolitical piece of it is going to be woven in.
Oh, absolutely, Hallie. And in fact, I really have to get to this statement because it really speaks to, you know, the sentiment across the Arab world. So we know that King Abdullah of Jordan had a conversation today with the Prime Minister of Spain. And I want to read for you a little bit of what the royal court released. It said, His Majesty the King stressed the need to intensify international efforts to immediately stop the war on Gaza, which has entered a dangerous stage that many feel the region could go into a disastrous state. So there's a lot of concern here. Like I said, the temperature is most certainly rising. Diplomatic efforts are needed now more than ever, Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald live for us there in Jordan. Megan, thank you so much. As we talk about, of course, the impact now of that explosion at that hospital in Gaza, we want to be really clear about the questions surrounding it and the challenge in independently verifying what's true and what is not, at least right now, because remember, that border now is closed. It is very difficult for international journalists to get in. We're going to go through what everybody right on both sides is saying about this. Let's start with the Israeli military. Remember, the National Security Council agrees with Israel that it is not responsible for the strike. That is the assessment at this point, according to the White House. The Israelis say the rocket did not hit the hospital directly, but hit the parking lot. You see it here. And that if it had been an Israeli missile, you would have seen buildings on the perimeter of that dotted line. You see that white dotted line damaged. They say you would have also seen a bigger crater, 20 to 60 feet. The Israelis say the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group, which they say is to blame here, quickly realized a rocket misfired and then worked fast to try to spread misinformation and inflate casualty numbers. On the other side of this, Hamas also points to the damage to back up their claim, saying that no Palestinian ordinance could have created something this deadly with so many casualties. They also say there was a warning given by the Israelis moments before to clear out. And they also point to claims the Israeli military has made in the past that turned out not to be true, specifically the shooting of a Palestinian-American journalist that IDF at first denied responsibility for. I want to bring in Ellison Barber, who is also live in the region here tonight, to talk through some of all this for us, because there has been, as we have laid out now, a lot of back and forth around this. But the bottom line is this. The impact is already being felt around the world.
Yeah, Hallie, and you laid out so well what each side is saying here. And as you pointed out, it's incredibly difficult right now for journalists to get inside of Gaza. You have to have permission. Our team doesn't have permission to do that. We do have an NBC News producer who's on the ground there. We have spoken to people tonight as well as last night who were in the area when this hospital exploded. We have very different conflicting reports from a number of groups here, not just one side and then the other, but we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5, right? Hamas has a take on this. Islamic Jihad has a take on this. Israel has a take on this. Arab leaders have a take on this. The United States has a take on this right now. And the truth is, we just do not know for sure what happened here. But what is indisputable is that you had a lot of innocent civilians, hundreds of them, who died in whatever happened here. And that's an absolute tragedy. The estimates coming from inside could be as high as 500. One of the doctors working at the hospital treating victims from the hospital where this exploded, he told me yesterday in a statement that it was just such a massive overflowing of bodies of people who are injured coming to their hospital. And he told me the majority he'd seen, Hallie, it was women and children, people he said had been sheltering inside of the hospital when there was that explosion, thinking they were going to be safe. Hallie?
The other piece of this, as you talk about civilians here, is humanitarian help that people need in Gaza, and the push to try to get people out, not just of Gaza, but also out of Israel for those who want it. We're just finding out that the U.S. State Department flights to help people in Israel get out are leaving only about half full. Help us understand that. Explain that.
Yeah, so apparently there have been about 5,000 seats available on some of these flights chartered by the United States, but only about 1,500 Americans and their families have taken those seats. The thing that we don't know is that because people are not wanting to leave Israel? Is it because they do not have appropriate communication to know how they could get out? According to the State Department, they said about 3,000 Americans have exited Israel in other ways and on their own. But then the flip side of that, too, is you have people stuck in Gaza. There are between 500 to 600 Palestinian Americans inside of Gaza right now. The State Department has said they've had contact with over 350 who want to leave, and there's no option for them to get out right now. When I was talking to someone inside of Gaza earlier today, they talked about their frustration with the United States in general here because they feel like Palestinians, the innocent civilians, are being forgotten. And this situation where you have access to flights, to cruise ships to leave Israel that doesn't exist for Palestinian Americans inside of Gaza right now is really frustrating to a lot of people. Hallie?
Ellison Barber, live for us there along the Israel-Gaza border. Thank you so much for being with us. Here at home in the United States, law enforcement's on high alert because U.S. officials and independent analysts say pro-Hamas extremists and neo-Nazis are flooding social media with calls to attack Jewish communities. That is obviously fueling some very real concern about the potential for violence. One official is telling NBC News the Department of Homeland Security is monitoring what they call a heightened threat environment. So this is an elevated security posture, concerned about attacks on Jewish Americans, on Arab Americans, on Muslim Americans. Demonstrations today all around the country, including at the Capitol here in Washington, just outside of it. Jewish Americans there calling for Israel to agree to a ceasefire. We have Emily Aketa live, who is at one demonstration in Queens, New York. Tom Winter is joining us with more on the security concerns. Emily, because you're in it, I want to go to you here first because I see that this demonstration is active behind you. Tell us more about what's happening, what you've been seeing and hearing.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, you can see the protest is getting underway now, and this is just a portion of the numbers that are anticipated to turn out here. You can feel the anger and the anguish at this pro-Palestinian rally, and you can feel it in their chanting, in the drums. You can see the line of people just completely covering the block here on both sides of the street. One of the most common chants that we're hearing is Free Palestine. And you talk about the increased security presence, the NYPD living up to its promise today. You can see barricades like this are lining the street. We've also seen dozens of police officers across the street here. You can see them lining the entire block, an immense amount of police cars in this area. You'll also see that sign. It says, "This is not a war, it is a genocide." The mission statement really of this rally here tonight is that they're condemning what, in their words, they're calling a U.S.-authorized genocide of people in Gaza. I posed the question to the event organizers, what do you think about the $100 million of humanitarian aid going to the people of Gaza? They said that is absolutely not enough. There's also this sense of unease for the people here as we continue to hear and report on the rising tensions. We've reported on the 6-year-old Muslim boy who was murdered in what was an apparent hate crime. Also, police here in the New York area are investigating an incident where there was a group of men that surrounded and yelled anti-ethnic slurs at several people against Palestinian people. They are now investigating it as a hate crime as well. When I spoke with some of the people here, they said they are concerned for their safety here tonight, but they wanted to get this message out. And so we're going to see an increased security presence from the NYPD at major events like this, but also just across the board, as they say, we are in a heightened security environment, Hallie.
Emily Aketa, right in the middle of it there in Queens. Emily, thank you. Tom Witter, that brings us to you here. Emily is talking about that elevated security posture here. Tell us more about that.
Right. Hallie, I would say over the last 24 hours, there's been a pretty significant sea change in what law enforcement is coming across and their level of concern. It has risen, and it's risen because of the immense amount of threats that are being posted online. You touched on them earlier, the threats that are coming not just from pro-Hamas groups, but coming from neo-Nazis as well, who are encouraging these types of threats against the Jewish community. On top of that, we're seeing direct calls for violence and for a response from all sorts of terrorist groups, including al-Qaeda. It is is those specific requests for retribution, in the terrorist words, that have law enforcement officials so concerned. You're looking at images outside of a synagogue in New York City today with some of the NYPD's Counterterrorism Bureau units and the CRC, the Critical Response Command. They're focused, Hallie, on providing a deterrent and reassurance. So the idea there, and the idea of having every NYPD officer in the uniform of the day, is so that folks, one, understand that they are there to reassure them that they can enter their house of worship, whether it be a synagogue or a mosque, or ride on public transit in New York City, but also to make sure that they know, and speaking with the former head of counterterrorism for the NYPD, James Waters, earlier today, I asked him about that, and I said, what is the purpose of this from the terrorism perspective? And he said, well, terrorists, first and foremost, are criminals, and criminals are typically deterred when they see police. So that's kind of the focus here. We'll have to see where this goes. It's an issue that's got law enforcement concerned, Hallie, coast to coast.
Tom Winter, thank you so much. We're going to get back to, of course, our top story in just a moment, but we've got to bring it back to Washington here because there is another major headline developing. The House of Representatives ending another day without a speaker. And the man who lost another vote again today is looking to win over some more allies before another potential vote tomorrow at noon. I'm talking about Republican Congressman Jim Jordan. He ended up losing support today, doing worse today than yesterday, getting only 199 votes. We haven't seen a number like that since 1923. So what is Plan B or Plan C or D, whichever one we're on at this point? Well, maybe giving more power to the person you see here, the temporary speaker, a guy named Patrick McHenry, who's been gaveling in and gaveling out for the last 2 weeks, but right now isn't allowed to do too much more than that. I want to get to NBC's Ryan Nobles, who is covering this for us on the Hill. So, options here. Floor vote tomorrow. Jim Jordan somehow pulls a rabbit out of the hat and gets like more than a dozen Republicans who've been against him so far to switch their votes. Or people coalesce around this Patrick McHenry plan, giving the temporary speaker temporarily more power to actually get stuff done. Where in our reporting do we think this is more likely to go?
Maybe an option C, Hallie, one we aren't even talking about yet, is that we go through another round of voting and Jim Jordan actually does worse than he did today. That seems to be the sense that at least I'm getting from the Republicans that I talked to. Just a few of the members were over here by our camera position a few minutes ago that were among the group that voted against him and said that they're firm, that they're still not going to vote for him, and that they're talking to others that voted for Jordan today who are likely not going to vote for him tomorrow. So the indication is that deficit that Jordan is facing only expands tomorrow. It doesn't contract. And so the question is, what comes next? There's some talk of the Patrick McHenry option, but even that, Hallie, I don't think has a ton of momentum right now within the Republican conference.
Because wouldn't Democrats also have to get on board with that to actually get that over the line? Like, so you'd be in this situation where perhaps some Democrats would be joining with Republicans to put a Republican temporary speaker in place.
That would be one of the potential scenarios. There is obviously the option that Republicans, 217 of them, could vote for Patrick McHenry on their own. It doesn't seem like there's enough to do that. So it would likely require Democrats. And there is some scuttle. There are some Democrats. Jared Moskowitz of Florida, for instance, said that he would probably support something like that. The question is, are there enough Democrats that would be willing to do that to compensate for whatever you would lose from Republicans? Because even some of the Republicans that don't like Jim Jordan don't necessarily like the idea of partnering with Democrats. So that's why every time you think there's a solution here, there's something that prevents it from moving forward.
Okay, so when do we hit red alert 5, or pick your number? And by that, I mean, we've got a government shutdown coming up, still a month away. You've got the potential for the U.S. to need to send more aid to Israel in the middle of this international crisis. The White House is prepping an aid package there. At what point does the rubber meet the road? At what point does it start to get truly too late for Congress to do what it needs to do if there is no House Speaker?
Hallie, I can't imagine we're not already there, to be honest with you. I mean, this is really a crisis. And I know we probably sound like a broken record every time we come on and say that Congress is paralyzed and nothing can get done. But I almost feel like we are past the point of this becoming something that is untenable. There's every expectation that within the next couple of hours, we're going to see a supplemental aid package come forward. It doesn't matter what the White House asks for. That cannot be passed until there's a speaker. And right now, there is no viable path to finding one, and I'm not sure when there will be.
Ryan Nobles, we're glad to have you there live for us on the Hill. Much more to talk about, I know, in the next couple of hours. Appreciate it. Coming up, we're going to stay in Washington with a breakdown of the guy Ryan was just talking about, the acting temporary House Speaker, plus a member of Congress who switched their vote to Jim Jordan. Plus, United Airlines changing its boarding process in a big way, what it could mean for the time you save. Next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail-in deliveries.
All right, it just me too.
So, day 15 now in the count up, not a countdown, to the number of days that the House has not had a speaker. Question marks, as we've been talking about things like funding the government, actually paying to keep the lights on, of course, aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine even, all of which brings me to Republican Congresswoman from Indiana, Victoria Spartz, who switched her vote to Speaker-designate Jim Jordan earlier today, voted against him yesterday. Congresswoman Spartz, it's good to see you. Thank you for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Let's start looking ahead to tomorrow. Are you planning to vote again for Jim Jordan tomorrow?
Listen, my objection was procedural because unfortunately I think Jim listened to Kevin and forced a floor vote before deliberation in conference to get to 217. I think it made Kevin to be vacated speaker, and I hope Jordan will listen more to his members now and will have more conversations with the members to address some of the concerns. And I voted just as a protest vote and rescinded my support for Jim for us leaving on Friday night and not deliberate further. I think, hopefully Jim understands now that he needs to work with members. Hopefully he can bring these members back to vote for him because I think he has a lot of strengths to him. And I was very impressed today with Tom Cole said on the floor that we're going to be fighting for the people dealing with debt and border security. And, as you know, I've been a big proponent of that commission, and I hope we'll have a bipartisan support. But what he said on the floor, it was bold, brave, and I couldn't vote for another Rules Committee member. I'll get really in trouble.
Congresswoman, then, given everything you're laying out here, do you believe that there are 18 other Republican colleagues of yours in the conference who are prepared to change their votes and back Jim Jordan, or does that simply seem like too big a mountain to climb here?
Well, I think he needs to try, but ultimately, as I said before, I still insisting on that. If he cannot personally, reconcile the differences, I think he needs to go back and have an organizational meeting where we as a team can do it.
Who would you support then if it wasn't Jim Jordan? Who would you like to see take that position?
Listen, I mean, at that right now, I think Jim is actually a great person. He has a very strong traction with our base, and a lot of members would probably more formidable working with him than even with Kevin. I think he has some challenges on the left, but I think he can reconcile these challenges. So I think he is right now one of the best people to lead, but ultimately he needs to figure out what other people think, and we have some other members that could put their name, for consideration. I think over 200 million Americans ultimately can do it, but we need to do it as soon as possible and stop having grandstanding on the floor.
Would you support a temporary solution, like perhaps Patrick McHenry on a 30 or 45-day basis?
No, I don't support any temporary solutions. We cannot give temporary power, which has never been tested by Constitution, but someone who is not an elected speaker. I truly believe we need to elect a speaker.
Congresswoman, you are, of course, Ukrainian by birth. We know that tomorrow evening in prime time, we have learned in just the last 30 minutes that President Biden will be delivering a speech from the Oval Office at 8 o'clock Eastern, not just on the Israel-Hamas war, but also on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What is your hope? What do you want to hear from President Biden tomorrow night in this highly visible address to the American people?
Well, I hope that he can, communicate better to the American people why it is important in our national interest that Ukraine win that war, and also have strategies supported by actions to win that war. So I hope to hear more decisive actions, because the world is on fire, and when America is not strong, the whole world is suffering. But we also need to, save our country, and hopefully he will agree that we have to deal with border security, we have to deal with that, and come with Republicans to do some things for the American people, because without our republic, everyone else was going to fail.
Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, thank you for your time here this evening on what is a jam-packed week for you, I know, in Congress. Thanks. So listen, one of the names that you've heard about in that conversation and others is Patrick McHenry. Not exactly a household name, but maybe about to become one. Noah Pransky has more on what you should know about him in our breakdown.
I'll now act as Speaker pro tem.
So what do we know about acting Speaker of the House Patrick McHenry?
One thing's for sure, McHenry slams down a mean gavel.
So, he's a Republican from North Carolina, he's got a serious bow tie collection, but most significantly, he's serving as Speaker pro tempore, Latin meaning for the time being. He got the job when the House ousted Kevin McCarthy from the speakership. And now, as one attempt after another to elect a new speaker goes down in flames,
A speaker has not been elected.
Growing chorus in Congress is calling for McHenry to get more power, allowing the House to function until a new permanent speaker is picked. It's seen as a temporary compromise for a guy who used to be adverse to him. McHenry was first elected to Congress in 2004 at 29 years old, known as a firebrand.
Look, Chris, if you're going to invite me on your show, let me answer a question, for God's sakes.
And for his sparring with Democrats.
No, Congressman, we had an agreement.
You had no agreement.
We had an agreement for the time this hearing would occur.
You're making this up,
You
Ms.
asked
Warren.
it.
But later, as he told the Raleigh News and Observer in 2017, he slowed down enough to respect the process. McHenry now chairs the House Financial Services Committee and supported the Trump tax cuts. He voted to certify the 2020 presidential election, pushing back against the hard right wing of his party.
Electing a speaker.
McHenry has the pro tempore job now thanks to McCarthy's trust in him if it was ever needed in an emergency. Well, now we're in that emergency, and McHenry has the gavel, but he said he doesn't want the permanent job. Question is, will enough Republicans and Democrats work together to pick him anyway?
I have respect for Patrick McHenry. I think he is respected on our side of the aisle.
I want to bring in Noah now. Here's the big thing about Patrick. He doesn't actually want to be the speaker, from what we've heard from people around him.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that he's up to the job for now, but yeah, he's passed leadership opportunities before. He's got a young family that we know of, and some of his colleagues have mentioned that that is a factor. Plus, you got to ask, who really wants this job? It requires a ton of time, a ton of work. You have a caucus that's split. You have wars on multiple fronts that you're having trouble funding because there's pushback in Congress. And, at the end of the day here, we have a shutdown that's slated in the next 30 days. So a lot of work, and it seems that he's not really that interested. Republicans still looking for their leader.
Noah Pransky, thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Pentagon is releasing footage of Chinese planes intercepting U.S. planes. Officials say it's happened nearly 200 times in the past couple years. It's more than what we've seen total over the last decade previously. Defense officials call this trend highly concerning. Number 2, family health insurance through work now costs something like $24,000 a year on average, according to a new survey. That's up 7% from last year. The report by KFF says the jump is pretty much in line with the uptick in inflation and in what people get paid. Healthcare experts say more hikes could be on the way. Number 3, United is changing its boarding process for economy class ticket holders. Starting next week, if you have a window seat, you board first. Then the window and aisle seat people board after that. The airline says that'll speed up boarding by 2 minutes, which, you know, every second counts, I guess. Boarding's not going to change for people in first class, business class, or people who have priority boarding. Number 4, people in the Philippines and New Zealand are now going to have to pay $1 to join X, formerly Twitter. The company says it's part of a test to cut back on the number of spam and fake accounts on the platform, and that it will not apply to people who are already on X. No word yet on why this applies to only those 2 countries. Number 5, Amazon is beginning to deliver some prescription drugs via drone. These drones show up at your house, stop about like 12, 13 feet above the ground, and then they drop the package from the sky. It's like in a padded envelope or box. The company says it's supposed to help cut back on delivery times. Right now, it's only happening in parts of Texas, but by the end of next year, Amazon says it's going to be in a lot more places. When we come back here on the show, more concern in Hawaii after reports finding that ash from those devastating wildfires is more toxic than people initially thought. Plus, how China and Russia could shape the conflict, the war now between Israel and Hamas after that terror attack 12 days ago. That's next. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, officials in Hawaii say they found high levels of toxic stuff in the ash collected after those horrific wildfires there. They found twice the safe amount of lead and 20 times the safe amount of cobalt. Officials say that is not surprising, but it does reinforce the need for safety measures that are in place. Out of our Southern Bureau, police in Texas are looking for somebody who escaped from a courtroom yesterday. He was in shackles when he was in there, but when a fight happened in the courtroom next door, police left to go help out. He got out of the shackles, he left. That's the fight. Officials say this person is charged with assault. They're looking into how he escaped. And out of our Western Bureau, police in California are releasing some new video of a man setting off some kind of explosive device hidden in a teddy bear. You can see some smoke coming out of it before it exploded. The footage helped police track down the suspects. There's the smoke, where they found drugs, weapons, ammo. The man was arrested on a number of felonies. Well, President Biden has declared unyielding support for Israel, a staunch ally, and condemned Hamas and that terror attack that killed hundreds of Israelis. The leaders of Russia and China are taking a different position, refusing to condemn Hamas for starting the war and criticizing Israel's decision to cut off water and electricity to Gaza. We're talking, of course, about Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. You see both of them there. They were chatting for 3 hours today in Beijing, with Putin describing the Israel-Hamas war as, in his words, a vivid example of the failure of U.S. policy in the Middle East. Keir Simmons is joining us now. Keir, help us understand why we're seeing this kind of position from China and Russia.
Well, Hallie, look, Russia and China are incredibly close, though two independent countries. Russia in particular has deep ties to the Middle East, and in the Arab world today, frankly, it looked like the lid was coming off the pressure cooker. I mean, I know you've talked about it. I don't think we can underestimate the importance of Jordan cancelling that summit at the last minute that President Biden was supposed to be at. A long-time observer of the Arab world told me that what he saw today, it was his view, was Biden losing the hearts and minds of the Arab world. And I think Russia and China can see that and are waiting on the sidelines. Those protests that we're seeing from Cairo to Beirut will be frightening Arab leaders because, particularly, of course, they remember the Arab Spring. And for someone like President Putin and someone like President Xi, that kind of idea, the threat of revolution, if you like, the threat of the uprisings in the street, again, that is something they don't like. So there are many ways in which this ties together. Fundamentally, a fairly cynical bid by Russia and China to win the hearts and minds of the Arab world and the Middle East.
We've talked about how tomorrow evening President Biden will deliver a primetime speech talking about not just the Israel-Hamas war, but also, of course, Russia's war against Ukraine. Does Putin perhaps see an opportunity here with so much attention on the Middle East when it comes to the invasion that he's waging against Ukraine?
Oh, yeah, without question. Look, just today, Hallie, you saw America veto a resolution at the United Nations Security Council. France voted for it. One senior Western diplomat telling me that they are very worried about that. There's a burgeoning rift with the global south that we're seeing extended. Now, I think President Putin thinks that all of this in Israel and Gaza, it has a potential to distract from Ukraine. But I also think there's another aspect to this. I mean, President Putin told President Xi today that long-range missiles from the US prolong the agony in Ukraine. In other words, suggesting that the US is making that war worse. It sounds like a similar message is being played out by those countries about Israel and Gaza, doesn't it? There's a crisis of confidence here in the US, and I think that does have implications, not just for what's happening in Israel and Gaza, but Ukraine.
Keir Simmons, thank you very much for that analysis and that perspective. Coming up here on the show, a new poll showing the potential, showing how Americans feel here about the war between Israel and Hamas and where they want to see their taxpayer dollars going. We're going to have that in just a sec. Stay with us.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We've been watching the U.S. reaction to the Israel-Hamas war play out in some of the demonstrations across the country we've seen since that terror attack just over a week and a half ago. Now, some new numbers out tonight are showing us just how Americans feel about the U.S. response. Nearly 40% of people think the government should support Israelis over Palestinians. 6% think the opposite. But 36% of people want the U.S. to be even-handed in the conflict. Nearly 20% are undecided. Steve Leisman is joining us now. And Steve, this is some quantitative data to back up some of the qualitative images that we've seen as far as demonstrations, pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian around this country. What's interesting in these numbers is this generational split in some instances, right? Talk to us about that.
So I think it's good to understand, or important to understand, Hallie, that we asked this question back in 2014. And the percentage who want to treat Palestinians and Israelis the same actually came down from 53%. But inside that movement from 2014 to today, there were some pretty big changes, as you say, generationally. Those 35 and older moved more towards supporting Israelis, especially the 65 and over cohort. But the 35 or 18 to 34-year-old group, they became more in favor of just favoring the Palestinians, in fact, from 2% to 11%. So that 10% change doesn't sound like a lot that it's just 11, but it's a big change demographically or a big change quantitatively for that younger cohort.
President Biden, as we've talked about, came out very quickly to publicly support Israel, to work to provide aid. We are also seeing him in some of this new polling from CNBC get fairly low marks for his handling of foreign policy, 31% approval. His approval rating overall is at one of the lowest it's been in his presidency, 37%. Talk through some of the challenges that means for him.
Well, both of our pollsters, of course, you know, we use a Democratic and a Republican pollster. I think these are very troubling numbers for an incumbent trying to get reelected. Maybe among the worst parts for him was some of the erosion of support directly from his base. Some of the numbers on the economy, for example, just 74% of Democrats support the president's handling of the economy. 66% of Democrats support his handling of foreign policy, while the overall approval rating is 81%. Inside those numbers, there is some erosion of black people and Latinos, key bases for the Democrats. So that's just one part of it. And of course, when you look at this poll, independents look a lot more like Republicans when it comes to the question of President Biden than they do Democrats. And that's a big issue. It suggests to the pollsters that when the undecideds break, they might break more in favor of Republicans than Democrats.
Steve Leisman, thank you so much. Still to come here on the show. The family says a nearly 2-decade-long mystery is now solved, with Jorn van der Sloot admitting to killing Natalie Holloway on a beach in Aruba. It is an extraordinary development, something like 2 decades in the making. What a guilty plea looks like and what could come next.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The main suspect in the disappearance of Natalie Holloway, a case that captured headlines around the world 2 decades ago, is now confessing to killing her and getting rid of her body as part of a plea deal today. You can see Jorn van der Sloot in court here in this sketch. He pleaded guilty to extortion and wire fraud charges for trying to sell information in 2010 to Holloway's family about where her body is. The confession was part of that plea deal. With her family speaking with our team in just the last hour or so. Listen to this.
Were you stunned by the depravity, both of what he did to your daughter, but also the behavior that you mentioned after the fact, right after he'd committed murder?
Exactly. And it was funny because that was what threw me off, and I think it threw a lot of us off in 2005, because I'm like, well, okay, how could he have murdered her? And then he goes home and checks the soccer scores, gets on a porn site, and gets up, takes a shower, and goes to school. Well, oh, there you go. There's that other 18 years fast-forwarded. Now I know why.
Remember, if you don't, at the time, this was an incredibly huge story. Natalie Holloway was 18 when she disappeared on a spring break trip to Aruba, very mysteriously. Her body has never been found. Nobody has ever been charged for her murder. Van der Sloot was eventually arrested and charged in Peru for the murder of a different girl. Sam Brock is joining us now. And Sam, we just saw you there with Natalie Holloway's mother, who talked about this moment here so many years later being so significant. Tell us more.
Yeah, it was one of those generationally defining stories. I know we all lived it sort of vicariously, watching this poor family, Hallie, and wondering what would that be like. There were families, loved ones, parents scared to send their kids places for years with this in the back of their mind. So finally, for Beth Holloway, if not resolution, answers. And I will tell you right now, as far as the terms of how Natalie was killed, that was shocking in its own right. It wasn't the details that we received in court. In court, we found out from the judge and also from Beth that he had confessed to murder. We didn't know going in if it was just going to be a guilty plea for extortion and wire fraud, if he was really going to get into those kinds of details. He confessed, and then after the fact, Beth came out and said that Natalie was on a beach, according to Jorn van der Sloot, in Aruba, and that he had tried to make sexual advances. Natalie wanted none of it, and he killed her and then dragged her out to sea. And then we actually saw the transcript, Hallie, of what van der Sloot told authorities, and he says that he kicked her in the face when she would not accept his sexual advances, and then took a cinder block nearby and hit her on the head, and then took her to sea. So gruesome details. But when I asked Beth about this, she said, I would rather have those details than not have them at all. Here's what she told me.
I think the not knowing is worse. You know, the knowing is shocking. You brace yourself, you take the hit. But the not knowing is the never-ending nightmare, and that's worse.
There's another way to characterize this, Hallie. There were victim impact statements that the judge allowed, certainly for Beth, but also for Natalie's father, Dave, too. And I'm going to read you a portion of what he said, because it's very poignant. He says, we know that he killed her intentionally because she dared to stand up for her own body and defended herself against his unwanted sexual advances. He murdered Natalie and then tortured those who loved her most. He is evil personified. And that really does speak to how so many members of this family right now are feeling. But at least they know what happened to their loved one.
So what is next for them, Sam? And even for van der Sloot's legal case, he's already serving time for this different murder in Peru.
So what's interesting about what's next is the idea that, first of all, van der Sloot is going to be out of the United States, according to the judge, within a matter of days. I mean, she said as soon as possible. The U.S. Marshal Service said they're going to make that happen. But the judge had considered not accepting his plea deal so that she could potentially get more years for van der Sloot. But the